Chapter 1081 The Divine Future. After opening the door, Gushi jumped out of the carriage. He looked up and saw several angels flying towards him. Gushi nodded to the angels and flicked his fingers. Several balls of negative energy fell into the hands of the angels. Guys, I'm back. If you have my letter, please send it directly to my manor for me. If anyone comes looking for me, just say I'm not available and I'm not here. After Gushi finished speaking, he turned around and gave the carriage driver the fare, carrying the small coffin and magic wand and heading towards the interior of the sky garden. When the carriage driver saw this situation, he breathed a sigh of relief and drove the carriage away. When the carriage left, Gushi had already returned to his residence. He immediately placed the main city gate in the open space outside the manor. When the main city gate was open before, the cautious arrangement made Gushi feel quite aggrieved. Now that the main city gate has been opened, a group of undead quickly emerge and take over the defense system here. At the same time, Gushi immediately called Luna and others and placed the body of the little fox in front of him. It's really dead. It's such a righteous fox. Seeing the small coffin that Gushi had put down, Eve, one of the 4 contracted undead under Gushi, actually took the initiative to speak. While Gushi was taking the train, the little foxes stayed in Aradovi City. Luna monitors them at first. Later, Eve used them as observation samples and spent a lot of time on these little foxes. She would observe more carefully. In the eyes of others, the little fox vomits after eating and poops after vomiting. But Eve noticed that the other little foxes were just eating along. Only one little fox ate more. It seems that this is the path of cultivation for this little fox. When he is exhausted, the little fox in front of him will comfort his younger siblings, asking them to persevere. Eve still has some good feelings about it. Yes, it ended like this immediately after the divination. Although I said a few words, I haven't looked at the results of the divination in detail yet. Gushi explained everything and then took out the body of the little fox. Shea took over. As a thief and assassin, she was the best at handling such corpses. In just a few strokes, he peeled off the fox's skin and dug out the fox's skull. At this time, Gushi noticed that there were a lot of cracks on the fox's skull that he couldn't understand. These cracks all start from the orbital position. It can be seen that the little fox uses this method to perform divination, and everything it divines is recorded in its bones. Holding the skull in his hands, Gushi muttered something in a low voice. The fox fortune teller's eyes exist in the sky. As Gushi finished speaking, he saw a fog flashing in front of him, and in the fog were a large number of pictures. These scenes are exactly the scenes of Gushi being besieged. It was the players with the octopus head who besieged Gushi. But Gushi noticed that in the picture, these octopus heads seem to treat Gushi as a boss. There are more than 10 players above level 20 who have reached the halo, not to mention those from level 10 to 15. They formed a group to attack Gushi in all directions. It can be seen from the picture that appears now that they took out at least 9 pieces of orange equipment. The most speechless thing is that they actually took the initiative to challenge Gushi in the Death City. As a result, the city of Aridov will not be able to provide more military support to Gushi. At the same time, the contracted undead under Gushi are also targeted by various aspects. Princess Anna, as the main undead that often appears on the front lines of battles, is the focus of the octopus-headed players. Each member of her Grand Princess Council will have a dedicated player to deal with them. If it weren't for the 9th Lord hiding in the Princess Council under Princess Anna, perhaps Princess Anna would be the first to be killed. The longer he watched these scenes, the uglier Gushi's face became. He could definitely tell that the other party caught Gushi off guard in terms of intelligence. It can be said that all the methods Gushi can use are known to the other party. Precisely because of his targeted attacks, Gushi changed many fighting methods, but failed to withstand the enemy's attacks. In the end, even though Gushi obviously had 3.5 pieces of orange equipment in his hand, he was still killed and all the orange equipment was taken away. Even his soul and body were not spared. They were all split up by the octopus-headed players and taken away together. As for Gushi's Aladovi city, this scene did not appear in the end. I don't know if it was occupied by the octopus-headed player, or if it was lost due to Gushi's death. The only thing that is certain is that after killing Gushi, the octopus-headed player seemed quite dissatisfied, as if they had suffered a loss this time. After viewing all the visible scenes, Gushi silently put down the little fox's head. When Gushi put down the little fox's head, Luna and the others also picked up the little fox's heads one by one and looked at them. In the end it was Shea who spoke first. "Sir, our information has been leaked. Yes, those octopus heads are considered spiritual masters. They want to check something. And it is not difficult to find something. Moreover, it is impossible for our Aradovi city not to communicate with the outside world. It's normal for some news to get out. But now that we know this situation, we must solve this problem. If not, then we have to find a way to hide part of our strength to avoid being targeted. And in the end, all our trump cards will be seen. Gushi said immediately. At this moment, Princess Anna said something. Sir, have you noticed a problem? There are many pictures in the screen that are black. Gushi thought about it carefully and felt that this was indeed the case. Although he saw many scenes from the Great Tribulation through the little fox's divination, some of them could not be seen clearly. At first, Gushi thought this was the reason why the little fox's divination was not good enough. But now that I think about it, some scenes should have been erased or changed. Thinking of this, Gushi saw new hope. If there are variables, it means that it was not decided from the beginning. This is the key to Gushi's breakthrough. After gaining hope, Gushi's mentality changed somewhat. And Gushi noticed another blind spot. In the divination results, from the beginning to the end, a key figure did not appear. Li Yuzhou. Chapter 1082 Countermeasures. In the divination scene, Gushi used all his troops. And even Dietrich, who was far away in the Dragon Blood Castle, was finally mobilized. Li Yuzhou had no reason not to take action. If Li Yufeng had taken action, Gushi believed that the final outcome of the battle would not have turned out like that. At least Gushi could have a chance to escape. At the same time, Gushi also noticed something. In the battle scene, all the bone obelisks inside the six-ray lantern took action. But there was no scene of Huangquan Longpao taking action. At the same time, there is no scene where the Bai Wuchang version of the ghost team appears. After this discovery, Gushi found that the situation in the picture was getting more and more wrong. It seems that all the information related to Huangquan Road, Taishan Mansion, etc. is missing. I don't know if this is because the little fox's cultivation direction is somewhat related to the direction of Taishan Mansion. When it divines these things, it unconsciously blocks them. But for Gushi, this might be a way to break the situation. He reached out and took out the secret record of Taishan Prefecture Lord. This secret record of Taishan Prefecture Lord records the corresponding secrets and rituals practiced by Taishan Prefecture Lord and the method of making an orange magic weapon. Previously, Gushi only asked Li Yuzhen to bring back the materials and planned to make a purple piece of equipment and a soul-soothing seal first. But now, Gushi believes that the production of orange clothing can be advanced. In any case, there is a way to break the situation. After this thought flashed through his mind, Gushi raised his head and looked at the people present. That's pretty much what happened. In any case, this is a catastrophe and an opportunity for us. We already know the enemy's layout, which means we have the upper hand. And there is still a lot of time. What the little fox said before was that I was ambushed when I was able to fight Genesis for the third time. Although I don't know how Genesis is arranged. But for us, the time is quite long. We also have the opportunity to prepare our troops. So, Shea, this skull will be in your hands for the time being. Put other things aside and draw all the pictures you can see. Then it's up to you to analyze the level of the enemies we will face. What are the enemy's weaknesses, and how should we deploy against these enemies? Sir, if we do this, won't we also be discovered when the enemy probes for our intelligence? After listening to Gushi's words, Shea still asked. If she was just checking information, it would be nothing. But when preparing troops based on the information obtained from divination, who can guarantee that after the other party finds out this information, they will then go back and prepare targeted manpower based on the information? Gushi burst into laughter upon hearing this. These troops are meant to be hidden, and those that are exposed will definitely not deal with the opponent's situation. And you forgot one thing. Gushi pointed at himself and said, my talent can ensure that as long as we fight, we will not be short of troops. So what we have to worry about is the first wave of battles. As long as we can guarantee that we won't be killed immediately, the final victory will always be ours. Gushi became more and more confident as he spoke, as if the outcome he had predicted was not terrible. But at this moment, Eve suddenly said something. What if someone sealed your talent? Gushi raised his head and found that Luna and the others had looks of shock in their eyes. Obviously the situation Eve mentioned is possible. It seems that I need to get the orange equipment in secret records of Taishan Mansion as soon as possible. At least I have to keep some things, Gushi muttered. At this moment, Gushi was thinking of the sealing ability of the bone obelisk. In the battle when Gushi advanced to level 10, The bone obelisk blocked the gate of the Death City for 15 minutes. In other words, orange clothing is sometimes unreasonable. In the opponent's ambush this time, almost every player who attacked the octopus head had an orange outfit. Is it difficult to find an orange outfit that can seal Gushi's talent? Even if it's just a temporary seal? Not difficult. Without his talent, Gushi's greatest weapon was cut in half, relying on only Gushi and a city. Even if all the undead troops in the city can fight, how many enemies can they defeat? It's no wonder that in the end, Gushi, who had so many orange outfits in his hands, was beaten into pieces. Now Gushi needs to ensure that his talent is not sealed away by others. Want to deal with the seal of the orange equipment? There are just two options. One way is naturally that Gushi has stronger equipment, which can push back the power of the sealing talent. At this point, if the bone obelisk and the 6-rayed flame lantern were the main body, it might still be barely usable. But what Gushi is holding now is a secondary item, and it is still suppressed. It is inherently weaker than other orange equipment. Wait, I'm afraid I can't withstand the power of this sealing talent. The other is to use a false talent to make the opponent's seal go wrong. Gushi's fox eye ring can do just that. However, Gushi didn't think his fox eye ring would work. Octopus Head and the others came here staring at their fox eyes. There will definitely be methods against the fox eye ring. The virtual means of the fox eye ring are probably useless. In order to deal with this situation, Gushi must use other virtual means to deceive the enemy's orange attack. Among the methods Gushi could find, the orange equipment recorded in the secret record of Taishan Mansion was the best choice. The orange equipment of Lord Taishan is called the Book of Death, which is an orange equipment that looks like a book. The effect is somewhat similar to the 6-channel flame light. It can be used to record and store equipment used by subordinates to control the undead. Of course, Gushi guessed that besides the Book of the Dead, there must be a Book of the Living. He didn't know whether it would eventually form a Book of Life and Death, nor did he know whether it would be upgraded to become a Book of Humans. Gushi thought of a way to deal with it based on the description of the Death Register in the secret records of Taishan Mansion in front of him. There is a function in the Death Register, which is to borrow the information of the dead recorded in the register to overwrite its own information. In other words, put a vest on yourself. And it's the real deal. Unlike Gushi now, who looks like an elf-side shooter on the surface. In fact, if someone pays careful attention, they will find that Gushi has extremely strong magic power. And this kind of thing like putting on a vest can be put on all the way up. When Gushi first saw the description of the Death Register, he understood why so many people in that world were willing to believe him when he showed that he was a boss in the underworld. It turns out that this is how the underworld boss usually plays. Now faced with the problem of his talent being sealed, Gushi naturally had to make the death book in advance. At least Gushi can't be calculated by others. Chapter 1083 Departure. After setting the main goal, Gushi and the others discussed other aspects of the divination results. They didn't stop until they had sorted out all the problems they could find. It's no wonder Gushi is so nervous. After all, his life is at stake. If you are careless at this time, it may eventually lead to a reversal of the situation. Whether it is Gushi or the contracted undead under him, they are all very serious about this matter. After recording everything, everyone moved quickly. Shay immediately wrapped the little fox's skull with fox skin to prevent the mana inside from being consumed. Eve made several copies of the meeting minutes she had just written and gave them to Luna and Princess Anna. It records what was just discussed. Among them, Princess Luna and Princess Anna have the heaviest tasks. Luna needs to take advantage of the free time in front of her to make good use of the dungeon land deed she obtained before. Luna had been putting off this matter before. After all, that level 6 title deed is in the dungeon style. Integrating it directly into the situation in Aradovi City will destroy the overall style of Aradovi City. At that time, Gushi's Death City will be upgraded in level, and other aspects will be affected. So when they got the land deed, Gushi and Luna's idea was to fight out from the main city gate. Build a satellite city outside of Aridov. It's just that Gushi always has a lot of things to do. And the city of Aridov is also busy with various construction projects. Not to mention using the title deed of this underground city. Even the place where it should be placed has not been chosen. But now we can't drag it out like this any longer, Gushi decided. He led the team out of the city to choose a place, and first laid out the satellite city. As for Princess Anna, she needs to prepare the troops to deal with the next copy. Although the immediate incident happened, Gushi did not intend to stop with the mission of copying the major events in Westminster Abbey. Instead, Gushi planned to deal with the Westminster Abbey major event copy in a short period of time, and use the copy to replenish a batch of troops, especially Princess Anna's Grand Princess Council. Although in the divination picture, the Grand Princess Council was almost completely defeated. But Gushi also had to admit that the lords of the Princess Council did not hold back during the battle. On the contrary, they inherited the character and abilities of Princess Anna. Even when faced with players who restrained them, even when faced with orange equipment, they showed their own style. Naturally, Gushi couldn't deny these lords just because they were all defeated in the end. Gushi had only one idea: to strengthen them so that they could defeat those players. After the meeting ended, Gushi and others took action quickly. Gushi directly took the Bone Dragon troops and the Undead Combat team out of the city. At the same time, the Black Dragon and Red Dragon, who had been staying near Sleeping Beauty Castle, were also called over by Gushi. After all, the goal this time is to build a dungeon where the Black Dragon can be kept. This is the best time to take it there. After leaving the city from the main city gate, Gushi entered the territory of the Mirror Phase Underground Palace. In the Aladovi Barracks, a large part of the various battle missions that are spawned every day are aimed at the mysterious shadows and weirdness outside the city. A small part is for patrols and cleanup work in the city. After completing a large number of war missions, there were no longer large groups of strange shadows and weird things within a dozen miles outside the city of Aridov. A small number of ghosts wandering in the wild did not need to be taken action by Gushi. His troops were able to clear them out in one glance. In order to hurry on his way, Gushi did not linger more than 10 miles away from Aridov city. He led his troops along the Legia road and rushed directly to a location 30 miles outside the city of Aridov. After arriving here, Gushi began to observe the surrounding situation. Battle formation. Prepare to advance. Under Gushi's order, all the undead converting combat teams dispersed in all directions. At the same time, the Bone Dragon, the Black Dragon, and the Red Dragon flew into the air and circled in the sky. Under the protection of this army, Gushi, who had escaped from the Calamity route, began to stay away from the control of Aladovi city. Along the way, the number of enemies slowly began to increase. After all, this place is no longer under the control of Aladovi city. Even the battle mission to the Aladovi barracks has not spread here yet. After entering this area, Gushi began to encounter groups of strange shadows. Their levels range from level 1 to level 8, mainly between levels 4 and 5. Among these shadows, only 1/3 are humanoid, and the rest are twisted and chaotic animals or plants. At the same time, these shadows are a little different from the shadows that were fought in Aladovi city before. They don't have any strong strange characteristics, and they are always used to surviving in groups in the wild. As soon as the transformed undead scattered in front find a shadow or something strange, they will immediately encounter attacks from all directions. The opponent's attack methods are also diverse, not as rigid as the ghost in the city of Aridov. Among them, there was an attack method in which one person was the main one and others were the auxiliary ones. This was the first time Gushi had encountered this after fighting the ghost shadow for so long. It can be said that this kind of ghost has formed a small group. Only one of them controls the battle. All other shadows are the source of power for that master, only killing ordinary shadows and strange ones on the periphery. The impact on these shadow groups is actually not that big. On the contrary, the attack methods of Gushi's men will be analyzed clearly by the enemy at the first time, and targeted attack methods will soon appear. But the good thing is that these shadows have insufficient means to deal with the attack of the large army. If Gushi used his large army to attack them, they would often be unable to react. As long as they disperse these ghost shadows, or use saturation attacks before they can react, they will have no chance of turning the tables. Gushi can actually do this kind of saturation attack. After suffering a few small losses from Guying, Gushi changed his tactics. The combat team changed from its original main attack role to that of a scout for exploring paths. After discovering the enemy, the combat team will launch an attack on the enemy and lead the enemy to Gushi. Then the Black Dragon and Bone Dragon behind Gushi will attack. The Black Dragon, which had never had a chance to appear, now seized the opportunity and kept circling in the sky. Every time it charged downward, it would spray powerful dragon breath towards the position where the most enemies were. Chapter 1084, Underground of Shadow Village. The Bone Obelisk serves as a temporary soul summoning tower. Soul Summoner, get up. As Gushi led his troops deeper into the dangerous area, Gushi faced more and more enemies. Along the way, Gushi also discovered some villages, or camps composed of strange shadows. It's just different from a normal village or camp. These eerie villages and camps before us are themselves strange or eerie. Seen from a distance, these villages and camps look like gathering places formed by the fusion of black figures. But when you look closer, you will find that eyes and arms appear from time to time on the walls and various buildings of villages and camps. It was obvious that the mysterious shadow had been forcibly transformed into a building. It is not known whether their transformation was voluntary, or they were transformed into this way by other ghosts because of failure. In order to ensure the safety of the route between the new city and Aladovi City, Gushi naturally had to clear out these villages and camps. As a result, the number of troops Gushi brought was not enough. After all, it was impossible for Gushi to let his more than 10 levels of powerful troops serve as cannon fodder. So after capturing a village, Gushi had to release the bone obelisk to serve as a temporary soul-calling tower, and began to call souls to replenish cannon fodder. However, there is a problem here. After Wei dies in battle, there are very few corpses left behind, and most of them will turn into Wei Qi beads. Only a small portion of the strange aura-enhanced part will be left behind. The obelisk of bones summons spirits in a targeted manner, only strengthening the skeletal troops. If there were no bones, the souls summoned this time would probably only be ghosts. And the undead troops obtained in the end would probably not be able to receive the blessing of the bone obelisk. Gushi, who had released the spiritualism, was sighing there. However, he found that as he used his necromancy, different sounds seemed to be coming from under the village he had just conquered. Gushi looked over there in surprise, and found a skeletal arm stretching out from the ground. Huh? Gushi was shocked. Could it be that there were a lot of bones buried underground? While Gushi was still thinking about this, more and more arms stretched out from the ground. Then a very special skeleton climbed up from the ground. The bones of these skeletons are obviously much larger than those of normal people. All the skeletons are between 1.9 and 2.1 meters tall, and the bones are much thicker than normal people. The arm bones are as thick as normal human leg bones. After getting up from the ground, they immediately grabbed the strange energy beads and strange weapons on the ground. And then, they went outside without paying any attention to Gushi's thoughts. This shocked Gushi. This was the first time that Gushi discovered disobedient undead. He quickly checked on the situation of these undead. Beast Skeleton Soldier, level 11. Summon experience, 0/5500. Attack 18. Defense 9. HP 66. Skills, undead creature. Violent attack, not controlled, nor affected by fear effects. Crazy attack, hit twice or even 3 times in a row, and the power of the combo will not decrease. Enemy of the living, when attacking all creatures, the attack power increases by 50% to 125%. Looking at the attributes of this wild beast skeleton soldier, Gushi knew why these guys were disobedient. However, skills like violent attacks are actually not of much use to the undead. The undead is about a group activity. The combat effectiveness of a single undead is weaker than that of soldiers of the same level. The undead themselves are immune to most fear effects. It's just that no one has ever mentioned this. After all, the dead are afraid of ghosts. So it's better not to tell such jokes. As for the crazy attack, the 3-hit combo is a little stronger. The enemy of the living is the characteristic of ordinary ghosts and monsters, who habitually attack living things. This kind of wild beast skeleton soldier looks very high level, but in fact it is just cannon fodder. However, Gushi showed some interest in the situation underground in this village. When he first started summoning souls, he thought only some ghosts would come out. Unexpectedly, as soon as this spiritualism was released, nearly 800 wild beast skeleton soldiers appeared here. The number of ghosts who died in the battle just now is probably only this much. At this moment, Gushi became curious about the situation underground in the village. Yellow Spring Dragon Robe. Under Gushi's order, the holder of the Huangquan Dragon Robe appeared in front of him. Gushi placed his hand on the back of the man wearing the robe, and through the line of sight of the Huangquan Dragon Robe, he looked towards the location of the previous village. During the battle just now, Gushi didn't even release the Huangquan Dragon Robe or anything like that. This village means that the Bone Dragon and the Black Dragon went back and forth several times, and the dragon's breath was breathed out, and it was almost done. Gushi didn't even think about letting Huangquan Lompao out to check feng shui or anything. In Gushi's mind, what's so good about this feng shui? After defeating the shadow, it will directly turn into a magic orb. Looking at the feng shui, there is no place to bury it even if you want to. But now, so many skeletons have appeared underground in the village, and they are still such unique skeletons. and they have finally transformed into wild beast skeleton soldiers. This forced Gushi to consider whether there was any problem with the location of this village. So with the help of the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe, Gushi looked at the original location of the village differently. At this time, Gushi could tell immediately that the village in front of him was a node of the Earth's veins. It is precisely because of the aura emanating from the node that the shadows are stationed here. If it was just like this, Gushi felt something was wrong. Normally, a village is either a gathering place, located by the water, or on a living road such as a roadside, or it may have some important meaning, such as a fortress being stuck between two mountains. The village in front of us is built on the ground, which is quite reasonable. But that was not what Gushi was looking for. He wanted to find out why there were bodies buried underground. Let's go over and take a look. Under Gushi's order, Gushi personally came to the location where Guiying village was just completed. Dig. What Dominic wanted to do before, Gushi did it himself. The extremely powerful combat team of transformed undead, now all turned into coolie undead, dug up where the shadow village was originally. Fortunately, a large number of wild beast skeleton soldiers climbed up from the ground just now, making the ground easier to dig. Otherwise, if Gushi's undead men, who don't have any tools, want to dig up the ground here, they don't know how much energy it will take. After the undead dug up the ground, Gushi jumped down and took a look. Then a look of doubt flashed in Gushi's eyes. There are no human traces. It's just that there was no place to dispose of the bones left over from being eaten by Guiying, so they were buried underground. But Gushi always felt that it was unreasonable. It seems like something has been erased here. Chapter 1085. Grow as soon as it appears. Must check. Now Gushi is like a frightened bird. Whenever he finds any problem, he will deal with it seriously. After all, the location in front of me is too close to Aladovi City. At most, it is more than 30 miles. Not even 20 kilometers. If you want to calculate it, it is only half a marathon. Anyone can finish it in half a day. If something really went wrong, it would pose a great threat to the city of Aridov. It would be fine if Gushi hadn't discovered it. Now that he discovered this problem, he had to solve it. At this time, Gushi was choosing a location for the dungeon. He wanted to see if there was someone behind this. After summoning some bones still buried underground and transforming them into wild beast skeleton soldiers, Gushi led his troops and followed the direction where the group of new troops had fled. Although the wild beast skeleton soldier has all kinds of shortcomings, there is one thing that cannot be said. Their perception of living things is quite excellent. Even though they were running around in a swarm, the direction they were heading was quite clear. Gushi, who couldn't find any clues here, immediately followed him with his men. The wild beast skeleton soldiers are much more powerful than the transformed undead troops under Gushi. They are a combination of undead and berserker. When fighting, it really doesn't matter whether you have a weapon or not. Gushi just dug some soil in Guiying village, and it didn't take long. They have already fought for 7 or 8 miles here. Not to mention the ghostly shadows on the road. Even the grass under the ground would be pulled out and thrown aside. When Gushi caught up with them, they were besieging a shadow village. It is obvious that this village was transformed by the ghost. He looks like a hill made of strange shadows. On the top of the mountain is a huge head, and the body is armor made of soul and stone. Countless arms holding weapons grow on these walls. Everyone who approaches the shadow village will be attacked by the shadow arm immediately. Even someone as knowledgeable as Gushi was shocked when he saw the eerie village before him. But those wild beast skeleton soldiers didn't care at all. They had no weapons in their hands, so they jumped up and grabbed the weapons in their arms. Or just use your body to charge forward. Anyway, with their movements, the wild beast skeleton soldiers here have more or less grabbed suitable weapons. At this time, it can be seen that the wild beast skeleton soldiers are not all brainless existences. They have strong adaptability in terms of weaponry. Most of the weapons fall into their hands, and can be mastered quickly to exert their full combat effectiveness. Such wild beast skeleton soldiers are more suitable to be placed under Dietrich. Such a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. At this moment, the faster-moving wild beast skeleton soldier had already jumped onto the ghost shadow. At this time, there were some changes in the shadow village. A large number of wooden frames appeared on the shadow village. This situation also surprised Gushi. You must know that the situation of the mysterious shadow in front of you is completely different from other mysterious shadows. There are too many foreign objects on his body. Nowadays, it is normal to have more wooden shells. With the emergence of these wooden shells, a large number of black shadows were hanging on the wooden rack. From a distance, It looked like a large number of dead bodies hanging on the gallows. But these corpses have different abilities. When the wild beast skeleton soldiers rushed upward, these corpses swayed slightly and made a strange sound. Even Gushi, who was far away from the battlefield, felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. Psychic magic? Gushi raised his head and saw that the shadow village in front of him still had such a method. But before they could see clearly the opponent's situation, the wild beast skeleton soldiers rushed forward and pulled out all the wooden shelves that appeared in the shadow village. There were even some wild beast skeleton soldiers directly holding up this wooden frame and using it as a weapon, hitting the shadow village heavily. Looking at this progress, Gushi was speechless. Is Shadow Village so stupid? Seeing that the mad beast skeleton soldiers were not afraid of death and were releasing fear effects to scare people away. Who gave you the idea? Oh, you can't see the attributes of the wild beast skeleton soldier. That's okay. There is a reason for your defeat. It's not because you are bad, but because you are restrained. Gushi shook his head. By default, this battle will be fought by the wild beast skeleton soldiers. The undead troops under his command would not get involved in this matter, but would only help the bearer of the bone obelisk to set up the bone summoning tower. After this battle is over, Gushi will summon the soul as soon as possible. Gushi also wanted to see if the shadow village was similar to the shadow village we captured before, with a large number of corpses buried underground. If so, then someone might be setting it up nearby, regardless of whether Gushi has found the core of the other party. This matter must be taken seriously. If there is not, then Gushi can rest assured and can find a suitable place with peace of mind and put down the title deed of the underground city. Anyway, no matter what the final outcome is, some things have to be done. If you do it earlier, you can still have some free time to come out and take a look around. When Gushi set up the Bone Soul Resurrection Tower, the battle in the Shadow Village underwent some changes. The wooden shelves that were pulled up from the ground by the wild beast skeleton soldiers actually changed because they were pulled out of the ground, instead of disappearing. The strange shadows hanging on it became more and more numerous, and the screams became louder and shriller. The wild beast skeleton soldiers are also getting more and more excited. It can be seen that these wooden shelves play a very powerful role after being taken into their hands. Seeing the increasingly violent beast skeleton soldiers, Gushi was speechless. He never expected that this wild beast skeleton soldier would evolve independently after just one battle. Is the Shadow Village in front of me specially here to deliver equipment? Otherwise it was such a coincidence that the gift was exactly the equipment that the wild beast skeleton soldier needed most. These wild beast skeleton soldiers, who had taken the wooden rack, no longer needed any other weapons. They just raised the wooden rack and smashed it towards the nearby people. And this wooden shelf actually has the effect of absorbing strange shadows. As long as it is hit, the shadow arm on the nearby wall, or even the entire wall, will be knocked down. At the same time, the shadows on the wooden shelves will become more solid, and their size will become significantly larger. Many more mouths began to appear on these strange figures, and each mouth kept screaming, making sounds that made people feel scared. And this eerie village was about to be torn into pieces by the wild beast skeleton soldiers. At this moment, it was also the time for Gushi to take action. Seeing the Bone Soul Calling Tower being lowered, Gushi decisively performed a soul calling technique. Chapter 1086, Running All the Way. After a spell of summoning the spirit, Gushi saw the situation that he wanted to see, but was not willing to see. There are a large number of corpses buried under the Shadow Village. This is really a sin. Seeing more than 600 wild beast skeleton soldiers crawling out of the ground, Gushi began to murmur in his heart. You said that you, a British king, came to power with the support of the power of the Maharaja. He didn't make a good confession and wanted to deceive people, create such a mirror underground palace. As a result, it's not enough to have a great king in the mirror underground palace. There are also other enemies hidden? How many things have been mixed in? While complaining, Gushi asked his men to put away all the strange energy beads that had been transformed after the death of Guiying village. Locked the position through the underworld dragon rope, pointed to the ground and said, "It's right here. Dig it up and let me take a look." There is nothing good to say about the undead combat team that acts as coolies. They are not needed in the battle, nor are they needed to protect Gushi. Now they are used as coolies. After digging up the ground where the wild beast skeleton soldiers crawled out, Gushi just jumped down and took a look, then frowned. There seems to be something wrong with this situation. Although there were a large number of corpses buried under both villages, Gushi could tell at a glance that the situations on both sides were different. The bones buried under the Shadow Village in front of me are obviously different from those in the previous village. This directly negated Gushi's previous thoughts. In the previous Shadow Village, the corpses underground were clearly leftovers and piled up anywhere. The burial method in the village in front of them was completely different. They clearly planned and arranged the traps and killings here. The burial methods in the two villages are completely different. This made Gushi somewhat curious about the situation nearby. He raised his head and glanced at the wild beast skeleton soldiers who had already killed them in the distance. Gushi quickly ordered, "Follow me. I want to see what is going on around here." Upon hearing this, the transformed undead, who had just crawled out of the dug pit, quickly picked up the weapons they had put aside and chased after the wild beast skeleton soldiers. After the undead transformation combat team launched an attack, Gushi led the bone dragon in pursuit. The holder of the Huangquan dragon robe has always been by Gushi's side, allowing Gushi to use his sight to check the changes in feng shui nearby. Although the situations of the two shadow villages are different, Gushi is still willing to believe that all shadow villages are built on the nodes of the earth. This made Gushi a little curious about the direction of the earth veins. Gushi planned to chase 2 more villages to see what happens. If they were all from the same earth vein, then Gushi wouldn't mind directly burying the dragon vein and uprooting the earth vein. But what happened next made Gushi change his mind. He followed the wild beast skeleton soldiers in pursuit. This pursuit led to 5 shadow villages and a strange camp. The shadow villages and camps in these places have not deviated from the original shadow style. The last time there were only a few ghosts who turned themselves into mountains. Most of them used ghosts as cornerstones and building materials to build their own villages. However, in these ghostly villages, the number of corpses buried underground is increasing. And next to the corpses are some gold and silver utensils, or gold and silver coins. Although these corpses were transformed into new wild beast skeleton soldiers by Gushi's spiritualism and crawled out of the ground. But the location where they were buried and the gold and silver vessels that were not taken away will not change. Through these, Gushi found 3 completely different earth veins, and the strange camp was located at the junction of the 2 earth veins. This was exactly why Gushi didn't stop. He found that all the ley lines seemed to come from the same direction. But the ley lines had different directions and changes. Now if he uses Dragon Burial Pulse, he can easily defeat some ghost dragons. But it is equivalent to cutting off the subsequent search for earth veins. The flow of earth veins in front of him made Gushi believe more and more that there was a gathering point of large earth veins nearby. So naturally he was willing to follow suit. As for the increase in the number of wild beast skeleton soldiers, that is just a minor matter. After several battles, Gushi no longer summons souls after the battle. As long as the mad beast skeleton soldiers are halfway through the fight, he will start summoning souls. Anyway, the corpses are buried underground, and the killed shadows have a large number of souls available. So there is no chance that the soul summoning will be unsuccessful. After these few battles, the number of wild beast skeleton soldiers under Gushi's command reached more than 5,000. Of course, among these more than 5,000 mad beast skeleton soldiers, only a small number of the mad beast skeleton soldiers who got the wooden frames were strengthened, and the others were considered to have combat effectiveness if they could grab a weapon. But this is definitely a very strong fighting force. If you think about it, you can understand that if a force of 4,000 to 5,000 berserkers launches a charge, only the knights can resist it. When other troops are insufficient in number and strength, they will all die if they fight head-on. They are not as fast as cavalry, and the effect of charging into formation is similar to that of cavalry troops. In terms of flexibility and autonomy, they are stronger than cavalry units. Especially now, Gushi likes this mad beast skeleton army more and more, until the wild beast skeleton army encountered an enemy that could withstand their attack. At this time, Gushi also understood that he had finally found a suitable location to build a city. It was a city wall that was half buried underground, and there was a special kind of shadow troop behind the city wall. They are a combination of heavy defense and range. Their bodies were fused with the strange city wall. Only 1/3 of their bodies looked like humans, and the remaining parts were fused with the wall. Looking from a distance, it looks like a human face growing on a black wall. At the corner of the wall, there are many legs. Through these human legs, the wall can be moved freely on the city wall buried underground. They can even be combined with each other to form a battle formation such as a turtle shield. However, this is only the front of the people. Behind them, there is half a catapult. This kind of catapult does not require human operation. It only needs to lock onto the target to throw. The ones thrown out were also some skulls, or broken bones. Although it is not big, it will explode when it hits the ground. Wild beast skeleton soldiers actually do not have a very good resistance to long-range attacks. only against piercing attacks. There is more than half chance of dodge. This is a common effect for skeleton soldiers. A large-scale attack like the catapult in front of me would do a lot of damage to the wild beast skeleton soldiers. As soon as they rushed out, a third of them were killed. The rest rushed to the city wall. But before they even got on the wall, they were blocked by a row of strange shadows. The defense of these strange shadows is quite high, and the strength is also sufficient. No matter how the wild beast skeleton soldiers attack, they can't break their defense line. At this time, Gu Shi, who was rushing over, also noticed that another strange troop was climbing up from behind the city wall. As soon as they appeared, they attracted Gu Shi's attention. Chapter 1087 The Griffin's Infinite Counterattack. Bone Dragon Troops. Attack! Looking at the troops climbing up from behind the city wall, Gu Shi, who had just arrived, immediately gave orders. Although the troops who climbed up from behind the city wall were distorted out of shape due to the mirror underground palace, but Gu Shi could still see the origin of this thing. That was clearly the griffin that had transformed into a shadow. Not to mention other things. They are more than twice as big as normal griffins. At the same time, the heavy armor they wear is also full of weird style. It is obvious that these heavy armors are made of a mixture of human skin and human bone. On the surface of the heavy armor, there are barbs formed by halberd fragments. It can be seen that the heavy armor on this griffin is pieced together from the corpses of serious halberdiers and spearmen. When these griffins crawled out from behind the city wall, they had no intention of flying up to fight. Instead, they jumped over the shadow monsters in front and pounced into the team of wild beast skeleton soldiers. As soon as they took action, Gu Shi was immediately speechless. This is the first time he has seen an existence that can compete with the wild beast skeleton soldiers. Despite their size, these griffins are quite agile. Although I don't know why they don't fly. Their attack speed? No. It should be said that their counterattack speed is quite fast. As long as someone attacks them, they can fight back immediately. And they can accurately hit the enemies attacking them without hurting other nearby enemies. As soon as Gu Shi saw it, he knew that this counterattack effect was of the rules type. The Griffin's Infinite Counterattack. It seems that all griffins can do this trick. And the difference is the number of counterattacks at most. A normal griffin is said to have unlimited counterattacks. But in fact, it can only counterattack 3 to 5 times at most. If he continues to fight back like this, the griffin himself will be hacked to death. But the griffin in front of him didn't care. Their vitality seems to be very strong. And they don't care at all when the wild beast skeleton soldiers attack them. On the contrary, their counterattacks have a strong striking effect on the mad beast skeleton soldiers. Although they cannot kill the mad beast skeleton soldiers directly, they can still knock them away with one blow. A large part of the attacks of the wild beast skeleton soldiers were blocked by their thick armor. Even if there is no blocker, the griffins can withstand it. For a moment, the team of mad beast skeleton soldiers became chaotic. And these wild beast skeleton soldiers are notoriously brainless. And they are not controlled at all. When fighting against the wind before, Gu Shi thought they were quite useful. But in the situation in front of him, Gu Shi also discovered the problem of the wild beast skeleton soldiers. That's why he released the bone dragon immediately. Gu Shi's original plan was to have the bone dragon and black dragon fly behind the city wall and unleash a wave of dragon breath on the enemy's city wall. Now it seems that this plan is no longer suitable. When the bone dragon flew up, Gu Shi pointed at the battlefield below. On the battlefield below, go directly to the curse of aging. The black dragon and the red dragon will follow. And the dragon's breath jet will follow. Under Gu Shi's command, the level 26 ghost dragon rushed to the front. Aging curses it too. Although not very proficient, it can still be used. So there were more than 600 bone dragons, ghost dragons, and even ghost dragons. Regardless of their level, they were just spraying the curse of aging downwards. This time, the aging curse did not even let go of the wild beast skeleton soldiers below. The ghost dragon and the bone dragon didn't distinguish which ones were their own and which ones were the enemies. Anyway, it was just a range. Just keep fighting. The effect of the aging curse is to reduce vitality and attack power. After the large-scale aging curse fell, the wild beast skeleton soldiers were naturally affected. But to them, the reduction in strength and vitality was nothing. They are inherently weaker than these griffins. The reduced attack power and vitality are reduced by percentages. Comparing the two sides, it means there is no change. Therefore, the wild beast skeleton soldiers pretended that nothing like this had happened and continued to attack as before. But for griffins, the situation is different. These griffins are not uncontrollable existences like the wild beast skeleton soldiers. As soon as their vitality dropped, they immediately understood what situation they had encountered. At the same time, he also understood Gushi's tactics. First reduce the griffin's vitality, and then send a wave of dragon breath from the sky towards the griffin's position. As long as these griffins are allowed to fly and fight with the bone dragon in the sky, the effect of this curse will be reflected. As for the mad beast skeleton soldiers below who are also cursed, Gushi can summon their souls at any time, so there is no need to worry about their safety at all. But Gushi never expected that the black and red dragons would start breathing dragon breath, and these griffins still had no intention of flying. At this time, a thought suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. These griffins couldn't fly. Thinking of this, Gushi's eyes lit up. It seems to be the case. When these griffins came out before, they also crawled out from the back and jumped down from the city wall to attack. Although their wings were spread, they did not fly. They just glided a short distance in the process of jumping from top to bottom. These guys are afraid that they have been affected by something and can no longer fly. Gushi immediately determined the situation of these griffins. At the same time, he was somewhat annoyed that he had not discovered this situation earlier. If he had discovered it earlier, he would not have issued the order just now. But now the order has been issued, and the aging curse has been used. Gushi had no way to take back the curse. Now Gushi could only deal with the situation at hand through other means. The combat team goes out and kills the griffins. The bone dragon and ghost dragon fly towards the city wall and attack behind the city wall. Under Gushi's order, all the bone dragon troops immediately changed directions. They pounced on the wall like shadow monster on the city wall. The frontal defense of this kind of shadow monster is very strong, but the catapult part of their back is not that strong. It can even be said that it has no defense at all. This is like an ordinary person wearing a cloth and holding a full-body shield. The defense is strong enough when there is a shield. But if the shield is gone, there is nothing. The ghost dragon and the bone dragon flew from the sky and pounced directly on the catapult behind. Some of them used spitting, while others pounced directly and used physical attacks. No matter what method was used, the attacks of the ghost dragon and the bone dragon were 100% certain to fall on this mysterious creature. In just one wave of attacks, a large number of shadow creatures were killed. The part of them that belonged to the shadows quickly turned into beads of strange energy, while the parts that belonged to the catapult and the wall were left behind and scattered into bricks and parts. Scattered on the city wall. Chapter 1088 The Fragmented City. As the long-lasting shadow on the city wall fell, some of the wild beast skeleton soldiers still near the city wall seemed to see hope. They jumped towards the city wall again, holding up the weapons in their hands and opening the door opened by the bone dragon. The gap rushed in. When they rushed behind the shadow monster, everything was already over. Without sufficient defense, there is almost no way to resist the attacks of the wild beast skeleton soldiers. At this time, their strongest characteristic is their crazy attack, a 3-hit combo that does not weaken the attack effect. Their attacks at this time were really like chopping melons and vegetables, slashing and slashing all the way through. As soon as he turned his head, all the shadow monsters on the city wall were hacked to death. In the battle outside, the griffins, who were unable to fly and whose lives had been reduced by at least half due to the aging curse, also died at the hands of Gushi's undead combat team. The undead fighting team is not as mindless as the previous wild beast skeleton soldiers. Before taking action, they had clearly seen the situation of these griffins. When he rushed out, he ignored the others, and the first wave was a long-range attack. Wouldn't the griffin have unlimited counterattacks? Then let the opponent counterattack. Anyway, there is no way to counterattack from a distance. When this wave of long-range attacks continued, a group of ghosts rushed to the front. They blocked the position of the griffin. That is to say, the battle plan of the transformed undead combat team was to use ghosts to withstand the attacks of the griffin. The situation of these griffins is still physical attacks, and the ghosts can directly ignore 70% of the attack methods. Therefore, using ghosts to trap the griffins is the most suitable way for the undead combat team to deal with it. This time the griffin was stumped. Their attack methods are actually not strong. At least their attack speed is not fast. Only when counterattacking, they can make the opponent hit, and they hit. Now everything is blocked by ghosts. They won't be able to defeat the enemy outside. The enemies outside can also focus fire or burst fire on them through long-range means. Under one wave of attacks, most of the griffins fell down. As a result, the strength of the undead converting combat team was significantly increased. They quickly stepped forward to deal with the remaining griffins. I believe that within a few rounds, All these griffins will be killed. At this time, Gushi also began to look behind the city wall. Gushi was now certain that there must be something different behind the city wall. This is why two powerful shadow troops appear. You must know that with the fighting styles and strength of these two shadow troops, they could occupy a piece of territory in the original Aladovi city. But they are all staying here. This shows that something must be hidden behind the city wall. When his troops gained the upper hand, Gushi's curiosity aroused, and the Holy Silver Evil Coffin took Gushi and rushed to the city wall. At this time, the city wall had almost been cleared. Standing on this city wall, Gushi could also see the situation behind the city wall. If the previous city wall was buried half of the city wall underground, everything behind the city wall opened Gushi's eyes. He had never seen such a detailed city. This is actually the ruins of a big city. What left Gushi speechless the most was that the ruins in front of him were, as he said just now, too fragmented. The ruins were actually divided into countless pieces. The whole feeling is like a city placed among the fragments of the mirror. No matter which mirror angle you look at, there is only a small part of the city here. This is Wawandu. This is it. If only Luna could come here. Gushi muttered something and understood the situation. The city was not a mirror image sent in by the British royal family. The city may have been inadvertently captured by the power in the Mirror Underground Palace and dragged in. As a result, I encountered some problems when I entered the Mirror Underground Palace. Although I don't know what this problem is. The ending is here. Such a large city is forever sealed in countless mirror fragments. Can't get out or get in. Looking at the city full of human style in the mirror, Gushi also slowly understood the situation of the Shadow Village along the way. It seems that they still have plans to save themselves. It's just that they don't have that ability. Even if the population is sent into the Mirror Underground Palace, there is no way to survive well. In the end, it became Guiying's nourishment. The bodies buried under the village are probably the last people that this city risked their lives to send here. Gushi thought about it, and finally raised his left hand. Gushi originally thought that he was just here to place a title deed. No need to use Luna. Now it seems that the situation is still not going well. Because of this gap, a gathering point of earth veins has been formed here. It would be absolutely appropriate to put the title deed to the dungeon here. But a city-sized mirror ruined everything. Some adjustments must be made to the information. Luna, can you hear me? The special mirror contacted Luna immediately. My lord, what happened? Has the dungeon been set up? Do I need to make connections between cities now? Luna immediately connected with Gushi. No, I just found a suitable place. But I discovered this situation. Do you want this city? Gushi raised his left hand so that the mirror could see more of the situation in front of him. What city? Wait. Sir, can you go to a higher place and take a look? Luna didn't understand what Gushi meant at first. But when Gushiji recorded the detailed city in front of her, Luna suddenly became excited. Okay. Wait for me. Gushi glanced around, and finally waved to the two-headed bone dragon in the sky. The two-headed bone dragon flew down quickly. Gushi grabbed one of the ribs of the two-headed bone dragon with his right hand and raised his left hand flat, letting the two-headed bone dragon fly upward. Record everything below into a special mirror. Luna really knows much better than others about the strange situation on the mirror. After Gushi circled around in the sky, Luna gave a new response. Sir, this city has become one with the mirror, and there are only two options to deal with it. I just don't know whether you want a city or something else. What happens if you want a city? What happens if you want something else? If we want a city, we will get a city that always exists in the mirror. When the time comes, deploying troops, exchanging resources, etc., all will be handled through the mirror. If you want something else, we can probably get a mirror-based one. In orange. Chapter 1089 Gushi's Choice. Huh? Gushi couldn't help but take a breath when he heard it. Gushi had guessed from the beginning that Luna would definitely be able to save the city. This is a good thing. It will directly create an extra city, even though there is no one in the city now. But the city is clearly here. If it doesn't work, if we had some more people in time, the city can always survive. Isn't this just picking up a city for nothing? So when he called Luna, he thought that as long as he could save the city, he would choose something else and not consider anything else. But he never thought that the city could be saved. But if he gave up saving the city, he would get an orange outfit. Orange outfit with mirror surface as the main feature. Gushi could tell after thinking about it that this thing was probably the most suitable for Luna to use. But at this time, Gushi felt hesitant. Given the choice between the two, he didn't know what to choose. When choosing a city, You can tell from the shadow monsters we fought before that this city is a human city, and should be almost complete. Apart from anything else. The Griffin Tower must have been built. Then the swordsman camp and temple can be built next. And the knights can also think about it. Maybe angels can be born. Then use time to slowly accumulate and develop. Finally, one more powerful force can emerge. This is quite beneficial for Gu Shi, who needs to fight. Because Gu Shi can use this city as a surprise weapon. Maybe this army could save him someday. But the appearance of orange clothes made Gu Shi's heart flutter. Along the way, Gu Shi came into contact with several pieces of orange equipment. Whether they were alone, suppressed, or could only be used in a certain city. No matter what kind of orange equipment they were, they all deserve the name orange equipment. Every piece of orange equipment can change the situation of a battle. Not to mention other things. The loss of the bone obelisk almost caused by Lianchen to be captured. This is where you can see the effect of the orange outfit. It can be said that in this regard, Gu Shi prefers Luna to get an orange outfit. With the orange outfit, Luna's safety will be guaranteed. If Luna is alive, not only can Aladovi City survive, but her weird mirror space can also be used. Luna will be the key to saving lives then. Thinking of this, Gu Shi said decisively, Luna, take the orange equipment. Luna understood Gu Shi's thoughts as soon as she heard it. Okay, sir. Don't move around for now. I will find a way to get over now. Compared to Gu Shi going out of the city to fight, Luna's travel would be more troublesome. Although in Aradovi City, Luna can go anywhere. But once she leaves the city, her connection with the Radovite city will become much weaker. This is when Luna is at her weakest. There was no other choice before. So Luna had to follow Gu Shi into battle. Now that the number of troops around Gu Shi is sufficient, Luna rarely participates in Gu Shi's battles. This time out of the city, Luna had no choice but to comply with Princess Anna's arrangement and took Lord Three Lions and Dominic with her. In the words of Princess Anna, Luna's fighting ability is now a little insufficient. If she goes out and is killed, then will the city of Aladovi continue to develop? Therefore, no matter what, Princess Anna must squeeze out an army even if she is squeezed. So now in the Grand Princess Council, Lord Three Lions, who has certain command ability, has been released, and Dominic, the newest leader of Gu Shi's men, has also been released. Dominic was already prepared. Gu Shi had discussed this matter with Princess Anna before sending troops. When establishing a satellite city outside, you must arrange for manpower to be stationed there. In the early stage, the leader level must be arranged, because they are leading non-undead troops. Among so many leaders, only Dominic's talent is the most suitable. He can bring troops of many different races without losing morale. It is the best choice for underground cities. Only Dominic can control the troops here. So when Gu Shi sent out his troops, Dominic was actually preparing his own troops. But he never expected that Gu Shi would ask him to send troops in such a short period of time. And the task of sending troops was to protect Luna during her trip. Dominic is not very good at protecting people. With the bone-eating silt, white bone locusts, black sandalwood spiders, and other undead troops arranged for him, Dominic protected Luna and left quickly. Unlike Dominic's troops, Lord Three Lions did not have many troops on hand. Currently, most of Aladovili's troops are undergoing a new round of reorganization. There are troops that can be mobilized now, but mobilizing them now means giving up reorganization. It will be too late to change their uniforms when they come back. Princess Anna would not do such a thing. She asked Lord Three Lions to come out to act as an advisor and to do positioning tasks. If something happens, Lord Three Lions can let Princess Anna know where the problem is as soon as possible. And Princess Anna can also send troops to support immediately. After preparing the troops, they followed the road Gu Shi had opened. Luna was still floating by herself. After leaving Aladovi City, Luna discovered a situation. None of the contracted undead Shi and Gu Shi had suitable mounts. In Aradovi City, it would be fine if they didn't have mounts. Whether it's Luna or Shea, they can keep up with the moving speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. But after leaving the city of Aridov, Luna no longer had the blessing of the city of Aridov. And it was inconvenient for her to use the strange power of the mirror image. Not having a mount became a big problem. She didn't move very fast. On the other hand, Dominic, although he is considered a newcomer under Gu Shi, has a mount. Even if the mount doesn't look very good, it can still increase his movement speed. Looking at the situation on Dominic's side, Luna was thinking that after returning, she would definitely find a way to build a stable for horse training. Not to mention anything else. Heroes and brave men must be equipped with mounts. Heroes are needed to command battles. If a brave man is equipped with a mount, he may be able to use it in battle. So Luna found Lord Three Lions. 3 Lions. Please ask Princess Anna if she has any plans to train a group of mounts? Yes. The princess has plans to train some griffins and war horses. But the situation in Aridity City is not suitable. There are no griffin species. And the war horses in this city will also transform into other forms. So this matter has been delayed. What? Lady Luna wants to train a mount? Yes. I didn't feel like I was in the city of Aridovi before. Now that I'm out of the city, it's a bit inconvenient to not have a mount. Lady Luna, do you think a lion is suitable as a mount? Chapter 1090. A city that can be transformed into an orange outfit. When Luna and her team arrived at Gushi's side, Gushi had already cleared the battlefield. The ghostly corpses on the wall in front, and the catapult behind were all cleared away. The shadow parts of these shadow monsters turn into strange energy beads when they are killed. But the wall parts and catapult parts were left behind, and turned into stones and catapult parts. These things could be used later. So when he had some free time, Gushi simply asked his men to sort these things aside. As the battle ended, Gushi discovered that the wild beast skeleton soldiers were actually obedient sometimes. After discovering that Gushi had no intention of attacking, they actually stopped like this. Instead of going to the next place to fight immediately after the first wave like before, they had no idea of stopping to rest. After these wild beast skeleton soldiers stopped, there was no need for Gushi to make special arrangements for them. They could handle everything by themselves. They used the bones of the wild beast skeleton soldiers who died in the battle. Before Gushi could use these corpses to summon souls, they divided up the corpses of the wild beast skeleton soldiers who died in the battle. Some snatched some of the bones and put them on their own bodies, while others snatched the weapons and equipment of their fallen companions and regarded them as their own. Some even put their movable arms directly on their bodies, regardless of whether the extra arms would affect their flexibility. At the same time, they also grabbed every weapon they could see. The catapults left behind by the ghosts they killed also fell into their eyes. Although they can't use the complete catapult, they can always grab the scattered parts. The arms used to make the catapult are very good wood, and they can use this. Some unarmed wild beast skeleton soldiers directly snatched the catapult's throwing arm. I have to say that their choice was good, although it was not as good as the wooden frame that could swallow shadows and produce screams of fear. This kind of wood could definitely crush a wild beast skeleton soldier with one blow. In the empty mind of the wild beast skeleton soldier, any weapon that can kill him instantly is a good weapon. Therefore, most of the surviving wild beast skeleton soldiers want to use this throwing arm as their main weapon. As for the wooden stand, they only thought it was useful for fighting against shadows, and their true combat effectiveness was not used. Therefore, many people held it, but few actually used it. This is even more true now. Only a few wild beast skeleton soldiers still hold wooden stands in their hands. However, judging from the current situation, these wild beast skeleton soldiers seem to have the idea of tying this wooden frame to their backs and using it as a flag. When Luna came over, it happened to be when Gushi was counting the wild beast skeleton soldiers. After this battle, the original 4,000 to 5,000 wild beast skeleton soldiers were damaged to more than 2,700 people. Compared to when the wild beast skeleton soldiers were at their strongest, the number was much lower. But their energy were obviously strengthened a lot. When I stood there, I felt like I was going to give you a stick when I drew my weapon. Seeing these wild beast skeleton soldiers, Luna couldn't help but take another look. However, she didn't care about the issue of soldier training. She looked over and was just thinking whether there was a training camp for these wild beast skeleton soldiers, and whether they were skeletons or giants. However, Lord Three Lions took the opportunity to step forward and wanted to confirm the strength of the wild beast skeleton soldiers. Seeing Luna and the others arriving, Gushi also came up to greet them. Luna, you're here at the right time. Come and see if this wall should be demolished? Wait for me to see first. Luna waved to Gushi, but a smile appeared on her face. Luna had always welcomed Gushi before, and now she wanted Gushi to experience the process of welcoming other people. Luna smiled as she floated up the city wall. Standing on the city wall, Luna also saw the fragmented city. When she saw this city, Luna couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity. It's a good city, but something went wrong, and it's stuck in this place. How's it going? Did you see anything? Gushi asked with concern. Luna didn't answer anything and just floated down. As she approached the city, her body began to shatter, as if it was about to be cut into countless pieces. But this method is a very common method of using mirrors in the weird mirror space. Luna has mastered most of the weird rules of mirroring. Even if she has never been exposed to one or two of them, she can understand the situation as soon as she comes into contact with them. The crushing method in front of her could cut a city into pieces, but it would not have any impact on Luna. Luna just stepped into the city in front of her. After Luna entered, Gushi also wanted to lead troops in. But before Gushi could get closer, he found a large number of mirrors blocking his way. Gushi could only stop outside the city and watch. But it didn't matter what Gushi saw. He almost went blind. It didn't matter that Gushi didn't pay special attention to it before. But now that he looked at it, Gushi realized that he still underestimated the city in front of him. This city was not what he thought. Because of the broken mirror, it had become a puzzle with countless pieces. Instead, it turned into a puzzle with countless pieces and was put together haphazardly. It felt like hundreds of thousands of jigsaw puzzles all falling together. Forget about figuring out what the pattern of the puzzle is. It would be amazing if you could even tell the colors. This is the situation before us. Gushi still wanted to see clearly what was going on in the city. That's simply overthinking. Even looking at mosaics is cleaner than this. When Gushi closed his eyes and retreated, Luna, who entered the city, floated out again. Gushi didn't care about anything else and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "How is it going?" "This city is beyond saving. Everything inside has been shattered into pieces of glass. Everything inside is still intact, but it will probably take some time to put it back together. I don't have the energy and intelligence. If Eve were to handle it, it would take almost 3 to 4 years to put it together. Forget it. Don't talk about this. I have no hope in this city anymore. What I want to ask is the orange outfit. Are you sure about the orange outfit?" "Yes. When I didn't come here before, I just had an idea. After I entered just now, I walked around before I came to an obvious judgment. The city in front of me has enough power to support an orange suit. However, we may need to discuss how to make this orange equipment." When Gushi heard this, he immediately said, "Is there anything you need me to do?" Borrow the bone obelisk. Chapter 1091. The transformation of orange equipment begins. Give. If it weren't for the fact that the 6-rayed lantern had already been bound to Gushi, Gushi would have wanted to take off the 6-rayed lantern and give it to Luna. Now he raised his left hand, and the bearer of the bone obelisk came out. "Obelisk of bones, give a blessing to the city in front of you. I will guide you. You handle it according to my instructions." As soon as Gushi gave up the bone obelisk, Luna took over the command unceremoniously. When the holder of the bone obelisk heard this, he quickly took action and cast his blessing in the direction Luna pointed. After casting the locust of blessing, the holder of the bone obelisk raised his head in surprise. "Don't worry. There are a lot of unusable corpses inside. Although they are a little finely chopped, they are still corpses no matter how finely chopped they are." The obelisk of bones did not express anything. It just used the corpses in the mirror city to activate the full effect of the obelisk of bones, blessing the city in front of it. As this blessing fell, Luna entered the city again. But this time, after Luna entered the city, a huge shadow began to appear in the sky above the city. The phantom was a golden human figure, with one hand holding a 2-handed sword that was about the same height as the statue, and the other hand holding up an eagle shield. When this phantom appeared, the movements of the holder of the bone obelisk became obviously stiff, as if he had encountered something out of control. When Gushi saw this, he hurried forward, wanting to help the person holding the bone obelisk. But the holder of the bone obelisk took a step forward at this moment, and faced the phantom that appeared and dropped a blessing again. As the blessing went on, the phantom turned around and glanced at the bone obelisk. Then Gushi noticed that a hint of satisfaction flashed in the eyes of the statue-like phantom. As the shadow slowly disappeared, Gushi found that the city in front of him, which had been turned into countless fragments, was slowly rising upwards. The fragments of the mirror are like the Milky Way at night, emitting little bits of starlight. When these fragments fly up, they keep changing. Gushi could tell that these fragments were intended to form a long sword or an eagle-shaped shield. However, it seems to be affected by something, and every time it takes shape, it will be actively broken up. Gushi, who was standing aside, could see that Luna had already started working on the orange equipment. Thinking about Luna entering the city just now twice, she was probably using her abilities to check the situation in the city and find ways to make orange equipment. The shadow caused by the blessing just now should be the spirit behind the city, or a sacred object in the city. This thing has always protected the city, allowing the city to maintain a certain degree of integrity even though it is fragmented. If the city is put together, maybe the city can still be used. But Gushi chose the orange outfit. So Luna naturally wanted to break up the power of the shadow. However, the phantom still has a certain influence on the city fragments. Even if the city is scattered, it still guides the remaining power in the city for many years to form the weapons used by the phantom. If Princess Anna were here, she might acquiesce in all this, because whether it is a long sword or an eagle-shaped shield, Princess Anna can use it. But for Luna, what does she want with this? Gushi had already acquiesced that this orange outfit was going to be given to her. She must choose a piece of equipment that she can master and use. It is precisely for this reason that the flying mirror fragments got stuck in the last step. Seeing the problem, Gushi turned around and raised the six-rayed flame lamp, mobilized all his mana, and poured it all into the six-rayed lamp. With the injection of mana from Gushi, the holder of the bone obelisk also received a supplement of mana. He turned his head and glanced at Gushi. At this time, Gushi was feeling where Luna was with his eyes closed. This is the tacit understanding between Gushi and Luna. When the position was locked, the man holding the bone obelisk also took action and cast another blessing towards Luna's location. This blessing is used to strengthen Luna's control over everything. Luna in the mirror immediately felt the kindness from Gushi. In fact, Luna had considered two different solutions for dealing with orange equipment from the beginning. One is to completely transform the city in front of you into an orange suit. The other is to use the equipment in her hand to absorb the remaining power in the city and turn the purple equipment into orange equipment. But when she took action, the situation was somewhat out of control. After all, her level is not high yet, and her strength is still a bit weak. In addition, she has her own ideas, constantly preventing the mirror fragments from forming a long sword or an eagle-shaped shield. Some power is wasted here. As a result, Luna was somewhat unable to control the situation. Fortunately, at this time, Gushi added a blessing through the bone obelisk. This blessing is for Luna. As this blessing fell, Luna also felt that her mind was clear. Then the mirror, which was not very controlled, became much more obedient. At this time, Luna also understood that now was the opportunity to obtain orange equipment. If you miss this opportunity, what the orange equipment will look like and what attributes it will have will be out of your control. So Luna immediately injected her thoughts into these mirror fragments. With the injection of Luna's thoughts, all the mirror fragments formed a large number of orange light spots and began to fly towards the sky. Everything that was not under control before became smoother now. Gushi watched all the mirror fragments of the city rise into the air. It kept squeezing and shrinking in the air, emitting a dazzling orange light. It's almost done. Gushi, whose mana had been drained, saw the situation in front of him at the first glance. This was somewhat similar to the situation when he made the blood dragon crown. I just don't know what Luna's situation is now. Did she control the orange outfit in front of her? At this moment, a huge full-length mirror suddenly appeared in the sky. The mirror body is surrounded by a gold inlaid frame, with a large number of weird patterns and some gems of different colors inlaid on it. If you get closer, you will see many spells written in different languages near the gem. As soon as the full-length mirror appeared, all orange light spots flew into the full-length mirror from all directions. When these light spots flew into the full-length mirror, the full-length mirror slowly turned orange. Not until the last bit of light disappeared did Luna float out of the full-length mirror. When Luna floated out, the full-length mirror was like a flying sword, floating about 10 centimeters behind Luna. Neither far nor near, just floating like this. The ritual is completed, and Luna gets the new equipment, Bound, Mirror Castle, Orange. Cloak. Chapter 1092 Orange Outfit Magic Castle in the Mirror. Such a big full-length mirror is a cloak? Magic cloak. Gushi felt a little speechless about the situation in front of him. However, the equipment style of dragging hard objects behind the back has actually been seen before. When Luna landed in front of Gushi, Gushi had already gotten used to it. He discovered that the full-length mirror was no longer floating all the time. When Luna landed on the ground, the full-length mirror would move back a little according to the situation around Luna, and grow supporting legs so that it could land steadily on the ground. It was not what Gushi had imagined. A style that could not be adjusted once it was put on. It seems that this thing is somewhat intelligent. At least this intelligence level should be equivalent to that of the holder of the six-rayed flame lamp. This made Gushi even more curious. He bypassed Luna and came to the full-length mirror. He reached out to touch it and saw the properties of the full-length mirror. Mirror Castle, Orange. Cloak. Luna. After equipped, Physical Strength plus 15. Intelligence plus 15. All mirror-related skill levels plus 5. Equipment requirements, Physical Strength 15. Intelligence 15. Special 1, Magic Mirror City. You can back up a city, a player, to the magic mirror. When the city is destroyed, the player is killed. You can revive the backed up city, player, through the backup copy. Note, as long as the magic city in the mirror exists. The magic mirror city function can always work. Special 2, Mirror Maze. Seal an enemy into the mirror. You can seal it or cut it into pieces. As long as the user of the mirror magic city does not die. The enemy who is sealed will never be able to leave the mirror. Special 3, Mirror Purple Equipment. 10 pieces of purple equipment can be stored in the mirror of the magic city in the mirror. And the purple equipment, whose negative effects have been cancelled, can be taken out. Special 4, Mirror Guards can seal hundreds of suitable soldiers into the mirror and release them when needed in battle. Or send them to designated locations through the effect of the mirror. The mirror effect and ability can be mastered. Note 1, although this is a cloak. When this cloak is draped on someone, he is carrying a city with him. Explanation 2, this equipment has many functions that can only be used by people who have mastered the ability of mirroring. If you do not have the ability of mirroring, even the basic skills cannot be activated. Looking at the properties of the magic city in the mirror, Gushi could only say one word: professional. It seems that this cloak is bound to Luna, which is really reasonable. The magic castle in the mirror provides Luna with 3 extremely powerful abilities. Magic Mirror City. This is an ability that can be used to save lives. Just looking at the attributes of this skill, it can save Gushi's life. If he really encounters an irresistible powerful enemy, this will be Gushi's chance to escape. Although Gushi didn't want to be used as a backup. If something like this happened, Gushi had to find a way out for himself. As for the skill of Mirror Maze, although the upper limit of the level and the strength of the skill are not stated in the description, Gushi believes that it should be possible to shut down a strong enemy if he insists on a sneak attack. In this way, Gushi will have a better chance of winning when facing a catastrophe. Next, there is nothing to say about the effect of mirroring purple equipment, which is equivalent to eliminating the negative effects of 10 purple equipment. This is similar to the situation with Gushi's other orange equipment. At most, it helps Gushi solve the negative effects of several purple equipment. In fact, the impact was not that big. Gushi just took a look at it and put it aside. However, the situation of the Mirror Guard army made Gushi a little confused. There are not many troops of 100. But what is the mastery of mirror effects and abilities referred to here? Gushi had seen Luna's weird mirror space. Gushi also knew exactly how many kinds of strange powers of the mirror images were contained there. If these hundreds of soldiers can use these strange powers at will, then their combat effectiveness will be very strong. Seeing Gushi's satisfied expression, Luna knew that Gushi had seen the properties of the demonic city in the mirror. At this moment, Gushi suddenly said something. Luna, although your magic city in the mirror is good, is it too trendy? When you appear in a cloak like this, isn't it telling others that you have an orange outfit in your hand, waiting to be snatched? Luna understood the meaning of Gushi's words as soon as she heard it. Without waiting for Gushi to ask more questions, the full-length mirror that had been standing behind her quickly shrank into a thumb-sized mirror that was stuck to Luna's back. With Luna's hair down, no one could see the small mirror, and the position where it was posted just meant that Luna was wearing a cloak, so others couldn't tell anything. After attaching the mirror, Luna turned around. Sir, give me your hand. Gushi was a little confused and stretched out his hand. Luna reached out and touched the back of Gushi's hand. Gushi saw a Mercury symbol appear on the back of his hand. Although Gushi had never seen this symbol before, Gushi could clearly understand that it represented the main meaning. Are you treating him as a backup target? Gushi was about to say something when he found that his 2 clones and the virtual effects brought about by the power of the fox eye-ring's mind were slightly shaken. Gushi found that these effects were also clearly marked with symbols such as Clone 1 and 2, and Virtual State 1. How clearly you can see this. Although Gushi did not expect Luna to be so decisive, he immediately regarded himself as a backup. But he didn't expect that it was said to be a backup. But it could even back up the effects of clones and orange equipment. It seems that the quality of this magic city in the mirror should not be weak. Luna, you don't have to do this. When the symbol on his hand slowly disappeared, Gushi still said something. Sir, if you die in the battle, there will be no possibility for us to exist. Aradovi City can be destroyed, but nothing can happen to you. Luna knew the results of divination very well. This is the best opportunity to ensure Gushi's safety. Gushi was also a little speechless about Luna's choice. Just when he was about to say something more, Luna suddenly said, Sir, I have something to do in this city. I'm leaving first. I have taken away all the mirror images here. The space in front of us will be more stable than other places. Putting the city here is a good choice. What happened? I will send someone to take you back now. Seeing Luna's anxious look, Gushi was also a little worried. It's nothing. It's just a little trouble in the city. I'll just go back and deal with it. Sir, you don't need to give it away. After the land deeds are put in place, roads will be built and barracks activated first. After the roads are opened, there will be a gap between the two cities. The connection was established. Chapter 1093, Adjusting the Earth Meridians. After saying all this, Luna did not need the protection of the army, as she did when she came. Now she moved forward directly, and a door made of mirror fragments appeared in front of her. Looking from Gushi's perspective, he would find that behind the gate was the Aladovi City Council Hall that he was familiar with. Without waiting for Gushi to see clearly what was behind the mirror, Luna stepped in. After Luna left, the mirror slowly disappeared. However, Gushi could see at this time that Luna's mirroring ability had been improved again. Many skills that were obviously not that strong before can now be easily unleashed. After Luna left, Gushi also calmed down. Although backup doesn't sound so good, there is finally a way out. This made Gushi feel much better. After sending Luna away, Gushi jumped to where the city was at the beginning. After the mirror that was originally here was taken away by Luna, the ground here sank about 30 meters. This was not much different from the deep hole left by the dead city that had been removed before. Seeing this, Gushi realized that he no longer needed to lay the foundation. After driving the holy silver evil coffin into the deep pit, Gushi carefully checked the surrounding situation. Gushi was surprised to find that Luna had really only taken away the part of the city. As for the underground veins and other things, he still kept all of it, because he hadn't gotten close to it before. Gushi didn't realize how big the city was. But now, after jumping down, Gushi took a serious look at the size of the foundation in front of him. This is a fairly large city foundation, covering an area of almost 50 square kilometers. It is almost 1/10 the size of Aradovi City. If you insist on having an intuitive understanding, it is almost 10,000 football fields, or the size of Macau. From Gushi's point of view, it is a rectangular plot of land that is almost 8,000 meters long and more than 7,000 meters wide. This should be the style of human cities back then. They always liked to make their cities boxy. For Gushi, the shape of the city is not that important. He is more concerned about the issues of ley lines and energy. After releasing the holder of the Huangquan Dragon Robe, Gushi began to search the 50 square kilometers area. Although the ground was already quite flat, in Gushi's eyes, he could still see the direction of the Earth's veins. Gushi quickly searched for the nodes with numerous Earth veins. Through this observation, Gushi understood some of the urban construction situation at this time. Generally speaking, cities are often built on locations where Earth veins gather. After the city has determined its location, artificial nodes can be generated on the ley lines. These artificial nodes actually correspond to the plots on the ground. Complete nodes are large plots, and incomplete nodes are medium-sized plots. Those are not even considered incomplete, and can only be regarded as touching the edge of the node, depending on the amount of energy flowing through it. It is considered a small or auxiliary plot. But Gushi had never hollowed out a city like this before. I haven't carefully checked the direction of the Earth veins, so Gushi never knew about all this. It looked different now. Gushi looked at the direction of the Earth veins through the underworld dragon robe holder, and he could tell at a glance how many land parcels the city here could have at most. Where can we make adjustments to create more land? I didn't expect that I would have to do something like this at the last moment. Gushi smiled while adjusting the direction of the Earth veins. With the help of the Huangquan Dragon Robe and under the targeting of the Bone Obelisk, Gushi, who understood this, quickly adjusted. As for the adjustment ideas and the required map of the direction of the Earth veins, it's quite funny. If Gushi hadn't checked the direction of the Earth's veins, he would never have discovered that there were requirements for the direction of the Earth's veins on the back of the land deed. At that time, Luna could put down the title deed at will and integrate the urban area and land in the title deed into the city of Aridov. That's because Luna has absolute control over the city of Aridov. She could mobilize the energy underground in Aladovi City however she wanted. But the situation of not meeting the standards is different now. What is clearly in front of us is the wild land outside the city. The city and the land are invested in the title. If there is no corresponding energy support from the ground, I am afraid that some land will be lost in the end. Or maybe you have to waste some energy and let the ley lines follow the direction of the land title. It's different now. Before Gushi put down the land deed, he adjusted the ground veins as required. Then all you have to do is put the title deed in the right place. Doing such a thing is much easier than holding the energy core and temporarily establishing a temporary ley line in the open space. To make it easier in the future, Gushi operated the Huangquan dragon rope and began to adjust the earth veins. While adjusting the earth veins, Gushi noticed something. The dragon burial vein can play a very good role at this time. The original buried dragon veins extracted the attributes of earth veins or dragon veins and turned them into ghost dragons. But now, under Gushi's operation, burying the dragon veins has turned into knocking back the attributes of the earth veins or dragon veins, driving them into the ground, upgrading the earth veins, or bringing some different attributes to the earth veins. Gushi did this, but he didn't go too far, because the dragon burial vein carries some death energy. If Gushi built a city of the undead here, that would be nothing. But the deed that is about to be put down is for the underground city. This is not a city with undead attributes. And Gushi doesn't want anything to go wrong at this time. He also wants to have a city that can be used to store black dragons and red dragons. Wrong. When thinking about the black dragon and the red dragon, Gushi couldn't help but look up at the sky. At this glance, he discovered that there seemed to be some more giant dragons of different colors among the black dragons. There is a green-blue dragon inside. It is obviously a young dragon, but it is larger than the black dragon. Are they the young dragons that were lured out from the portal in Dragon Valley? It seems that I have to work hard. If we don't build this dungeon quickly, we won't know where these dragons will be placed. So Gushi focused on the earth veins again and worked hard to adjust the direction of the earth veins. With Gushi's adjustments, the ground veins finally became almost the same as the ground vein layout diagram on the title deed. After finishing this matter, Gushi came to a location in the southeast corner of the location in front of him. After the previous adjustment, two ground veins intersect here. This is also the most suitable location for the proposal hall selected from the ground layout map on the land deed. Standing here, Gushi placed the deed in his hand at the intersection of the earth veins, and a colorful light rose up. Chapter 1094, Establishment of Dungeon. Under the colorful light, Gushi only felt a darkness in the sky. He looked up and found a huge city looming in the sky. Although it was his first time to put down the land deed in person, Gushi immediately understood that this was the final adjustment when the city fell. This city in the sky is obviously much simpler than Gushi's Aladobi city. The city in front of me was built with a castle in the center, as the center, and other buildings surrounding it. The castle in the center looks like an urn-shaped bunker, about 60 meters high and covering an area of about 1 square kilometer. The whole body is made of earth-yellow bricks. There are also a large number of dragon claw marks carved on this wall. From this, it can be clearly seen that the castle in front of us is used for dragons to take off and land. There are also different distributions on the 4 sides of the castle. From the situation in front of him, Gushi could tell that although the city in front of him was a bit compact, it had everything it should have. And the zones have been divided, so there is no need to make too many adjustments. Gushi just moved his position in the open space and aligned the various buildings in the city with the nodes already arranged on the ground. Because Gushi had adjusted the earth veins before, all the nodes were specially adjusted according to the locations indicated on the land deed. Although it is impossible to achieve a perfect fit, there will not be a big difference. Gushi only made a slight adjustment and matched the building with the nodes one by one. After checking that there were no problems, Gushi let go of his hand, and the shadow of the city fell in the sky. As the shadows fell to various nodes, Gushi felt a wave of fluctuations on the ground. Then a large amount of smoke and dust surged up all around, as if something was falling from the sky and hitting the ground one by one. Before Gushi could react, he was sent out of the foundation in front of him. When Gushi came back to his senses, he found that he had been sent outside the city wall that he had conquered before. At the same time, all his undead troops were sent out. At this time, Gushi quickly took a step forward and jumped onto the city wall. Standing on the city wall, Gushi found that the smoke and dust in front of him were receding rapidly, and a complete city appeared in front of Gushi. A new circle of city walls was built on the outside of the city in front of me. This circle of city walls, like the castle inside, were built with khaki bricks. Between the new city wall and the city wall where Gushi was standing, there seemed to be some buildings belonging to the city in front of him. Gushi was stunned for a moment before he reacted. I still underestimated the area of a level 6 city, even though the city that Luna took away before was very large. But the size of 50 square kilometers cannot accommodate the underground city in front of us. When it was launched, the underground city was overlapped and adjusted, with most of the buildings placed within 50 square kilometers. But some buildings were built outside the city. Such was the situation between the two city walls. Standing on the city wall, Gushi first saw the maze between the bird's nest on the second floor of the city wall and the city wall. The bird's nests are built with ordinary branches and covered with red, white or blue feathers. The maze is made of trees and black stones. The widest part is wide enough for a carriage to pass through, while the narrowest part has to force the skeleton soldiers to walk sideways. It can be said that these two buildings directly add a lot of difficulty to the new city. Regardless of whether you enter from the ground or from the sky, you will be attacked by monsters in the bird's nest and labyrinth. This is to expand the city wall. Gushi muttered something, and was just about to find where the city gate was when he heard a horn sound from the city, followed by a scene that surprised Gushi. In the maze, many towering with heads over 2.5 meters tall, and nothing in their hands squeezed out. Gushi was also speechless when he saw them walking out. Gushi could have sworn that he really didn't see where these towering were at first. In the end, they just came out on their own with the sound of a horn. Before Gushi could see clearly where they had been hiding at first. These minotaurs actually pushed the wall of the maze and opened a passage. Then a suspension bridge fell from the city wall behind and connected to the city wall in front of him. Now Gushi understood the situation here. This is telling Gushi that the city has been laid out. If you want to enter this underground city, you can go through the maze passage or the suspension bridge. Gushi did not hesitate and took a step forward. At this time, a voice came from Gushi's ear. You have activated a land deed. The compatibility between the land deed and the land veins has reached 96.5%. All buildings have been activated. The city level is 6. Please name the territory here. Gushi had already thought about the name of this underground city. At first, he wanted to call the city Black Dragon City. But just now Luna got an orange outfit here. Mirror Magic City. This made Gushi think of a new name. Demon City. The city in front of you will be named the Demon City. As Gushi's voice sounded, another voice came to Gushi's ears. City naming successful. City name, Magic City. City direction, Satellite City. City characteristics, Underground City, Dragon Castle. City level, Level 6. Core buildings, June 8th Council Hall, gives 2,500 gold coins per day. Barracks. Tavern. Magic Tower. Market, upgraded and built treasure market. Blacksmith shop. Special buildings, Magic Vortex, Double Magic. Summoning Gate, through the Summoning Gate. You can recruit creatures from the controlled wild creature nests. If you do not occupy the wild nests and refugee camps. If it is the creature's week or month, then it is the creature's week. Large buildings, 1521st Dark Cave, produces trogs. Thieves' Lair, produces thieves. Bird Pavilion. Bird's Nest, produces harpies. Pillar of the Evil Eye, produces evil eye. Hall of Silence. Statue Garden, produces Medusa. Labyrinth, produces Minotaur. Manticore's Nest, produces Manticore. Black Forest, produces Nightmare Beast. Hydra Pond. Swamp Entrance, produces Hydra. Green Dragon Tower, produces Green Dragon. Dragon's Nest, produces Red Dragon. Dragon's Cave, produces Black Dragon. Medium-sized buildings, 3351st Mushroom Ring. Tactics Academy. Material Warehouse. Thief Training Ground. Underground Farm. Mushroom Farm. Gangster Guild. Hall of the Dead. Captain's Cabin. Small buildings, 4465th Thorn Maze. Bird's Nest Station. Carriage Station, unbuilt. Flight Point, unbuilt. Underground Rainbow. Religious Altar. Breeding Shed. Sewer. Stone Jungle. Moss Road. Execution Chamber. Underground Secret Passage. Auxiliary Buildings, 78/127 Bloody Sink. Ghost Oil Painting. Blood Candle Lamp. Garrison Hero, none yet. Garrison Troops, none. Chapter 1095 Entering the City. With the city in hand, Gushi immediately understood the maze between the city walls and what the bird's nest on the city wall was like. This is a replacement for a moat. However, Gushi's attention was soon attracted by other things. When he got the land deed, Gushi muttered, why would he give it to a level 6 city? After all, at that time, Gushi's Aladovi city had already reached level 8. Level 6 cities can no longer satisfy Gushi's appetite. But now looking at the abandoned demon city in front of him, Gushi felt that he was not at a loss this time. He never expected that there were as many as 3 buildings in the city that could train dragons. Green Dragon Tower, Dragon's Nest and Dragon's Cave. It is obvious that the original owner of this city has already mastered the use of dragons and other types of troops very well. At the same time, Three similar but different training camps exist, namely the Bird Pavilion and the Bird's Nest, the Hall of Silence and the Statue Garden, and the Hydra Pond and the Swamp Entrance, which represent the existence of the three arms of the Harpy, Medusa and Hydra, the direction of different arms. The changes here were beyond Gushi's imagination. As for the types of soldiers that originally should not belong to the dungeon, there are also several of them, such as the Nightmare in the Black Forest, which is the most prominent one. Gushi remembered that these were clearly soldiers from the Hell series, and he didn't know how the original owner of the deed had placed it in the dungeon. But this situation was cheaper for Gushi. Dominic, who has just been transferred, belongs to the category of soldiers. The more mixed the types of soldiers, the easier it is for him to operate. Following Gushi, Dominic looked at the Magic City differently. Without Gushi's instructions, he immediately started calculating the city's output. He understood that the higher the starting level of the troops, the slower the training speed. Although there are green dragon towers, dragon nests and dragon dens in the Magic City in front of you, the ability to produce 6 dragons per week is already a pretty good figure. I'm just afraid that if I can only produce 3 babies a week, it would be a bit of a waste. As he followed Gushi into the Demon City, Dominic still mustered up the courage to say something. Sir, can you move the dragon nest portal and fire to the city? Gushi, who had just entered the Demon City and had not yet clearly seen the surroundings of the Demon City, was stunned for a moment when he heard this question. But he immediately understood what Dominic wanted to do. The portal of Dragon Nest is a good treasure that can secretly bring out some young dragons every week. It's really a waste to put it in Aladovi City. After all, the young dragons brought out from Dragon Nest are mostly young dragons full of vitality. It is really difficult for them to stay in the city of the undead. On the contrary, the current Demon City is the best place to store Dragon Nest. There is already a training camp here that can train 3 types of dragons at the same time. If there is a Dragon Valley, the training speed of dragons will be significantly improved. As for the fire, different units of levels 3 to 7 are produced every week. This is a great addition to a city's army. But for Aradovi, it was somewhat tasteless. After all, the troops attracted by the fire are equivalent to refugee camps. There is no targeted direction for the undead. In other words, the refugees attracted by the fire every week are very likely not undead troops, but some weird military units. Although Princess Anna goes to the campfire every week to recruit the troops produced each week, but most of the troops recruited are trying to convert them into undead for use. Only a small number of powerful troops will be arranged to relatively safe places to prevent them from being affected by the breath of the undead. However, these troops are small in number and not gregarious. Princess Anna actually has a headache about how to use these troops. The request Dominic made now can be regarded as a solution to the problem. For this reason, Gushi just pondered for a moment and then responded decisively. Okay, but you have to handle the relocation of the buildings yourself. Also, if the road between the Demon City and Aridov is not opened, even if we want to relocate, we won't be able to deliver everything in a short time. Sir, please rest assured, I will take care of everything. Dominic patted his chest. Gushi nodded noncommittally. While they were talking, they immediately walked to the meeting hall. Pushing open the door of the meeting hall, Gushi saw several vine-like things hanging down in the corner of the meeting hall. When Gushi looked over there, some eyes actually opened and stared at Gushi inside the vines. Huh? Gushi walked forward with some curiosity, and he found that these were some of the ways to deal with the evil eye pillar in the dungeon. Just by staring at these eyes, Gushi could immediately locate the situation in every corner of the city. This is somewhat similar to the mirror monitoring system that Luna set up for the city of Aridov. However, the monitoring system in front of us will be more biological. At the same time, Gushi also understood that the person who gave him the land deed had really arranged everything. The magic city in front of you may be the method that others are used to. Dominic, who came in with him, didn't sigh so much. He strode to the square table in the middle of the meeting hall. This is the control center of the entire city. The map on the square table represents the absolute control of the Demon City. Just by sitting here, you can control the development and construction of the city. Before entering the city, Dominic knew that Gushi would arrange for him to stay in the Magic City for a period of time. So he didn't hesitate and directly picked up the feather pen on the square table and signed his name on the map. As his name was signed, Gushi heard a ding sound in his ears. Dominic, the leader, enters the Magic City. The appearance of the Demon City has attracted the attention of some nearby enemies. The nearby enemies will launch an attack on the Demon City within 24 hours. Please pay attention to defense. looking at the two messages popping up in his eyes. Gushi's eyelids twitched. Dominic's move into the Magic City is not a big deal. At first, Gushi called Dominic over for exactly this reason. After all, he couldn't stay in the Demon City forever. The Demon City needs a leader-level presence to guard it. Dominic is the most suitable choice among Gushi's subordinates as the leader. What was interesting to him was that the appearance of the Demon City would actually attract the attention of some nearby enemies, and even attract monsters to attack the city. This is more interesting. Dominic, the war is about to begin. You only have 1 day to prepare. Except for the troops you brought with you. All the troops in the city are at your disposal. Fight well. Dominic raised his head and grinned at Gushi. Don't worry. Sir, I won't embarrass you. Chapter 1096 Underground Space. With Gushi's authorization, Dominic acted quickly. He immediately headed towards the castle of the Demon City, preparing to recruit soldiers and sort out the troops. The troops in the Magic City are now considered Dominic's subordinates. How many troops he can lead in the future will depend on his efforts this time. After Dominic left, Gushi was not in a hurry to leave the meeting hall. He first looked at the map of the meeting hall. I found that I only had the wrong name. Not the wrong nickname. There is a reason why dungeons are called dungeons, and not dragon cities. The 50 square kilometers of land in front of us cannot even accommodate the entire Demon City. There is still a large amount of space underground in the Demon City. The underground space here is not like Aladovi's underground space, which is a small space after the sewers are cleared. Each section of sewers only has 1 or 2 large plots or something. The underground space here in the Magic City is a really large space. It feels as if a cover has been added directly on top of the previous foundation. The city on the ground covers 50 square kilometers, and the underground space is almost more than 40 square kilometers in size. A large number of weird and twisted buildings and buildings that are reluctant to see the sun are built underground. At the same time, Gushi also noticed that the main food-producing areas of the Demon City were also placed in the underground space. Underground farms, mushroom farms, etc. are all gathered together to provide food and grass supplies for the entire Magic City. Only when he saw these buildings did Gushi react. I was a little careless. The demonic city was not Aradovi City, nor the city of the undead that he was familiar with. The undead's requirements for food are very simple, just to improve their combat effectiveness. If there is no food, they don't care. In other words, even if there are farmlands and farms over there in the undead, they are not the most important urban functions. But the residents of the underground city cannot do that. Starting with the harpy and going all the way to the black dragon. Which of these people is not a big meat eater? Even though Tauren look like grass-eating beings, they also eat meat. Without meat, where would they find such thick muscles? Just rely on the grass on the ground? That's really overthinking. Only cavemen eat a more complex diet, and don't have so many requirements in terms of food. But the question is, how much fighting power can the cavemen have? The combat effectiveness of these cavemen is even worse than that of skeleton soldiers of the same level. Their main job in the underground city is to serve as labor force and as farmers on the farm. Finally, just act as cannon fodder, looking at them as the main force. Neither Gushi nor Dominic had this in mind. So I don't know how much food the underground farms in the current Magic City can provide every day. Is it enough for the city residents and soldiers to eat? Not to mention that the amount of food consumed during battle is definitely different from that in normal times. Without this discovery, Gushi might have just let Dominic recruit people at will. Now that he had discovered this, Gushi didn't care about anything else. He quickly looked at the map and found the route to the underground space. He wanted to go down and see how much food the Demon City had and whether it could support a wave of battles. If not, then the next battle will require the dragons to eat some other meat. After closing the door of the meeting hall, Gushi released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and headed towards the west wall. The access to the underground space is at this location. At the same time, the access to the underground space is here. So the sewer treatment entrance is moved to other places to avoid conflicts between the underground space and the sewer. The passage at the base of the city wall moved down about 400 or 500 meters. And Gushi entered the underground space of the Demon City. In fact, when entering the passage, Gushi noticed that the style of the underground space was different from that of the ground space. Although the Magic City on the ground is not as organized as a human city, most of it is built with yellow bricks. Even the Labyrinth of the Minotaur, the tallest green dragon tower on the ground, a magic tower with 5 towers combined, trains the beauty. Tussauds Hall of Silence and Statue Garden are all of this style. Even the buildings on small and medium-sized plots and auxiliary buildings are unified into this yellow brick style. But after entering the underground, the situation becomes different. Just in the passage leading to the underground space, Gushi saw that the yellow bricks on the ground were gone. And instead, there was a hardened dirt road that had been trampled on by people. There are dug caves on both sides of the underground passage. And sometimes there are lights coming out from inside. Sometimes you can see some gray or white feathered harpies flying out of these caves holding daggers. When they saw Gushi approaching, these harpies would retreat immediately. These are still good. Gushi also noticed that there were a large number of hanging stalactites on the ceiling of the underground passage. Gushi found some mucus and fresh flakes on the edges of these stalactites. It seems that these stalactites are the moving channels of Hydra. This also made Gushi become more and more curious about the situation in the Demon City. I don't know who the original owner of this dungeon was. Is everything here naturally generated or has it been processed? If it had been processed, it would have to be admitted that the original owner of the dungeon had an extraordinary level of ability in building the city. As Gushi entered the underground space, more and more different situations attracted Gushi's attention. Gushi noticed that all the underground space in the Demon City had been developed. Not to mention anything else. The four walls of the underground space are obviously divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower. The lower level is full of caves, which can be used as houses. The middle level is a huge cave dug deep, filled with gold vessels. You don't even need to get close. Just looking at the mountains of gold there, you can tell that it is the dragon's lair and the dragon's lair, the training camp and residence of the black dragon and the red dragon. Further up is a smaller cave, and all the people living in it are harpies. But Gushi was a little unsure whether it was a bird's nest or a bird pavilion. Looking up, you can also find that at the top of the underground space, there is a passage that goes straight up and down. This should be the location where the black dragon, red dragon and other flying troops flew out of the underground space. Gushi even speculated that the top of this straight up and down passage might be the castle in the center of the Magic City. Directly below this passage is a huge maze. Near the maze are swamps and ponds that are not too large. Beyond it are pillars made of green slime and black underground woods. In addition, Gushi also noticed that at the bottom of this passage, there seemed to be several caves that were not easily discovered. When he lowered his head and looked down, he could still see some bones piled outside the caves. Chapter 1097 Underground Farm. After entering the underground space, Gushi looked around. The Holy Silver Evil Coffin then moved towards a location near the entrance. Gushi had already seen that under the large slope at the end of the passage was the Thieves' Den for training thieves. And the Manticore's Den for training manticores was also built here. The cave filled with bones in front of the door is where the Manticore's nest is located. In this way, the intention of the layout of the underground space is obvious. The caves along the way serve as lighting to guide the way, and some harpies are deployed to guard the way. The entrance to the underground space is staffed with low-level thieves to prevent enemies from sneaking in. The combat power of manticores is considered to be the strongest existence besides dragons. There is another reason why they are arranged here. The manticore can paralyze the enemy when attacking, which means that the manticore has the ability to control the field. Under such circumstances, even if someone can sneak in, they will be blocked immediately. As for the entrance and exit from the straight up and down passage in the middle of the underground space, that's even more impossible. That is definitely the castle of the Magic City. If they really have the ability to take down the castle and drop down directly from that passage, it means that the enemy has already taken down most of the city, and there is no need for the defense line here. It can be said that the person who arranged the underground space took everything into consideration. With this discovery, Gushi felt more relieved. At this time, what Gushi hopes most is that the other party can be more attentive to food. I hope that the mushroom farm and underground farm that have been built are not bad and can provide enough food and fodder for Gushi. After entering the underground space, Gushi discovered that there was not much open space underground. Although this place is only 40 square kilometers in size, if you really want to calculate it, it is only equivalent to the area of 8,000 football fields. For one person, that is relatively large. But for a city, it's still small. The most important thing is to arrange production and living land here. In this underground space, the land can be used to the point where every opportunity can be exploited. The farms in several places do not have a dedicated area for magic plants to be placed like in Aladovi City. In this underground space, farms are squeezed out of plots of land to be placed, like the mushroom farm in front of him. If it weren't for the guidance of the map, Gushi wouldn't even know it was a farmland. The place in front of me is clearly the corner squeezed out between the two buildings. It felt like being in an alley between two buildings. There are still a lot of stones on the ground. And the only place that looks like farmland is some green plants growing in the cracks in the ground. Gushi lowered his head and glanced down. Unexpectedly, these plants that looked like cabbage jumped up and wanted to bite Gushi. Fortunately, Gushi reacted quickly and knocked the cabbage to the ground with one blow from the phantom magic wand. After the cabbage was knocked down, Gushi discovered that in addition to its grinning mouth, it also had a pair of eyes. If it weren't for the fact that it was green, he would even suspect that it was a human head. What's going on here? When Gushi asked this question, all the cabbages in the cracks in the ground nearby opened their eyes and stared at Gushi closely. It seemed that as soon as Gushi got close, they would pounce on him and tear him to pieces. Gushi was not a person who was afraid of trouble. Faced with the situation in front of him, Gushi snorted coldly and was about to take action with the magic wand in hand. At this moment, many green-skinned guys who looked like potatoes with limbs ran out from nearby. They had tools made of short sticks in their hands. After rushing out, they used the short sticks to beat them into the heads of these cabbages. As they hammered, the cabbages stopped moving, and all the eyes on the cabbage heads were closed. After these potato-like guys had dealt with the situation in front of them, Gushi waved to them. As a result, none of these little potatoes paid any attention to Gushi, but left as quickly as they came, etc. When Gushi saw this situation, he quickly stopped them. At this time, the few little potatoes stopped. They tilted their heads and did not look at Gushi, but hesitated a little. At this time, Gushi thought of a possibility. Are you cavemen from nearby? Are you a regular army? Do you have an establishment? Who is the leader? Come out and speak. In the midst of Gushi's question, a potato head came out. He saluted in the direction of Gushi and said politely, "My lord, can't you see?" Looking at the caveman in front of him, Gushi asked this question directly. Gushi had already noticed this situation when the caveman appeared just now. These cavemen ignored his beckoning, which showed that their eyesight was poor or even non-existent. "Yes, sir. We can't see, but we are not useless. We can work, and we can fight." As the cavemen spoke, they took out their weapons. Those are short daggers and other weapons. It can be seen that due to their eyesight, these cavemen are unable to engage in long-range combat. They can only engage in close combat. However, Gushi still discovered something from the behavior of these cavemen. They seemed to be afraid of being abandoned. While Gushi was speaking, they kept proving that they were capable and not weak. "Okay, don't talk about those useless things. What's the deal with the food here?" "Oh, sir, this is called sageweed, and it is a strange plant. It is no different from a cabbage at ordinary times. But as long as you stare at it, it will react and actively attack the person staring at it. Since we can't see it, it's just right for us to grow this kind of strange show grass. The most important thing is that after growing up, this kind of grass can be regarded as meat, and it is the favorite food of Evil Eye, Medusa and Harpy. Sometimes manticores will also eat some." After hearing this, Gushi raised his head and glanced at the cabbage grown nearby. How fast does this kind of grass grow? How often can it be harvested? What is the appetite of the Evil Eye, Medusa and the Harpy? How long can the grass grown here sustain them? Growing of the sedge is very simple. You just need to irrigate it with a little water. After the sedge is pulled out, the roots are still there, and it will grow back in about 5 days. At most, flesh and blood fertilizer needs to be supplemented once a year, and the rest of the time is pure harvest time. However, the amount of this kind of grass is not large. One piece of grass can only feed one harpy for 1 day at most. Medusa and Evil Eye are more expensive. On the contrary, it is the manticores. They only treat the wormwood as a snack and do not consume much. Chapter 1098 Grain and Grass Production in the City. After listening to what the caveman said, he took a look at the number of weeds planted nearby and estimated that the weeds here were probably only enough to feed the harpies and the others in the city for 1 day. This only counts the number of combat troops. If all the residents of the city were included, there wouldn't be enough grasshoppers in front of us. Can't afford it. Such thoughts flashed through Gushi's mind for the first time. At the same time, Gushi also understood that the land where the grass was planted was clearly squeezed out. As long as someone glares at them, they will sense it and jump up to attack. It can only be planted well if it is planted in some corner places and planted by cavemen without sight. Because of this, there may not be many suitable places for planting in the city. Gushi estimated that in the past, the most likely possibility was that there would be 7 to 10 such farmlands, which would ensure that one area of grassland was harvested every day to provide corresponding food for the harpies and Medusa. In this way, 7 days are used as a round. The extra thing is to ensure that no problems will occur in the middle, and to ensure that there is some food in reserve. It would be impossible to have more than that. As for other creatures, they will also have corresponding food. But in this case, it would be difficult for Dominica to expand its military on a large scale. Gushi thought about it for a while. If we plant this strange grass outside the city, can you guarantee the yield? Sir, this kind of grass is not suitable for conditions outside the city. If it is planted in the underground space, we have to send people to keep an eye on it, for fear that someone will come over and take a look. The environment outside the city is even more chaotic. From time to time, wild beasts will pass by. Even if there are no wild beasts, the birds flying in the sky can affect the grass. We are simply understaffed. Moreover, the grasshopper is not a particularly good crop. It can only be regarded as a substitute for meat, not real flesh and blood. Sir, if you really want to go out of the city to farm, then please plant other fodder or crops. Plant some fodder, which can be placed on the farm to raise pigs or cows. These are the main ingredients in the dungeon. Then what do you want to eat? Gushi was not surprised at all that pigs and cows could be raised in the dungeon. He probably raised these two kinds of fish in the past. However, Gushi was not sure whether the Tauren ate pork or beef, and whether they drank milk. We will grow some things like cassava, which we can eat. The cassava vines can also be used to feed pigs, which is very convenient. In addition to pigs, Tauren also need to eat part of the cassava vines and part of the berries. Otherwise they will have no strength. Also, the nightmares in the Black Forest do not eat pure meat. 2 different kinds of hydras can eat fish, but we do not raise fish. The cavemen are worthy of being the coolies of the dungeon. In a few words, the food of most types of soldiers is explained clearly. What about the non-combat troops? What will they eat? Non-combat troops? The caveman thought for a moment, and then understood what Gushi was talking about. Everyone in the city eats like this. There is no distinction between combat troops and non-combat troops. Think about it. Can this be done? In Gushi's mind, combat troops are combat troops, and residents are residents. I didn't expect that everyone in the dungeon could join in the battle. But Gushi quickly reacted. In the underground city, apart from the cavemen who have the ability to work, the Tauren can do some cool labor. It would be faster for other arms to let them work than to put them outside and let them rob them. Besides, Black Dragon, Red Dragon and Green Dragon. You just ask, which dragon is the resident without fighting ability? After straightening out this idea, Gushi understood the meaning of the caveman's words. At first, he thought that the ordinary residents of the Magic City were not doing well. I didn't expect them to be doing okay. They eat whatever the combat troops eat. But Gushi also understood that these foods alone were definitely not enough. Farms and other things still need to be expanded. Then will you be willing to farm on the ground? If you go to the ground to farm, will you have enough manpower? Yes. We are willing to go to the surface to farm. Don't worry, sir. We cave dwellers don't have much else, but we have a lot of manpower. And let me tell you, sir, farming cannot be left to us cave dwellers alone. The harpies are also coming. They are fast and can hunt on the ground. At the same time, there is a type of harpy that can control wind and lightning. They can inject wind and lightning into their feathers. They are also considered laborers in the city. Among the Tauren, some people can be sent out to cultivate the land. With them, farming will be faster. Listening to the caveman's words, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. It seems that there are contradictions everywhere. The cavemen have survived at the bottom of the underground city for so many years, and they are not without complaints. The previous owner of the dungeon may have thought that the cavemen had no fighting ability and just let them work. But Gushi was different from the previous owners of the dungeon. There are too many undead in Aradovi City. The military and the people have been clearly separated. That's why I asked the question just now. It was this question that allowed the caveman to grasp the real thoughts in Gushi's heart. The caveman did not dare to let large animals such as dragons, hydras, and manticores work, nor dare to offend long-range troops such as Medusa and Evil Eye. So he set his sights on the harpies and Tauren. Anyway, in the dungeon, harpies and Tauren can be regarded as semi-coolie creatures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a labyrinth and a bird's nest station outside the city wall. However, Gushi half agreed with the caveman's words. But he didn't agree directly. Gushi still planned to leave this matter to Dominic. After all, the Magic City will be managed by Dominic. He is acting randomly now. What is that called? Moreover, Dominic has not cleared the existing troops in the Demon City yet. After counting your troops, it is not the time to focus on farming. In almost half a day, the monster siege will begin. It would be foolish to go out of the city to open up wasteland and farm at this time. Now should be a good time to prepare for war with all your strength. Gushi didn't say much to the caveman. He just turned around and headed elsewhere. Before starting the war, Gushi also planned to take a look at other situations in the underground space. When he heard Gushi's footsteps leaving, the caveman didn't force Gushi to stay. He just laughed. For the caveman, regardless of whether Gushi heard what he said, as long as he said it, it was considered a victory. Maybe it won't be long before their work will be much easier. And the harpies and Tauren they support will also come down to work. Chapter 1099 Maze and Swamp. When he walked to the middle of the underground space and looked up, Gushi happened to see the passage that went straight up and down. The passage is quite large. Looking out from a position more than 60 meters away from the passage, you can still see a huge pipe with a diameter of more than 40 meters. Given the size of the passage in front of us, it would not be a problem for 2 or 3 giant dragons to fly side by side. Looking up further, you can still see a little sunlight falling from above. It is obvious that this passage leads directly to the outside of the castle above. All the dragons can fly out from here, and the sunlight and rain on the ground can also fall into the underground space from here. Directly below this passage is a huge maze. It is different from the previous maze between the city walls. The maze in front of me is all made of black square bricks. These square bricks are obviously much thicker than the yellow bricks on the ground. At the same time, Gushi noticed that in the maze, from time to time, he could see some mechanisms, gold scattered on the ground, and bones left by unknown people. Standing outside the maze, Gushi had a feeling that if he was not the owner of this city and had no one to lead him, then after entering the maze, he would most likely not be able to get out. Even if there is pathfinding, it is useless. The maze before us has the ability to restrain pathfinding. But as long as you don't go in, there's no problem. Looking outside the maze, Gushi knew that the huge maze in front of him was clearly a large area with 7 or 8 types of buildings including mazes, flipped intersections, and enhanced mazes. Among these buildings, some are used to increase the production of Tauren. Some are used to improve the level and combat effectiveness of Tauren. And some are used to prepare equipment for Tauren. There are also thieves who enter the maze that are refreshed every week to deliver food and experience to the Tauren. The bones on the ground are the best proof of the existence of these thieves. After such strengthening, the maze in front of us can produce 24 Minotaurs every week. All of them are level 6 or above. Strong and powerful Tauren wearing heavy armor and holding battle axes in their hands. When Gushi came over, these Tauren poked their heads out of the maze and glanced at Gushi. However, Gushi did not enter the maze, and these Minotaurs did not show any intention of coming out to communicate with Gushi. They were waiting inside the maze. As long as there are no orders, they would rather die in the maze. At the same time, Gushi also noticed something. That is, at the entrance of the maze, you could see something similar to a pool on the ground outside the maze. When Gushi got closer, he could still see if there was any dried blood in the pool. Just when Gushi was wondering what this pool was used for, about 60 cavemen came over from a distance pushing a cart. These cavemen were a little different from the cavemen Gushi had met before. They were wearing white clothes, and on the cart they were pushing were a large number of vines and several prepared pigs. The most important thing is that the cars behind them are also pushing large buckets of blood and some severed cow heads. Gushi was speechless. Is it really okay to throw these things in front of the maze? Are you sure this isn't provoking the Tauren? While Gushi was still complaining silently, the cavemen had stopped in front of the pool. They relied on their hearing. Although they knew there was someone here, Gushi didn't speak. They really didn't know it was Gushi here. So they didn't say hello to Gushi or anything. He immediately lifted the big bucket off the cart and poured the bloody water inside into the pool. Then chopped vines and large mouthfuls of pig and cow heads were thrown in. After helping them all, they rang the big bell in front of the maze, pushed the cart and left. After the cavemen left, the Minotaurs in the maze came out in 2s and 3s. They did have eyes, and they would salute Gushi when they saw him. Then he walked to the edge of the pool, took his own food and ate it. Gushi saw that the bull head thrown into the pool was a hot item, and was snatched away by the Minotaur immediately. They didn't care about anything else. They just sat on the ground and gnawed the cow's head. Seeing that action, Gushi was also quite speechless. The most important thing is that these minotaurs also noticed Gushi. One of them even raised his bull head and waved it towards Gushi, which clearly meant to ask Gushi if he wanted to have a bite. Although Gushi is omnivorous, he can eat mice and other things. But facing the scene in front of him, Gushi finally shook his head. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't see it, so I don't have a bad appetite when I go to find something to eat later. Gushi shook his head as he walked out of the maze. Next, Gushi saw the two places where Hydra was refreshed. One in the south and one in the north. One place looked like a swamp shrouded in fog, and the other place was simply a pond full of sludge. When Gushi came over, many huge snake heads quickly sprang out of it. It was obvious that Gushi's movements when he arrived had already alerted these guys. However, they had no intention of attacking Gushi. They just raised their heads and came out to see how Gushi was doing. After watching it, all the Hydras retreated to rest. Just like this, Gushi could see the difference between these two different Hydras. The Hydra on the other side of the swamp is obviously a serious Hydra, with a body like a 9-headed snake and no legs. When you stand your head upright, you can clearly see the fan-shaped branches on the snake's head. There's nothing wrong with them calling it Hydra. And what comes out of the Hydra pond is not a serious Hydra. If we insist on counting, we should call them poly-headed monsters. They have 3 heads and a pair of legs that can crawl on the ground. If you only count their heads to determine the number of Hydras, you will definitely suffer a great loss in this regard. However, Gushi noticed that whether it was a Hydra or a multi-headed monster, there was a certain amount of wisdom in the eyes. It is not the kind of uncontrollable existence. This is finally good news for Gushi. At least these soldiers can understand orders. Unlike the Mad Beast skeleton soldiers that Gushi had just obtained, they would just mindlessly kill Guan Kuang all the way. Such a unit would naturally gain Gushi's recognition. After walking around the training camps of the 2 types of Hydras, Gushi discovered that the underground space had really been well decorated. A large number of swimming fish are stocked in the swamps and Hydra ponds. These should be regarded as Hydra's food, although they cannot be regarded as staple food. These things also bear some pressure on food. Chapter 1100 Troops in the Demon City. After looking at the Hydra, Gushi took another look at the dark forest and the evil eye pillar outside the maze. Gushi discovered that the previous owner of the dungeon handled food very well. Outside each training camp, there are corresponding supplementary food sources. At the same time, there are cavemen who deliver meals at regular intervals. It can be said that Gushi does not need to worry too much when it comes to food. At least what Gushi thought before. The food shortage won't happen for the time being. Just at this time, news came from Dominic. He had almost sorted out the information in the Magic City. After hearing the news, Gushi was not idle. He immediately left the underground space and made a long circle before rushing to the castle. Grown-ups. Seeing Gushi coming over, Dominic immediately told Gushi about the situation in the Magic City. I have already counted all the troops in the city. When the land deeds were handed over, the other party took all the soldiers away. There was only a week's worth of production left in the city. However, the residents in the city did not move. After all, there were some places that needed manpower. If these manpower were taken away, the operation of the city would stop. On the castle side, there are 2 black dragons, 2 red dragons, and 2 green dragons, all at level 8. There are 6 Hydras, 8 Hydras, 6 Nightmares, 8 Manticores, and 16 Minotaurs all at level 7. In addition to these 16 Tauren who can fight, there are more than 100 other Tauren in the city. About 50 of them were in the maze outside the city, and the rest were working in the blacksmith shop inside the city. If necessary, they can be mobilized for combat. There are 32 Medusa archers and Medusa archers each, 26 evil eyes, 50 thieves, and 50 cavemen. The thieves here also have about 200 staff members in taverns, markets and other places, who can be mobilized to fight when needed. The cavemen mainly work on farms, and their number is about 1,000. It can be said that all the cave dwellers have been left behind on the farms that are still functioning. There are 2 types of harpies, melee type and magical type. There are about 48 melee types, and fewer magical types, at 36. At the same time, some melee type harpies were arranged on the city wall, and the number was about 150. French combat type harpies are arranged to work in many buildings, and the number will be relatively large. Currently, there are about 360 harpies that can be found. These are all forces that can be brought out quickly to fight. However, after taking them all out, the operation of each building will stop. I personally suggest not to use this group of troops. If we don't use these already working troops, the number of troops in the city is actually 2 black dragons, 2 red dragons, and 2 green dragons. There are 14 hydras regardless of species, 6 nightmares, 8 manticores, and minotaurs, 16. There are 64 Medusa archers and Medusa archers combined, 26 evil eyes, 50 thieves, and 50 cavemen. There are 84 harpies in total. Right? Is such that, Dominic said with certainty. Listening to this data, Gucci was silent for a long time, and finally muttered something. This is a level 6 city, and you only have so few soldiers? This force is not as good as the bone-gnawing sludge you brought. What Gucci said was right. He thought there were a lot of troops here. I didn't expect that there would only be such a small number of troops. For these troops, let alone Gucci. Gucci's men can easily handle any hero he drags over. Such a force still wants to defend the demon city. No need to think about it. Just use the undead troops to top it first. However, the situation of the undead troops was not very good at this time. In order to rush over, Dominic's undead troops were all undead troops with relatively large deviations. Anyway, you can tell at first glance that it is not a real undead ghost. Although the number has increased, there are still some long-range ones, but not long-range ones. And there are only melee ones, but not melee ones. Fighting outside the city may be able to hold up for a while, but letting them complete the city is probably not possible. Dominic is also in a dilemma. Gucci looked at him like this and finally said, "Forget it. I'll give you the black dragon, red dragon and those miscellaneous dragons here first. Also, I remember there were many non-undead troops near the campfire. No matter what attributes they have now, let's adjust them all first. You should take it in first and deal with this time siege by wild monsters. Wait until the demon city is defended. Then consider other things. By the way, have you figured out the attribute blessing aspect? Because they have already left the Aladovi city area, and the troops here are not undead. They cannot enjoy the various blessings of the Aladovi city. After coming out, the combat effectiveness will definitely be weaker than that of the troops in Biladovi city. Maybe a bone locust in Aradovi city would have much stronger vitality than a caveman. Now that the demon city is short of troops, Gucci naturally has to ask more questions to see if there is any way to make up for it in other aspects. After hearing this, Dominic immediately said, "I have figured it out. And I have to admit that the underground has done a good job in blessing various combat capabilities. Not to mention the War College. All soldiers directly increase their attack power by 2 points, defense power by 2 points, and vitality by 25 points. It can be said that it exists for war. That captain's cabin is the real key." Captain's cabin? Gucci thought about it carefully and realized that it seemed to be a medium-sized building. The name doesn't sound like much, but Dominic would say this. There must be something different here. So Gucci thought for a moment and said, "What's the use of this thing? Station? It can't be considered a garrison. This is where the leaders and warrior-level soldiers stay. As long as they enter here, their attributes will be improved. As for what will be improved, that depends on what the heroes stationed in the city can do. Because leaders and warriors are regarded as captains in the eyes of ordinary soldiers. This place is also called the captain's cabin. The boss is promoted. Then, other soldiers will also receive corresponding promotions," Dominic said with certainty. It seems that during this time, Dominic has also checked the situation of the entire Magic City. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so clear. That means that the current attributes can actually be improved. It's just that the amount of improvement may not be as large as Aladovi's. But this is considered normal. After all, we have only just acquired this magical city. This is good news for us. You can develop along this line and focus on improving the combat effectiveness of the troops in this city. By the way, there is one more thing. There is no soul summoning tower in the city to supplement the undead troops. You need to understand this clearly. Chapter 1101 Pre-War Preparation. Although the monster siege of the demon city is imminent, but Gucci had no idea of taking action personally. Magic City is a satellite city, which is very important for Gucci's future layout. But Gucci couldn't always keep things on his head. He arranged for Dominic to come over just to use Dominic's ability to alleviate some troubles for himself. Now that the demon city has been handed over to Dominic, Gucci will not take action unless Dominic is killed in battle. He was able to hand over all the black dragons, red dragons, and miscellaneous dragons he brought to Dominic, which was already considered a great effort. Dominic also understood Gucci's thoughts. This is an opportunity to prove yourself. In Aladovi City, Dominic had heard many rumors about Gu Shi. In particular, he had inquired about the situation of several leaders. Because of a defeat, Dimi was almost regarded as a marginal figure by Gu Shi. If Dimi had not been fighting hard to show himself, there would probably be no leader in Gu Shi's team. The situation on Amilcar's side is similar. He has been preparing for his own knights. Because of this matter, he suffered losses twice. Dominic didn't want to be marginalized by Gu Shi. The monster siege in front of us is a crisis and a challenge. Sir, please rest assured. I will take care of everything. Okay. By the way, I won't take away the wild beast skeleton soldier for the time being. You can use it too. The combat effectiveness of these skeleton soldiers is quite good, so we should ensure the safety of the demon city first. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Dominic's eyes flashed with excitement. It seems that this time it is not a crisis, but an opportunity. Sir, please rest here. I will take care of it now. After saying that, Dominic ran down. Gu Shi also contacted Luna and asked her to send all the non-undead troops in the city to the demon city. Although a large part of these non-undead troops are not dungeon troops. But with Dominic's talent, these problems can be easily solved. Now is the time when Dominica needs help. With the addition of those troops, Dominic's response to Monster Siege will definitely be much easier. At this time, Dominic didn't know that Gu Shi had transferred some of the accumulation in Doya Ladovi this year here. Now all his thoughts are focused on dealing with the upcoming Wild Monster Siege. As for the event of wild monsters attacking the city, now we have the city. But what about the wild monsters that attack the city? They definitely won't be directly outside the demon city. They must have been attracted from various villages outside the demon city. Gu Shi had just cleaned up the side facing Aladovi City. There might be some stragglers along the way, but there would definitely not be any large troops. With only these few troops at hand, Dominic made the decision immediately. Give up a wall. Only in this way can he make reasonable arrangements and utilize the troops. In order to ensure the safety of this side of the city wall, some information must always be checked in advance. So Dominic decisively sent the Harpies out to act as scouts at this time, asking them to check where the enemy appeared. His idea is simple. Before the enemies gather together, clear out the enemies on one side first. As for cleaning up enemy troops, it is definitely not done by the slow-moving troops in the city. Dominic immediately set his sights on the dragons. Whether it is a large number of black dragons, red dragons, or other variegated dragon groups, they all have extremely strong combat effectiveness, superb intelligence and combat awareness. Just make an agreement with them about the target, and after locking the target, just release them directly. The black dragon will tell the enemy what it means to be a sky overlord. Just clear out the enemies on one side in advance, and add the side where Gu Shi comes. When Dominic fights, he just needs to face enemies on both sides at the same time. At that time, let the wild beast skeleton soldiers go out. Anyway, these skeleton soldiers are also used as cannon fodder. If they die, they will die. This will remove another aspect. As long as he deals exclusively with the enemy on the other side, he'll be fine. In this way, Dominic's confidence is much stronger. While Dominic was taking action, Gu Shi was free. As soon as Dominic left the castle, Gu Shi entered the castle that looked like a big urn. The situation is different with Aladovita. The castle in front of me really doesn't have much. Although it covers an area of about 1 square kilometer, there is not much open space inside that can really be used to gather troops. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of food, gold and so on. It can be seen that the previous owner of Chengxiaking knew very well what his subordinates liked. For them, they can live without weapons and equipment, but they cannot live without food and gold. As long as these two things are guaranteed, the soldiers in the dungeon can participate in the battle even without weapons. So the castle is full of all kinds of food and gold. When Gu Shi came in, he picked up some gold and looked at it. Ever since he started the game, Gu Shi has never been so leisurely. I have seen some gold and other things, but I immediately used them as materials. Gu Shi had never seen so much gold in his hands. Looking at the various golden utensils in front of me, they are almost piled up into a small mountain. Gu Shi was sitting on top of the pile of gold, feeling the dragon's happiness. If the pile of gold in front of him was not too big, he would have thought of falling down directly and lying on the gold to sleep. After all, no one would be confused after hearing something like this that only a giant dragon had done. Just when Gu Shi was about to fall, several harpies flew into the castle from nearby. When they saw Gu Shi sitting on the pile of gold, they actually flew around Gu Shi. This situation shocked Gu Shi. Although the faces and bodies of these harpies still look good. Their arms have turned into wings, and their feet have turned into bird claws. Gushi couldn't stand this style. So Gushi shrank back. Unexpectedly, he shrank like this and his movements were obviously larger. Just in time to knock down the pile of gold. In the next moment, all the gold seemed to be attracted by some suction, sliding in one direction. Gushi quickly stood up and wanted to jump out of the gold. But the speed of gold sliding was so fast that he couldn't care about it at all, even because he was preparing to take off. He was actually carried away by gold and slid to a certain angle in the castle. After hitting the wall hard, Gushi's sliding stopped. He looked at the wall in front of him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Chapter 1102 The Strange Maze in the City. Is there any secret room in this castle? Gushi stood up and gently knocked on the wall. There is no hollow sound. Then he quickly switched to the pathfinding clone. And there was no obvious feeling behind the wall. He could even feel that behind this wall was the outer perimeter of the castle. After that, Gushi performed the same treatment on the floor and ceiling, and found no hollow feeling. So this is definitely not a secret room. So why was he pushed here by gold? With this thought, Gushi also fell silent. At this time, several harpies also flew over. When they saw Gushi slip just now, they actually wanted to come over and rescue Gushi. But they never expected that the gold would slide so fast. Much faster than the harpy. Therefore, the harpy did not catch up with Gushi. Only when Gushi stopped did the harpy fly over. As they approached Gushi, the expressions of several harpies suddenly changed. She screamed quickly. The scream suddenly startled Gushi. Looking back at the harpy and seeing her mouth full of fangs, Gushi felt even more uncomfortable. But based on the harpy's reaction, Gushi immediately understood that the harpy must have discovered something. Can you speak? What's going on here? The harpy nodded repeatedly and spoke quickly. My lord, this is a maze. A strange maze wandering around the city. Gushi was stunned upon hearing this. What kind of situation is this? It sounds like a dungeon horror legend. What's going on? My lord, I don't know since when. There has been a legend circulating in this underground city, saying that there is a strange maze in the underground city. Except for the Minotaur. No one can get out no matter who enters. The first dungeon master did not take this matter seriously. As a result, when he was attacked one day, all his troops suddenly disappeared, and the underground city was occupied. The second dungeon master later also wondered what was going on. There were obviously enough city defense troops in the city. But when he came in, he saw no one. So he explored the situation. After knowing this, he moved the maze in the city, and everything related to the maze to the center of the underground space. Originally, the maze was not placed there. The council hall and the magic tower were originally placed there. However, after this incident, the council hall and the magic tower were all moved to the ground. But even so, it still couldn't prevent this. Although the strange maze that attracted all the troops at once did not appear. But the troops in the city always disappeared in 2s and 3s. In the end, the city's troops were transferred away, and the city was sealed. He was not released until yesterday. I never expected that the weird maze would appear again on the first day it was released. After hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but wonder. That's not right. I remember that the moat outside the city was a maze. How could it be possible that all things related to the maze were placed in the underground space? Hearing this, the harpy's expression changed. There is no maze-like moat outside the city. Gushi felt something was wrong as soon as he heard it. He rushed out of the castle immediately, jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin, and rushed towards the city gate. The harpies glanced at each other, and they all quickly followed Gushi. Although now in theory, all the troops in the city are under the control of Dominic. But these harpies are still willing to follow Gushi. Under the leadership of the holy silver evil coffin, Gushi quickly rushed up the city wall. He glanced outside the city. There was no maze like he had seen before. There was a moat made of black liquid. Although he didn't know what kind of water was in the river, Gushi could clearly feel that if the soldiers stepped into the river, they would continue to lose blood. To put it bluntly, the water in this river is poisonous. But this is completely different from the previous maze. Gushi pressed his brow. He didn't think he was dazzled at first. The previous maze was quite real. And there were minotaurs leading the way and opening the path in the maze. But if it wasn't an illusion, this dungeon would be really scary to think about. At this time, a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. Whether to put this dungeon away. Now it doesn't matter if there is one less satellite city. At this moment, Gushi's eyes suddenly flashed. He noticed that with the demon city as the center, A large number of mazes appeared on the ground. This maze is layered upon layers, extending to about 5 miles outside the city. Gushi could tell with his eyes that there were a large number of Tauren walking back and forth in the maze. This time, Gushi really believed what the harpies said. There is something wrong with the dungeon in front of you. However, the situation at this time aroused Gushi's competitive spirit. If this weird maze hadn't come here, Gushi might not have been fine. Evacuate. Withdraw. Put away the underground city. Give up building a satellite city here. This is what Gushi can do. But now, Gushi, who was provoked, still didn't believe it. He can also be stumped by a strange maze. At this time, Gushi turned his hand. The holder of the bone obelisk appeared behind Gushi. When he came out, the holder of the bone obelisk immediately gave Gushi a blessing. Gushi was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the mana he had just consumed in helping Luna master the orange equipment had not yet recovered. This blessing is used to replenish mana, although it is not much. It reminds Gushi of the current situation. At first, Gushi was thinking about releasing the bone obelisk to suppress this strange maze. Now it seems that he does not have enough magic power to do this for the time being. After taking a look at the maze that was slowly fading away, Gushi sighed. Forget it. I'll go back and take a nap first, and I'll find a way to deal with this matter tomorrow. While muttering, Gushi informed Dominic of this matter. Gushi was also worried that such an incident in the Demon City would affect Dominic's battle arrangements. When Dominic heard the news, he was speechless. Unlike Dietrich, his origin has nothing to do with weirdness. Faced with the weird situation in front of him, he himself was a little embarrassed. But Gushi had already gone to bed, and he couldn't disturb Gushi until something went wrong. Dominic thought for a while, and finally made a decision. Chapter 1103. Weird Maze. Strengthen it and see. After fighting 2 battles with Dominic, Gushi's biggest impression of Dominic was that Dominic had low emotional intelligence. But think about it. He can be considered a leader-level existence. In the future battles, it is inevitable that the top brass will take charge of one side and fight alone. It doesn't really matter whether he has emotional intelligence or not, as long as it doesn't affect his IQ. Gushi never thought that Dominic could have such a wild imagination sometimes. When Gushi heard that there was a strange maze in the Demon City, his first thought was not how to find, get rid of or suppress this strange maze. Instead, I was thinking about making use of this weird maze. This was something Gushi had never thought about. In Gushi's opinion, the first and second owners of this dungeon must have done a lot of things to deal with a strange maze. In the end, they had to give up such a good dungeon, and Gushi might not be able to do anything about it in a short period of time. Dominic is different. He had an idea at the first moment. It's a maze. If you enter it, you will disappear into it. Then send more troops into the maze. The biggest problem with this strange maze is that no one knows where it is hidden in the city. It is not under the control of the city lord, and it will swallow up troops from time to time. But if you have the ability to fix the weird maze, the threat of this weird maze will be reduced by half. The remaining half is the question of whether there is a safe way out of the maze. If there is a way to leave safely, then this weird maze can be conquered. Ignore other situations for now. The first thing in front of me is to find out the weird maze that will appear at any time and fix it. In Dominic's mind, what the second lord of the dungeon did was wrong. He only moved all the buildings related to the maze into one place. Wouldn't that be equivalent to giving up other locations in the city? No wonder the second city lord developed the underground city so well, but still abandoned the entire city. If it were Dominic, he would definitely continue to strengthen the strange maze, forcing the strange maze to be fixed in a certain location. At that time, whether it is suppression or directly cutting out part of the city with the weird maze, wouldn't it be very convenient? They really can't do anything. Dominic shook his head and gave the order decisively. Under Dominic's order, a large number of harpies and manticores flew out. This wave of attacking harpies and manticores received orders to attack the lone shadows and weirdos nearby. After killing these guys, bring back the strange energy beads they transformed into. There are not many harpies, and their combat effectiveness is pretty good. The harpies that were sent out were all magic warrior type harpies, the kind that could fly in the air and throw down wind blades, small tornadoes, or lightning balls. It is different from the melee harpy. They do not have the flexible movement ability of melee harpies, and they cannot quickly return to the position before attacking after attacking. They can only attack from a standing position in the air, like a cannon in the sky, attacking downwards. If they encounter some flying or long-range enemies, their situation is not so good. In order to ensure their safety, Dominic also sent the Manticore out. After attacking, the Harpy and Manticore first picked out the lone shadows and weirdos to attack. When they discovered that the opponent was actually not very strong, their target gradually expanded to 3 or 5 people. And then, they would also take the initiative to attack the combat troops of more than 10 people behind them. Of course, the slain shadow immediately turned into a sly or a bead. This kind of strange energy bead is somewhat useful for the undead. But for Harpies and Manticores, this thing is inedible and useless. Fusing it into a weapon may not necessarily enhance the weapon's effect. Most importantly, neither the Harpy nor the Manticore has much demand for weapons and equipment. If it weren't for Dominic's request, they wouldn't even bring these strange beads back. After getting some deceitful beads, Dominic called out the Minotaur. Minotaurs are the only ones who can't get lost in the maze. After releasing the Minotaur, Dominic placed a pile of strange energy beads in front of the Minotaur. You all probably know the legend about the strange maze. Personally, I think this weird maze isn't weird enough. You send these strange energy beads into the strange maze. Use these strange energy beads to enhance the strange maze. The Tauren who were called out were all Tauren who already had jobs in the underground city. They are not like the Minotaurs, who have not yet been trained in the maze. They are all stupid newbies. Having worked in the underground city for a long time, they are quite familiar with some of the legends in the city. Upon hearing Dominic's order, they didn't know what to say. The previous city lords wanted to get rid of the strange maze, or at least reduce the impact of the strange maze on the city. Unexpectedly, Dominic would think of enhancing the effect of the weird maze. Is it possible that Dominic is a fool and doesn't know the dangers of the strange maze? But the Tauren didn't think much about it. In their minds, even if the strange maze is strengthened, it will not affect the Tauren. So in the end, they entered the strange maze with these strange energy beads. Looking at the Minotaur's actions, a trace of disdain flashed in Dominic's eyes. What a bunch of brainless Tauren. No wonder I eat beef head without any scruples. By doing this, aren't they telling Dominic that the Minotaur and the strange maze are actually connected? If Dominic hadn't already had a plan, maybe this reason would be enough for Dominic to kill all the Tauren in the city. After the Tauren left with the devious beads, Dominic was not idle either. Although there is such a thing as a weird maze. But the wild monster siege will not stop preparations just because of the appearance of the strange maze. Dominic's focus still needs to be on dealing with the siege by wild monsters. After all, the siege by wild monsters is the most critical thing now. If this matter is not solved, even if there is a way to deal with the weird maze, there will probably be no weird maze to deal with. So after arranging those Tauren, he focused on the intelligence he had just found out near the demon city. After leaving the magic city, the land outside is even more desolate. In this land, the number and level of ghosts have changed significantly. These ghostly shadows no longer gathered into a village like they did when Gushi came to kill them. They even occupied various resource points to create their own weapons. They are just about to build a city now. Chapter 1104, taking the initiative to send troops. What a rich resource. Looking at the map he just got, Dominic's eyes lit up immediately. It's different from the one in Aradovi City. The undead's demand for resources is actually not very high. Wood, stone, metal, and at most mercury can almost meet the needs of most undead. Other rare materials and special materials are just for icing on the cake. The situation in dungeons can be said to be exactly the opposite. Almost every military branch has different needs. For example, the dragon needs sulfur and gold. The Tauren need gems. The Manticore needs mercury. And the Hydra needs either a large amount of crystals or a large amount of sulfur, etc. It can be said that higher level units cannot be recruited without the corresponding rare materials. Relying only on the output of the material warehouse, I am afraid that it will not be able to keep up with the consumption in the city. As a result, resources in the wild become the focus of competition in the demon city. Previously, Dominic was still thinking about where to get so many resources. Now that I look at it, doesn't it just come to my door? Destroy all the wild monsters first, and then occupy these resource points. After the monster siege is over, the barracks must be put to good use. Send out more battle missions to ensure the safety of these resource points and roads. The battle was not over yet, and Dominic began to think about post-war reconstruction and development. Of course, Dominic was muttering as he quickly arranged various tasks. He did not forget why he sent those harpies to explore the way. They are not there to find out where the resource points are. They attacked in order to find the wild monsters, who were preparing to attack the city in advance. At this time, Dominic had discovered 3 gathering places of wild monsters on the map. At the same time, The news brought back by the harpy also included the number and level of these wild monsters. Looking at the number of wild monsters, Dominic nodded with satisfaction. The number of these wild monsters seems to be quite large. But there are not many truly useful troops. Most of them are cannon fodder between level 1 and level 5. And only a few are above level 5. Adding up the wild monsters in the 3 gathering places, the number of troops above level 5 should be about 3,000. According to the current situation, there are 2 heroes mixed in these shadows, plus some bosses and warrior level beings. There may not be any more. This kind of force can be regarded as just enough for the demon city to handle, if a group of enemies were not dealt with in advance, and if there were not undead troops in the city. Then, the next battle would most likely turn into a long siege. This was not a scene Dominic wanted to see. So let's destroy the enemy gathering place first. Dominic called the dragons and began to assign combat tasks to them. You definitely can't fight in a gathering place with heroes. These dragons are the next treasures of the magic city. They are no problem in beating ordinary ghosts. But if they encounter a hero, what if the opponent has some special abilities? First, destroy the gathering place without the hero's command. After hearing Dominic's order and looking at the map, the black dragons took off immediately. Following the black dragon was the weak red dragon that Gucci bought at the beginning. And then the black dragon, red dragon and green dragon that he trained. The last of the miscellaneous dragons flew at the back. There are actually many types of dragons among these miscellaneous dragons. Bronze dragons, rust dragons, and blue holy dragons can all be found among them. When they flew up, they did not compete with the black dragon for the first position. These miscellaneous dragons all know their own position, and their individual combat effectiveness is definitely not a problem. But the quantity is still a little less. Therefore, they do not intend to seize the command of the dragon army. In their opinion, as long as they have meat to eat and gold rewards, there is nothing wrong with following them. When all the dragons flew out, Gucci, who had just taken a nap, woke up. In order to ensure the quality of my sleep, I have to make sure that I can restore my magic power after a good night's sleep. Gucci found a quiet room to sleep in a tavern in the city. The bartender in the tavern is a thief with a black turban on his face. Regarding the situation in the tavern, Gucci, who entered at that time, was also speechless. He didn't expect that the tavern in the demon city would turn out like this. At least the tavern in Aridavi has arranged a white-boned barmaid or a blood courtesan to act as a model. I won't install it directly here. Just put the thief here. But this also made Gucci believe in the safety here. Under the noses of these thieves, there is no possibility of assassination. Before Shaya became the contracted undead under Gucci, she also had the obligation and ability to protect the guests in her tavern. So Gucci was quite relieved and found a place to sleep. Although the types of troops in the dungeon are relatively mixed, there are no strong magic-oriented troops in it. But they are quite serious about strengthening the magic tower. The magic vortex that existed in Aridov City at that time also exists here in the Magic City. It's just that the side of Aladovi City is a sacred object, while the side of the Demon City is a building. Although the effect is weaker, the double mana enhancement is definitely there. As soon as Gucci closed his eyes, he felt a large amount of mana pouring into his body. Even though the mana increased rapidly and all the mana consumed before was replenished, the feeling of injecting it into the body did not stop. Instead, Gucci felt like he was swaying, as if he was soaking in seawater. Amid this feeling, Gucci also fell asleep in a daze. In his sleep, Gucci seemed to see something. He seemed to be above the demon city, and through something he saw a maze hidden beneath the demon city. In the maze, there are giant dragons that have become skinny in bones, and manticores that have been chewed into bones. Gucci suspected that what he was looking at was the strange maze in the Magic City. But just when Gucci wanted to see everything here clearly, a pair of eyes suddenly lit up. There was a kind of unwillingness and resentment in those eyes. The strong resentment almost killed an evil sword immortal. This situation shocked Gucci. It turned out that the strange maze appeared for a reason. What's going on with this guy? Human or other? Alive or dead? Gucci was completely confused. However, Gucci relied on the fact that he was in a dream and didn't have many thoughts at all. The other party stared at him, and Gucci stared back directly. At this time, the holder of the soul lamp appeared next to Gucci and dragged Gucci. Gucci got excited and woke up from his sleep. Chapter 1105. Deep in the Maze. Gucci, who sat up, looked at the person holding the spiritual lamp that jumped out beside him. He immediately knew that he had been attacked mentally. He calmly raised the flame six-path lamp and found that the immune effect was still on the mind. Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the other party affected him through his spiritual ability, he did not hurt himself. That's enough. Anyway, he woke up. So Gushi stood up. He turned around and looked at the person holding the spiritual lamp. Can we burn the guy in the weird maze? The holder of the soul lamp nodded with certainty. During the fight with the person in the strange maze just now, the person holding the psychic lamp already knew that the other person was not a real spiritual powerhouse. The reason why he has psychic abilities is entirely because he has been trapped in the strange maze for too long, and his mind has become distorted. This guy's spiritual power is actually not very strong. It's just more targeted. The most important thing is that this kind of twisted mind has a strong counterattack effect. Gushi just stared at the other party, and the other party immediately noticed Gushi's reaction and wanted to follow Gushi's line of sight and attack. As a result, Gushi's mental immunity was so good that no matter how hard the other party tried, there was no way to affect Gushi. Instead, his actions attracted the attention of the spiritual lantern. Otherwise, he and Gushi would still be playing the game of staring at each other until Gushi woke up on his own. Now the soul lamp has locked the opponent's position. As soon as Gushi asked, the mind lamp was ready to burn the guy. Then take action. I will send the bone obelisk to suppress it, so that nothing goes wrong at this time. As Gushi spoke, he released the holder of the bone obelisk. As the holder of the bone obelisk appeared, he first glanced at Gushi, then at the soul lamp, then retreated to a position relatively back and sat down. Things like the bone obelisk are controlled by the wearer. But this is considered an orange outfit after all, and the wearer cannot act recklessly sometimes. This time, Gushi planned to solve the strange maze in one fell swoop. Therefore, what the bone obelisk must do is to suppress the weird maze. But there are several ways to suppress it. There are those who use all their strength to completely suppress the strange maze and make it disappear. There are also those that suppress only a part of the maze and fix it in a certain position. There is also the idea of transforming this weird maze into other buildings or weird things. No matter what the idea is, it all depends on she's own thoughts. Anyway, no matter what Gushi wants, the bone obelisk will try its best to fulfill Gushi's ideas. Of course, if Gushi left the existence of the strange maze alone, the bone obelisk would not cause much trouble. As long as the strange maze did not affect Gushi, he would generally not take action. Now that the soul lamp is ready to take action, the bone obelisk naturally takes action. He immediately understood what Gushi meant by suppression. This is to ask the bone obelisk to guarantee that when the soul underworld lamp is dealing with the strange maze, there will be no trouble in the strange maze. After the bone obelisk was placed, the man holding the spiritual lamp nodded in the direction of the bone obelisk. Then the person holding the suit disappeared in front of Gushi. However, Gushi could clearly feel that the holder of the soul lamp did not return to the six-path lamp of flame, but had entered a strange maze. Closing his eyes, Gushi tried hard to follow the gaze of the spiritual lamp. At this time, Gushi immediately felt like he was walking in a maze with the same mosaic pattern. In his eyes, everything looks like mosaic. It feels like a player who is dizzy with 3D effects is playing Minecraft there. In the maze, Gushi could clearly see that clean bones could be seen everywhere on the ground. There are all kinds of bones here, and there are traces left by various attacks on the bones. But there are no scars caused by different mechanisms. It was obvious that these dead guys were not affected by the mechanism in the maze. They died in the mouths of their own kind or other creatures. After all, the maze in front of me looks quite complicated. If there is no way to get out, the hungry dragon may be able to eat anything. What a pity. If they could wait for the Minotaur, they might be able to go out with the Minotaur. When he saw the situation in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but murmured. Just as he entered, the nearby wall was pushed open casually, and a Tauren dragging a large bag walked out of the pushed-open wall. Gushi noticed that the Tauren was wearing ordinary clothes and had a short-handled battle axe hanging on his waist. He was not like the Tauren he had seen in the underground space maze before, with thick and heavy weights on his body, holding a big axe in both hands, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he had fighting ability. The situation of the Tauren in front of me is different. He dragged his big bag seriously, muttered something, and headed in one direction. The soul lamp has the ability to shield the soul, allowing normal people to ignore Gushi's existence. At this time, the person holding the soul lamp can naturally make the Tauren ignore his existence. The wielder of the soul lamp just followed the Tauren, wanting to take a look at what this guy wanted to do. Gushi did not have any objection to the behavior of the person holding the spiritual lamp. In Gushi's eyes, This was a good idea. After all, he also wanted to know what the Tauren was doing in this strange maze. So Gu Shi's eyes followed the holder of the soul lamp. Under the leadership of the Tauren, he walked some weird routes and slowly walked into the depths of the strange maze. In fact, Gu Shi didn't know that the Minotaur in front of him was sent by Dominic. The big bag he was dragging was filled with strange energy beads. Dominic just wanted to stimulate the strange maze in front of him and stimulate all the strange power of the maze first. As long as the maze appears in the Magic City, it can be controlled. If there is a maze in the Magic City, it will have many benefits for the construction and defense of the Magic City. Gu Shi didn't know what Dominic was thinking. The spiritual lamp followed the Minotaur and soon reached the deepest part of the maze. Here lay a half-body. The reason why he is said to be half a corpse is because he only has the upper body, starting from the abdomen, and the lower body is gone, and his spine was wrapped around several iron chains, tightly locked to the ground. Chapter 1106 Suppression of the Maze. When Gu Shi saw this half of the corpse, the half of the corpse suddenly raised its head and made a sharp sound. Gu Shi could clearly feel that the half-corpse was looking at him through the eyes of the holder of the spiritual lamp. But the Minotaur didn't know. He didn't even feel the man holding the mind lantern following him. So how could he see more things? Hearing the question from the half-cut corpse, he quickly said, "I'm here to deliver something to you." After saying this, the Minotaur opened the big bag he had dragged over and poured all the strange energy beads onto the half-corpse. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi understood that the Tauren was sent by Dominic. But the half-corpse didn't know this. He screamed there, "I'm not asking you what you fell down. Take these things away, Take them away quickly." The only movable part of the half-corpse was the head. When the strange energy beads fell on him, his reaction was quite big. But he couldn't throw the sneaky beads out. So he could only keep screaming there. And the Tauren didn't listen to the orders of this half-corpse. No matter what. The Minotaurs are Dominic's men. The order he received was to place the strange energy bead at the beginning of the maze. Although the Tauren didn't want to admit it, the half-body corpse in front of him was the starting point of the strange maze. So when these strange energy beads fell down, they must all fall on half of the corpse. The strange energy beads can be considered a great tonic for the undead. But this half-corpse had never come into contact with the Wei Qi bead before. His power comes from his twisted mind. Now as soon as the strange energy beads fall down, the strange parts of his body are enlarged. At this time, the balance that the half-body had maintained was broken. The power of the twisted soul in his body was strengthened, and a large amount of black smoke poured out from the mouth of the half-corpse, quickly forming a human shape, which clearly looked like a black jinn. However, the face of this human figure was distorted. After rising from the half-corpse, he was still thinking about clearing away the strange energy beads that fell on the half-corpse. But as soon as his hand came into contact with the strange energy bead, the strange energy bead turned into strange power and was injected into the body of the black humanoid. As soon as the holder of the spiritual lamp saw this situation, the spiritual flame lit up the half of the corpse. Although half of the body was dead, the other party's spiritual power was still there. The soul flame of the soul lamp relies on the power of the soul to burn. It can be ignited regardless of whether you have the right psychic power or the power of the soul in the barbecue. Now I see that the spiritual power of this half of the corpse is absorbing the strange energy beads. And they are getting bigger and bigger. This is the best fuel. So the spiritual lamp immediately lit the half of the corpse. As for what will happen to the half-body corpse after its spiritual power is drained away, the soul underworld lantern has not considered it at all. Anyway, the presence of half a corpse doesn't have much impact on the weird maze. Apart from being tied to the very center of the strange maze, Gu Shi couldn't see any direct connection between this half-corpse and the strange maze. Gu Shi never expected that when the holder of the spiritual lamp lit up half of the body, earth-shaking changes would occur in the demon city. A huge maze appeared in the streets and alleys of the Magic City. The maze in front of me and the streets and alleys of the Magic City seemed to be merged into one. The buildings in the Magic City were not affected by the maze, but the streets outside were different. As soon as you go out, you're in a maze. As the maze appeared, dragon roars were heard inside the maze. A large number of black, red, and green dragons whose corpses were as thin as bone dragons flew up from the maze. They just flapped their wings twice before they could no longer fly, and immediately fell to the ground. But fortunately, even if these dragons have no physical strength, they are still dragons. After hitting the ground, they can crawl on the walls of the maze. After you have some physical strength, take 2 more steps, moving stumblingly like this. All the dragons finally arrived in front of the castle. They almost laid down at the gate of the castle, almost losing the energy to go in. Fortunately, there are still people guarding the castle. Although Dominic was not there, the cavemen and harpies inside discovered the situation of these giant dragons immediately. In order not to be eaten by the dragon, they quickly gave away all the food stored in the castle. Of course, the way they deliver this food is quite unique. In order to ensure the safety of the feeders, they did not open the gate of the castle, but dumped all the food from the top of the castle. A large amount of flesh and blood hit the dragon's body. The dragons don't care about this situation at all. Now in the eyes of the dragon, eating is the most important thing. If they don't eat something to fill their stomachs, they may become the first dragons to starve to death. Gushi stood in front of the window on the second floor of the tavern and naturally noticed the situation outside. As he watched the maze rise, he looked out the window. Gushi was also a little surprised by the sudden appearance of the maze after half of the corpse was set on fire. He wasn't quite sure what was going on. He quickly contacted the Soul Dark Lamp and wanted to ask him if there was any problem there. But at this moment, 2 more Tauren rushed in carrying 2 large bags. The big pocket also contained strange beads. They didn't know anything about the situation outside the maze, and they didn't react much to what was happening deep inside the maze. Anyway, they just followed Dominic's orders and sent this wave of strange energy beads deep into the maze. After arriving here, they poured all the strange energy beads on the half-body. In the end, all of it became fuel that ignited the half-dead body's twisted mind. The black human form transformed from the twisted mind was burning more and more fiercely in the flames of his soul. From the perspective of the person holding the spiritual lamp, nothing can be left of this black figure. As for the half of the body, it's hard to say whether anything can be left behind. Anyway, now he can no longer scream and is directly buried under the strange energy bead. After taking a look at the maze rising outside the window, Gushi turned around and said to the man holding the bone obelisk sitting behind him, "The situation in front of you has changed. Let's suppress it immediately." The bone obelisk nodded, and the holders of the 6-rayed flame lamp were all related to each other. The soul lamp saw half of the corpse, which meant that the bone obelisk knew the location of the half of the corpse. Although the function of the half-body was still uncertain, he immediately applied suppressive power to the half-body. Chapter 1107, Successful Suppression. As the bone obelisk took action, the burning half of the corpse immediately pressed down. Although the flame was not affected, it was obviously not as strong as before. Gushi also frowned when he saw it. Didn't he agree to suppress the weird maze? Why did you suppress your own people? Before Gushi could figure it out, he saw the half of the corpse exploded on the spot, and the bones inside were lifted up by invisible forces and quickly assembled in midair to form a small pile of bones. At the same time, the black human figure formed by the black smoke struggled even more violently. This black human figure is the last spiritual power of this half-corpse. Even if he was burned before, he would not be as helpless as he is now. Now he just feels like everything he owns has been stuffed into the furnace, and he has no place to escape if he wants to. This twisted mind had no choice but to shrink itself. But those strange energy beads that fell on the half-body before now played a certain role. The strange power transformed rapidly, stimulating the black figure and leaving him no chance to shrink. In the flames, Gushi noticed the shadow of a white bone obelisk slowly falling. The phantom continuously absorbed the power of the black figure and slowly condensed into a strangely shaped obelisk. The reason why this obelisk is said to have a strange shape is entirely because the obelisk in front of him has broken away from the bones and looks different from the normal obelisk. The obelisk in front of me is completely black, with 2 pointed ends. From a distance, it looks more like a solid black iron all ready to be pierced into the ground. Such an obelisk surprised Gushi a little. He knew that the bone obelisk could automatically be classified as a secondary product, but this one in front of him was obviously not a secondary product. Before Gushi understood what was happening, the 2 pointed obelisks had already pierced the pile of bones. As the remaining white bones of the half-body were crushed, a large amount of white powder spread upwards along the point where the obelisk was pierced into the ground, dyeing the lower half of the obelisk, including the part that was pierced into the ground, all white. Pattern. The upper half of the obelisk was lit with black flames. In the flames, Gushi could also see the ever-changing map of the maze. There is no need for too much explanation. Just one glance, and Gushi knew that the obelisk had already controlled this strange maze. Now this weird maze is considered part of the Magic City. If possible, let's close this maze first. Seeing that the strange maze was under control, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. What happened in the weird maze before really shocked Gushi. He thought the demon city was doomed. Now it seems that the crisis may not be a bad thing. If the mysterious maze can become a part of the magic city, it will be beneficial to the development of the magic city. As soon as Gushi's order was given, the man holding the bone obelisk retreated directly back into the 6-lane flaming lamp. At the same time, all the mazes, big and small, crowded in the magic city disappeared, and the ground of the magic city returned to its original appearance. Just some distance away from the castle, a building collapsed. Where the building originally stood, a large obelisk was erected on the ground. The obelisk is 15 meters high above ground and 13 meters long underground. The obelisk was about 1 meter above the ground and was completely covered by black flames. From time to time, a black figure would pop its head out of the flames and scream, and finally be dragged back into the flames. If you look closely, you will find that there are many almost invisible white lines on the black obelisk, which is a constantly changing maze map. Gushi's current location is not too good, and he has not seen any changes in the city. But Dominic, who had been arranging people to fight the sneaky orbs at the city wall, saw what happened this time. When he saw the obelisk that appeared in the city, Dominic immediately understood that Gushi had taken action. At the same time, the maze inside the city disappeared. Did Gushi already solve the strange maze? After thinking for a while, Dominic was still ready to go to the obelisk to take a look. At least as the current controller of the demon city, he needs to know what new things have appeared in the city. So Dominic quickly jumped off the city wall, rode his weird horse, and headed towards the obelisk. At this time, because of the loss of the maze, many giant dragons that could no longer fly or crawl appeared in the streets and alleys of the magic city. The harpies in the castle noticed this situation, and they didn't know what to do. Those giant dragons were obviously so hungry that they lost their strength. If we don't send some food to these giant dragons, they will starve to death soon. But if you send food at this time, who can guarantee that the dragon will not eat them as food? For a moment, the harpies in the castle didn't know what to do. In contrast, cave dwellers simply ignore all this. They cannot see what is happening outside, and can only hear various sounds. The harpy happened to be able to see farther, so the cavemen were willing to listen to the harpy. They had no objection at all to being asked to pour the food from the top of the castle. But they don't have the ability to deliver food to the giant dragon lying in the city. At this time, Dominic, who jumped down from the city wall, also saw the giant dragons lying on the ground. Each of these giant dragons was so thin that only skin and bones were left, and they could not even move. Such a giant dragon might even be worse than a bone dragon. Seeing the situation in front of him, Dominic immediately understood the origin of these dragons. These giant dragons are probably the dragons trapped in the maze. It looks like they have been locked in the maze for many years, and are starved to this state. These giant dragons are the strongest troops. We can't let them die like this. So Dominic immediately issued an order to send all the food that could be taken out from the castle and various warehouses. Every dragon is guaranteed to survive. After giving this order, Dominic hesitated for a moment. He wanted to see all these dragons survive, but it will take some time for the order to be passed down. He can't wait here forever. After all, he always wanted to see the obelisks that appeared in the city. There was also the disappearance of the strange maze, and he also wanted to find out about the situation. After all, this was the most important thing right now. If he didn't understand the problem here, and did it again when the wild monsters attacked the city, he would be in trouble. After the order was sent out, Dominic headed towards the obelisk without stopping at all. Chapter 1108, You Have Too Many Demands. When Dominic arrived in front of the obelisk, Gushi, who had withdrawn his spiritual lamp, also happened to come out to see what was happening in the city. When he saw the obelisk appearing in the city, Gushi smiled knowingly. He understood that it was the result of the bone obelisk suppressing the strange maze. So he didn't go over to check the situation, but walked towards a giant dragon that had fallen nearby. Because there are too many units such as ghost dragons, bone dragons, and ghost dragons around, Gushi had no intention of turning the giant dragons that were almost starving to death into bone dragons. Instead, he thought about how powerful this giant dragon would be if he could raise it well. With this thought, Gushi walked up to the dragon and gently patted the dragon's forehead. The dragon opened his eyes, glanced at Gushi, and immediately closed his eyes. As a giant dragon, he could definitely see how many bone dragons and ghost dragons there were behind Gushi. How many dragons must be killed to get such an army? You can't afford to offend such people. The giant dragon closed its eyes, and lowered its head obediently to make it easier for Gushi to touch it. Gushi didn't know the psychological activities of this giant dragon. He only felt that the dragon in front of him seemed to be quite obedient. That's fine if you can be obedient. Gushi had no other requests. Just at this time, Dominic's order also came. In the nearby warehouse, the cavemen guarding the warehouse quickly pushed out a large amount of food. Now they can't care about things like proportions. As long as it is edible, everything is given away. Ice pigs, frozen beef, and some meat that had been stored in the warehouse for who knows how many years. All that could be shipped out were shipped out. For now, regardless of whether there will be any problems if the meat is eaten. Send some to each dragon. Gushi, who was standing in front of the giant dragon, naturally saw the caveman who was delivering the meat. When the frozen meat was delivered, the dragon secretly opened one eye and took a cautious look at Gushi. When he realized that Gushi had no intention of transforming him into a bone dragon, he stretched out his neck and rolled the frozen meat with his tongue to eat it. The movements were cautious, not like a giant dragon at all. Gushi took one look at the giant dragon and understood the reason for its caution. Gushi didn't want to stay here any longer. Otherwise the giant dragon would be detached from its neck and die. There is currently a serious shortage of troops in the Magic City. If you can leave one more giant dragon, just leave one more. Gushi thought about it, and finally went towards the obelisk. Gushi guessed that Dominic must have rushed to the obelisk as soon as possible. Although the strange maze had been suppressed, Gushi had to go there to see the result. At least, he wanted to know if there were any other changes in the strange maze after being suppressed. Just as Gushi was about to go to the obelisk, he suddenly felt the ground move slightly, and a group of Tauren ran past him. Then the road in front of me changed. Although there was no maze of black bricks or mosaics, it was obvious that the road had changed. Gushi understood immediately that Dominic had come into contact with the obelisk, and at the same time, he also controlled the strange maze. So Gushi jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin, personally directed the direction, and rushed towards the obelisk. However, Gushi discovered a situation. Even if the effect of his pathfinding technique was fully activated, he still could not increase his movement speed in the maze. Sometimes the pathfinding technique will give many different answers, forcing Gushi to judge by himself which path is better. As a result, Gushi's speed was still slowed down a bit. When he arrived in front of the obelisk, Gushi found that the obelisk had been completely taken care of. Dominic is controlling the strange maze's ability through the obelisk there, adjusting the situation in the Magic City. Seeing Gushi coming, Dominic immediately said to Gushi, "Sir, may I make a suggestion? What's your opinion?" Gushi asked curiously. As for the leader-level ideas, Gushi will still take some consideration into it. I want to rename this city the Labyrinth Demon City. Also, if I have my own legion in the future, I want to name it the Labyrinth Legion or something like that. Gushi didn't expect Dominic to make such a request. It looks like he has all the control over the strange maze. This is a good thing. Gushi was silent for a moment, and then agreed. After all, this is just a small matter, and Gushi is not the kind of person to fall out with others just because of a name. The name of his troops does not affect Gushi's combat effectiveness. Okay. From now on this city will be called Labyrinth Demon City, and your army will be named Labyrinth Legion from now on. Thank you, sir, Dominic said happily. By the way, Dominic, you have taken control of this obelisk now, right? Tell me about the situation in the strange maze. Okay. The weird maze has been controlled through the obelisk, and now the maze can be placed according to my ideas. There are two ways to place the maze. One is to place it all outside the city. If they are all released, they can be pushed out about 2,300 meters from the city wall. Within this range, anyone who enters the maze will die. The second is to put them all in the city. This is the situation in the Labyrinth Magic City now. The entire city will become a maze, where everything will change at any time, whether it is the enemy or one's own people. As long as the maze in the city is opened, they will not be able to find their way. Hearing this situation, Gushi was speechless. It is understandable to put up a maze outside the city, just like an extra layer of maze-like moat. But Gushi couldn't understand the maze in the city. Why the residents in the city had to suffer from this maze. At this time, Dominic said something instead. Sir, there is something I need to tell you. This sentence attracted Gushi's attention. What's up? It's like this. Many creatures died in the strange maze, including those from the city, some from outside, and some corpses of giant dragons. These corpses are almost all reduced to bones now. My lord, you know me. Although I have mastered the art of spiritualism, The effect of spiritualism is definitely not as good as yours. So I want to ask you to take action and turn all the bones in this maze into undead? Yes, that's a good thing. Gushi agreed without thinking. But then Dominic asked again, can all these summoned undead souls stay in the maze? It would be better if all the enemies who died in the maze can be turned into new undead souls. Gushi glanced at Dominic. You seem to have a lot to ask for. Chapter 1109 The Maze Calls the Souls. This? Gushi thought for a moment and then said slowly, if you want to achieve such an effect, you can't just rely on me to summon souls. I can summon spirits here once or twice, but I cannot summon spirits here every time. But I do have an idea. If I arrange an undead natural disaster circle in this maze, I might be able to solve this problem. But I haven't learned anything about the layout of the undead natural disaster array. Not to mention the layout. If you are willing to learn it yourself, you can learn the layout yourself. Regarding Gushi's response, Dominic wanted to say something else. But after taking a look at Gushi's expression, Dominic still closed his mouth. No matter how low his emotional intelligence is, it can be seen that Gushi is not in a good mood right now. After all, on Dominic's side, Gushi always had the feeling that he was a tool in the eyes of the NPC. Every day when I meet Dominic, the commander thing is gone. The commander thing is missing. You need to find some and bring it back. Around Dominic, Gushi always has a question about who is playing the game. In this case, there was no way Gushi could learn to arrange the undead natural disaster array for this maze alone. The most Gushi can do is help recruit souls and turn all the bones in the city into undead troops. Let's release the maze first. I'll summon the souls first. After that, you can arrange the battlefield. When Dominic heard this, he couldn't help but say oh. He looked at the time and found that there was not much time left before the wild monsters attacked the city. If you delay it at this time, will the subsequent battle continue? So Dominic quickly started operating at the obelisk. Through his operation, the ever-changing city streets finally stopped and were no longer affected by the maze. Gushi understood that Dominic had sent the maze out of the city. It seems that he also knows the biggest role of the maze in front of him. So Gushi decisively released his left hand. 6 flaming lamps popped out, and the holder of the bone obelisk appeared in front of Gushi. Release the bone resurrection tower. After hearing Gushi's order, the bone obelisk raised its hand, and the bone soul-calling tower appeared in the air. Although Gushi was in the city of the maze magic city, his perception had already begun to expand outward. He could feel that there were a large number of skeletal corpses in the maze outside the city. The number of these bodies seemed to be quite large. At first, Gushi thought that there were only thousands of corpses here, but now it seems that he has underestimated the existence of the strange maze. The labyrinth city has experienced 2 owners before. During my first term, all the troops in my hand disappeared in one day. During the second term, all the troops in the city disappeared one after another. There are quite a few creatures trapped and dead in the maze. Not to mention others. There were more than 1,000 dragons starving to death in the maze. Not to mention the number of other arms. It can be said that Gushi got a big deal this time. Book of Ghost Dragon flew out immediately. This is experience. More than 1,000 dead dragons. All summoned souls are more than 1,000 bone dragons. Every additional bone dragon is a boost to the progress of the Book of Ghost Dragons. Gushi only has so much mana, so don't act quickly now. How long will it take? Moreover, among the information recorded in the Book of Ghost Dragons, not only the corpses of giant dragons can be transformed into undead dragons. The corpses of the Hydra and Scorpion Lion can also be transformed into undead dragons. The number of Hydras and Manticores far exceeds that of dragons. There are more than 1,000 dragon corpses, which is equivalent to 5 to 10 times the corpses of Hydras and Manticores. If he was lucky, Gushi might only be able to summon the bone dragon with all his magic power this time. Gushi didn't know this. After locking the location of the strange maze, Gushi focused on the bone resurrection tower. All bone-type troops have +3 level. The spiritualism begins. As Gushi raised his magic wand and brought it down heavily, all the mana he had just recovered and replenished to double was used up. It had been a long time since Gushi had felt his magic power being drained. He placed his magic wand on the ground and supported himself to stand up straight. Then a series of messages popped up in his ears. Successful summoning of the spirit. Successful summoning of the spirit. Successful summoning of the spirit. This information almost didn't make Gushi's eyes dazzled. Fortunately, he quickly blocked all the information, so nothing happened. After temporarily blocking the message, Gushi turned to Dominic and said, "There are too many corpses inside. Only a part of them have been summoned. I need to replenish my mana for the rest. While talking, Gushi noticed that Dominic's expression seemed a bit off. He turned his head and looked behind him, and found that outside the city wall, a large number of bone dragons and ghost dragons were flying from outside the city. The number of these ghost dragons and bone dragons is quite large. Gushi himself has a powerful ghost dragon army of more than 600. Naturally, he knows how to count bone dragons. As soon as he saw these bone dragons and ghost dragons flying from outside the city, Gushi silently made calculations in his heart. The faster he calculated, the more expressions appeared on his face. At this time, Gushi's heart was full of surprise and regret. Why did he agree to Metanic's request so quickly? The number of bone dragons and ghost dragons flying here has reached at least 6,500. And all of them are powerful bone dragons of level 11. With such a number of undead. Not to mention they are high-level undead dragon troops. Even if they are all skeleton soldiers, they can easily kill the dragon with a sword strike against the wind. If this is added to Gushi's ghost dragon army, then Gushi can go sideways. As a result, they all have to be arranged in this strange maze now. It's true that all the benefits were taken away by Dominic. This made Gushi somewhat regretful. Although Dominic has low emotional intelligence, he is not stupid. Seeing Gushi's expression change, Dominic immediately stepped forward and held Gushi's hand. Sir, you are so kind to me. With the protection of these bone dragons and the maze in front of you, the maze demon city can be considered impregnable. This one sentence blocked everything Gushi wanted to say. Gushi was so angry. However, Gushi can be regarded as a man with a big heart. He has mastered the art of spiritualism. As long as he encounters another dragon tomb like this, he can still summon a large number of bone dragons. Therefore, although Gushi felt a little pity for these bone dragons and ghost dragons in front of him, he did not have to keep them. He glanced at Dominic. Dominic, with these bone dragons here, the goal of the maze demon city will have to change. Chapter 1110 External Expansion. Positioning has been upgraded from a satellite city to the forefront of regional expansion. This is what Gushi asked of Dominic and the magic city of Labyrinth. Does Dominic not want so many bone dragons to stay? Doesn't he want a strong enough force? Then there must be a reasonable reason. Expanding outward was the most reasonable reason Gushi could think of for him. After the Battle of Wild Monsters siege the city is over, Gushi will give Dominic full authority to launch an attack. In the next period of time, Gushi will not mobilize troops from the Labyrinth Demon City. Gushi has only one request. When Gushijin encounters trouble, he will have enough troops to come to support him. This can be regarded as an escape route prepared by Gushi for himself. After hearing Gushi's order, Dominic hesitated for a moment. When he was about to say something, Gushi spoke directly to him. All heroes you received during the battle are yours. Please rest assured. Sir. Gushi waved his hand and let Dominic leave on his own. After all, the wild monsters were about to attack the city, and Dominic still had many things to deal with. Not to mention other things. These giant dragons that are eating need to be dealt with by Dominic. If handled well, these dragons will be Dominic's best offensive force. As for Gushi himself, he still needs to replenish his mana a few more times to use spiritualism on the weird maze. After all, there are still many bones piled up in the weird maze. If these bones are turned into skeleton soldiers, even if the maze magic city is attacked in the future, they will not be able to occupy the maze magic city safely. The weird maze that appears from time to time will be their last graveyard. Let's go to the cafeteria or the kitchen. I can't sleep anymore. I'm almost oversleeping if I continue. Let's see if there is any food here to replenish my mana. Under Gushi's order, the holy silver evil coffin changed its direction and headed towards the kitchen in the city. Because the strange maze has been arranged outside the city, the roads in the city have become much easier to walk. At the same time, Gushi also saw from a distance that some giant dragons had recovered some of their strength after eating the food and were flying in 2s and 3s towards the castle. It seems that they were all members of this underground city from the beginning, and they knew the layout of the Labyrinth Demon City very well. They all know where to go next to restore their physical strength and combat effectiveness. But Gushi was not sure whether they could catch up with the next wild monster siege. At this time, outside the maze magic city, the group of dragon troops brought by Gushi had also encountered the ghost shadows gathered outside the city. Compared with the mysterious shadows that Gushi had killed all the way before, the situation was a little more complicated. Because from here all the way out, there are already different resource points in the wilderness. These shadows were supported by resource points, and began to have different weapons in their hands. although it is impossible to achieve the situation where there is support from the city. But they were no longer like the shadows they fought before. They didn't have any weapons in their hands. They just gathered together, looking like a zombie siege. Now they are different. When they gather together, there are some shadows there who are building basic weapons. The remaining shadows who come over, regardless of their level, just come around and grab a weapon. It doesn't matter whether the weapon is good or bad, whether these weapons are suitable for them or not. They just get them anyway. When the giant dragon flew over, there was a gathering point of the shadows. The shadows that were distributing weapons were arguing with a huge shadow. The reason for their quarrel was simple. The shadow that distributed the weapons determined that no matter who came, one person could only take away one weapon. Once you take it, you are not allowed to take it again. But the strange shadow that came to get the weapon was a weird shadow with more than 30 arms. He was intelligent, and his level was obviously above level 10. He knew very well what he wanted. He simply wanted to get more than 30 weapons, with at least one weapon on each arm. But the shadow that distributed the weapons refused. No matter who came, he had the same reason. Each person could only be given one weapon. If you want other weapons, go to the battlefield and grab them. Because of this, the two of them started arguing. Now it has gotten to the point where they are throwing dirty words at each other. If no one controls all this, I believe it won't be long before they start fighting. This is also the biggest problem without a shadow hero to control the field. If there were a heroic shadow at their gathering point, everything could be ordered by the hero and arranged quickly. Someone will naturally take care of such small matters. There is no need for them to make noise here. As a result, the two shadows made such a fuss that all the shadows' attention was diverted to them. Some higher level ghosts are waiting for the results. The way Guiying reflects his level is very simple. Either by getting bigger or by having more arms supporting Yaya on his body. Some high level shadows also hope to get more weapons. After all, they all know that there is a difference between having weapons and not having weapons. As long as the weapons are in place, they believe they can kill even the giant dragon. Therefore, they are still paying more attention to the conflicts regarding weapons. As long as each of the shadow's arms is assigned a weapon, then they will definitely surround him to get new weapons. At this moment, the giant dragon troops arrived here. It's not that Guiying doesn't have an air force, but it's just that Guiying doesn't focus on guarding and vigilance at the moment. In their minds, they have gathered so many ghosts here, and they are quite restrained from hitting others. How could someone come to hit them? In fact, these strange shadows were not expected. They have been targeted for a long time. The giant dragons coming from the sky now are considered the second wave of flying troops. After flying over the shadow troops, the blue holy dragon flying behind moved forward. Although the black dragon has the largest number among the dragon troops, the holy dragon has the best reputation among all dragons. At the same time, their combat effectiveness will be stronger than that of the black dragon. If there weren't a relatively small number of them, and there were no special cities for training, we would have to go to Dragon Nest to see if any of them were randomly spawned. Maybe the black dragon's reputation as the strongest dragon will be wiped out directly. In the current chaotic situation of dragons, as a holy dragon, it is natural to stand up and control the field. When the holy dragon flew over, all the black dragons stepped aside. The holy dragon winked in the sky at the strange shadows gathering below, and all the black dragons understood. But those weak red dragons are not good. They are not on the same level as the red dragons in the dungeon. No matter in terms of combat effectiveness or intelligence, they cannot compare with serious red dragons. It wasn't until the giant dragons rushed down that they reacted and rushed down after the team. Chapter 11:11 The Prototype of the Dragon Legion. When the giant dragons rushed downward, the mysterious shadow below discovered the giant dragon falling from the sky. The reaction of these strange figures was quite fast, and a group of them immediately raised their weapons and prepared to face the enemy. But there were more dragons falling from the sky, and they were already ready for battle when they rushed downwards. When they rushed to a position about 30 meters above the ground, they began to spray dragon breath. Their dragon breath instantly caused a large area of flames, covering all the strange shadows below. The power of this flame was powerful enough to instantly burn all the shadows below level 5 to ashes. Although Guiying above level 5 relied on his strong vitality, he survived the dragon's breath. But their situation is not good either. This time, there are more than just black dragons among the giant dragons that come. Instead, there are all kinds of miscellaneous dragons. There is a being called a fire dragon here. This kind of fire dragon is not that big, and its melee capability is not strong. So it is better than the weak red dragons that Gushi got before. But they have one biggest characteristic. That is, they have 1 or 2 hands of flame magic. Among them is a spell called Dragon Flame Duration. This spell is prepared for dragons. The effect is also very simple. All dragon breath exhaled by dragons, as long as it is flame type, can last for 3 to 10 seconds longer. It can be said that after mastering the dragon flame continuation technique, the fire dragon is the best auxiliary among the dragons. Most dragons are willing to take the fire dragon with them. As the fire dragon spewed out this wave of dragon breath, it immediately activated the dragon flame sustaining technique. With this move, where the giant dragon flew by, flames kept falling in the sky, and it looked like a ghost in slow motion. The power is comparable to that of a giant dragon's breath, and can last for 3 to 10 seconds. For those ghosts who were not burned to ashes immediately, these 3 to 10 seconds were quite fatal, because the weaker ghosts were burned to death in the first second of contact with the flames. The rest just survived by relying on their strong vitality. They have no ability to resist fire and dragon breath. Now there are 3 to 10 seconds of dragon breath added. This immediately prolonged the time they were harmed by the dragon's breath. Under this wave of dragon breath attack, another group of weak ghosts were burned to death in the dragon breath. Only some shadows who were close to level 10, or those who took the route of defending the blood ox, survived the dragon's breath. It's just that the number of such shadows is not large. At most, less than 130 shadows have survived the dragon's breath attack. This is a rather small number. You must know that this is a gathering place for ghosts to attack the city. There are at least 8 or 9,000 ghost shadows gathered here. However, there were less than 100 giant dragons flying over. With just one wave of impact, they knocked down only about 1% of these mysterious shadows. Sometimes powerful troops are so unreasonable when they have the upper hand. At this time, the weak red dragon following behind suddenly dropped from the sky and pounced on the ghost shadows on the ground that were not yet dead. The weak red dragon that rushed down at this time really didn't have anything he wanted. The dragon flame sustaining technique in front has no effect. And there is no effect of following a large group of giant dragons and attacking together. This can really be regarded as a slow step. A slow step. There were more than 30 red dragons rushing down, and they happened to face more than 100 ghost figures that were already half disabled. If these weak red dragons were braver, closed their eyes and sprayed the dragon's breath, they would actually have a chance to kill some of the ghosts. In this way, the problem of them being slow to catch up will become that they have brains and know the two-stage attack method. But these red dragons are really not that brave. They saw more than 100 unkilled ghosts below, and they paused in the air. At this moment, the shadows below seized the opportunity. Several shadows with levels over level 10 jumped out from below and pounced on the red dragon. As soon as the shadows pounced on them, these weak red dragons realized what they were doing. They sprayed randomly around them first, and then rushed into the group of shadows and started a hand-to-hand fight with the shadows. The dragons flying into the sky and preparing for the second wave of impact looked at the situation below and looked at each other. None of them knew what was happening. Obviously, as long as there is another wave of dragon breath, the mission here will be completed. What are these weak red dragons doing? And why are they engaging in hand-to-hand combat with Shadow? All the dragons in the sky turned their heads and looked at the serious red dragon among the group of dragons. Those red dragons were all speechless. How do they know what this is going on? The path for the weak red dragon below to advance is the lava dragon. Well, it's not the same species as them. How do they know how these guys' brain circuits grow? What to do? The giant dragons looked at each other, and in the end, they could only charge forward. Let's fight hand to hand. After all, the dragons are also very capable in hand-to-hand combat. Except for titans, they are only slightly weaker than beemen in terms of melee combat. After these giant dragons rushed down, they immediately bit the still-living Shadow. They are not breathing dragon breath or anything like that now. They are just relying on the dragon's fangs and claws to attack. Under the attacks of these giant dragons, the weak red dragons finally breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to be underestimated by the dragons, so they kept biting the nearby shadows. Under their bite, the ghosts who were already seriously injured were killed and injured faster and faster. However, none of the giant dragons noticed that after the death of these shadows, they did not turn into strange energy beads of various sizes on the spot like the shadows that were burned to death by the dragon's breath before. They all turned into a black liquid. After these liquids are stained with the strange energy beads, they will quickly melt the strange energy beads, and finally turn into black liquid and seep into the ground. Although the amount of these black liquids was small, they seemed to have their own spirits and had no intention of continuing to tangle with the dragon. After swallowing part of the strange energy beads, they quickly disappeared underground. After killing the remaining shadows through hand-to-hand combat, the holy dragon flew in front of the weak red dragons and roared at them several times. But this holy dragon is not a commander or a hero. The reason why he came out to say a few words now is entirely because of Shenlong's personality and strength. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one in charge of the giant dragon team in front of him, the holy dragon wouldn't have bothered with this matter. After saying a few words to the weak red dragon, the holy dragon led the other dragons back into the sky. They planned to use a wave of dragon breath to wash the ground and get rid of the strange energy beads on the ground. Chapter 11-12 The Shadows March. The other dragons had no objections to the holy dragon's decision. Anyway, the enemy has been killed. They can't take away these strange energy beads. Nor is gold their favorite. Breathing fire to burn these treacherous beads is just a matter of raising their hands for them. Done. All the giant dragons flew into the air, hovering in the sky, and released another wave of dragon breath towards the strange energy beads piled on the ground. Under the flames of the dragon's breath, most of the strange energy beads were burned by the flames until they were vaporized. After doing such a thing, the giant dragons hovered in the sky for a while. After finding that there was no problem, they flew towards the labyrinth demonic city. After the dragon flew away for a period of time, a large amount of black liquid that had seeped into the ground at the beginning seeped back into the ground where the shadows had previously gathered. The black liquid circled around in place and found some strange energy beads that had not been burned away in the dragon's breath from the soil, coupled with the amount of black liquid itself and the soil on the ground. It automatically combined. However, because the dragons burned a large number of strange energy beads in a fire before leaving, the amount of materials that the black liquid could find was insufficient. During the combination, some non-spiritual soil had to be added. Through the black liquid, part of the strange energy beads, and a certain amount of soil. These strange things in front of me finally formed a clay statue of the giant dragon that attacked the strange shadow before. Judging from the images of these clay statues, this is the number and appearance of all the dragons that attacked them before. It can be said that this is a complete one-to-one replica. At best, the color is just not quite right. Most of these clay statues are the color of clay with some black patterns. Compared with the ghost shadow, the color is more distinct. After all the clay statues of the giant dragons were shaped, these clay statues of the giant dragons flapped their wings and flew towards the direction from which the dragon troops came. It's just that more than half of their bodies are made of clay, which is heavy and hard. Flapping their wings can allow them to fly a certain distance, but they cannot fly directly at high altitudes like giant dragons. They can fly more than 10 meters above the ground, and flying up to 700 or 800 meters is considered good. Usually they crawl on the ground. After these clay dragons took shape, they headed towards the labyrinth magic city, without any thought of waiting for other shadows at the gathering place of shadows. In the eyes of these giant clay dragons, troops like theirs are enough. Just now, they gathered more than 8,000 shadow troops, but they were annihilated by the giant dragon rushing down from the sky. Now they have regrouped according to the appearance of those giant dragons. This is an existence with strong enough combat power. If they go there now, they will definitely be able to defeat those previous giant dragons. At the same time, a sufficient number of shadow troops had also gathered in the other two shadow gathering places. It is different from the more than 8,000 strange shadows that were directly destroyed by the giant dragon here, in the other two shadow gathering places, because there are heroic level shadows. The number of shadows gathered is obviously larger. One of the shadow troops has reached about 15,000 people. There are more than 4,000 shadows above level 5, and there are more than 600 above level 8. In addition, there are more than 300 shadows with level 10 or above. Even if the remaining shadows are below level 5, they still have various weapons and equipment that have just been distributed, and their combat effectiveness has also been improved to a certain extent. In order to gather these shadows, this heroic shadow scraped off a layer of the nearby land. Now there are no available shadows in the nearby shadow villages and camps, and even the shadows in the nearby resource points have been called over. If you want to find more ghosts, you have to go farther away to find them. It takes a long time to go back and forth. Therefore, the heroic level shadow did not attack anyone. In his mind, the force in front of him should be enough to capture the city that suddenly appeared. In fact, this heroic figure was right. Without Gu Shi's support from behind, the strength of the newly built labyrinth demonic city would actually be seriously insufficient. With 10 times the military force, the possibility of conquering the maze magic castle is still quite high. Not to mention that the troops sent out this time were not from the same direction as his. In the other direction, there is a 9,000-strong shadow army that is also moving forward under the command of a heroic shadow. The situation is different from the other two troops. The level of the shadow army in front of them was directly raised. This shadowy hero is the kind of hero that values level over numbers. All of his subordinates are shadow troops above level 5. Among them, more than half are ghosts above level 8. If you pay attention to their weapons, you will find that many of these shadow soldiers have strange creatures such as multiple arms or human heads. It is obvious that when the shadow hero summoned the shadows, he directly let these shadows fight each other. Use the life of ordinary shadows to strengthen the levels of other shadows. This is also the reason why there are fewer people on this side even though both sides have heroic level ghost flags. However, although their number is small, their combat effectiveness is strong enough. And the weapons in their hands are not based on the number of people's hair. But you can take as many as you can. In this shadow army, there are really all kinds of weapons. Looking at the shadows with arms ranging from 3 to more than 10, carrying weapons made of various materials, everyone will feel confused. Such a unit can easily win if it only attacks a city with normal strength. The troops of the two shadow heroes, plus a giant clay dragon. The three troops are coming towards the maze magic city at the same time. At this time, Dominic had already counted out the dragons in the city that were about to starve to death. The dragons that could crawl out of the strange maze alive this time, regardless of whether they had the strength to fly in the end, flew to the castle to wait for food, or fell directly on the street waiting for people to feed them. They are all the elite among the dragons. In the strange maze, they all experience many battles just for a bite to eat. The weakest level of the dragons here has reached level 9. And some have even reached around level 12. The dragons here are mainly black dragons, with red dragons and green dragons accounting for half each. The total number adds up to more than 360 animals. After eating for a round, their physical strength had somewhat recovered, although it is still skinny and bones. It is no longer a problem to fly. When the flying dragons fell into the castle of the labyrinth demonic city, Dominic immediately mixed them with the dragons that had just returned, formed the 1st Battalion of Dominic's Labyrinth Legion. The Dragon Battalion. Chapter 1113, The First City Defense Battle. I replenished my mana twice through the food in the city cafeteria, and then used up all my mana on spiritualism. Gushi finally couldn't bear it anymore, and went back to the tavern to sleep. It was faster to replenish mana through food than sleeping. But Gushi's stomach only had so much energy, and he couldn't keep eating. If he continued to eat, he would be strangled to death. Through this enhanced replenishment, Gushi has already seen that in just a few hours, if he does not want to drink a large amount of unpleasant magic potion, he can only replenish his mana 3 times through food. It seems that I need to give you some advice, and ask her to help with research to see if there is any way to change the taste of the magic potion. As for dietary supplements, we can't continue like this. Gushi closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep while touching his belly. Gushi didn't sleep for long this time. While he was still dazed, he suddenly heard an explosion outside the city. Gushi sat up immediately. Someone is attacking the city. Please come. Gushi shut his mouth before he finished shouting. Only then did he remember that he was not in Aladovi City, and all the matters in the Labyrinth City had been left to Dominic to handle. He opened the information window and took a look. A red alert was flashing in front of me. The time for wild monsters to attack the city has arrived, and the enemies are attacking the maze magic city from 3 directions at the same time. 3 directions? Gushi was also stunned for a moment when he saw the message that popped up. How can there be 3 directions? Didn't Dominic send out the dragon troops to deal with the enemies in 1 direction? How could enemies appear from 3 directions at the same time? Thinking of this, Gushi quickly stood up. Can Dominic handle it alone? Gushi arranged his clothes and walked outside. When he walked out of the room, Gushi happened to see a large number of thieves running out of different rooms and heading out. Looking at the actions of these thieves, Gushi knew that Dominic was also anxious. In front of the tavern, Gushi jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin, hesitated for a moment, and then headed towards the castle. This was the first time that Gushi acted as the defensive side in a siege. He wasn't quite sure where the guard should stand to give command, so he immediately imitated Princess Anna and stepped into the gate of the castle. When Gushi entered the castle, the first thing he saw was Lord Drybones recording something there. Hey, Lord Drybones, why are you here? The eldest princess heard that there was going to be a siege here. As a defender, we sent me here to take a look. Lord Dry Bones said with an expression on his face, as if he had worked hard for his life. He is the lord in charge of logistics in Princess Anna's current council. He is usually responsible for the manufacturing of weapons and equipment in the city, as well as the uniform change of all soldiers in the city. How did you get here? Gushi could understand Princess Anna's thoughts. He himself wanted to come over to watch the battle. Not to mention Princess Anna, who was in charge of the safety of the entire Aladovi city. On Princess Anna's side, her idea is that if she can pay more attention, she should pay more attention. And if she has more experience in defending the city, she will have more experience. You never know when these experiences might come in handy. However, Gushi was more concerned about how Lord Withered Bones came here. After all, Gushi knew the distance between Labyrinth City and Aladovi City. It would take a long time to run back and forth on this road. Dominic built a flying point, and I flew here on a giant bat. While talking, Gushi and Lord Dry Bones also walked to the highest point of the castle tower. Standing here, Gushi could clearly see most of the situation in the Labyrinth Demonic City. However, the battle situation on the other side of the city wall is not very clear due to reasons such as too many buildings in the city and the distance. Just as Gushi was about to say something, he discovered that Lord Kugu had taken out a lot of things similar to ritual and magic ritual materials, and was installing them aside. What's this? Gushi was about to ask. Suddenly, there was a sonic boom behind him. Gushi looked back and saw that a large number of giant dragons were flying from below the castle and heading towards the city wall at a very high speed. The war has begun. The war has begun, Lord Dry Bones said excitedly. It will be ready soon. What are you pretending to be? Gushi asked as he stepped forward to help, lest the unpacked items be blown away by the dragon flying at high speed. Sir, you proposed, and Mrs. Luna supported. A comprehensive battlefield monitoring system was developed. There is a magic part and a technology part in it, but it will be a bit bigger. A temporary base station needs to be set up on the battlefield to transfer the battlefield images. Now only 2 sets have been made. This time I came here and brought 1 set with me. Another set is currently being installed in Aladovita. As long as I set up the temporary base station, the scenes of the battle here can be transmitted to Aladovi City as soon as possible. Oh, so you're here to do this? I thought you were here to be an observer and learn combat experience. Gushi also laughed when he heard it. Lord Dry Bones didn't say anything, but assembled it quickly. If this thing is not assembled, there will be no way to observe the situation on the battlefield, let alone broadcast it live to Aladovita. Therefore, Lord Dry Bones must speed up the progress on his hands. And Gushi didn't cause trouble there. He just watched from a distance. And at the same time, he also paid attention to the situation on the other side of the city wall from time to time. Soon this all-round battlefield monitoring system was installed. As the system started up, a large number of tiny mirrors flew up from the ceremony and quickly flew around. As soon as these tiny mirrors flew out, Gushi understood that this was Luna's method after she got the orange outfit and returned. If it were Luna before, she probably wouldn't be able to make such a detailed mirror. Of course, it is also possible that you can do it in such detail, but not so freely. As the powder-like mirror flew out in all directions, Gushi noticed that the instrument showed the entire Labyrinth Demonic City, and about 10 miles outside the city, through the images projected by the instrument. Gushi also noticed the situation outside the Labyrinth Demonic City at this time. Dominic was standing on the city wall due south at this time, facing the wave of shadow troops with about 9,000 people on his side. At this time, Dominic's expression was not very good. He also didn't expect that not long after the giant dragon troops came back and said they had annihilated a shadow army. Such a group of weird mud dragon troops came out from that direction. This immediately disrupted Dominic's arrangement. The hungry dragon, who had just recovered a little strength, had to be dragged out to fill the scene. At the same time, he assessed the situation of the enemies on both sides, and personally ran to the south to take charge, in order to prevent the enemy from breaking through the strange maze defense line in one fell swoop. Chapter 11:14 The fight begins. What do you think of Dry Bones? When he saw the situation in the maze demonic city clearly, Gushi asked immediately. On the surface, he was asking Lord Dry Bones, but in fact, he was contacting Princess Anna behind it through Lord Dry Bones. In terms of military affairs, Gushi is still more willing to trust some of Princess Anna's judgments. Dominic has a great brain. Lord Withered Bones was silent for a moment. And finally came Princess Anna's judgment. The situation of the maze outside the maze magic city is a bit difficult to judge. But you can see from the size of the maze in front of you that such a large maze can be swallowed no matter how many people enter. It is impossible to rely on the human sea tactics to break the maze in front of you. Although the shadow troops on the north side are large in number, their levels are not very good. On the other hand, on the south side, the hero is smart, and they know that they are attacking the city. Do you know you are attacking the city? What does it mean? Gushi was a little puzzled, and turned his gaze to the enemy in the south. At this time, Lord Drybones also immediately took action, enlarging the enemy's battlefield layout to the south. Seeing the mysterious figures moving forward in a four-sided battle formation, Gushi couldn't see anything for a moment. But as the picture zoomed in, Gushi noticed the difference here. The shadow hero here really treats the battle in front of him as a siege. Behind his team were hundreds of special catapults and ballistae. It can be seen from the placement of catapults and ballistae that this shadow hero knows a lot about sieges. He knew very well that siege was not just about how many troops rush forward to attack. If you want to siege a city, you must have various siege machines. You must have either a catapult or a ladder. If there were no siege machinery, and they had to rely on piling up human lives, they would simply serve as targets for the guards on the city walls. When using siege machinery, the most important things are 2 points. One is ballistics, and at least it must be accurate. Otherwise, after launching it several times, it may fail to hit the city wall. Or even if it hits the wall, it cannot hit the city wall. Then what is the point? Catapults are not omnipotent. If you want to attack a city, you must destroy the city wall in a short period of time to allow follow-up troops to rush in. Of course, the strategy of throwing stones into the city and using stones to flatten the city will not be discussed here. Another point is to protect the catapult. After all, catapults play a very important role in siege warfare. This is understandable whether it is the siege or the defender. So there will be various small-scale battles around catapults. For example, tactics such as cavalry destroying catapults and attacking catapults from the air. Normally, when facing an army without air force, destroying the catapult is the first choice. As long as the opponent does not have a catapult, they will have no way to breach the city wall. With just those infantry, they couldn't even cross the moat. For this reason, the shadow hero specially left a square formation to protect the catapult when arranging the formation. When the screen was not enlarged before, Gushi didn't notice much. But looking at it now, Gushi understood the meaning of Princess Anna's words. This hero has a brain, and knows that he is attacking the city. And Dominic also had a good brain. He also knew that the heroes on the south side were the important enemies. So he directly mobilized his troops to this position. If it weren't for those clay dragons in the west, he would even want to transfer the dragon troops here. At present, more than half of the troops in the labyrinth city have been gathered here. Cavemen, harpies, medusas, minotaurs, manticores, hydras and nightmares are all arranged here. The situation on the north side is different. Here Dominic deployed the Evil Eye troops, and Gushi to temporarily support his wild beast skeleton soldiers. The reason why these two troops are placed here is entirely due to 2 reasons. The wild beast skeleton soldiers do not need to be commanded. As long as the enemy approaches, they will act on their own. As for the reason why the Evil Eyes are placed on the northern city wall, it is because their shooting range is the longest. The most important thing is that they don't deduct damage for attacks beyond a certain distance, and they have air defense capabilities. This attack method of radiating rays directly from the eyes is also very useful when no one is directing it. Putting these 2 arms together, plus the strange maze outside the city, it is not a problem to defend everything in front of them. After the dragon troops have dealt with all the mud dragons outside, there will be dragon troops coming to support the northern city wall. According to Dominic's estimation, it should only take an hour or 2 for the dragon troops to defeat the mud dragon. By that time, the enemy might not even have reached the city wall. The layout in front of me is not a problem. But Dominic never expected that the plan would really change. Gushi and Princess Anna had just finished evaluating Dominic as a wise leader when an accident happened. The north, which had always been underestimated by Gushi and Dominic, suddenly used a special method. At the first moment of the war, they actually came into contact with the northern city wall. Gushi only noticed the situation here when he heard the explosion coming from the north. The hero in the north is not actually brainless, but his brains are placed elsewhere. He had no intention of attacking the city in a proper way. When he came, he planned to use his strange abilities to attack the city. Although his plan did not include the mysterious maze outside the city. But this actually doesn't affect his actions. When he brought his men in front of the city wall, the shadow hero called a group of shadows on his side. These shadows were all low-level shadows. When they stood up, they all huddled themselves into a ball, as if they were afraid that they would be trampled to death if they were not careful. About 3,000 ghostly figures crowded and pushed each other, squeezed together. Then the shadow hero raised his arm and pushed against the squeezed shadows. With an explosion, all the ghost shadows were blown away. The direction of their flight was naturally the northern wall of the labyrinth demon city. It's just that they were all smashed out. The most important thing is that they seemed to be a little fast when they were blown out. The evil eye said here also responded quickly. But there are only a few evil eyes. They immediately fired laser-like long-range attacks at the sky, which could only break more than 40 groups of mysterious shadows into pieces. A few of the remaining shadows fell into the strange maze, and most of them hit the city wall. Just like this, before the battle started on the south city wall, more than 1,800 ghosts were sent to the north wall. Chapter 11:15 Taking control of the situation. The strange shadow on the north wall is an unexpected situation. Neither Gucci nor Dominic, nor even Princess Anna, who was watching the battle from afar in Aladovi City, expected that such a thing would happen. This also gave them a heads up. Nothing is impossible in the world of gaming. It cannot be said that once you have arranged the shot, it will be foolproof. A moment of carelessness can endanger one's life. Dominic immediately wanted to withdraw from the southern city wall to the northern city wall. At this moment, Gucci stood up in advance. You keep an eye on the south wall, and I'll handle the north wall. Dominic did not dare to object to Gucci's order. At the same time, he also understood that his score with Gucci had dropped a lot. He must quickly handle the battle on the southern wall, and have his hands free to deal with the battle on the north. Otherwise, his face will become less useful to Gucci. After cutting off contact with Dominic, Gucci immediately jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin and headed towards the north city wall. Lord Dry Bones had no intention of moving. She came here to act as a transit point. The battle ahead has nothing to do with her. However, she still focused part of the picture on Gucci. After leaving the castle, Gucci's speed towards the north wall was not slow at all. And just when Gucci rushed over, the wild beast skeleton soldiers on the north wall had also launched an attack on the mysterious shadows rushing up the wall. These wild beast skeleton soldiers held wooden sticks made of catapult arms in their hands. They rushed out and used a machine sweep to repel the attacks of many strange shadows with one blow. Knock away all the shadows that want to rush in front of the evil eye. At this time, the evil eye also showed its ability. It kept staring, and every time it shot a laser, it accurately hit a strange shadow. Don't look at the evil eye's laser. Just ignore the distance. In fact, the evil eye does not emit laser light just by glaring. They also need to see the situation. There are remote ways of playing. If the enemy is close, there is used for melee combat. The ghostly shadows rushed towards me. Naturally, they would not choose ultra-long-range lasers that waste power. It will use short-range laser attacks, so that the short-range laser is more powerful and the firing speed will be faster. In this way, the evil eye's attacks directly turn into various bursts of fire. With every strike, a mysterious shadow will turn into a mysterious energy bead. For a while, there was a lot of fighting on the city wall. At this time, the shadow heroes outside the city were once again ready to take action, intending to use the method just now to send a new batch of shadows to the city wall. Gucci, who happened to arrive at the north city wall, immediately issued the order. Skeleton soldiers, come out of the maze and attack. After Gucci's order was given, Gucci was speechless and found that his order seemed to be of no use. At this moment, Gucci was shocked. Is it possible that Dominic is so capable? Now all the undead in the maze are under control. But this is also unreasonable. The undead in the maze are not really locked in the maze. In fact, Gucci didn't understand that the strange maze was under their control. But when it is released outside, the control over the obelisk will naturally be much weaker. Except for the owner of the strange maze. Only the Tauren can enter and exit the maze freely. No matter whether the others are dead or alive. No matter how messed up they are in the maze. They can't find a way out of the maze. The summoned skeleton soldiers must have heard Gucci's order just now. But they had no way to fight. As for the bone dragons that could fly out, they didn't hear Gucci's order to them. So they were still lying in the maze, waiting for a strange shadow to fall from the sky and fall into the maze. Fortunately, Gucci reacted quickly. Seeing that letting the skeleton soldiers attack didn't work, he immediately changed his tactics. Dead Witch summons. The gate of H.L. is open. Under Gucci's spell, 30 necromancers cooperated with Gucci and attacked together. After Gushi passed level 10, the level of the summoned necromancer was also raised to level 10. At level 10, a necromancer becomes a lich. So this group of 30 necromancers were nominally recruited in the name of necromancers. But they all looked like liches. After being summoned, each of them flipped through the thick human skin books in their hands. You can tell at first glance that he is not a good person. With their help, Gushi's ghost gate was opened and released smoothly. Not only did the quantity meet Gushi's requirements, but the placement also met Gushi's requirements. 16 ghost gates appeared among the group of strange shadows outside the city. All the ghost gates opened at the same time, and a large number of undead in different situations rushed out from them. The ghost gate that Gushi released this time focused on randomness. His requirements are not high, as long as he can destroy the siege of the Shadow Army. The undead behind the ghost gate are all real cannon fodder. Even if they die fighting here, it won't matter. The main thing is to not let Guiying have an easy time. Just as Guiying was preparing for the second impact, another group of more than 3,000 people were rolling up their bodies. This time, the level of shadow has started from level 5. The purpose is to open up a good situation on the North City wall. But when they shrink their bodies, it means they temporarily give up their fighting ability. The undead spirits that rushed out of the ghost gate started fighting against these ghostly shadows. At this time, Gushi also issued an order at the same time. Kill those strange shadows. You can take away the strange energy beads that they turned into after their death. I won't keep any of them. Gushi's orders were issued through the mind's eye. No matter what kind of undead came out of the ghost gate, their eyes lit up after hearing this order. Then they really seemed to be crazy. Pounced on Guiying, tearing and biting him. As long as a ghost is killed, an undead will immediately rush to the ground, grab the ghost beads on the ground, and stuff them into his mouth. These undead are not as obedient as Gushi's men. Only one of them was released from the ghost gate, wanting to leave the underworld and come back alive. All the opportunities they can see are what they want to fight for. Humility. What is that? Can it revive them? However, this behavior of the undead disrupted the battle formation of the shadow troops. At the same time, more and more undead souls smelled the smell and rushed out of the ghost gate desperately. They fought desperately in the open space outside the maze. Chapter 11:16 The Mysterious Shadow Hero with Great Imagination. The situation was finally under control. Gushi was about to breathe a sigh of relief and turn around to deal with the part of the shadow that had climbed up the wall. But just when he relaxed, the shadow hero took action again. This time, Gushi had to admit that the ghost hero in front of him was really a hero with a wild imagination and the most unexpected qualities. It was obvious that Gushi had the situation under control. As a result, his imagination brought out other characteristics of the ghost shadow. Blocked the door. The shadow hero screamed. Gushi didn't hear what the other party said, but that was what the other party meant. At the same time, he also saw another group of about 1,000 ghost shadows rushing out. Their bodies automatically spread outward and kept getting bigger, as if they were being inflated. The levels of these more than 1,000 ghosts are not high, because they were far away. Gushi could not clearly judge the opponent's specific strength, but from their size, Gushi could guess that they were all low-level cannon fodder shadows. As a result, once they are inflated, their size becomes many times larger, and he knocked away the undead blocking the way, squeezed into the open ghost door, and blocked all the ghost doors with his own body. It's been a long time since Gushi acquired the skill of opening the ghost gate, but this is the first time he discovered that the open ghost gate can be blocked by someone. While he was complaining about what the shadow hero was thinking, the shadow blocking the ghost gate exploded on the spot. More than 1,000 ghosts were all blown into powder, and all the ghost doors opened by Gushi were also blown away. At this time, Gushi's face said, "You can still play like this. We can also see the methods and imagination of this shadow hero." After destroying the ghost gate, the shadow hero did not relax his vigilance. He knew very well that Gushi could open the ghost door once, twice or 3 times, and he only has these ghosts. So he can't blow up all his men just because he wants to close the ghost door. So under the operation of the shadow hero, the shadow that exploded into powder was used again. They formed a protective cover in the sky like dark clouds. Although Gushi was not sure what the situation was, he believed that the shadow hero was not acting without purpose. But Gushi didn't quite know what the other party planned to do. So Gushi raised his hand, ready to open another batch of ghost gates. But as soon as Gushi made a move, he discovered that the strange shadow battlefield shrouded in dark clouds had turned into a magic forbidden area. It seems that this is what the shadow hero is planning. Don't let Gushi use magic to cause trouble for him again. But Gushi is not a necromancer who only knows one kind of magic. As soon as he saw that this situation was inappropriate, Gushi immediately changed his direction of attack. He stretched out his right hand and pointed in the direction of the shadow. Psychic killing. As Gushi's strength increased, his research on orange equipment became more and more in-depth. Many tips for using orange equipment were slowly developed by Gushi. Psychic killing can affect all creatures within 15 miles. The power of the influence cannot be changed in any way. No matter who comes, 15 life points will be deducted. But the scope of influence can be freely controlled by Gushi. Gushi no longer has to do what he did before. He can only focus on himself and spread around. Now Gushi can specify a direction, or even arrange to use mind killing. In this way, fewer people will be accidentally injured. Moreover, the scope of contraction can also allow Gushi to do one thing. That is to mix psychic killing with other psychic operations. When the mind killing move was made this time, all the shadows, from the hero to the weakest, wanted to die. There are naturally those groups of shadows that have huddled together and are about to be sent up the city wall by the shadow heroes. As soon as this thought occurred, they no longer huddled in a ball, but went nearby to think of ways to prepare to commit suicide. The shadow hero could have prevented all of this, but he himself was also affected by the effect of psychic killing. He raised his hand and punched himself. This punch almost knocked him to the ground. When he got up, the ghost shadows that had huddled together and gathered ready to climb the wall returned to their original form. Now if you ask them to curl up again, not only will it take longer, but they will also be targeted. At this time, the shadow hero raised his head and glanced at the situation on the city wall. With a sinister look in his eyes. You asked for this? Stop shrinking and get on the ladder to heaven. The ghost shadow hero gave decisive orders, and the remaining ghost shadows quickly gathered together, one on top of the other, and kept moving upwards. Because the shadows themselves are like shadows. They can do it quickly as long as they think about overlapping each other. Unlike humans who have to consider the foundation and so on. As they climbed higher and higher, Gushi also noticed the changes here. At this time, Gushi also understood the shadow hero's train of thought. They want to stack it up to a certain level, and then fall it down directly. This way they can pass through their unsolvable weird maze, and land directly on the north wall. Just like in the cartoon. Only someone with a brain like Shadow Hero could come up with such an idea. Only a creature like Ghost can do this. As the shadows climbed higher and higher, Gushi also understood that the other party's plan was about to be completed. At this time, Gushi raised his right hand again, aiming at the stacked shadows and preparing to take action. But at this moment, Gushi suddenly felt that as he raised his right hand, the speed at which the strange shadows stacked up became slower and slower. They seemed to be waiting for Gushi to take action. Soul Dark Lamp. Gushi ordered decisively. The holder of the soul lamp appeared next to Gushi immediately. Through the perspective of the person holding the mind lamp, Gushi noticed that there was a pair of eyes from the ghost shadow staring at his fox eye ring. Although Gushi believed that the enemy did not have any masters, it was impossible for him to target the ability of his fox eye ring. But the other party immediately focused on the fox eye ring, which made the problem clear. And they are also preparing to stack higher. It was obvious that they were confident that the breath would no longer be affected by the power of the mind, and would not fall into the strange maze. These situations flashed through Gushi's mind. An idea appeared in his mind. So Gushi raised his right hand again, making a move to use mind kill. As he moved, all the overlapping shadows quickly lengthened. And then, they lunged forward and fell towards the north city wall. It seemed that as long as Gushi launched the psychic killing, they would be scattered and all fall into the strange maze below. But Gushi didn't do that. He pointed forward. Firestorm. Chapter 11-17 Battle. The Sky Canopy of Bones. Rapid Wind Technique. Gushi released a variety of different spells in one breath. Those shadows were stacked too high and stretched their bodies. Now they were beyond the range of the forbidden demon. As soon as Gushi's various spells fell on the opponent, some of the ghosts were seriously injured. Seeing that something was wrong, the shadow hero quickly issued new orders. But it was too late. Gushi's spell was directed towards the middle of the fallen shadow bridge. This attack can be considered as a full-strength attack. These spells fell on the shadows, and killed some of them immediately. Once the strange shadow dies, it will turn into a strange energy bead, and the bridge will be severed from the middle. The strange shadows in front could not be controlled for a moment, and they all fell into the strange maze. When Gushi took action, he could clearly feel a force hitting the fox eye ring on his right hand. But the power was not that strong. And he did not use the fox eye ring. The power circled around Gushi's hand, and then quickly turned back. It was obvious that Gushi was right not to use the power of the fox eye ring. Feeling the influence of this power, Gushi couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a situation this is. No matter what, anyone can touch his orange suit. Right? At this time, Gushi was also angry. The previous divination incident had already made Gushi feel unhappy. Now this happens again. It was like directly adding fuel to the fire in Gushi's heart. Bone Dragon. Ghost Dragon. Come out to me and kill them all. At the beginning, Gushi only ordered the more than 600 bone dragons he brought with him. But what he didn't expect was that after Gushi gave this order, the bone dragon in the strange maze also flew up. Dominic did not care about the details of the arrangements in the strange maze, but only requested that the number of undead in the maze should be more evenly distributed. So in the maze to the north, more than 1,000 bone dragons flew out. They followed Gushi's bone dragon and pounced on the mysterious shadow below. Guing didn't expect that there were such troops in the maze. At first, he thought the maze was just a maze, with at most some mechanisms inside. These bone dragons are very powerful. Moreover, some of his methods may not be of use in front of such a powerful enemy. In desperation, the shadow hero could only use tricks he didn't want to use. Everyone gathered together and prepare net-throwing tactics. Under the command of the shadow hero, these shadows quickly combined again. This time, they held hands and turned into a huge snare. Then the net became wider and wider, clearly trying to lock up all the bone dragons. If it were just ordinary bone dragons, if the number of bone dragons was smaller and the level was weaker, this method would even have a slight chance of winning. After all, the levels of the remaining ghosts are relatively high. They work together and have a certain synergistic effect. The net they form can definitely trap 300 to 500 flying troops of around level 8. But the problem is that the number of bone dragons is more than 600. And that doesn't include those that flew out of the strange maze. At the same time, their level is not weak either. The bone dragons that flew out of the strange maze were all at level 11. And Gushi's bone dragon army also included a level 19 double-headed bone dragon and a level 26 ghost dragon. All of these are beyond the control of Ying. The snare they formed dragged down all the bone dragons at once. But the fallen bone dragon immediately launched an attack. He quickly tore open the trap of the shadow and launched an all-round attack on the shadow. Shadow Hero also wants to adjust the battlefield again. However, both the double-headed bone dragon and the ghost dragon focused on the Shadow Hero's position. Before the other party could react, various dragon breaths and attacks fell on the Shadow Hero. As a hero on Guiying's side, he has strong commanding abilities. However, his combat ability is definitely not comparable to the elites of the same level. Not to mention that he was currently being attacked by several of Gushi's most powerful undead. Under a wave of attacks from the two-headed bone dragon and the ghost dragon, this Shadow Hero, whose imagination even Gushi admired, died on the spot, leaving only a large number of strange energy beads and two rusty-looking things. Once the Shadow Hero dies, Shadow becomes unmanned. Although there are many of them, their combat effectiveness is not that strong. The bone dragons under Gushi attacked from the sky and easily killed these shadows one by one. It only took less than half an hour for Gushi to resolve the battle. At this time, the results of the battle were also reported from two other places on the battlefield. Dominic was done with the battle to the south. Because of the accident at the northern city wall, Dominic accelerated the progress of the battle. On the ground city wall, he manipulated a variety of different spells to attack the shadows from various angles. At the same time, he opened the authority of the strange maze and released the skeleton soldiers in the strange maze. This is somewhat similar to Gushi's behavior. His idea was also to take the fight to Juing. When Gushi can't open the gate of H.L., these skeleton soldiers are the best fighting force. As the skeleton soldiers rushed out, the catapults behind the shadow troops also launched an attack. More than 100 catapults threw a large number of stone bombs. Each stone bullet was like a meteor, hitting the wall of the Labyrinth Demon City heavily. The Shadow Hero also saw who was faster in this battle. As long as they can destroy the city wall before they are defeated, victory will be theirs. Facing the rocks that were thrown at him, Dominic had no idea of retreating. He waved his hand, and a large number of minotaurs dragged an object made of huge wood from under the wall. While waiting for the enemy to come, Dominic was not unprepared. This lever-like thing made of wood is actually used to deal with ladders. As long as this kind of wood is placed on the city wall, the ladder truck can be pushed down with just one force. Of course, Thick cloths are now hung on these logs, like a net, blocking the flying stones. Although it couldn't stop much, it reduced the pressure on the city wall and bought time for the south city wall. At this time, the skeleton soldiers happened to rush in front of Guiying's troops. They happened to collide with the 3 shadow troops at the front. Unlike the ghost shadow that Gu Shi was dealing with, the ghost shadow on the south city wall was quite powerful. Facing the skeleton soldiers rushing out, the 3 shadow phalanxes immediately activated their respective characteristics to suppress the charging skeleton soldiers. Chapter 11:18 Crazy. When the skeleton soldiers and the shadow troops collided with each other, Dominic on the south city wall knew the opponent's strength at the first moment. At the same time, I also understood the weaknesses and problems of these skeleton soldiers. Although these skeleton soldiers are undead, they are currently located in the territory of the Labyrinth Demon City. What I got was the blessing from Labyrinth Demon City. The newly acquired Labyrinth Demonic City is definitely not as good as the long-established Aradovi City in this regard. The number of small plots used to strengthen the combat effectiveness of the troops is not as large as that in Aladovi City. In addition, there are some buildings on small plots that have enhanced targets, and some of them increase the training speed of the training camp. The combat effectiveness of the troops stationed in the Labyrinth Demonic City is obviously weaker than that of the troops stationed in Biladovi City. The same is true for the skeleton soldiers in front of me. Although they are all at level 11, some of their attributes have not been strengthened. The only thing Dominic can guarantee is that these skeleton soldiers will not affect the morale of other troops. There aren't many guarantees for the rest. Fortunately, these skeleton soldiers are just cannon fodder to attract the enemy's attention. Dominic was not dissatisfied with the weak strength of the skeleton soldiers. After releasing the skeleton soldiers, Dominic raised his hand, and several arrow towers on the south city wall also began to attack. The arrow tower of the Labyrinth Demon City is a building that was left behind from the beginning, with corresponding troops stationed inside. In the arrow tower in front of you, there are a group of Medusa archers stationed. The 2 different types of Medusa in the city actually differ in their professions. Medusa archers are pure archers. They can carry poison when shooting, and their eyes can petrify enemies. They are a type of soldier that is strong in both long range and melee combat. Medusa shooters are different. They do not use poison when shooting, although their eyes can also turn people to stone. This is not their advantage. Their advantage is that they can operate various long-range weapons, just like crossbows on arrow towers. Gun. Therefore, Medusa archers are often arranged into artillery teams and sent to the top of arrow towers. All the arrow towers in the city have been upgraded. The previous arrangement of the arrow tower was for the flying dragon in the sky. The shooting distance and attack power of the arrow tower will naturally exceed normal levels. Under Dominic's command, the black arrows fired from the arrow tower accurately hit the tall shadow located behind the enemy camp and close to the shadow hero. This blow shocked the shadow hero, so the 9 square formations quickly changed. The 3,000-man phalanxes at the front that were fighting the skeleton soldiers did not need to be mobilized. Instead, the 4,000-man phalanxes at the back quickly pushed forward, preparing to surround the skeleton soldiers from both sides. The remaining 2,000-man phalanxes retreated, preparing to retreat further, while the protection was launching an attack on the catapults. The shadow hero also noticed it, and his catapult attack was very effective. Otherwise Dominic would not use the arrow tower to counterattack. Now as long as the city wall is knocked down, his troops can rush into the city. Will the few troops on the city wall be able to block his attack? Don't even think about it. So in the current situation, we must ignore the shadows and protect the catapult. Standing on the city wall, Dominic immediately saw the changes in the enemy. At this time Dominic also laughed. This is what he wants. In fact, the most troublesome thing for the siege team in a siege battle is not the moment when they destroy the city wall and enter the city, but when they were outside the city. They had no idea what buildings were inside the city, and what role these buildings could play. In the absence of intelligence support, the proper way to attack a city is to attack at your own pace. Slowly build the city wall and fill in the moat. Shadow Hero did this before, but after being hit with a few arrows from Dominic's arrow tower, the Shadow Hero made a wrong judgment. He actually pushed all his troops out. This gave Dominic a chance. He used magic. As a hero, Dominic naturally has a magic book in his hand. Although Dominic's own magic level is not strong. But to defend the city here in the Labyrinth Demon City, you can borrow the power of the magic tower. Not to mention that his magic power is almost unlimited. He can use all the magic recorded in the magic tower. Although it has not been blessed in terms of power, The effect has definitely not been compromised in any way. The magic in the dungeon is mainly based on earth and fire. There are both attack and defense in these two systems. Facing the shadow troops that had surrounded the skeleton soldiers, Dominic immediately released the magic he had chosen long ago. Frenzied. This is a more advanced magic among fire spells. If you want to talk about the theory here, you can at least write a book. Of course, Dominic doesn't need to learn this. He just needs to use this magic, taking advantage of the characteristics of the magic tower. When Dominic uses magic, it is like performing a magic ritual. Such a cruel move directly enveloped all the skeleton soldiers and the 7 phalanxes of ghostly shadows. The magic function of Crazy Heart is the simplest. Once hit, they will become like mad beast skeleton soldiers, uncontrollable and attacking everything around them at will. But there are 2 problems here. One is that the effect is only once. It is not sustainable for a long time. That is to say, as long as you hit someone else, the madness you hit will disappear, no matter how high the level of the madness is. Another point is that it is not very effective for long-range attacks. After all, what you look at remotely is not the enemies around you, but the enemies far away. So being crazy doesn't have much impact on them. The real fit for using Heartbreaker is against enemies with hard control effects such as entanglement, paralysis, and immobilization, because the hard control effect is launched along with the attack. As long as the crazy skill is used, you can control similar people nearby. As long as they are restrained and unable to move, they are the best targets. This method is particularly suitable for dealing with enemies such as tree men or tree spirits, because when the tree spirit takes action, it must be entangled with roots. And this is true whether it is an attack or a counterattack. Only by killing the tree spirit will the root entanglement be released. Often one maniac can trap the tree spirits in an entire forest, and it's permanently trapped. Dominic has no such request at the moment. He just wants to make the shadows chaotic. Under his madness, all the strange shadows began to attack everything around them. As for the skeleton soldiers surrounded by the ghost shadows, although they were also affected by the madness, they were fighting the ghost shadows in the first place. So it didn't really matter whether they were affected or not. But the shadows surrounding the skeleton soldiers were different. Not all of them squeezed in. Once the madness fell on them, their eyes turned red, and they attacked everything around them. Chapter 11:19 Gorgeous Operation. When the shadow hero saw his shadows fighting each other, his eyes turned red. In order to raise the level of these ghost shadows, he used many methods. At that time, these shadows were created using the lives of other shadows. These shadows can survive because each of them has a way to deal with other shadows. They are really good at killing other ghosts. Sure enough, just like that, the ghost shadows created real fire. All of the shadows' moves are killing moves. Even Dominic on the city wall didn't expect that effect. Just with this wave of attacks, the number of shadows was reduced by more than 1/3. It's so effective to be mad at the sight of it. Where would Dominic be dragged? Immediately, there was another wave of madness. At this time, the shadow hero also realized that something was wrong, and he immediately wanted to mobilize the shadow troops to retreat. At least get out of the magic attack range. But his step was slow, and every step was slow. He clearly had the upper hand, but it ended up accelerating his failure. How can it be so easy for the troops that have been sent out to withdraw? As soon as they planned to retreat, Dominic seized the opportunity and arranged for the bone dragons on the south wall to rush out of the maze at the same time and rush towards the mysterious shadow. As soon as the bone dragon appeared, the shadow hero immediately identified the opponent's target. Instead of being surprised, he was a little excited. Stop retreating. Prepare to counterattack. Drag down those bone dragons to fight. Prepare the catapults for a second drop. Use all the ballistae to fight against the bone dragons in the sky. The shadow hero had already seen the changes in the situation before him. When the bone dragon flew out, what he was most worried about was actually the bone dragon bypassing the shadow troops below from the sky to attack the siege equipment in the rear. It took him a lot of effort to make these catapults. If they were destroyed on the spot, he would not have the ability to build so many catapults in a short period of time. Now seeing that the bone dragon troops did not come to attack the catapult, the shadow hero became energetic. This is a good opportunity. If the enemy makes a mistake, it will definitely not work if we don't seize it. So the shadow hero immediately gave orders. Blind. When the shadow hero gave the order, a magic spell accurately landed on the catapult. The shadow hero knew the usefulness of the catapult. How could Dominic not know it? The catapult hit the city wall just now, causing great damage to the city wall. When Dominic released the bone dragon, He had already thought of ways to deal with the catapult. The catapult was still far away. The flying speed of bone dragons is actually not very fast. And the bone dragons here don't have much breathing ability. They are more focused on close combat with the enemy. If it was just a catapult, it would be nothing. But Dominic saw more than 2,000 mysterious shadows guarding people below. He could tell at a glance that the shadow hero was guarding against something. Although Dominic is anxious, he will not do anything to let his men die. When fighting the ghost shadow in front, the bone dragon can still take the initiative and can land or fly as it pleases. But if it is entangled by the mysterious shadow behind it, the initiative will no longer be in the hands of the bone dragon. Therefore, Dominic would rather let the bone dragon attack the ghost in the front and use the blindness spell on the ghost operating the catapult in the back, rather than send the bone dragon to the back. The shadow hero didn't expect Dominic to use magic again. The spell of blindness can directly make people lose the ability to move. After all, you can't see anything. So who are you going to hit? This trick is quite useful. It can be said that except for blind people like cavemen, everyone else will suffer the consequences. Under the spell of blindness, the catapults and crossbows all stopped attacking. All the shadows operating them are invisible. So how do they move? And taking this opportunity, they pounced the bone dragon into the group of ghost shadows. They immediately release the aging curse to deduct some of the enemy's life and attack power. Then the bone dragon engages in hand-to-hand combat with the shadow. After killing the shadow, they will immediately fly into the air and pounce down again. Although it would be a bit troublesome to fight like this, it would be fine as long as the bone dragons themselves don't care. After killing a batch of shadows, the skeleton soldiers who started fighting with the shadows had their hands free at this time. They actually started to fight back at this time. At the same time, without anyone noticing, the strange maze was slowly extending towards the battlefield, dragging some strange shadows into the strange maze. Under the triple effects of bone dragons, skeleton soldiers, and mazes, the number of shadows on the battlefield is getting smaller and smaller. When the shadow hero saw this situation, he looked back at the catapult that was temporarily inoperable. He finally moved 1,000-man phalanx guarding the catapult to the front line. But this also happened to fall into Dominic's trap. When Dominic mobilized the phalanx of 1,000 men, a troop appeared near the catapult. Dominic never forgot these siege engines. This is the most important thing to do when defending a city. The troops sent by Dominic were the native troops of the Labyrinth Demon Castle. The thieves. As thieves, their combat ability on the battlefield may not be strong, but their stealth ability must be strong. Since the battle began, they had been sneaking towards the catapult. It's just that because 2,000-man phalanxes have been guarding here, they have never found a chance to get close to the catapult. Now 1,000-man phalanx has been mobilized, and the operator of the catapult has also been affected by the blindness effect. This happens to be the best time for thieves to take action. These thieves quickly sneaked into the catapult battle formation and sneaked close to the catapult. If it were normal times, their attempts to enter would have been discovered by the shadows guarding here. But now, all the shadows are blind. If they can't sneak in at this time, then they won't be thieves in the future. The thieves had already approached the catapult, but the ghosts still didn't notice their movements. At this time, the thieves also came up with corresponding means. After all, the thieves themselves are not very powerful in combat, and they cannot sneak around with heavy weapons. When they set out this time, Dominic had already prepared the materials for them. Those are some alchemical potions. Although these alchemy potions are considered basic items that Dominic temporarily dug out from the warehouse, they are quite useful for dealing with catapults. These alchemical potions are the famous blazing fire glue, a special alchemical potion that can burn directly when poured on the ground. Chapter 1120 Treasure. Forbidden Magic Ball. It's burning! As the thieves threw the fiery glue, all the catapults caught fire. For a moment, the shadow hero on the South City wall was at a loss. At this time, another piece of good news reached Dominic. The dragon troops he sent out before had already cleared out the unplanned mud dragon enemies. Now, under Dominic's command, the dragon troops are flying from one end of the city to the South City wall to join the final battle. This is precisely why, under such pressure, Dominic's battle ended almost at the same time as Gushi's battle on the North Wall. Although there were various problems in his battle this time, his overall grasp of the labyrinth demonic city was somewhat lacking. But he had accomplished all the things that should be done in the defense of the city. The most important thing is that he knows how to plan ahead, knows when to use magic, knows the strengths and weaknesses of his men, and is willing to invest in the battle. This is enough. After all, in Gushi's eyes, His requirements for his leaders were not high. If I give you a task, you can ensure that you are not just a tool that follows orders. Gu Shi, who was located on the North City wall, had just finished the battle when he heard news from Dominic. Gu Shi was silent for a moment, then turned around and ordered, "No need to assemble. Just clean the battlefield." Then Gu Shi looked at the sky again. Sure enough, people's potential is forced out. I thought this city defense battle would take 1 to 2 days, but I didn't expect it to end in just a few hours. While Gu Shi was speaking, the troops that had just regrouped returned to the battlefield. Gu Shi was still worried about the situation on Dominic's side before, and wanted to gather troops to help him. Now that the battle ends quite early, there is no need for that. The undead under Gu Shi began to clean up the battlefield, because the open ghost door was blown up by the mysterious shadow. Many of the strange energy beads that were originally intended to be distributed to the undead were retained. Now the undead under Gu Shi piled them together, and also picked out the weapons used by Guiying and put them aside, ready to wait for the city gate to open and good luck to come into the city. At this moment, the strongest ghost dragon fell in front of Gu Shi, and he opened his mouth and spat out 2 things. Those were the 2 rusty props left behind by the shadow hero when he died in battle. Gu Shi was a little confused when he saw what the ghost dragon vomited out. Could it be that I came across some good stuff, so I sent it to myself in advance? While thinking about it, Gu Shi reached out and picked up one of the objects that looked like a magic ball. As Gu Shi picked up the rusty magic ball, he felt that his hand was heavy, and all the magic power in his body seemed to be affected, and it seemed that some of it could not function properly. Forbidden magic ball, purple treasure after equipped. It occupies the decorative position, with itself as the center, forming a forbidden magic land within a radius of 5 miles, can be turned on or off by yourself. Within the forbidden magic land, except for talent skills, all magic invalid. As soon as he saw this piece of equipment, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. At this time, Gu Shi finally understood what the previous method used by the shadow hero to become immune to his own magic. Forbidden magic ball. This is not a simple piece of equipment. Although this thing is not a complete set, it is the best equipment for magic heroes or legal players. After all, the forbidden demon within a radius of 5 miles can directly suffocate a legal player to death. You can understand this after thinking about it. When a magician who can fly to the sky and escape directly through his magic power and master spells that destroy the world can't cast a single spell, what else can he do besides being killed? It can be said that this forbidden magic ball is truly worthy of being a purple treasure. In terms of power and effect, it is stronger than equipment of the same level. Receive this first. Gu Shi did not put the forbidden magic ball on his body, but put it in his pocket. After all, the situation of banning the magic ball is such that it does not distinguish between friend and foe. If everyone wants to ban it together, Gu Shi, who is a necromancer, will also be affected. If he really had to use the forbidden magic ball, Gu Shi wouldn't even be able to use a spiritualism. At most, he can only use the skills on various equipment. What's the point of fighting in such a battle? Therefore, it is better to put away the forbidden magic ball at the moment. With the harvest of the forbidden magic ball, Gu Shi also became interested in another rusty prop. It was a raw magnifying glass handle. What prop is this? Is it possible to use the Eye of Atmosphere or Eye of Earth props? A trace of curiosity flashed in Gu Shi's heart, and he picked up the handle. Focus handle, blue treasure after equipped. It occupies the decorative position, and can turn the spells or skills within the range into a single spell attack, concentrating all the spell or skill attack effects on one enemy, facing the attributes in front of him. Gu Shi blinked and looked back at the attribute description again. Only then did he realize what the focus handle in front of him was for. This is to change the group skill into a single target skill, concentrating firepower to attack an enemy. It would be fine if it were just a large-scale spell. At most, it would be the effect of changing the flame field back to a fireball. But Gu Shi always felt that the function of this thing was not that simple. Anyway, this thing would not have any impact on Gu Shi himself. So Gu Shi simply installed the focus handle in his equipment slot. After that, Gu Shi looked around and pointed at the open space outside the city. Death ripples. When releasing the death ripple, Gu Shi could clearly feel that the death ripple was much easier to control. Instead of using death ripple full screen, he can concentrate all the attacks of death ripple together and turn death ripple into an effect like Finger of Death. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that as the attack range of the death ripple became smaller and smaller, the power of the death ripple became more and more powerful. After succeeding in one skill, Gushi tried a few more skills. Gushi found that in addition to being useful for spells, the focusing handle was also useful for the effects brought by other equipment. For example, the mental killing brought by Gushi's Fox Eye Ring. No matter how Gushi operated before, he could only specify one direction for psychic killing. But that would also mean giving up the power of mental killing in other directions. But with the focus handle, the mind kill can be changed from a range attack to a single target attack. Only target one person. Although there is no way to increase the power of psychic killing, it still costs 15 points of life for one person. But the consumption for only one person is definitely smaller than the consumption for the entire range. Gushi tried it. And the psychic kill, which only targeted one person, only cost 2 points of mana, which saved a lot of mana. Moreover, the Fox Eye Ring's attack was a psychic attack. That was a very calm moment. No one will know what Gushi did, but it can have different effects. Chapter 1121 Cleaning the Battlefield. While Gushi was cleaning the battlefield, Dominic was also ordering his men to clean the battlefield. Unlike Gushi, who only targeted the North City wall, Dominic directly put away the strange maze and sent out all the movable people in the city. The purpose is to transport everything into the city. The focus of cleaning up the battlefield, in addition to the location where the Shadow Hero died in the south, is also the place where the Mud Dragon was killed. Among the 3 battlefields, the Mud Dragons died the fastest. After all, they had the smallest number, and the number of giant dragon troops they faced was not what the Mud Dragons thought. Only less than 100. In order to ensure victory in this battle, Dominic used all the dragons he had just released from the maze. There are a total of 360 giant dragons here, although their current physical strength is still insufficient. But they can still fly into the air and spit along with them. In this way, the number of dragons directly exceeded 500. And no one would even think about the power of their breath once the wave of dragon breath goes down. Not to mention the Mud Dragon. Even the steel can be burned for you. These Mud Dragons can't fly either. They say they can fly, but they can only fly more than 10 meters above the ground. And they can't breathe out the appropriate dragon breath. Originally, they just wanted to trick the giant dragon down and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the giant dragon. In the minds of these Mud Dragons, they are as numerous and as large as dragons. Although they cannot spit, they have no problem in hand-to-hand combat. In a one-on-one situation, they are confident that they can tie with the dragon in hand-to-hand combat. And their vitality is quite high. As long as the dragon is bitten to death, no matter how serious the injuries on their bodies are, they can recover. It can be said that they estimated everything, but failed to estimate the key point. Why do other dragons want to fight you hand-to-hand? Are they unable to fly high? Is dragon's breath not working well? There are still not enough dragons here. So the difference between having a hero and not having a hero to command is so big. At least brain is a good thing. And not everyone has it. More than 500 giant dragons sprayed together, and all the Mud Dragons were burned out in just one round. The giant dragon circled in the sky before turning and rushing towards the South City Gate to participate in the final battle. The body of the Mud Dragon was left in place. After the battle, all the dragons went back to rest. Dominic got the news about the Mud Dragons and rushed over immediately to deal with the burnout Mud Dragons. After being washed back and forth by the dragon's breath several times, the Mud Dragon was directly burned into a large number of mud balls. There is a lot of weird power in the mud ball, as well as some of the power of the dragon veins. Although he is not sure of the detailed attributes behind this, Dominic can be sure that this is definitely a good thing. After having the strange maze, Dominic's thoughts became different. There is only one idea in his mind now, which is to make good use of the maze. He is preparing to release the strange maze from the Maze Demon City. The current weird maze can only be arranged within a few miles outside the Maze Magic City. This was not what Dominic wanted. What Dominic wants to do now is to use the Maze Magic City as the center and arrange layer upon layer of mazes outwards. All areas that can be expanded will be turned into maze areas. This kind of thing seems a bit exaggerated, but after Dominic thought about it for a moment, it was actually not that difficult. The strange maze is now under Dominic's control, and now outside the wilderness. There are no shadows within 500 to 600 miles. This is the best time to swallow up the wilderness and win various resource points. As long as he gets the resource points, he plans to place the shadow maze at the resource point and slowly turn the movable maze into a fixed maze. Finally, through the placement of weird mazes and the construction of real mazes, the entire area will be transformed into a fixed maze. Maze area. No matter who comes in then, They will have to take a detour. I have to say that Dominic thought very well. But what he thought was a little unrealistic. He didn't even think about how many resources there were in the maze Magic City that would allow him to build such a maze. Likewise, he didn't want to think about whether Aladove City would provide resource support. Now Dominic didn't think so much. At this time, he was setting his sights on the mud blocks turned into mud dragons. Dominic has been thinking about the old and the new, and set all these mud blocks to the weird maze to enhance the quality and level of the weird maze. In this way, when the weird mazes are released, more mazes can be arranged to go out. As for whether to send these mud blocks to Aladove City, Dominic made the decision with high emotional intelligence. Not sent. So sometimes I have to admit that there are reasons why some people are not valued. Dominic didn't know what he would miss in the future. Anyway, he is very happy now. After the battle here, Gushi noticed that Lord Dry Bones was walking down from the castle of Labyrinth Demon City. She found Gushi. Sir, I'm getting ready to go back. Is there anything you need me to take back? No. You go back first. I'll explain to Dominic later, and I'm going back to the city. Gushi saw that the work here was almost completed, and the shadows in the outside area were almost cleared. So he did not plan to stay here any longer. Leave the matter of external expansion to Dominic. Wait until we return to Aladove City next time to see what happened to the two shadow heroes who were killed in this siege. Both of these heroes are relatively unique. One has a big brain and can always do something unexpected. The other one can be regarded as a regular hero. He has shown corresponding skills in both siege and field formation. Although he had never fought against him, Gushi was more optimistic about this hero. If he is trained well, he will be a suitable main combat hero. As for the person with a bigger brain, they can be assigned to do some difficult tasks. When faced with such a task, heroes with greater imagination can often find different ideas for solving problems. After hearing what Gushi said, Lord Kugu immediately said, "Okay, sir, I will go back first." Gushi nodded to her and then headed towards Dominic. Lord Dry Bones didn't stop for long. He ran to the flying point on the city wall, mounted the giant bat and flew out. You made a good choice. Looking at the flying giant bat, Gushi nodded with satisfaction. It is a very good idea to build a flight point as the first step after occupying the city. Roads are the key to connecting cities. You have proven your potential in this battle, and I can safely hand over the Labyrinth Demon City to you. Do you remember the plan I mentioned before? Remember? Take advantage of the opportunity when Guiying concentrates his forces to attack the city and is eliminated by us, and seize the resource points outside the Labyrinth Demon City to push our record 1,000 miles away. Very good. I'll leave this matter to you. Please don't worry. Sir. But sir, I have a request. Dominic made an opinion without hesitation. You say. I want to call the area I just occupied the maze area. Chapter 11:22 Two New Heroes. Sitting on the giant bat, Gushi felt the wind blowing against his face, and he didn't know where his thoughts were drifting. After giving instructions on external expansion, Gushi prepared to return to Aridao City via the flight point. As for his troops and the spoils of war, Gushi released them all. The Bone Dragon troops that came with them can fly back to Aladove City by themselves. The transformed undead combat team, as well as some of the undead such as the wild beast skeleton soldiers, will return to Aladove City while guarding a large number of devious energy beads. Although there is no one to command such a force, Gushi has every reason to believe that they can ensure the transportation of these materials. However, Gushi has already thought about it. After returning, he will discuss with Luna to establish a fleet base in the city to facilitate transportation between cities. The previous carriage stop was for a city that was not in the same world, but in the same world, or even in a city not far away. There is no need to use something like a carriage stop. That would not only be very consuming, but would also take a long time to transport. It is a good choice to specifically establish fleet bases between cities. Not to mention that in the future, both the Labyrinth District and the Labyrinth Demonic City will be the resource points of Aladove City, and the exchanges between the two cities will definitely become more frequent. A free fleet base is the best choice. At the same time, roads and other things also need to be repaired. This will prevent the transportation of troops from taking a long time. While Gushi was chattering in his mind, the giant bat flew over the still barren land and passed the gate of Aladove City. After landing at the flight point in the main city, Gushi immediately noticed the two new heroes appearing in the main city square. Both of these two are ghost-type heroes. When Gushi fell down, they came over on their own. As soon as he saw these two heroes, Gushi understood that this was because Lord Kugu had come back and told Princess Anna about the situation. And Princess Anna had specially sought them out. Although he muttered in his heart that they would only cause trouble for me. Gu Shiming still checked the information of these two ghost heroes. Floating at the front was a ghost in black robes. That's the more traditional ghost style. When he saw Gushi flying over, he lowered his head to Gushi. Ghost Ethan level 7. Summon object. Undead hero experience 0/5500. Attack 5. Defense 5. Life 85. Mana 50. Talent. Fire Ghost. The catapult commanded by the hero gains the ability to launch fireballs. Fireball level starts at level 5. Skills. Offense. Ballistics. War mechanics. Fire magic. Leader. Can command 320 soldiers plus 7 boss troops at the same time. Looking at the ghost Ethan in front of him, Gushi knew that he was the ghost hero who attacked the southern city wall. His characteristics are clearly demonstrated here. He is clearly a ghost who has mastered the ability to siege cities. Although Gushi was a little surprised that the catapult turned into a fireball technique. For sieges, fireballs falling from the sky and stones falling from the sky were actually the same. However, the opponent's ballistics and war mechanics correspond exactly to the direction of operating war machinery. It's obvious that he is one step ahead of other heroes in using war machinery. This hero should be sent out for training from time to time. Apart from other things, we need to find a way to raise their levels. Otherwise, when there is a need to siege a city in the future, what level 7 can do is enough. After reading Ghost Ethan's attributes, Gushi had already arranged a place for Ghost Ethan to go. Ghost Ethan didn't know that Gushi had already thought a lot. At this time, he just came to see Gushi. Among so many heroes, he is the only one who knows ballistics. This is a very popular skill in the barracks. And almost all large-scale combat missions require the cooperation of ballistics. He is quite busy now. When Gushi waved to him, he quickly disappeared in front of Gushi, leaving only another ghost hero. Seeing Ghost Ethan leaving like this, the ghost hero also smiled awkwardly. Sir, that Ethan's personality is like this. Don't blame him. This ghost hero has a different personality and appearance from Ghost Ethan. The person in front of me looks like a weird ghost wearing colorful clothes and a translucent body. The color of his body is not the pearl white, dark blue or dark red that is unique to ghosts. Rather, it is a weird situation with green as the base and other colors mixed in. Such a ghost would probably be quite conspicuous on the battlefield. I know. I've seen people like him before. 1 or 2 more of them won't make a difference. The ghost hero in front of him would be willing to talk to Gushi. And Gushi would naturally be willing to exchange a few words with him. During the exchange, Gushi also took a look at his attributes. Ghost Cult, level 8. Summon. Undead hero experience, 0/6500. Attack 5. Defense 4. Life 75. Mana 80. Talent. Imagination. The tactics in the hero's imagination are 80% likely to work complete. Skills. Offense. Defense. Strategy. Magic resistance. Leader. Can command 310 soldiers plus 7 boss troops at the same time. Imagination? Gushi looked at this talent, and he couldn't tell what level of existence the Carter in front of him was. Cart, what's going on with your imagination? How high is the 80% probability? Oh, I generally think that reasonable and feasible plans can usually be carried out. Carter quickly explained his situation to Gushi. The 80% probability does not refer to the success rate, but that my plan will go according to my intention 80%. But 20% of them will not do what I want. When Carter said this, Gushi thought of the situation when the Shadow Hero attacked the city. The use of explosive power to send people up the city wall is an illustration. The explosion was successful, and most of the ghostly shadows that were blown away fell onto the city wall. The rest fell into a strange maze. Those who fall on the city wall have a 80% chance of failure, and those who fall into the strange maze have a 20% chance of failure. Also, when he was stacking the bridge and preparing to climb the city wall, there was an 80% chance of success from the time he stacked it up until he was ready to climb the wall. However, he did not take into account the 20% chance of failure during Gushi's attack. With Carter's explanation and Gushi's conjecture, Gushi understood the situation of Carter's ability. It's okay to encounter the first type. Losing 20% of the troops is nothing to Gushi, who has a big family and a big business. But if you encounter the second situation, you will probably have to lose everything. But Gushi couldn't let Carter use his talent. He thought for a moment and pointed at Carter and said, "Go and study with Eve. She may be able to use you there." Chapter 1123 Busy Rest. In the 6 days after returning to Aradovii, Gushi was almost never idle. As long as he wakes up, he will be dragged by his men to deal with various things. Or he could study various spells with Eve. The magic tower in the Labyrinth City has reached level 5. The magic inside is mainly based on fire and earth elements, most of which are not available in Aladovii City. These magics need to be adjusted and backed up to the city of Aryov. At the same time, some researchers will also be sent to the magic tower in the Labyrinth Magic City to conduct more in-depth research on magic. The situation in the dungeon is a relatively big pit. It is obviously a city with powerful magic, but there are no arms or researchers corresponding to the magic system in the city. I don't know why the dungeon has such a powerful magic tower, although I don't understand the reason behind this. There is no reason to abandon the magic tower that has already been built. Eve has been busy with this matter during this time. Whether it is sending people over to study the application of magic, or copying backup magic to Aladovii City, a large number of manpower is needed. Gushi sometimes had to be captured and acted as a tool for copying or studying magic. As for Yondo and his Demon Sacrifice Battalion, the entire battalion was temporarily sent to the Labyrinth Demon City. The purpose is to copy all the magic first. Next, Yondo will conduct research on these new magics to see if they can form magic rituals and join them in the battle. Besides this, Gushi had other things to deal with. Luna sometimes needs to learn how to control the newly obtained orange clothes. When Luna is inconvenient, Gushi needs to take over the management of Aladovii City. Shaya would sometimes give back some new information, which was information about the results of divination. It was related to his own life, and Gushi needed to study it carefully. Finally, Princess Anna is not idle either. The 4th copy of the Westminster Abbey event has been opened. Whenever Gushi has free time, Princess Anna will drag Gushi around the dungeon together. Because of Gushi's strength, Gushi could easily defeat the previous bosses in the dungeon. However, with the opening of the raid, more and more troops were transferred to the raid. Gushi's speed in conquering the dungeon, it will also become much slower. Whenever they need to make a choice, or encounter a difficult enemy, Gushi and Princess Anna will first exit the dungeon and slowly figure out how to deal with it. Anyway, the group copy is not in a hurry. As long as the dungeon is released, the time inside the dungeon will stop. And Gushi does not have to worry about what will happen to the dungeon when he leaves. Because there were so many things piled on Gushi's head, Gushi didn't get a good rest at all in the past few days. Even when I have a meal, I do things while stuffing things into my mouth. At this time, I have to say that since the establishment of the Labyrinth Demon City, the variety of food in Aladovii City has obviously increased. Gushi finally had food for others to eat. It's no longer a choice between an owl, a mouse, or a snake. This at least made Gushi's stomach feel comfortable. These days did not come to an end until Luna completed the research on the Orange Mirror City and initially mastered most of the effects of the Mirror City. My lord, you have worked hard these past few days. It's okay. If people don't push me, I don't know that I have such great potential. Gushi laughed when he heard this. Although he was tired these days, he lived a very fulfilling life. But we were supposed to do this. That's okay. I always have to participate in battles. I can always learn something from each battle and work. It just so happens that you are back now, so I can put aside the affairs of Aladovii City for the time being. In the next period of time, I will professionally handle group issues. I really didn't expect that the group version would be much more difficult to fight than the normal dungeon. That's normal. After all, the level of enemies appearing in the raid is higher, and the number of troops appearing in the raid is also higher. However, the rewards from completing this dungeon once are equivalent to completing 10 normal dungeons. Yes. Gushi nodded affirmatively. Not to mention anything else. The number of enemy troops in the regiment is enough for Gushi to eat as much as he can. The undead summoned at the scene of spiritualism. The corpses recovered from cleaning the battlefield. And the undead that could survive the double death and be transformed into the city of Aladovii. Not long after the battle started in the group, Gushi had about 6,000 new undead men under his command. Most of the levels here are above level 10, which is considered a big gain. And based on Gushi's judgment in the group version, there were at least 7 or 8 waves of such enemies, and in the enemy ranks behind them. Gushi also noticed the existence of bosses and brave men. After reaching level 10, a brave man is truly a brave man. Their combat effectiveness is almost 2 to 3 times that of normal soldiers. If given the chance, they can fight 7 to 8 soldiers of the same level at the same time and emerge victorious. If there are more heroes and they form a combat team, They can even kill a team of 1,000 people, or directly kill a boss of the same level. Now in the raid, the enemies at the back are almost all configured like this. In a team of 1,000 people, there are 2 to 3 brave men, more than 30 elites and more than 30 leaders, plus a large number of warriors and ordinary soldiers. If Gushi is unable to crush his opponent in terms of level, the fight will be quite difficult. It was precisely for this reason that Gushi had to stop and go. Every time you defeat an enemy's 1,000-man team, quit and take a break to judge how to fight the next 1,000-man team. Reorganize the troops just obtained. And if possible, Gushi will even carry out undead transformation and prepare a new batch of undead troops. In this way, the progress of the group book will naturally be slow. But whether it is Gushi or Princess Anna, they all believe that slow progress has its advantages. Neither Gushi nor Princess Anna found it troublesome to quit the dungeon from time to time. On the contrary, they all believe that this way of fighting is the most reasonable. Now Gushi will no longer waste his troops at will just because he has the ability of double death. He now plans to accumulate military forces and prepare to deal with all kinds of unnecessary troubles. When Luna took over the management of Aladovi City from Gushi, Gushi planned to spend more time on the team book. But just when he was about to contact Princess Anna and prepare to win the first boss in the group in one fell swoop, Shea brought the latest news. Chapter 1124 explained clearly. My lord, someone from the Sky Garden has delivered the latest news. As soon as Shea came in, she handed a letter to Gushi. During this period of time, apart from Gushi, the busiest person was Shaya. Although other people are busy with their affairs, they are all in one aspect and there is no need to run around specially. Only Shea needs to deal with all kinds of collected intelligence. Needs to inquire about information in person. Sometimes has to go to the outside world to take a look. And also has to go to the Maze Magic City to pick thieves. It can be said that she is always busy and running. So she didn't have that much nonsense at all. After handing the letter to Gushi, Shea left quickly. After opening the envelope, Gushi discovered that it was a letter from Xinqing Railway Station. When Gushi arrived at Peishin City, he had already inquired about when the train to Yuanzu City would depart. But even in a big city like Xinqing, there is not a train to Yuanzu City every day. No one even knows when the train to Yuanzu City will arrive. All this depends on the time when the passage in Yuanzu City is opened. After all, the situation over there in Yuanzu City is somewhat special. Trains can only pass when Yuanzu City is open to the public. At other times, they can only leave but not enter. The same goes for transporting supplies. At the train station, people make reservations in advance and wait in line. The time to get on the bus may only be a few hours. If you miss it, sorry, you have to queue up again. Even if high-level players above level 20 come, they will be treated like this. After all, the situation in Yuanzu City is so special. No one has any privileges in Yuanzu City. No one can let Yuanzu City open the access authority. The letter in front of him was to inform Gushi that his chance to enter Yuanzu City was scheduled for the 9:32 train tomorrow morning. Gushi only needs to take this letter to the train station and get on the train. If you miss this train, sorry. Gushi needs to queue up again at the train station to apply and wait for a new train. Anyone who misses the train 3 times in a row will not be able to line up to enter Yuanzu City within 3 months. No matter who comes here, there is no way to change this rule. Tomorrow morning at 9:32? That's a round number. Looking at the time on the letter, Gushi muttered something and stood up. Luna, I have to go to Yuanzu City first. And you will handle the rest of the matter for the time being. I will talk about the rest after I settle down in Yuanzu City. Because he didn't know where Yuanzu City was. Gushi couldn't tell how many days he would need to stay on the train. But in these few days, Gushi will definitely not be able to return to Aladovi City. The affairs of Aladovi City in these few days will be left to Luna to handle. Luna also understood the meaning of Gushi's words. And she nodded, don't worry. Sir, there will be nothing wrong with Aladovi if she is left to me. Okay. I'll tell Princess Anna a few more words, and then go out directly. After getting the exact time, Gushi stopped delaying and stood up to go out. Luna shook her head, sat in the seat where Gushi had sat before, and began to deal with the affairs of the city of Aladovi. After Gushi left the meeting hall, he went to find Princess Anna. There is no need to keep an eye on the other affairs. Only Princess Anna has a group copy waiting for her. Now that Gushi withdraws and leaves, it is equivalent to temporarily sealing the group book. I don't know when I want to turn it on next time. Gushi must explain this matter clearly first, and let Princess Anna do other things first. And don't wait outside the group all the time. When I met Princess Anna, she already knew about this. My lord. Don't worry. I know about this. We only have one chance to defeat the group in front of us. So we should fight slowly. Right now we are just at the beginning, and have not yet come into contact with the enemies behind us. There is actually no need to be in such a hurry now. Besides, I have other things to deal with now. The troops coming out of the fire had already moved to the direction of the Labyrinth Demon City. Although most of them are not high-level units. And the number is not large. But some still occupy a relatively important position in Aradovi City. Once they left, some spots became available, and I needed to adjust the arrangements. In addition, the barracks of this city, and the barracks of the Labyrinth Demon City need to be coordinated and coordinated. Your Excellency was also involved in handling this matter from the beginning. Right. Adults should also know the importance of this matter. In the next period of time, my work focus may be on this. Seeing that Princess Anna had arranged her work well, Gushi said nothing more. He just reminded her a few more words and left Aladovita directly. When preparing to leave Aladovi City, Eve also heard the news that Gushi would be leaving for a while. She found Gushi immediately. Sir, there is something that may require your approval. Oh, tell me. Gushi was a little surprised that Eve, who was devoted to magic and technology research, would have something to do with him. It's like this. Sir, there are some giant dragons in the Labyrinth Demon City who are about to starve to death. Can you drag the corpses of these dragons over first and study them? About to starve to death? How could it be possible? Didn't it say that there is enough food in the Labyrinth City? How could a giant dragon be starving to death? Gushi didn't believe it when he heard it. He had previously specifically asked about the food problem in the Maze Magic City. The potential of various farms in Labyrinth City has not yet been developed. There shouldn't be enough food in the city. How could there be a giant dragon starving to death? I heard that the dragons have reached the end of their lives, and have been locked in the maze for too long. If they are not released this time, they may not live long. He was not sure what was going on. She just heard the news, and wanted to ask if the dragon's body could be sent over for study. After all, Gushi's subordinates are either living dragons, ghost dragons, or bone dragons. Not a single giant dragon of this type that had just died was seen. In addition, Gushi has the Book of Ghost Dragons in his hand. So when he encounters a giant dragon corpse that can summon souls, he will directly summon the souls. Where is the dragon corpse for her to study? Now that she finally got some news, Eve naturally wanted to ask more questions. After all, Eve has many projects that require dragon corpses. She didn't want to end up without research materials for her experiment. Gushi also knew that Eve had several important issues in her hands now. He thought for a while and finally said, okay, let's communicate with the Maze Demon City. If a giant dragon dies, let them give the dragon's body to I send it over. But I'm afraid it's not a large quantity. So don't mess around with it while you're experimenting. Chapter 1125, Encounter at the Station. Accompanying Xincheng Railway Station, Gushi followed the address on the letter, and arrived at gate number 6. Looking at the empty waiting hall in front of him, Gushi always felt that this was not the same place as the train station where he usually went. There is not even an electric door here, and the main door has to be opened manually. Gushi pushed open the door of the waiting hall speechlessly. After taking a few steps inside, he saw several players around level 10 gathered there chatting about something. These players are obviously both civil and military, and are lone wolf players who can kill their way through the entire game by themselves. This can be seen from the way they dress and their backpacks. They gathered together, bragging and laughing quite loudly. Gushi, who was somewhat curious, also walked over. Although he didn't make much movement, these people were all good at playing alone in the game. Without a little vigilance, they would have been gone long ago, when Gushi was still 4 or 5 meters away from them. These people all raised their heads and looked in Gushi's direction. The leader was a woman with half-white hair. When he looked up, he could see scars all over the woman's face. There was even blood on one of the scars. It's obvious that this person is living off the negative effects of the purple outfit. When she saw Gushi, the woman waved to Gushi. How old are you? Little brother? 25. Gushi responded, walked directly to the crowd, and asked casually, are you also on the 932 train? Yeah. It's rare to be together. So come and sit. While the woman was speaking, several players gathered around also gave up their positions. Gushi didn't hesitate and just found a place to sit down. After exchanging identities with each other, Gushi found that the situation was exactly the same as what he had seen before. These are all free players who are going to participate in Genesis. The woman at the head was the strongest. Level 14. Which was only one step away from level 15. They couldn't tell what Gushi's occupation was for the time being. But one thing they could all see about Gushi was that the woman named Sujia had at least 6 pieces of purple equipment on her body. And through her physical strength and vitality, it forcefully overcame the negative effects of purple equipment. Even Gushi had to admit that he was convinced by this. You must know that 6 pieces of purple equipment have 18 different negative effects. Although judging from the current situation, even if there are no negative effects that make people die, the superposition of so many negative effects would be unbearable for normal people. But Sujia acted as if there was no negative effect and smiled when she should smile, and said what she should say. Several other players also admired Sujia's ability. So Sujia said that by taking advantage of the opportunity that everyone has such a predestined relationship, most of the solo players are willing to accept it when conducting small-scale transactions. They were already halfway through the transaction just now, and Gushi came over just in time. So it was a good time to trade. Gushi, who was sitting down, also looked at these players. Players who dared to come alone to participate in Genesis have real skills. Some of the things they brought out were also of good quality. They usually don't take out blue quality items unless they are treasures with special effects. Only purple equipment or some props of similar quality will attract the attention of players. It seems that Gushi noticed that a tall and thin player took out a pure silver horny spear. As soon as he took out the spear, Gushi knew that it was of purple quality. Can you tell us about it? Gushi Yingwang's 6-path lantern currently lacks the last set of suppression equipment. Equipment such as spears and javelins are Gushi's first choice. The spear taken out by the player in front of him attracted Gushi's attention. But when trading here, it definitely cannot be like in the game, where you take the equipment, and I take a look at its attributes and so on. Gushi could only ask the other party to introduce the attributes of this piece of equipment to judge whether he wanted it or not. As for the negative effects, Gushi didn't take it to heart. After all, it was placed in the 6-ray lantern, and the negative effects couldn't hurt Gushi. I got this when I killed a silver dragon. It's called the silver horn spear. This silver horn gun has 3 fairly good functions. The player told Gushi about the attributes of the silver horn gun in front of him. Although he didn't go into too much detail, Gushi also roughly understood the situation of this purple suit. However, when this player talked about the silver horn gun, he didn't make it very clear about the negative effects. This situation surprised Gushi. He looked around and found that the other players had no questions, which made Gushi even more puzzled. Fortunately, Sujia saw Gushi's doubts and explained. This is the rule we just set. We only talk about simple attribute effects, not negative effects. The fear is that the negative effects will hurt people. When Gushi heard this, he understood. The normal effects of purple equipment are actually power and tricks. After hearing this, he knew that the other party knew how to do this trick at most. If he accidentally encountered it, he could just dodge it if he remembered it. At most, we can take targeted precautions against some attacks. But the negative effects sometimes really create a weakness in people. Sometimes small weaknesses can kill people if they are not paid attention to. Therefore, the negative effects must not be made too clear, lest foreign enemies find their own weaknesses. The players in front of them are all lone wolf players. They all understand that in this case, one more weakness means more danger. The current method that only focuses on effects and not on negative effects is the most reasonable. Gushi was silent for a moment, then asked, "What do you want to change?" Longsword-like purple equipment of the same level, with negative effects based on luck, or other things that are attractive to people. The player who took out the silver horn gun spoke. Purple armor with a long sword? Gushi shook his head. Gushi had this thing, but it had either become the wielder, or it had been given to the incarnation of death among his subordinates. Now even if he asks Gushi to change, he can't change it. But Gushi did have some good things on hand. He thought for a while and asked the player, "I don't have a purple sword, but I do have this. Do you think it will work?" As Gushi spoke, he took out an earth yellow fruit. This fruit is only the size of a thumb and looks like a small baby. Gushi-sai took out the fruit, and one of the players shouted, "Grass returning pill. How come you have grass returning pill? What properties does it have?" Chapter 11:26 Private Transaction. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned to look at the player. Sujia even asked, "Nyo Dolly, do you know this thing?" "Yes. I heard that in order to support Genesis, a kind of elixir was first developed, called Chao Huan Dan, which looks like this. I heard that it has 5 elements and 5 different functions. It's just that this thing isn't on the market yet. I wonder where Brother Gu got it from. I discovered the grass-returning elixir and reported it to Peishing Agricultural University. Naturally, I kept some of the things I handed over. Ah, is it true? You found it? What are the properties of this grass-rejuvenating pill? Faced with everyone's doubts, Gu Shi was not polite and took out his ID and opened it to show them. Did you see that I handed in the grass-returning pill? And Yuanzhou City gave me a corresponding reward. This is recorded in the identity certificate. The reason why Gu Shi took out the grass-returning elixir was partly because the grass-returning elixir forest had already been planted in the magic plant area. Although it has only been a short time since it started, Gu Shi's first generation of Chao Huan Dan has already entered the mass production stage. If Gu Shi needs it, he can find me to trade it. On the other hand, it is because he is going to participate in Genesis now. And the grass-returning pill will definitely become a reward that players can apply for in the future. Before the price of Chao Huan Dan was lowered, Gu Shi naturally wanted to make a fortune secretly. Now, let me tell you about this grass-rejuvenating pill in my hand. This is an Earth-attributed grass-rejuvenating pill, a consumable item. Taking one pill can eliminate one of the negative effects of purple equipment. After hearing Gu Shi's words, Su Jie stood up immediately. Can all negative effects be resolved? It randomly resolves a negative effect. And all the negative effects accumulated before are eliminated. Of course, if you use it later, the negative effects will still be there. So I say it is a consumable. If Chao Huan Dan is really on the market, this thing will also be used as a consumable. Gu Shi explained the situation of returning grass to elixir, earth. Hearing this, Su Jie's face turned a little ugly. She relied entirely on her own abilities to withstand the negative effects of the purple equipment. She said to the outside world that she had 6 pieces of purple equipment. But only she knew how many pieces of purple equipment she actually had. It can be said that she suffered a lot every day in order to deal with the negative effects of the purple suit. Now the appearance of Chao Huan Dan, earth, has brought her a glimmer of hope, but also a hint of uneasiness. Su Jie naturally also wants to resolve various negative effects on her body. But after listening to Gu Shi's explanation of the situation, she understood that this resolution was not a one-time thing. Instead, only one of them can be resolved at a time. After resolving it, as long as she still wears purple equipment, the negative effects will still appear. Sometimes there may be only one day that is not affected by negative effects. For Su Jie, this was not a good thing. If she wanted to eliminate all the negative effects on her body, she would need at least 10 or 20 Chao Huan Dan pills. If a piece of grass-returning elixir requires a piece of purple equipment, then she simply can't afford it. The reactions of other players were the same as Su Jie's. They were all attracted to the grass-returning elixir, but they all felt that the grass-returning elixir in front of them was too expensive. Gu Shi also knew what they were thinking, so he took out a few more grass-returning pills. The colors of these grass-returning elixirs are flame red, sewage black, metallic white, and grass green. After Gu Shi introduced the details of these Chao Huan Dan pills, he started to quote the price. Mutant is the most expensive. It is a life-saving thing and can be resurrected once. I don't know how Genesis will quote you, but my quotation is 2 pieces of purple equipment. No matter what attribute the purple equipment is. Then the 3 elixirs of fire, water, and gold are relatively cheap, but I can exchange each one for a piece of purple equipment. Similarly, I don't consider the attribute issue. As long as there is purple equipment, I will exchange it. Finally, there is the earth pill. Because this is a consumable item, I won't lie to you. 1 or 2 pills really won't have much effect. This one is only for measurement. Genesis has not yet opened it for sale to the public. Whether you use it for yourself or trade it, you can sell it at a reasonable price. So before making the bid from Genesis, I directly ordered 2 pieces of purple equipment. As for the bid from Genesis, I'm afraid that it won't be available to everyone in a short time. I won't lower the price in the short term. If you are willing to buy it, you can quote a price. If you don't want to buy it, just pretend I didn't say anything. The yield of my grass-returning elixir is not high. It cannot compare with the amount of planting in Yuanzhou City. But I can guarantee that all the seeds I have are first-generation seeds, and there will be no quality problems. As soon as Gu Shi explained the situation, all the players looked at each other. Su Jie immediately said, I want a fire elixir. If it's purple, I have a purple hat here. What do you think? Su Jie talked about the attributes of the purple outfit she had, but she also did not talk about the negative effects of the purple outfit. Gu Shi thought for a moment after hearing this. He didn't have a strong need for this purple dress, but it was still his first business. so he should consider it a good start. Okay. I'll give you a fire pill. Gushi handed the flame-red Chao Huan Dan to Sujia. After Sujia put the bamboo hat in place, she put the grass-returning pill directly into her mouth without thinking. As she swallowed the grass-returning pill, all the players looked at Sujia. They only saw Sujia's skin quickly turn red, her eyes flashing red, and then a powerful breath blew everyone aside. Gushi noticed that the muscles on Sujia's body expanded rapidly, and then retracted. It is obvious that Sujia is making the first strengthening selection for the 6 dimensions. In the end, she obviously chose to strengthen her physical strength. It's no wonder she dares to wear 6 pieces of purple clothing on her body. She really took the route of a tank, and her life was very tough. Now it has added a lot of vitality to itself. This time Sujia can really be regarded as a blood cow. Opening her eyes again, Sujia found that all the players were staring at her. At this time, Sujia slowly nodded her head and said to Gushi, I also want 1 wood elixir and 2 earth elixirs. A total of 3 pieces of purple equipment. Can the same purple equipment be used? Sujia still asked. Because there were too many of the same equipment obtained through dungeons, and some players were unwilling to take them. So Sujia picked them up. But she couldn't be sure whether she would be willing to have the same thing. Are all 3 the same? What are they? Upon hearing this, Gushi understood that Sujia must have had the experience of brushing dungeons. Gushi was not dissatisfied with the 3 pieces of the same equipment. He mainly wanted to see what the equipment was. After hearing what Gushi said, Sujia took out the things. At this moment, Gushi's eyes lit up. Chapter 1127 Purple Spear. The equipment Sujia took out was a 7-meter-long spear. All 3 spears were exactly the same. The spears were made of metal, and the spear tip was about half a meter long. What struck Gushi most strangely was that the center of gravity of this kind of spear didn't seem to be at the tip, but at the tail. Sujia put down the 2 spears, raised the butt of the spear with her right hand, and raised the 7-meter-long spear horizontally. Looking at the relaxed look, Gushi knew that this kind of spear could be used with 1 hand and had a special attack method. This is a phalanx spear. Purple quality, with pretty good attributes and not strong negative effects. The biggest problem is that you have to specifically learn how to use this kind of spear before you can use it easily. If you master the use of this kind of spear, you can easily deal with various cavalry attacks. Of course, if you don't master how to use this kind of spear, it will be a disaster. When Sujia said this, she seemed to have thought of something, and a look of helplessness flashed in her eyes. It seemed that she had suffered a loss with this kind of phalanx spear. However, this loss was not suffered when she faced the phalanx spear directly, but when she used this phalanx spear. Obviously this kind of phalanx spear is a pit. But Gushi was quite satisfied. The reason why Gushi was staring at purple equipment, such as spears, this time was simply because he wanted to fill in the last of the 6 flame lanterns. He had already considered using all spears, no matter what the situation was with the spears in front of him. In Gushi's eyes, it was just a spear. Sujia obviously saw what Gushi was thinking. Although she didn't know why Gushi was focusing on the spear, she still took out the spear that she couldn't use. Seeing the satisfied look in Gushi's eyes, Sujia knew that the matter was done this time. Sure enough, Gushi nodded his head and said, You can change it. After saying that, he took out the 3 grass return pills and put them aside. Sujia also placed the spear on the ground. Gushi stepped forward and made contact, and the attributes of the phalanx spear appeared in his eyes. Phalanx spear purple. Spear. One-handed weapon. Attack, 75 to 83. After equipped, strength plus 11. Agility plus 12. Equipment requirements, strength 12. Agility 10. Special 1, gun forest. A gun array can be arranged with weapons of the same type. For each additional weapon of the same type in the battle array, the weapon's attack power increases by 5%, there is no upper limit to the increase. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the gun forest effect once, all soldiers in the battle formation will become one. If one person is injured, the others will also receive 30% damage. Special 2, flat thrust. After holding the spear flat, the power of the spear can be increased. The longer the holding time, the stronger the power, up to 100%. And it has 200% attack against cavalry units. Blessing. Special effect 2, after wearing the equipment and activating the stabbing effect once, a scar will appear on the arm holding the spear, and 1 more scar will appear every 1 minute of raising the spear. Special 3, gathering. Gathering different attributes on the tip of the spear to increase the attack power of the spear. Fire, poison, ice, thunder and other attributes. Special Impact 3. After wearing the equipment and activating a gathering, the weapon user himself will be affected by the improved attributes, and may even die due to attribute problems. Explanation. This is a weapon used by the standard spear phalanx. Only one or two of them are useless. At least 3 are needed to exert the characteristics of the phalanx spear. Picking up a phalanx spear, Gushi asked curiously, "Can this thing be mass-produced?" Sujia shook her head decisively when she heard this. "This is not a mass product. I made a weird copy of it. It doesn't look like it." Gushi still muttered something. "Really? The chance of purple equipment being produced in this dungeon is not high. You can only get one phalanx spear once you clear it. The other spears are either defective or blue or green equipment." Sujia didn't want to have any problems with the transaction at this time, so she explained to Gushi. This time Gushi became interested. "Did you get those green and blue quality spears back?" Regarding Gushi's question, Sujia looked confused. "What am I going to do with this thing? Fill my backpack with trash? No. If my current blue color is not the best, I usually won't look at it. After I get most of the blue and green equipment, I will disassemble them directly." Hearing this, Gushi felt somewhat regretful. "It's a pity. I have a force of spearmen, and I need spears like this." "Eh? Troop? Yes. I am a necromancer. It makes sense to have an army of undead under my command." Gushi looked at the player in front of him with some confusion. Didn't they see their profession? There's no reason. His outfit is a standard undead, well, a standard elf shooter outfit. They can't tell that this is normal. Gushi lowered his head, glanced at the robes on his body, and said speechlessly. And these players all looked unbelieving. But they didn't care about Gushi's casual joke. At this time, they had already judged immediately that Gushi needed purple equipment such as spears. Of course, if there were blue equipment and green equipment, he would also need it. But the price was naturally not as high as that of purple equipment. So several players were rummaging through their backpacks to see if they could pick out 1 or 2 purple spears. The player who took out the silver horn spear at the beginning said directly to Gushi, "I changed it. I only have this silver horn spear. I want to exchange it for a fire pill." Gushi took a look at the player. He should have passed level 10. But he couldn't tell what level he had reached for the time being. The only thing that was certain was that his level should not have reached level 15 yet. Gushi had no intention of persuading him to buy a fire pill now. Anyway, whatever pill they want is their own business. Gushi just wants weapons like purple spears. After getting the silver horn spear, Gushi took a look at its attributes, and found that the attributes of the silver horn spear were quite good. It could even emit dragon breath. But the negative effects were also strong. The biggest negative effect was that if you held it for too long, you would be targeted by a dragon. Gushi didn't care about such things. So what if you were targeted by a giant dragon? Even if a giant dragon suddenly appeared, it would be a double kill for Gushi. The giant dragon's corpse summons a bone dragon, and a double death brings another bone dragon. No matter how you say it, it's all earned from interest. This silver horn gun can be put away. Then several other players also took out their best treasures and placed them in front of Gushi. Chapter 1128. The train bound for Uenzu City. After a round of communication, Gushi received 8 different purple spears. There are really all kinds of styles in this spear, including serious Eastern-style spears, spears used by Western cavalry, and stone spears obviously used by indigenous people. Anyway, it was spears and lances. Gushi wanted them all. In addition to the silver horn spears and phalanx spears from before, Gushi now had 12 spear weapons in his hands. Such a harvest left Gushi speechless. At first, he just wanted to give it a try to see if the last person holding the weapon could be used interchangeably. Now it seems that it is no longer a question of whether the same type of weapons can be used universally, but that all 12 spears and spears must be placed on one wielder. How many hands does he need to be able to hold them all? In addition to these spear-like weapons, Gushi also received some other things. For example, a player gave Gushi a copy of the casting drawings. This is a casting blueprint for a long gun type blue equipment. Although the materials need to be collected by Gushi, as long as there is a blacksmith shop and casting according to the drawings, blue equipment can be mass-produced. This is better than a purple outfit. Gushi could just change the outfits of the Black Spear Battalion and help them improve their combat effectiveness. Another example is the recipe for making gun oil that can increase the attack power of a spear, etc. These are all things that Gushi's men can use. Gushi didn't think it was expensive, so he bought it on the spot. Anyway, there are some things that Gushi can use later. It is enough to be able to conduct small-scale communication and transactions here. Of course, other players also gained something. On the contrary, after Gushi took out the good things, they were also stimulated. They also took out some good equipment that they had wanted to bring to Uenzu City. In this way, they all got the good things they wanted. Their trading didn't stop until the train was about to pull into the station. Sujia said to them, "Guys, the train has arrived. Let's go here. We will trade again when we meet again next time." "Okay." Just listen to the eldest sister. "Okay. I'll trade again next time I get the chance." Good. Several players looked at each other and realized that this time they had gained enough. They put away their belongings and headed towards the boarding platform. When he arrived at the platform, Gushi discovered that the train to Uenzu City was quite mysterious. A normal train only needs one platform, no matter how long it is. But the train to Uenzu City is not like this. There are at least 6 platforms where you can board the train at the same time. Gushi boarded the train and stood at the left center platform, where Gushi could see half of the train. When he saw this train, Gushi immediately felt that the train was magnified more than 10 times. The huge locomotive is a very old steam locomotive. But a normal steam locomotive is up to 4 meters high and 3 meters wide. But the train station in front of me was only 40 meters high. Standing on the platform, you could only see a small part of the locomotive. The same is true for the carriage, which looks like a building being dragged by a locomotive. When Gushi got on the platform, several busy ticket inspectors immediately blocked Gushi. "Your seat is in compartment 27 on the left. After you get on the bus and before driving, don't open the windows. Don't run around. And don't go to other compartments. Your compartment has everything you want. If not, just tell the waiter in the car not to wander off by yourself." Just as Gushi was about to ask why, he found many carts waiting near the platform. These carts were filled with various supplies. It seems that these are supplies shipped to Uenzu City. This train is obviously a vehicle that transports both passengers and freight. In order to ensure that passenger transport players will not pose any threat to the transported materials, the passenger transport side will keep a closer eye on it. Of course, in order not to make players who go to Uenzu City feel depressed, the preparations in the carriage are more complete. On the previous train from Paixinching to Beijiching, there were 3 private rooms in one carriage. It's different now. The entire carriage number 27 on the left is all occupied. After entering the carriage, Gushi saw 3 undead women standing in front of the carriage door waiting for him. A strong undead wind blew towards my face. After taking a serious look, Gushi noticed that among the 3 undead women, there was a vampire wearing a white evening dress, a zombie wearing a red wedding dress, and a ghost wearing a modern work dress. Although they are of different races, they are about the same height, and their figures and appearance are relatively uniform, which is the style that Gushi usually likes. After seeing Gushi, they all bowed their heads and bowed to Gushi. And then the vampire flew in front of Gushi. "Mr. Gushi, I am the flight attendant for the next 3 days and 2 nights. You can call me Lisa. Let me first introduce to you the situation in this carriage. Where we are now is the living room area. On the left is the sitting area, which contains the bedroom, bathroom and toilet, as well as a small bar and TV room. On the right side is the activity area, which contains a swimming pool, study room, sports room, ballroom and chess and card room, which can provide a variety of entertainment. In addition, there is a simple kitchen located a little behind the living room, where we can cook some food at will, or order food from the dining car through the food delivery pipe. Because this car is a fully enclosed car, once you get on the car, you cannot leave this car and go to other places. Now I would like to ask Mr. Gushi if we can close the carriage. If it is closed now, the next time it is opened will be at the platform in Uenzu City." Gushi looked at the car window with the curtains drawn and asked, "Can the curtains be opened after we drive?" "Yes, the curtains can be opened, but the car windows cannot be opened, so you can only see what's happening outside. But along the way, there is actually nothing to see outside. Normal people would just stare at the window, but usually the window is pulled up," Lisa explained to Gushi. Then she asked, "Mr. Gushi, can you close the car door now? Turn it off. By the way, I need to take a rest first. Give me an empty room where no one will disturb me for the time being." "Yes, Mr. Gushi is here to invite you." The ghost behind Lisa immediately led Gushi to the room on the left, and turned on the lights in the room to show Gushi the situation of the room. At the same time, the remaining 2 people quickly walked to the car door, reached out and slammed the door shut, locking it. Chapter 1129 The last costume holder is in place. In the carriage room, after the ghost girl retreated, the door to the room was closed. When the lights came on, Gushi could easily see the size of the room. The immediate bedroom was the full size of a room that would have taken several train rides. In the large room, there was only a double bed and a lounge chair by the window. Once the door is closed, there's really nothing else visible in the room. After looking around, Gushi took out all the 12 spears and spears he had just obtained. This time, Gushi really wanted to see if so many purple equipment could be put together. If it doesn't work, for Gushi, the most it will be is a loss of a few spears. And the impact is actually not big. Gushi believed that even if the other spears couldn't be put together, the 3 identical phalanx spears could be used as a set. This thing is a guaranteed success. With the bottom line in place, Gushi wasn't so worried about other situations. So after he took out all the purple spears and spears, he piled them on the ground. 12 spears and spears were piled on the ground like blank slate weapons. Then Gushi raised his left hand, and the 6 lanterns of flame changed back to their original appearance. Among the palace lanterns, only one side is still empty. Gushi raised his right hand and lifted all the spears and spears. Gushi stuffed all of this huge bundle of spears and long lances into the flame 6-path lamp without even a second thought. I found a purple outfit that can be suppressed. Should I suppress it? Please note that there are too many purple items. Please treat all purple items as one item. Please note that after the suppression, this purple equipment cannot be taken out. After the suppression, purple is full, and new purple is loaded into the town. The old items will be automatically destroyed and become the lamp oil for the 6-channel flame lamp. Feasible? Looking at the message that popped up, a look of surprise flashed in Gushi's eyes. As long as it works, Gushi thought the matter was impossible. With this sentence, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gushi said decisively, "Treat this as one thing and bring them all into town." The next moment, all 12 spears and spears burned, and the word hell appeared above the flames. Then the other 5 sides of the flame 6-paths lamp all lit up, and the lantern-like surface rotated automatically, representing the complete 6 paths of the flame 6-paths lamp. At the same time, Gushi noticed that something similar to patterns began to appear on the 6 sides of the palace lantern. Gushi understood that this was the difference between the 6 paths being complete and the 6 paths being incomplete. With the 6 paths complete, Gushi's control and operation will be more convenient for the holder. As for how convenient it is, Gushi is not sure. After all, there is no place to experiment now. At this time, Gushi was more concerned about the situation of the man holding the spear. The situation is different from the situation of the holders in several other places. The person wearing this last piece of clothing is obviously not the same person. Gushi raised his left hand, and a black figure carrying a phalanx spear appeared in front of Gushi. Behind the suit holder, there are 11 black shadows. As long as Gushi thought about it, the spear in the holder's hand would change rapidly. However, Gushi felt that this was not the limit for the wearer. But he couldn't think of any other changes that could be made to the person holding the suit. Anyway, the holder has been formed, and the last one has been added. Now that the 6 lanterns of flame are complete, Gushi doesn't need to think about anything more. He puts away the holder in front of him. Then he took out some of the purple clothes he just bought. Inside these purple outfits, there are hats, breastplates, daggers, and war hammers. The properties are only average. There is no obvious blessing, but there are no excessive negative effects either. Gushi bought it just for the sake of his subordinates. Gushi planned to ask the contracted undead if they wanted these purple equipment first. If they don't want it, they will be assigned to their leaders. If you can't, there will still be Death incarnate. Gushi's 2 humanoid incarnations of Death can be equipped with purple equipment. Gushi was not worried at all. No one would use the purple equipment he bought. Just as Gushi was adjusting his purple clothes, there was a gentle knock on the door of the room. Gushi turned his head and looked at the door of the room. "What's up, Mr. Gushi? The train has started. You can open the curtains now. It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. Do you need some morning tea?" Morning tea? Gushi thought for a moment. What should he eat at 10 o'clock? But he opened the door anyway. At this time, the 3 undead women were standing in front of the door, and various simple snacks were already placed in the living room. "Mr. Gushi, I wonder if you like coffee or tea. Give me some white wine." Gushi didn't want to be led around by these 3 people at all, so he sat down at the dining table generously. At this time, Gushi noticed that all the curtains had been opened, and Gushi could see the scenery passing by outside. The position where he is sitting is right next to the window. On the table are some snacks that can be used as refreshments. Of course, these snacks are fine as refreshments. But I'm afraid it won't work if it's used for drinking. Gushi's words gave Lisa and the others a difficult problem. But Lisa and the others didn't have any complaints throughout the whole process. Okay, Mr. Gushi, please rest assured. I wonder if Mr. Gushi has any dietary restrictions when it comes to snacks and drinks. I don't eat cilantro. But otherwise, I don't have any complaints. Understood. Please wait a moment. Mr. Gushi. As Lisa spoke, she directed her men to quickly remove the snacks in front of them. At the same time, Gushi noticed that they were contacting the dining truck and asking it to deliver the food that Gushi needed. They knew Gushi's taste quite well. After all, Gushi took the train twice, and all the food Gushi ordered along the way was recorded. The staff on the train can easily know Gushi's preferences. Seeing that these three people were quite familiar with him, Gushi felt something in his heart. He found that he had been neglecting some details. After taking the train twice, I almost know what kind of food I like to eat. If they were to fight together, and with Gushi's carefree personality, some of his information would be exposed to some extent. No wonder the Octopus Head players have their own intelligence and can easily ambush themselves. There are a lot of things in this that people have found out without Gushi paying attention. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Gushi was already thinking about one thing: how to prevent his information from being checked. After all, the details here are too scary. Chapter 1130. Arriving at Uenzu City. The 3-day and 2-night train trip seemed to Gushi to have passed by in the blink of an eye. He always felt like he had to get off the train without doing anything. However, Lisa and the other three looked pale, although their expressions did not show much. The look in their eyes was that they hoped Gushi could get off the car quickly. After all, Gushi's fitness skills at level 23 are really ridiculously strong. The three female ghosts couldn't stand it. Gushi didn't notice that the three female ghosts had something wrong with their expressions. After all, there are some things where Gushi doesn't have many victories. When getting out of the car, Gushi helped his waist. This time he didn't feel too sore. Could it be that the undead had some benefits in this regard? As Gushi got off the car, the three female ghosts started discussing their sister. How should I report this information? Lisa thought for a moment and said seriously, this person is a little different from the information we got before. In addition to not eating coriander, there are some changes in the food. I don't know if the information is wrong or what. The most important thing is that this person can hide himself. He advertised himself as a necromancer, but dressed like an elf archer. But judging from his physical strength, he should take the route of a melee spearman. The first day he got on the bus, I discovered that he had wholesaled more than 10 long and short guns and spears. The quality should be purple quality. Although he had been careful, several of the spears, which were more than 7 meters long, left traces in the corners of the wall. The 7-meter spear is either used by giants like Titan, or it must be strong enough. So in my personal judgment, he is hiding his profession. You all felt what happened over the next few days. His strength and power, and his attraction to the undead. He is definitely a Death Knight. A Death Knight who wants to hide himself. Sister, I remember that he came from Bai Lianqing. Among the first batch of people sent by Bai Lianqing, there were some lax people. Didn't they say that after their Death Knights reached level 15, they would have a chance to get Bai Lianqing? The Bone Dragon in the training lake serves as a mount? Do you think he is a Bone Dragon Knight? Won't. Lisa shook her head. Even the Bone Dragon Knight doesn't ride like this. Don't think too much. Just sort out the records quickly and send them up. No matter what. I made a profit this time. While speaking, Lisa stretched out her right hand, and a small ball of white light that seemed to have gathered together appeared in her hand. This white light contains relatively pure flame and breath of life. Gushi didn't know that despite all his precautions, someone still got some information out of him. At this time, he was standing in front of the train station in Uenzu City, looking at everything in Uenzu City. Unlike the situation in Pai Xinqing, where every piece of land is eager to be built with various buildings, the Uenzu City in front of you is completely different. As far as the eye can see, one can see the mountains one after another. There are some houses hidden among the lush trees. But judging from the layout we see, there are only 2 or 3 houses on each hill. This used strength to explain 2 terms to Gushi. The land is vast, and the people are sparsely populated. And Wanshan is a dead horse. After taking a look at the situation outside, Gushi couldn't help but take a step back and retreated to the train station. Gushi was afraid that if he took that step just now, The train station would disappear when he turned around. That's what I want to ask. I'm here to report and participate in Genesis. How should I get there? After glancing at the security guard at the train station, Gushi asked with a smile. Gushi could tell that this old security guard with white hair was actually very strong. The muscles under his clothes showed his proficiency in close combat, and some of his actions prove that he is an old player. Gushi was quite polite to such people. The security guard looked at Gushi, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Walking alone? Elf shooter rude? Treating the woods as your own back garden? Are you used to acting alone? Young people, there is no future for you walking alone. When you walk alone, you are already surrounded by death. Look at you. The death energy on your body is ridiculously heavy now. If this continues, you may die in the game. At first, Gushi didn't pay much attention to what the security guard said, but the last sentence shocked Gushi. Did the old gentleman see something? It's better not to do it alone like other people, and to act honestly with a large army. This is the right thing to do. Although the elf archer route is good, and its combat effectiveness in the woods is strong enough, how can it compare to the elf archer formation? If you have any ideas, I can recommend you to join the Shocking Guild. The Jingfeng Guild was established by a big boss nicknamed Jingfeng, and it has been passed down for more than 2,000 years. The Jingfeng boss has now reached level 30, and will no longer fight. But his 5 disciples are all famous. They are all ruthless characters, who have made their name from the outside world, and entered Yuanzhu City. He is also one of the top marksmen in the past 1,000 years. If you join the Jingfeng Guild, apart from anything else, your safety is absolutely guaranteed. And you can also learn many legendary archery techniques. At first, Gushi thought the security guard had seen something. But when he thought about the fate he had divined, Gushi stopped. He didn't expect that the security guard would change his tune and start advertising. This time Gushi was speechless. He could only smile and say, "Old sir, don't worry about anything else. I'm here to participate in this creation. No matter what. I have to report it first." The security guard said indifferently. "You can go anytime to report. But after you report, don't you have to find a place to stay? Genesis is not something that will end in a day or two. The first round has not yet started, and the housing prices in Yuanzhu City have already gone up. If you join a big guild, not to mention other things, there will always be a place to live and a place to train. You don't want to live in a barracks. Let's not talk about whether the barracks is easy to live in. Even if it is easy to live in, you won't be able to live in it. You are only at level 10 now. With your strength, you are not an elite soldier, nor are you a high priority figure. After you report, they will not make any arrangements for you. Then you will have no place to live. So I advise you, before reporting, find a suitable guild to join." Gushi started laughing after hearing this. He finally returned the favor to Chaoyang Guild, and withdrew from the guild. How could he join a strange guild and find a boss for himself? No. Old sir, thank you for your kindness. And please tell me where this report is. Chapter 1131 in Yuanzhu City. After listening to Gushi's words, the security guard shook his head, with a look on his face that said, "I am doing this for your own good. Why are you so stubborn?" Gushi didn't react at all to his attitude. Take care of your own affairs, and be clear about it. With a main city behind him, and multiple branch cities supporting him, he didn't need to think about so many things at all. If anything happens, just fight your way through. Fortunately, although the security guard was dissatisfied with Gushi's attitude, he still introduced the basic situation of Yuanzhu City to Gushi. The territory in Yuanzhu City is clearly divided. It is mainly composed of the residences of the bosses, and the formal buildings in the city. The residence of the big guys is actually the focus of Yuanzhu City. Those who can be called big guys are all players above level 20, who have potential and talent in certain aspects. When they are invited to enter Yuanzhu City, a piece of land will be allocated for them to build their own residences. The demarcated areas will become the territories of these big guys. Those around level 20 are a bit better. If you accidentally pass by them or look at them a second time, they won't care about you. But for those who are close to the residences of level 30 bosses, they are all forbidden areas. Some residences are even more fortified than the meeting hall or barracks of Yuanzhu City. As long as you get close, you will die. As for other territories, they were allocated to some large guilds to serve as guild bases. Just as the security guard said, a player like Gushi who has just reached level 10 because of Genesis cannot find a place to live in Yuanzhu City. Of course, if you say you have no place to live, That's for sure. But Yuanzu City will not drive you away. There are still about 6 months until the first battle in Genesis starts. As long as the players who come to Yuanzu City and the report is successful, they can stay in Yuanzu City forever. It's just that you can only eat what's yours. If you don't have a place to sleep, you'll have to stay on the street. Many of the solo players who came here before initially thought they could stay in Yuanzu City forever. As a result, the longest they stayed was only 3 weeks. And they had to give up and choose to join some guilds in exchange for the right to live in the guild's residence. Anyway, the security guard is not optimistic about Gushi. Gushi is afraid that he will come over and beg to join the guild. Gushi didn't know what the security guard was thinking. After thanking the security guard for his introduction, Gushi stepped directly into the Yuanzu City. Because the territory of Yuanzu City is too large. And there are really many big bosses in the city. So here you are not allowed to mount or fly. Of course, movement methods such as time and space gates, teleportation, and random teleportation are still prohibited. No one cares about you otherwise. No matter how high your mount can fly or how fast it can run. No one cares. After leaving the train station, Gushi immediately released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, entering all the maps he had found out into the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. When the security guard standing in the train station saw the situation of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Playing with RVs? This is really interesting. But I don't know how long you can stay here. When the security guard muttered this, Gushi had already entered the map. He jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and nodded to the security guard who was looking out, expressing his gratitude. Then the Holy Silver Evil Coffin started automatically, and a large amount of black smoke spewed out from the bottom of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, dragging Gushi into the darkness. This time the security guard was speechless again. He didn't expect that Gushi, who was obviously an elf archer, could play so well with his mount. But that's just a mount, not the player himself. Players can ride whatever they want, as long as the player can ride it. Who cares whether you are riding Diachan or Dianwei? The security guard returned to his original position while thinking about this. At this time, Gushi had also entered the darkness. This is the ability that the evil coffin originally obtained. The ability to move in the dark. With this ability, the evil coffin's movement speed can be increased a lot, and can always go in a straight line. Although the Holy Silver Evil Coffin has become a lot bigger, all the effects of the evil coffin are retained. After determining the position, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin began to rush forward. In the darkness, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin kept beating forward. With every beat, Gushi could feel the Holy Silver Evil Coffin rushing forward a distance. With Gushi's current level of navigation skills, he can determine the directions even in the dark. Every time the Holy Silver Evil Coffin moves, Gushi will calculate its current position in his mind. Soon a map centered on the train station and heading south took shape in Gushi's mind. While drawing the map, Gushi noticed that every time the Holy Silver Evil Coffin went out, the distance was not the same. The jumping distance of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin is also long and short. Think back to the situation here in Yuanzu City. Coupled with the several adjustments of the direction of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Gushi could guess that there were several times when the Holy Silver Evil Coffin almost passed through the underground of other people's houses. Fortunately, there are many such things in Yuanzu City. Most residents don't care much about this. Even if they had discovered something, no one came over to say anything to Gushi after seeing him immediately change his route. This allowed Gushi to easily reach the barracks directly south of Yuanzu City. When the Holy Silver Evil Coffin jumped out of the darkness, Gushi, who was sitting in front of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, immediately saw a huge mountain. That's right. There aren't many other things here in Yuanzu City, but there are many mountains. Most of the buildings are built on mountains. When Gushi came out, the first thing he saw was a huge mountain. After that came the barracks built on the mountainside. At first glance, this barracks is a huge complex of buildings, in addition to a stone building about 15 meters high stuck halfway up the mountain. You can also see various weapons and equipment placed near the barracks. There is even a platform that has been directly cut flat halfway up the mountain. Many not too large houses are built around the platform. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Gushi could clearly see some people queuing up on the platform. Gushi hesitated for a moment and was about to drive the Holy Silver Evil Coffin up the mountain, but was stopped by several players. These players were wearing purple robes with crossed swords and staffs painted on them. You can't ride a horse inside the barracks. If you want to get to the barracks, You can only walk up the mountain. Upon seeing the situation of these players, Gushi knew that these should be players without a place to live. They had taken over the task of the barracks and acted as guides for new players. Thinking of this, Gushi quickly jumped off the holy silver evil coffin and asked politely, "I'm here to participate in Genesis. Where should I report?" Chapter 1132, The Battle of Creation. Follow this mountain road and go left to the platform on the first floor. As the leading player spoke, he handed Gushi a map of the interior of the barracks. After Gushi thanked him, he took the map and headed up. When he set foot on the mountain road, Gushi switched to the pathfinding clone. This time Gushi's movement speed increased a lot. That speed coupled with Gushi's attire made people think that he was an orthodox elf shooter player at a glance. It can be said that no one believed that Gushi was a necromancer from the time he accompanied Shinshin. Gushi didn't care about this situation. Now he is thinking of ways to limit some of his actions to prevent his information from being leaked too much. Players have this understanding, which is a good thing for Gushi. He walked faster and faster on the mountain road, and finally ignored the mountain path and entered the woods. After 3 turns and 2 turns, he arrived at the first platform of the barracks mountain. Seeing Gushi emerging from the woods, the players on this platform were also startled. However, when they saw Gushi's attire, they all smiled and said nothing. In their opinion, it was normal for the elf archer to rush out of the woods. If Gushi walked up the path honestly, they would doubt whether Gushi's career as an elf archer was fake. When he arrived at the first platform, Gushi immediately took a look at the surrounding situation. There is only a 2-story building on this platform. There were some players sitting in 2s and 3s outside the building. When Gushi looked over, these players also smiled at Gushi, and then lowered their heads to deal with their own affairs. Gushi noticed that some of them were polishing their weapons and equipment. Some were half lying down with their eyes closed to rest, and some were even picking up small pots to cook something to eat. Obviously these people also have no place to go, and are temporarily staying here in the barracks. Are they all rolled up like this now? A trace of doubt flashed in Gushi's heart. But he didn't pause at all. And soon Gushi entered the small building. As soon as he pushed open the door of the small building, Gushi saw a player with blue skin sitting in the hall. He raised his head and glanced at Gushi. "Are you here to report?" "Yes. I come from Balian City." The necromancer root. Level 10. "This is my proof of identity." Gushi quickly took out several certificates and handed them over. "Necromancer. Aren't you an elf archer?" The player was also surprised after hearing this. Then he looked at Gushi again and took out a new notebook to start recording. The so-called record here is to record Gushi's identity information. After recording all this, the report is complete. Putting down the notebook in his hand, the player asked Gushi, "Have you heard about Genesis?" "I heard about it when I was in school." "I see. That is, you still don't quite understand the process of Genesis. Genesis is where Yuanzu City has found a way to return to the real world. Whenever Yuanzu City players reach level 30, they will start Genesis. This is the price they should pay for Yuanzu City to support them." The player glanced at Gushi and started to explain directly. The creation story is not very clear in outside textbooks. Only by joining can you understand what's going on here. Generally speaking, Genesis is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is for the level 30 player to take all the players who participated in Genesis to the last place where the previous player was stationed. There they have to find a key prop that leads to the next game world and open the way to the next game world. This kind of thing is like playing bridge building or playing checkers. In this game world, you need to find items that are related to this world and the next world. Only by achieving this step can the new world be built on the channel that so many level 30 players had previously opened with countless efforts. Become the next step in the passage. After completing this step, you can enter the second stage. At this stage, the player follows the level 30 player to conquer the world they just entered, completely conquering it and fixing it. Finally, look for related items that lead to the next world. Each time a world is completed, it counts as a battle. Players can exit the game world and rest for a period of time before participating in the next battle. And this kind of thing will keep repeating until the Genesis troops led by the level 30 player can no longer take a step forward. And Genesis will move to the third stage. This third stage means that level 30 players will always sit in the worlds that he has opened and successfully built bridges, fixing these worlds into passages to the real world. This step is also the most critical step. If sitting fails, even bridges that have been built may collapse. For level 30 players, they also have to act within their capabilities. But it is more of a competition of the strength of the players who participated in Genesis together. If the players participating in Genesis together are not strong enough, then level 30 players may occupy less of the game world. If the players who follow Genesis are strong enough, they can win a few more battles in the second stage. This is a good opportunity. According to the calculations of several ancestors of Yuanzhou City, we only need to go through 7 more battles before we can access the real-world game. In other words, this time we will most likely enter the real world. 7 battles? Gushi thought of the situation mentioned in the little fox's divination, and he suddenly asked, after the second stage begins, every world is called a battle, right? So is this battle calculated on the basis of the world, or on our basis? Hearing Gushi's question, the player was also stunned for a moment. When Gushi saw the other party's reaction, he realized that he had not explained clearly. So he explained in more detail. What I mean is, I definitely can't participate in all of the Genesis Wars. Right? So let's say I participated in the first world, the second world, and the fifth world. So how do I calculate which battle I participate in? With this explanation, players will understand. Oh, so that's what you're asking about. Don't worry. The first battle of the second level is with the big boss. The first world you open is the first battle. It has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Gushi suddenly had an idea in his mind. How about he just jump over to the third battle of creation? Chapter 1133 Welfare of Yuanzhou City. The player who introduced Genesis to Gu, she did not notice the thoughts flashing in Gushi's eyes. He was still there talking about some rules for players participating in Genesis. In the first phase of Genesis, it is best for all players who have been reported to participate. Only by participating in the first stage of the game will they have a place in the first battle. After that, all players will have to participate in the first battle. And in subsequent battles, it will be up to the players to choose to participate. Every time you participate in a battle, Yuanzhou City will give different rewards based on the player's record. These rewards start from experience and troop types, to different equipment, medicines, and finally cities and orange equipment. It can be said that everything players want can be obtained in Genesis. As the player spoke, he took out a leaflet and handed it to Gushi. Gushi took the flyer and took a look. On the first page were pictures of several orange outfits that could be given out as rewards, even in order to attract players' attention. The attributes of these orange pieces of equipment are written out, although you need a lot of record points to get orange equipment. But this also gives people a little thought. In addition, Gushi also saw many things that could be traded. Just as Gushi guessed, Chao Huan Dan appeared on the transaction list for the first time. After glancing at the records needed to exchange for the grass return pill, Gushi felt that his price was too low. At this moment, the player began to explain to Gushi the task arrangements after the beginning of Genesis. Genesis says it will fight 7 battles, but whether it can really win depends not on the ability of the person who started Genesis, but on the fighting ability of the players who participated in Genesis together. The longer each battle drags on, the fewer Genesis battles can be fought. Therefore, before each player participates in Genesis, the people in Yuanzhou City have to arrange some cooperation between the players. At least you need to know what you can do, and what position you are placed in that you can withstand. If you are not strong enough and are placed in a dangerous place, the situation will be different. Therefore, the rules of combat must be clearly stated in advance. When taking out a thick battle manual and placing it in front of Gushi, the player said something specifically. Are you sure you choose the Necromancer? If you choose the Necromancer, then I will assign you tasks according to the Necromancer's role. Gushi raised his head and glanced at the player. Yes, I am a Necromancer. A professional. Okay. The Necromancer's combat manual is here. The combat requirements of the undead are all recorded in it. Take it back and read it. All these requirements must be met, and subsequent score calculations will be based on these requirements. Don't let the situation turn out to be awkward when you really need your undead troops, but can't mobilize any. There is a library card in front of the battle manual. You can take it to the Yuanzhou City Library to borrow books. In addition, if you need no place to stay in Yuanzhou City, you can queue up at the barracks and think of a solution. If that doesn't work, people are not allowed to rest on the road at the foot of the barracks mountain. At this time, Gushi was looking through the battle manual. The content inside is quite detailed. The main role of the Necromancer is to provide enough cannon fodder troops, and to clean up some corpses. None of these tasks are too difficult. However, there are strict requirements in the combat manual for the cannon fodder troops provided by the Necromancer. Each Necromancer must provide at least 3,000 undead to participate in the battle. No matter which route the necromancer takes, 3,000 undead are necessary. Even if they are all skeleton soldiers. This point must be there. Gushi raised his head and wanted to ask if the 3,000 undead were missing. It turned out that the player looked at Gushi and asked, "How about it? Do you need to change the battle manual?" "No need. Are 3,000 undead enough?" Gushi was really curious, because 3,000 undead are actually not that many. Most of the necromancers, as long as they work hard, can summon all the souls in 3 days. If you have a city in your home, it will be faster. Once the soul calling tower is opened and the soul calling technique is activated, there will be as many undead as you want. When Gushi came here, he always thought that the necromancer in Genesis also used a powerful fighting style. Tens of thousands of undead pushed forward, and there was a walking undead natural disaster. In the end, there were only 3,000 undead. Who are you looking down on? You're asking this question. 3,000 is enough. We are going to create the world, not to carry out the undead disaster. We want to conquer the new world, suppress it, and complete various tasks. But we are not trying to turn the new world into a world of the undead. Necromancers generally don't do anything too big. After hearing Gushi's question, the player also reacted. But don't underestimate these 3,000 undead. You can't buy or borrow 3,000 undead. They must be able to form combat effectiveness. After all, letting the necromancer attack is not to recharge, but to complete some tasks. So you must see your situation clearly, and see if you can get 3,000 undead. Sure, Gushi said firmly. Seeing Gushi being so stubborn, the player didn't say anything more. Anyway, the words have been brought, and the battle manual has been handed over. Whether Gushi can survive the Genesis depends on his own performance. Finally, let me explain some of the benefits that Uinzu City has opened to the outside world for the players who have reported. The player introduced to Gushi. In Uinzu City, for level 10 players, there are buildings such as barracks, training grounds, arenas, libraries, taverns, auction houses, markets, black markets, treasure shops, and canteens open to the public. Other buildings are not open to the public. Of course, you can enter public buildings, but you cannot enjoy the services inside on normal days. In addition, before the start of Genesis, all reported players will not be expelled from Uinzu City. However, you cannot use the game login device and cannot enter non-Uinzu City spaces such as games, dungeons, or your own city. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but ask, "Why can't I use the game launcher?" Because after logging in, the exit point for exiting the game is locked in Pei Xinqing. Everyone is like this. Uinzu City has no exit point. If you don't want to queue up again from Pei Xinqing, take the train. No exit point? Gushi didn't expect such a thing to happen. Yes, you see so many players gathered here. Do you think they don't know how to pass the time through the game? That's because after entering the game, they have to run again. After hearing this, Gushi could understand. He turned around and looked outside the door, and found that there seemed to be a few more players on the platform. Chapter 1134 Battle Mission. How long is it until Genesis begins? After understanding the situation in Uinzu City, Gushi's focus shifted to the war in Genesis. We can't say for sure. We are still preparing resources. In addition, we have to wait for the one who integrates the power in his hands. There are other things like this, and the main players in various cities haven't sent them over yet. Judging from the current situation, it will take at least half a year to a year. If you have any needs, you can go to Pei Xinqing first. When Genesis is about to open, you will be notified 1 week in advance. But at that time, if you want to take the train back, you may not be able to wait in line. And I'm not afraid to tell you directly that the rewards received by players who participated in the first stage of Genesis and those who did not participate in the first stage are different. It comes directly from the 2 prize pools. That's why they want to stay here even though they know that life will be hard. If you can't stand it, find a guild to join. If you join now, you still have a place to live. But if you wait any longer, you may not have a place to live anymore. Gushi shook his head. He did not ask the player how he got his job. There is no need to think too much about this at all. When the news about Genesis just spread, the players who came to Uinzu City occupied all the positions by relying on various relationships and means. Their working position in Uinzu City not only provides them with a place to live, but also provides them with additional benefits. No matter how much latecomers like Gushi were asked, they would not tell others how they got these jobs. Even the battle missions here in the barracks may not be available to Gushi who just came here. I didn't see so many players waiting outside the barracks. They were all here to grab the battle mission. After only one day in Uinzu City, Gushi had already understood Uinzu City. This place is not as nice as expected. After suppressing his thoughts, Gushi asked the player again. If I want to communicate through letters, that shouldn't be a problem. Right? Of course there is no problem. No matter what method you use to deliver the message, it will not be affected. Uinzu City is just inconvenient to enter and exit, not isolated from the outside world. Then I have nothing to ask. Gushi put away the assigned things, turned around and prepared to leave. When he walked to the door, Gushi suddenly paused. Does every player have a chance in the military camp's battle mission? The player who was putting things away on the table raised his head when he heard this. You are very smart. It seems like this. I'm still busy right now. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the expedition mission. Can you help me choose a player to take on my mission? What do you mean? Gushi was speechless. Why was this player so unsmart? This needs to be explained. And that needs to be explained. I really don't know how he got this position. Gushi felt somewhat helpless. But he still explained the situation. I think the players outside are queuing up and waiting for the battle mission. I gave up the opportunity to complete the campaign mission. You can choose a player from among them to complete it. The rewards from the battle mission belong to that player. How you negotiate with that player is your own business. I only have one request. The name must be mine. What is this request? The player in front of him looked puzzled. However, he did not object. There were too many players in the barracks waiting for battle missions. For this reason, when he reported to the players, he secretly suppressed the news that every player could participate in a battle mission. He relied on this great income to survive. Now that Gushi has given up his war mission, and the request he made is not too high, there is no problem. Okay, I'll handle this matter. Gushi nodded, then waved and left. What Gushi just said was a completely unexpected thought. When Gushi turned around and was about to leave, an idea flashed in his mind, and he guessed that every player who came over would have a chance to participate in the battle mission. After all, when Genesis is held here in Uinzu City, they can't really believe it just by what the players say. Players need to complete some battle missions to let the bosses of Genesis know what abilities these players have, and what positions they can be assigned to. Battle missions are such opportunities, and many players are looking for such opportunities to improve themselves. Those players who are interested will definitely find ways to participate in more tasks to show their strength, so that they can be recognized faster during Genesis and participate in more things. The reason why Gushi gave up this opportunity was, this is also an idea when I understand this situation. Gushi needs to stay here for half a year to a year. No matter how difficult the battle mission is, it can be completed in 7 or 8 days at most. Gushi really doesn't need so many days. Gushi's thoughts at this time were relatively simple. Give up this battle mission. Let other players complete the battle mission. But the name used is still Gushi's. The information passed out in this way will naturally be false. This is what Gushi is most concerned about right now. Although Gushi had already made up his mind not to participate in the third battle. But things cannot be absolutely guaranteed. If something goes wrong during the third battle, Gushi must be involved. Facing a catastrophe, Gushi must consider everything carefully. So at this time, Gushi immediately thought of spreading some false information. The current situation in the barracks is the best opportunity to spread false information. I believe that the players in front of me will also put an end to these things. The player didn't know what Gushi was thinking. When he saw Gushi leaving, he was also confused. He didn't know what Gushi wanted to do, so he could only mutter something weird. But Gushi didn't hear what he said. After leaving the reporting office, Gushi raised his head and glanced at the barracks above. Although he gave up the authority to carry out the combat mission, Gushi did not leave the barracks. He still went up and walked around inside the barracks. After all, the level of the barracks in front of us is quite high, and such a big mountain is part of the barracks. The area occupied has exceeded the situation of the barracks that Gushi has seen before. So Gushi also wanted to see what this kind of barracks that was almost reaching the top level would look like. In addition to the hall for dispatching battle missions, what other functions can be played in the barracks? These are all things Gushi has never thought of before. As Aladovi City continues to develop, Gushi still has a lot to learn. Chapter 11:35 Study Plan. Study, observe, and lay a solid foundation. This was Gushi's plan after he heard that he would stay in Uinzu City for about half a year. Gushi had plenty of resources at hand. After leaving the reporting office, Gushi gave it a try. Although it was said that there was no way to enter Yuanzu City. But it's not just the gates of the City of Death. Gushi should shake people, or he can shake them. But Gushi understood that if he went back to Arida City, the next time he showed up, he would be sent to accompany Xinqing first. As for the location where he was dumped, it was probably the house in Sky Garden. This has actually been considered as releasing some of the authority. After all, the Death City is a serious spell, and the Origin City is actually guarding against players who want to come here by other means. As for the men the players brought with them, they actually couldn't help it. After all, there are many different professions, and the necromancer is not the only profession with his subordinates, such as some kind of druid, dragon tamer, elf trainer, and other professions. Which one does not have a large number of subordinates? What should they do if there is no space to store their subordinates? They can't transport their subordinates to Yuanzu City by train. So this is the situation. Spells that target players such as portals, time and space beacons, and teleportation are banned. But spells targeting non-players are not allowed. As for the degree here, it doesn't depend on your subjective thoughts at all. As soon as a player appears, send him away. Don't care about the others. Even if you can release angels, they will just treat them as angel beasts. After all, here in Yuanzu City, there might be a level 30 boss living on any hilltop. The things that players play now are all the leftovers from what they played hundreds or thousands of years ago. They've never been shy about this. Gushi had no intention of provoking these big guys. When leaving the barracks, Gushi already had a comprehensive plan in mind. After releasing the Holy Silver Evil Coffin again, Gushi was not in a hurry to get on the bus. The main city gate behind him opened a crack, and the undead, who had been prepared, quickly delivered a large amount of food to the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. In the next period of time, Gushi might have to live in the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Then he might as well prepare the food and other things, and treat it like living in an RV for half a year. This can at least save a lot of money, and the money saved can be used in the construction of Aladovi City. Eve, who has never left the magic zone, has also left Aladovi City for the first time. She will follow Gushi to the library here in Yuanzu City, where she will try her best to reproduce the books that can be read in the Yuanzu City library. Everything. Also coming out with Eve was Shea. However, Shea just came out and walked around before going back. Gushi only saw 20 thieves leaving the city gate and quickly disappearing. In fact, these thieves did not go too far, and they had no intention of seeking information. They came out with only one goal, which was to prevent anyone from snooping on Gushi's information, and use some false information to confuse Gushi's information. These thieves may not be so good at gathering intelligence, but they can still hide the information. After he got on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Gushi, who was putting food in the small kitchen behind the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, waved to her. I don't know what's in the library in Yuanzu City. Our current library card should be able to borrow most of the books. Then you and I will act separately. Don't rush to copy books on the first day. Let's first find out what books are in the library here, and what books can be borrowed. Then make a plan for copying and replicating. We need to comprehensively consider the development plan of Aladovi City. After all, we don't have much time, and I'm worried that there are some restricted areas that I won't be able to enter. If you copy in the wrong direction, you will waste time and energy, and in the end, you will get stuck because there is not enough technical support. So we have to make a plan from the beginning. Listening to Gushi's arrangements, Eve also nodded. When Eve received Gushi's order, she dealt with some of the things on hand, and asked Luna and the other three what they thought. He even arranged work in the magic area. This sorted out several directions in which information needs to be developed. It can be said that Eve came with a direction. As soon as Gushi said this, Eve began to tell Gushi about their goals this time. First, there is the matter of the magic ritual. During the last battle to defend the city, Dominic taught Gushi a lesson in the use of magic. Let Gushi understand that, as the number of soldiers under his command increases, ordinary combat magic is no longer enough. Battle magic needs to be put on the agenda. To put it simply, battle magic is ordinary magic that has its range of influence expanded and its duration prolonged through magic rituals. These magical rituals need to be sorted out. At the same time, some battle magic also needs to be prepared in advance. Another idea is to convert the troops on the tower side into undead. Since having the Stone Man of the Underworld, Eve's energy investment in this area has increased significantly. The most critical Stone Man and Mage system in the tower have actually been replicated. Now the most important Titan has not yet succeeded. as long as the Titans can succeed. With the number of designs of the Cloud Palace that Gushi has obtained, it will be a matter of time before he wants to establish a Titan army. But now everything is stuck at a critical point. Lightning does more damage to the undead. Even though Gushi had a successful case of the Bone Titan, he had studied it for a long time, but still couldn't find the right way to deal with it. Now this matter is stuck here. It would be impossible to find the right answer just by relying on the fairy tale books and magazines in the Gushi library. A large part of the reason why Gushi and Eve went to the library in Uenzu City this time was because of this. The third point is that Gushi feels that his spells and skills need to be upgraded. His current basic corpse explosion is still a secondary corpse explosion. Waiting for the level to increase before upgrading is somewhat wasteful. Gushi planned to improve his skills through learning. At the same time, the research progress of the magic tower in Gushichen will be relatively slow. This time Gushi needed to see if there were any suitable research ideas in Uenzu City. If there are magic extension skills that have been researched, Gushi is not afraid to just copy them away. When Gushi brought Eve to the Uenzu City library, they had sorted out all their ideas. After getting off the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Gushi took Eve into the library. As soon as he walked into the door, Gushi said with a serious face, "You go left and I go right. Let's go around in a circle first." Chapter 1136 Uenzu City Library. The Library of Uenzu City, like the military camp, is a large building complex occupying a hilltop. There are 7 platforms of different sizes on the zigzag mountain road. On each platform, there is a large library and many small cabins. However, Gushi had a feeling that the mountain in front of him might have been hollowed out, and there were countless books hidden in the entire mountain. After walking into the door of the library, there are 2 paths up the mountain to the left and right. In front of the path up the mountain are several players who act as guides. Now Gushi already knows that these players who act as guides are actually just useless. It was specially arranged for the purpose of recruiting people. Otherwise, why would the library need guides? Most people don't just go directly to find the books they want. I didn't see that these leaders were already very idle. Now Gushi has no intention of asking these leaders anything. After separating from Eve, Gushi followed the road on the right towards the mountain. When going up the mountain, Gushi was not as anxious as the others. At this time, he actually noticed the scenery of the library in front of him. Although this library has 7 platforms of different sizes, and does not have any good scenery on the surface. When stepping out of the path, Gushi noticed that the knowledge recorded in the library was not necessarily all in the library. Inside, it's not necessarily all in the heart of the mountain. There are also traces of knowledge left on the trees in this mountain. There is a small signboard hanging on each big tree. At first, Gushi thought it was recording what kind of trees these trees were, and when they were planted. But take a closer look, and you'll see that's not the case. Various book titles are recorded on it. Gushi only took a quick glance and saw book titles such as the 10 most commonly used dark magic and holy light and darkness are not opposites. Gushi's mind just turned around, and he understood the situation here. Every tree in front of me probably has some kind of magic in it. Maybe holding the corresponding books and reading them under these books will have better results. As Gushi walked up the mountain, he quickly scanned the titles of the books on the trees. Although you can't tell much from the title of the book, you can always define its scope. Gushi will now write down the titles of these books and wait until he finds the corresponding books before he comes to experiment. Going all the way up, Gushi soon arrived at the platform on the first floor. As soon as Gushi walked up, many players gathered around him. "Brother, do you want someone to help you copy the book? I copy very quickly, and the price is cheap." "Comrade, do you need a scribe? I have professional certificates." Gushi shook his head directly. "No, I brought someone over to copy the book myself." Having said this, Gushi glanced at them again. "What? Can't you bring it yourself and copy the book?" After being glared at by Gushi, these players also took a few steps back. "No, it's okay to find anyone you want to copy the book. Does that mean I have to use the paper and pen you provided when I copy the book?" Gushi asked again. It's better to ask these things in advance before discussing them. Although Gushi didn't believe that there would be some other things going on in the library of Uenzu City. But don't be afraid of anything. Just be afraid of the unexpected. "No, we all bring our own paper and pens." Gushi laughed at this moment. "That's good. I will arrange for people to come and copy the books myself. And I won't ruin your business. But please don't ruin my business. Okay?" After Gushi said this, these players also stepped aside. They all saw that Gushi was the kind of person who had a plan in mind. It's useless even if they come around. So they dispersed. Gushi glanced at them, and said nothing more. In fact, Gushi also understood that this was all fate. If he hadn't had Aladovi City behind him to support him, he would still be among them, scrambling to copy books for others. Gushi, who understood this, also sighed, and his originally good mood suddenly dropped. He first entered the library in front of him and inquired about the situation. Just as Gushi guessed at the beginning, the library in front of him was just a show. Most of the books in the Uenzu City Library are hidden in the belly of the mountain, except for the forbidden books on the top platform, which can only be borrowed by players above level 30. All other books can be borrowed and copied by yourself as long as you can find them and hold them in your hands. Of course, all books cannot come up with platform scope. If you don't want to read it, just leave the book at the return point outside the library. The books will fly back to where they should be. However, there is no librarian here, and there is an elevator inside the library that leads directly to the mountain. If you really want to find books here, it will be a troublesome thing. Even if someone stays here for 10 or 8 years, they can guarantee that they know where all the books are. Therefore, players who want to make money in the library will only copy books instead of helping others find books. As for the various trees planted outside the library, none of the players in the library have heard of anything magical about them. No one went to the tree to read, and even found books corresponding to the trees. This made Gu Shijiang, who wanted to find someone to experiment, quite speechless. After leaving the library on the first platform, Gu Shi went to several platforms above. In the library on each platform, Gu Shi asked for detailed information in detail. Among the 7 libraries in Uenzu City, all the books except the top floor are banned. The libraries on each other floor contain different categories of books. Their classification here is not based on spell factions. Instead, they are classified according to magazines, information books, magic books, scientific research results, weird books and other books. Among the other books, Gu Shi is the most familiar. There are fairy tales, history, stories and novels, as well as some background introductions to the game world that people can see clearly, etc. It can be said that the books here are the most chaotic. The weird books are the kind of books that will undergo alienation and mutation after being read. At this level, there are significantly fewer scribes. Only some relatively strong scribes dare to work here. Even so, they cannot copy all day long. They can only copy for 1 to 2 hours at most every day, and they need to copy at different times. After Gu Shi walked around the platforms on each floor of the library, he and Eve gathered together on the platform in the restricted book area. Sir, I would like to ask you to let some of the mages in the magic area come out to do some work. As soon as she saw Gu Shi, Eve said. Before, Gu Shi had planned to let the necromancer out to copy books. But when he said this, Gu Shi had a new idea in his mind. They will spend a relatively long time in the library, and it may not be enough for the necromancer summoned by Gu Shi's summoning ability to copy the books. He needs more people to copy and find books. Send less corpses out. In addition, they are only responsible for copying books. They will do other things back to Aradovi. Chapter 1137 Exploration Mission. As soon as I started copying books in the library, time seemed to fast forward, and a month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. During this month and a half, Gu Shi felt as if he had spent time in the library. He would go down the mountain at around 10 o'clock every night, stay in the Holy Silver Evil Coffin for 1 night, and go back up the mountain at around 6 o'clock the next morning. The first thing to do when going up the mountain is to recruit 50 necromancers, open the gate to Aladovi City, and let Eve and her group of undead come out to find and copy books. The reason why it is so troublesome, that's because Gu Shi himself is not considered an undead, and he needs to eat and rest. And Eve also needs to sort out the harvest of the day when she goes back every day. After all, there are many things that are not enough to be copied down. Eve needs to arrange for people in the magic area to conduct experiments on what was copied that day, and to make adjustments to the problems left over from before. This process usually takes place overnight. Early the next morning, after Gu Shi has had enough sleep, they have to go out and continue looking for and copying books. This is also because the undead are not tired. If it had been anyone else, they would have smashed the copying paper on Gu Shi's face. It was the same today. After having breakfast at the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Gu Shi jumped off the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and walked towards the hill of the library. His Holy Silver Evil Coffin was parked on the side of the road at the foot of the mountain. The reason why the Holy Silver Evil Coffin was left behind was because Gu Shi was not the only one who had the idea of housing a car. There are various houses parked at the foot of the mountain. If Gushi takes away the holy silver evil coffin, it won't be long before the parking spot where he parked before will be occupied by someone else. When Gushi wants to find a place to live, he may have to live somewhere far away from the library. Gushi didn't want to waste time walking. Climbing mountains every day is already quite troublesome for Gushi. We have to go a little further. So forget it. But there was something different today. When Gushi-sai came to the first platform of the library, he found that many players had put down what they were doing and were crowding towards the library on the first platform. Brother Liu. What happened? Seeing the scene in front of him, Gushi was speechless. He pulled over a player he knew and asked curiously, Brother Gu, it's you. You may not know that the city hall just sent someone over to look for manpower to explore the outer city area. The requirement is to be a player who has signed up to participate in Genesis and also has a lot of knowledge. I am currently signing up for an interview in the library. Outer city area? After staying here in Uenzu City for a long time, Gushi naturally knew where the outer city area was. When the original Uenzu City was still called Beilui, it was a small city that could accommodate 50 million people. At that time, the game was already quite popular in Beilui, and many players could already bring some powerful equipment out of the game and into the real world. When Beilui was thrown into the deepest part of the game, the city that originally had 50 million people was almost destroyed when it was thrown off. Although Beilui was retained in the end, it was no longer habitable. Therefore, except for some relatively strong players who stayed at that time, other players dispersed outwards and established the first city outside Uenzu City, Changzi City. As time passed, the new Uenzu City became what it is now. The original location of Beilui became the outer city area. All players in Uenzu City are in the outer city area. I also know that when the first batch of players left, they definitely didn't take the contents with them. There are even many ancient players who died in the city when they were thrown into the depths of the game, or players who are too old to leave the city. They left many things behind in this outer city area. There are even rumors that the reason why Beilui was thrown to the deepest part of the game was because a player was upgrading his orange equipment. Prepare to upgrade orange equipment to red equipment. But no one knew what went wrong. And in the end, Beilui was dragged into the depths of the game. Although no one has seen the red equipment, the rumor is quite widespread. So widespread that many players who heard this news for the first time wanted to go around the outer city and explore the ancient city. However, Uenzu City does not prohibit ordinary players from entering the outer city area. In their words, the outer city area was too dangerous. Without anyone to lead the way and without enough strength, only one of the 10 teams that entered could only come back. As for the stragglers who sneaked in, there was no precedent for them coming out alive. Any player with a right mind should know the danger. If you still rush it even though you know you are going to die, that's not stupid. So banning is useless. The outer city area is there. If you want to go in, you will be the only one here. But this time, the situation is obviously different. I can come to the library to recruit people. This shows that this was an action organized by Uenzu City. This is quite attractive to players who live here temporarily. Not to mention other things. There are too many jobs in Uenzu City right now. Players without jobs have to rely on themselves for food, clothing, housing and supplies. When they can't stand the pressure, players will choose to join the guild they looked down upon at the beginning. And now, exploring the outer city area has become another opportunity in their eyes. How about it? Do you want to go? Hearing the question from the player named Liu, Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head. Forget it. I still have a lot of things that I haven't copied out yet. Brother Gu, why are you so stubborn? The library is here. You can come here anytime you want to copy books. There are not many opportunities to enter the outfield city with a large army. If I don't follow him this time, I don't know when I will have the next opportunity to enter the outfield city. But Gushi still shook his head. No. The outer city area is right there. And there's no sign prohibiting entry. As a result, no player in the original city is willing to go there. Think about it, and know how dangerous it is there. In the current situation, someone suddenly wants to explore the outer city area. As soon as I heard it, I knew there was something wrong behind it. I'm afraid a lot of cannon fodder will be needed to get there. I'd better forget it. I'm here to participate in Genesis, not to be cannon fodder. During this period of time, he has been copying and reading. And Gushi's impatience has slowly been washed away. Now he is thinking about things and starting to do it in an all-round way. No longer like before. Just do whatever comes to mind. After listening to Gushi's words, The player named Lou shook his head. Forget it if you don't want to go. I want to go take a look. Let's not talk about whether I can find good things in the outer city area. The daily salary is enough for me to live in Yuanzu City for a while. After saying that, he stopped talking to Gushi, turned around, and crowded in front of the library door, apparently ready to sign up. Chapter 1138 Gossip. Looking at the player named Lou who wanted to squeeze into the crowd, Gushi shook his head. Everyone has their own ambitions, and some things cannot be forced. Anyway, he plans to stay here forever and empty out all the books in the library. But Gushi never expected that today would be a bad day. Yuanzu City has too many people to recruit, and the remaining 6 platforms are all crowded with players who want to sign up. Even the floor of the forbidden book area was crowded with people. It seemed that there was no way to calm down and copy books today. Gushi sighed helplessly. He didn't even open the gate of the City of Death to let Eve and others out. He just sent a message to Eve through the special mirror on his left hand. After that, Gushi had no intention of staying in the library any longer. It was rare that he had free time today, so Gushi just planned to go to Yuanzu City to think about it. I have been in Yuanzu City for a month and a half. Apart from the library and the barracks, the only places Gushi visited were the train stations. Gushi, who had been busy copying books, didn't feel anything. Now that I have some free time, Gushi feels a little empty. He finally came to Yuanzu City once, and even lived here for several years. If someone asked him what fun places there were in Yuanzu City, and he couldn't answer, it wouldn't be embarrassing. It was rare to have free time today, so Gushi decided to go out for a walk. So after making sure that the library would not be idle today, Gushi turned around and went down the mountain. When he arrived at the location where the Holy Silver Evil Coffin was parked, Gushi did not activate the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Instead, he released the evil coffin inside. The silver coffin on the outer layer stayed in its original position. Sitting on the evil coffin again, Gushi felt that nothing was going well. As soon as the evil coffin ran away, he was almost blown out by the wind. Fortunately, Gushi has strengthened his strength and agility quite well now. The effect of the fitness technique is there. No matter how strong the wind is, Gushi can still be stable. Let's go ahead and go to what they call Canteen Number 3 to eat some of the special food of Yuanzu City. Gushi pointed in the direction against the wind. At this time, the more Gushi thought about it, the more he regretted it. When he arrived at Yuanzu City, he didn't even go out for a walk. Even the food was brought from Aladovi. He heard about the special food of Yuanzu City when he was communicating with other players in the library. He hasn't eaten much. I don't know how many good things I have missed these days. Gushi was thinking about these things while pointing in the direction. When they rounded the top of a mountain, Gushi saw a small restaurant not far away. Unlike buildings like the library and the barracks that directly occupy a hilltop, the small restaurant in front of you shares a hilltop with buildings such as the canteen and stable and flight point. The number 3 canteen that Gushi wanted to go to was halfway up the mountain. The reason why Gushi saw the small restaurant at first glance was that the red lanterns hanging high on the top of the mountain directly attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention that the people in this small restaurant also put some thought into it. Turning around the corner of the mountain here, you can see the small restaurant in front of you at first glance. No wonder they said this small restaurant is very conspicuous. I didn't expect it to be so conspicuous, Gushi muttered, then drove the evil coffin towards that side. At the same time, Gushi noticed that, unlike large buildings such as barracks and libraries, the uphill road in front of him could be accessed by mounts. Gushi even saw many horses and elephants at the foot of the mountain. It's obvious that this is a priority, so guests don't have to walk. If the guest does not have a mount, they will also find a way to use the mount to send the guest up. Seeing Gushi driving the evil coffin, several players quickly opened the way for Gushi. Invite the guest here. Does the guest want to drink or eat? Or does he want to stay here? I came here to eat. Before Gushi finished speaking, the player leading the way led Gushi in another direction. You must have come to Canteen Number 3 to have a good meal. You've come to the right restaurant number 3. I'm not bragging. I guide people at the foot of the mountain every day. When I go up the mountain, I'm in a hurry, so I may not walk much. But when I go down the mountain, I have to go to Canteen Number 3 to smell the smell. Sometimes, even if you don't go to Canteen Number 3 to eat, just smelling the food outside can make you feel comfortable. If guests want to eat better, Chef Wu from Canteen Number 3 is the best choice. He is a level 15 professional chef. A special chef. It was a master specially invited back from outside by Number 3 canteen. Of course, If you want something simpler, Master Nyo and Master Kong are both experts. Especially Master Kong, who was originally the top swordsman. He could get meat from the cow without the cow dying. The player who led the way quickly told the situation of several masters, because what he said was so vivid and vivid. Gushi's mouth watered as he listened. Of course, there wasn't much to talk about food. After a few words, their conversation turned to the outer city area. What you said about the library. I've heard about that. Let me tell you, it's not that simple behind this. Listening to the gossip whispered by this person, Gushi also grasped some information. It's no wonder that intelligence organizations are more likely to appear in taverns. We haven't even entered the tavern yet. Players who are just leading the way outside can say this. Not to mention the professionals inside the tavern. From this person's mouth, Gushi learned some things that he couldn't find out in the library. It turns out that someone suddenly organized a trip to the outer city area this time. It was because there was a boss-level player living in Uenzu City, who happened to reach level 30. Anyone with a discerning eye can now see that this time Genesis only needs to be successful. Uenzu City can connect to the real world. This is Tongtian's achievement. It is the achievement of bringing billions of players from the depths of the game back to the real world. Previously, there was only one player at level 30, and everyone had no choice. Of course, there will be no problem. Now that there are 2 level 30 players, the situation has become different. The newly reached level 30 player also wants this achievement. In order to gain support from the Uenzu City Elders Council, he organized this exploration of the outer city area. On the one hand, it is to show his strength to the Elder Council. On the other hand, he may really have the intention to enter the outfield area to find something. Having said this, the player who led the way lowered his voice. This incident has spread all over the place. But no one dares to do anything rash. Genesis is the most important thing now. And they don't dare to waste us cannon fodder at this time. So if you are interested, you can go to the outer city area to have a look. There are some good things there. Chapter 1139 Dining. Interested in? Who wouldn't be interested in such a huge treasure outside the city? But have you ever thought that the outer city area is right there? So why has no one gone there to explore it on their own? Gushi shook his head. At the same time, he finally understood that all kinds of troubles had never stopped since the preparations for Genesis began. The reason why he stayed here in Uenzu City safely for a month and a half without anything happening. It's not because nothing happened in the past month and a half. But this matter is too big to affect miscellaneous soldiers like them. At this time, Gushi finally understood his position again. He is still too weak. It is right to lay a solid foundation. But the level must also be improved. After Genesis begins, he will go all out to level up. Apart from anything else, Gushi must have made up his mind, and must rush to level 15 before the first battle begins. It is best to reach level 20 before the start of the third battle. This way, even if his idea of avoiding the third war goes wrong, he will have the ability to protect himself. When Gushi fell silent, the player who led the way did not say anything more. You can talk freely while guiding. But when Gushi is obviously not interested, there are some problems with trying to persuade him. Although the player who led the way was rude, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Gushi didn't want to say anything, so he didn't say much. Just at this time, they had arrived at canteen number 3, and the guide said to Gushi, "Guest, we have arrived at the canteen. Please dismount this way." "Thank you." Gushi flipped over and jumped off the evil coffin. Just as the player said, Gushi smelled the fragrance before entering the cafeteria. Even before he sat down to eat, Gushi already felt that his body had become much lighter. It seems that there is something special about canteen number 3. Gushi thought as he pushed open the door of canteen number 3. After entering the door, the first thing Gushi saw was 6 signboards in front of him. The names of several chefs are written on the sign, and the number of remaining seats is below. Gushi glanced at it, and the first person on the list was Master Wu, whom the player just introduced. In addition to everything introduced by the player, there are also his requirements for eating. That is, what he does. The guests eat, and the guests cannot order. But even with such strict requirements, the seat in front of him was already sold out. However, there is still a seat next to Master Nyo. Who is next in line? Gushi thought for a moment, then turned to the waiter who came over and said, "I'm looking for Master Nyo. This way, please." When the waiter heard this, he looked Gushi up and down, then stretched out his hand and guided Gushi to the second floor. However, when leading the way, the waiter had some doubts in his heart. Gushi's reaction just now was clearly that of a regular customer who had been here many times. But why hasn't he seen it? Although he had some doubts in his heart, he still guided Gushi to his position. It was an island counter with a direct view of the chef. Sitting here, you can communicate directly with the chef. And you can also see the chef's operations for the first time. In this way, whether it is the freshness of the food or the chef's operation, you can see it with your eyes. Ensure that players who come to dine can feel safe and enjoy their meal. When Gushi sat down, the white-robed chef in the middle of the island asked this guest, "Do you have any taboos?" "Don't eat cilantro," Gushi said calmly. Ever since he discovered that details would expose his intelligence, Gushi's attitude towards food has changed again. Except for not eating coriander. In other respects he really eats whatever comes. And doesn't have much to choose from. Master Neo nodded, looked Gushi up and down, then poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Gushi. "This is the snow water from the Holy Snow Mountain, which is very good for your current situation." Gushi was confused as to what it meant to be beneficial to my current situation. Although his mind was full of doubts, Gushi's movements were not slow. He picked up the glass of water and took a sip. He felt his head go cold. He couldn't sleep well on the holy silver evil coffin these days. He was in the library. The energy consumed by copying and reading was actually replenished at this time. This is a bit of a skill, Gushi thought to himself. But he picked up the water glass and took a sip. Before he put down the cup of water, he found Master Neo looking at him with a smile on his face. Gushi was a little confused. He didn't do anything different. As a result, Gushi suddenly felt his eyes sore, and tears kept flowing out. At this moment, Master Neo suddenly said, "It seems that the guest is really tired. Otherwise, he would not take the snow water like this." After crying, Gushi felt that his spirit had become much better again. Although there is no increase in attributes, there are some things that players can feel by themselves without asking any questions at all. Gushi's situation at this time is just like when he took the fire of life or obtained the power of life through dragon burial veins. It's just that what was strengthened at that time was vitality. But this time it was strengthened in terms of mental strength. Of course, the snow and water in front of you cannot compare with the fire of life. Gushi felt that this enhancement would disappear in 3 to 5 days at most. But during these 3 to 5 days, Gushi would be in unusual spirits. Apart from other things, he could always maintain a clear mind. If during these 3 to 5 days, Gushi's level improves, or if he learns something, he will be strengthened to a certain extent. Seeing Gushi crying with tears streaming down his face, Master Neo smiled, pushed a towel to Gushi, and placed a roasted fruit in front of Gushi. "This is roasted red fruit. You can try it." Gushi took a look at this cherry tomato-sized thing, and felt a little confused. Is this a red fruit? Although he was a little puzzled, Gushi still swallowed the roasted red fruit in one gulp. The next moment, a large amount of blood spurted out from Gushi's eyes, ears and body. It felt like Gushi's blood was being drained. But at this time, Gushi was not surprised but scared. He had a feeling that the internal injuries and hidden injuries he had suffered before were beginning to be repaired quickly at this moment. However, the effect of this repair is relatively weak. It only lasts for a moment, and then the effect disappears. Gushi raised his head curiously. At this time, Master Neo had already prepared the next dish and served it. It was a piece of meat the size of a lens. The meat was cut into square pieces and roasted on both sides. But it was obviously not cooked enough, and there was blood inside. This is blood dragon meat. Normal blood dragon meat cannot be roasted. It has to be eaten with blood. But the energy in blood will be dispersed. So I roasted it and locked the dragon blood in it. You can try it. Chapter 1140 Center of the Storm. After this meal, Gushi ate for a full hour and a half. When Gushi walked out of canteen number 3, he felt as if he was a new person. Due to a regular diet, the influence of necromancy and negative energy, and the large amount of reading various magic books during this period, Gushi's health has actually become very poor. Sub-health may not even compare. If this continues, Gushi will be able to digitize his body directly. After this meal, although it did not become the healthiest, several key problems were alleviated. Gushi estimated that after a few more visits, his health would improve significantly. Then when he puts on the equipment he is wearing now, no one will admit his mistake. Everyone would definitely think that he was an elf archer. After leaving canteen number 3, Gushi stood in front of the evil coffin for a long time. Canteen number 3 is already at this level, and I don't know what canteen number 1 and number 2 will be like. While thinking, Gushi walked out. During this day, Gushi just wandered outside like this. You can see everything wherever you go. When you are hungry, you can find some snacks nearby. When it is time for dinner, you can go to the rank cafeteria to eat. At night, he went to a pub and had 2 drinks before returning to the library and his holy silver evil coffin. After eating some good food outside today, Gushi had no interest in the food in the holy silver evil coffin. In Gushi's eyes, what he ate today was called food. What he usually ate was just to fill his stomach. However, Gushi has also inquired about it. Apart from talent, most of the reasons why these chefs are able to reach such a level are because their skills can only be mastered by players. Heroes and soldiers cannot learn this. Not to mention the undead, who serve as staff in Aladovi City. Gushi's evaluation of the food they made was that eating it wouldn't kill anyone. What a pity! It would be great if I could have an undead subordinate who is at the level of a chef. Lying on the bed in the small room of the holy silver evil coffin, Gushi rubbed his stomach and muttered, "Now that I think about it, I'd better go to bed early. When I just came back, I heard that the library has hired enough people, and they will not come again tomorrow. At that time, the library will return to its former peace." Gushi was busy copying books again. It's rare to relax today, but tomorrow won't be so leisurely. Pulling down the curtains, Gushi was about to turn off the lights. At this moment, something moved in his heart, and he secretly opened a slit in the curtains to look outside. Gushi noticed that a group of people were heading towards the mountain peak where the library was located under the cover of night. The situation in front of him immediately attracted Gushi's attention. You must know that the library is not a barracks. It closes at 11 o'clock at night and opens at 6 o'clock in the morning. During the closing period, no player is allowed to stay on the mountain. It's almost 11 o'clock now. What do these people want to do up there? When Gushi was still confused, he suddenly noticed that many car lights in nearby RVs were turned off. It was obvious that I was not the only one who noticed the situation. But most people chose to stay out of it. If it were normal times, Gushi would definitely have made the same choice. But today I had a rare day of relaxation. And with the addition of some food and rest, I felt quite clear-headed. He reacted immediately. I got involved in something. There are so many players sleeping rough at the foot of the mountain, and they dare to act so blatantly. This shows that they must have the ability to find ways to silence all players afterwards. This is either to give enough benefits to shut up all players, or simply shut up all nearby players. Gushi thought about it, and felt that he didn't have enough face to let others use good things to shut him up. So Gushi quickly stood up, raised his feet, and stamped on the ground. And the holy silver evil coffin moved slowly and quietly. Gushi didn't intend to watch the excitement here. The holy silver evil coffin moved quickly, preparing to leave here. At this time, Gushi had already understood. I'm afraid someone has set their eyes on something in the library. I was recruiting people for exploration in the outer city area before, probably to lure away the players in the library. After all, as the time of creation gets closer and closer, the number of players in Uenzu City is also increasing. Now in Uenzu City, the most indispensable player is Gushi, who has just passed level 10. If you really want to find people in the outer city area, you don't even need to come to the library. You can just shout on the street and recruit many people. Many things had not been connected before, so Gushi naturally did not expect this. Gushi wants to understand everything now, so he won't stay in the center of the storm and seek death. Gushi secretly moved the holy silver evil coffin. But before he took a few steps, he found that there was an RV blocking the path he had found. That RV was different from Gushi's holy silver evil coffin. It was a yak carrying a small house on its back. Gushi had seen this RV several times before, and knew that its owner was an 11th level wizard who specialized in ice and snow spells. But judging from the current movement of the yak, the person in front of me is also very hidden. At least in Gushi's eyes. The opponent's darkness and shadow spells were also used very smoothly. Even such a big yak makes no sound when it moves. He even had the idea of taking the shadow passage. Gushi thought about it, and decided that now was not the time to make enemies with others. So he decided to leave here first. So Gushi didn't rush to bump into him, or greet the other party, or ask the player to hurry up. He just followed silently. Soon the player also discovered Gushi's existence. He glanced at Gushi behind him, and made the same choice as Gushi. Don't say anything or stop them. Anyway, they will go out first and then talk. Gushi didn't intend to follow him forever. In Gushi's mind, he planned to go around the hill in front, and go to the former canteen number 3. There are inns and taverns there, and they are buildings that are open to the public even at night. Gushi could find an excuse to come over and stay overnight. take a shower and have something delicious. Anyway, Gu Shi had already eaten a lot during the day, so this reason was quite reasonable. Even if someone is suspicious, they don't dare to do anything to the players in the tavern or inn. After all, they haven't been caught, so it's useless even if someone is suspicious. But Gu Shi never expected that he would be able to see the tavern's signature red lantern as soon as he rounded another hill, when a voice suddenly rang out. "Where are you going?" "Damn it. Someone blocked us." Gu Shi was shocked, but there was no expression on his face. He just stood up. "You don't care where I go. I haven't heard that there is such a thing as a curfew in Yuanzu City." Chapter 1141 The Enemy Blocking the Road. After Gu Shi asked this, the wizard player, who was about to stop, paused. He stood up immediately. "Yes, there has never been a curfew in Yuanzu City. What's the matter? Is this road blocked? Isn't it allowed to go?" Seeing the wizard player stand up, Gu Shi was relieved. He glared and looked in the direction of the sound. "Get out of the way, or I'll sue you for highway robbery." At this time, Gu Shi noticed that there were 3 players standing over there. The leader was a paladin wearing heavy armor, but judging from his face, he was not a good person. Following him was an archer dressed similarly to Gu Shi, but Gu Shi noticed that his body was slender, and he didn't know if he was really an archer. Finally, there was a purple-robed mage following at the end. The purple-robed mage covered his face with his hood and kept his head lowered, as if he was trying hard to make himself less conspicuous. But Gu Shi had a feeling that there was something wrong with the purple-robed mage's aura. He's kind of like a doppelganger. A clone used to sit in the magic circle, looking back at the direction of the library. Gu Shi could clearly notice that layers of violet light masks had enveloped the library. Gu Shi had already seen countless large-scale magic formations that required multiple people to operate them. From the beginning of the undead natural disaster array, Gu Shi had always been wary of such large magic arrays. As soon as he noticed the situation in front of him, Gu Shi yelled immediately, "Go away." As he spoke, Gu Shi had already raised the magic wand in his hand. However, because of the kit, Gu Shi's movements at this time clearly looked like he was drawing a bow. The archer following the paladin player shot an arrow at Gu Shi as soon as he saw Gu Shi's movements. Boom! The wielder of the extreme sunshine immediately stood in front of Gu Shi and blocked the blow with 2 shields. But at this time, Gu Shi also heard the sonic boom when the arrow was shot out, and the sound of the arrow hitting the shield. This scared Gu Shi into a cold sweat. If it weren't for the existence of the ultimate sunshine holder, Gu Shi would probably die this time. Gu Shi, who understood this, immediately became angry. "You dare to kill people in Yuanzu City? You are all going to die." Just as Gu Shi yelled, the wizard player had already taken the initiative. He pushed the paladin player, and the ice pick enveloped the paladin player. The paladin player still wanted to raise the shield, but as soon as he raised the shield, he found that he seemed to be unable to move. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of ice, and his flesh and blood began to freeze. It's obvious that the wizard player's attack is a deadly method. The reaction of the wizard player also shocked Gu Shi. He didn't expect the reaction from wizard players to be so intense. But in front of him, the opponent has already taken action to attack Gu Shi, and the wizard players have also taken action. It is obviously impossible for Gu Shi not to take action. The wielder of the extreme sunshine equipment stepped back and protected Gu Shi tightly. At the same time, the man armed with the spear and the man armed with the power of the vanguard shattering array appeared on the battlefield at the same time. Since the 6 armor holders are complete, all the permissions of the 6-path disc are turned on. Many functions that were previously unavailable can now be achieved. For example, the matter of deploying equipment holders. Previously, the person wearing the suit could only follow Gu Shi. Now Gu Shi can specify the location for delivery. Also, before, the person wearing the equipment had to appear first before they could participate in the battle. But things are different now. The person holding the equipment can directly exert the various effects of the equipment without appearing. It was as if Gu Shi no longer needed to release the holder of the soul lamp. He could use the sight of the soul lamp to observe the movements of others. This time, the spear wielder and the forward foreshattered formation wielder appeared on the battlefield at the same time, and they immediately took action against the remaining 2 enemies. The man with the spear attacked the archer. This shooter initially attacked Gu Shi, so he was the core target of Lu Dao Pan. As soon as the spearman appeared near the shooter, an iron bar appeared in his hand that looked like it had just been taken out of a furnace. This was one of the 12 spears that Gu Shi had obtained before. The negative effects of this thing are the same as outside. It is so hot that if a normal person gets it in his hands, he will be burned to death before he can attack. But for the wearer, This little thing is not a problem at all. The higher the temperature of the iron bar, the stronger the attack power of the spear. At this time, the spear wielder took out the spear and was interested in the attack effect of this spear. When he appeared behind the enemy shooter, the armed man thrust forward with the spear in his hand. The shooter felt like he saw the scene of a steel plant opening its gates and pouring out molten iron. The blazing red molten iron poured towards him from all directions. The shooter also understood that this phenomenon was just the effect of certain purple equipment when attacking. But the problem is that he clearly understands. But when faced with such an attack, no one has the courage to test whether the molten iron is real or fake. When the molten iron was poured in, the shooter immediately jumped out. There are three main situations for archers: standing style, melee style, and dodge style. Judging from the appearance of the archer in front of him, he is the kind of evasive archer. He has great dodging abilities, is also capable of leaping high in one leap, and can even move back and forth on tree branches. Faced with the situation in front of him, he naturally wanted to jump out immediately. But at this moment, the spear wielder, whose body was already soaked in molten iron, raised his spear and threw the red iron bar at the archer. This spear, which is similar to an iron bar, functions as a ring within a ring. If you can withstand the high temperature in your hand and raise the spear, you can launch the molten iron attack like this. This molten iron is real and can deal continuous damage. If you stand on it, you can directly burn people to death. Then if you can stand in the molten iron without being burned to death, then you can drag the enemy into the molten iron. Even if the effect is war shackles with continuous damage, no one can escape until one of them dies. In the third move, if the enemy dies first, the operator can control the molten iron and deliver a super blow to another enemy. If the spear holder dies first, this super powerful blow will kill the enemy in the iron water, avenging the spear holder. No matter which way you go, the end result is the same. It ends with the spearman dying in battle. But for the holder of the 6-channel flame lantern, death, they are never afraid. Chapter 1142: The Beginning of Chaos. When the spear wielder took the second step, Gu Shi had already averted his gaze. All the purple spears and spears were bought by Gu Shi. He naturally knows the information about spears and spears. As soon as he saw the situation in front of him, Gu Shi knew what choice the suit holder had made. This has already reached the second step, and there is no need to read any further. His eyes turned to the purple-robed mage. Of course, when Gu Shi turned his eyes away, he glanced at the wizard player from the corner of his eye. At this time, the battle over there was almost over. All the spells used by wizards are the simplest ice spells. But such a simple spell is easy to come by in the hands of a wizard. The paladin tried to overturn the situation several times through some means. But as long as he moved, the wizard would know what the paladin wanted to do. He just raised his finger, and the paladin's body would be quickly frostbitten. Gu Shi only took a glance, and knew that the battlefield here did not require him to take any more action. So Gu Shi directly turned his attention to the purple-robed mage. At this time, the purple-robed mage was facing the striker's force, the wielder of the shattered formation. This armor holder can be regarded as Gu Shi's early work. Unlike the spear holder, he is directly equipped with 12 spears, and can fight how he wants. The person holding the power of the forward shattered formation will directly attack the opponent in close proximity. Originally, such an attack should be quite smooth against a mage. But the reaction of the purple-robed mage in front of him was quite strange. He was like a warrior casting magic, pulling out a purple thread with both hands and constantly combining them in front of him. Sometimes it forms a circular magic circle to serve as a shield, and sometimes it turns into a slender purple whip to serve as an offensive weapon. He even wants to wrap around the sword in the wielder's hand. He never thought at all that maybe the person holding the costume was fake, and the long sword was the real thing. When Gu Shi looked over, the long sword in the wielder's hand had been tightly wrapped in purple silk thread. At this time, the wielder not only did not struggle, but instead let go of the sword, because the reaction of the holder of the suit was beyond the purple-robed mage's expectation. He pulled the sword closer to him with a single effort. At this moment, the long sword that was pulled over suddenly exploded, and a large number of fragments of the long sword cut into the body of the purple-robed mage like a storm. A blow from the shattering knife. This is the final effect of the striker's power shattered formation. As soon as the sword exploded, Gu Shi also saw the situation under the purple-robed mage. It was a human figure woven from countless purple threads. Just as Gu Shi guessed, the purple-robed wizard in front of him was not a physical entity at all, but part of a large magic circle. The power of the striker's shattering array actually has another characteristic, which is the effect of destroying the magic array. Of course, this is just a hidden feature hidden under all attack effects. Gushi usually didn't think that this move would happen. Unexpectedly, this effect had a great effect when facing the purple-robed mage. The broken sword fragments hit the purple-robed mage's body, and actually cut off the purple threads that made up the purple-robed mage's body. Some of the fragments even flew more than 10 meters and landed on the ground. At this moment, the battle with the spearman had also ended. The archer, who had no way to dodge in the molten iron, could not outlive the man wearing the suit. He died in the molten iron one step ahead of time. As he fell, the man in the armor, whose body was almost burned, turned his head and looked at the purple-robed wizard. He found that in front of the purple-robed mage, the wielder of the forward foreshattered formation had disappeared. After all, the sword has been broken, and there is no need for the holder to exist. So the spear wielder raised his hand and struck the final blow on the purple-robed mage. The man wearing the extreme sunshine equipment immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Gushi. Then Gushi heard a loud bang. The strong explosion shock wave directly lifted the nearby ground. Even Gushi, who was standing behind the extreme sunlight, felt the heat wave coming towards his face. After the heat wave dissipated, Gushi noticed that where the purple-robed mage and the others were standing, a large crater with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters had been blown out. The center of the pit is exactly where the purple-robed mage was standing before. But now there is nothing here. At this time, Gushi turned his head and glanced at the wizard player. The battle to discover the wizard player has also ended. After several rounds of attacks, the paladin had turned into ice from the inside out, including the weapons and equipment used by the paladin. And even the armor on his body all turned into blue translucent ice crystals. If Gushi hadn't been watching the battle here from time to time, Gushi would have wondered whether the paladin in front of him had been replaced by this thing. Seeing Gushi turn his head and look over, the wizard also said to Gushi, "We need to leave quickly. Although we are reasonable about this matter, if we don't handle it well, we will be in trouble." Good. Gushi changed his mind, flipped over, and jumped directly onto the holy silver evil coffin. At the same time, the holder of the soul dark lamp immediately blessed Gushi with a mind-shielding effect. At least that kind of scanning gaze would not fall on Gushi. Seeing Gushi's actions, the wizard's expression also changed. Gushi was here just now, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although there are many such methods, it is rare to be able to hide the mount together with it. And judging from Gushi's actions, it seemed that he didn't want to leave with him. Thinking of this, the wizard did not stay for long. He jumped on the yak's back, chose a direction, and left quickly. Because such a big thing happened, Gushi had no intention of hiding in a nearby tavern. Gushi drove the holy silver evil coffin and quickly headed towards another area of Uenzu City. Gushi planned to go to the barracks to hide. After all, the barracks is open 24 hours a day. Moreover, there are many players in the barracks. If something happens in the city, no one will dare to rush directly to the barracks. So the barracks will be relatively safer. But Gushi really thought too much. At this time, no one paid any attention to his whereabouts. After Gushi and the wizard players left, there was also a fierce explosion on the hill in the library. It was this explosion that attracted the attention of everyone nearby. This also made the battle on Gushi's side less conspicuous. At the same time, it also woke up the players sleeping outdoors under the library. In a burst of chaos, some players attacked the library, while other players formed a team to fight outside. In the chaos, no one noticed Gushi and the wizard player who left early. Chapter 1143 Genesis opens ahead of schedule. In Uenzu City's Barracks Mountain, Gushi, who had put away the holy silver evil coffin, pretended to be a homeless man awakened by the sound of explosions in the distance, and poked his head out of the woods. What happened outside? Gushi pulled a player who was watching the excitement and asked. Gushi's question hit the nail on the head. This player obviously didn't know anything, but he introduced it to Gushi nonchalantly. Did you see that something big has happened? Some foreign enemies found out that we were going to create a new world and came to destroy it. We generally call this kind of foreign enemies extraterrestrial demons. Let me tell you, this kind of thing has happened many times before. Every time when creation is about to begin, chaos like this happens. This player spoke as if he had seen it with his own eyes. If Gushi hadn't just come over there, he would have almost believed it. However, Gushi still nodded. Even if he pretended, he would pretend that he knew nothing. About half an hour later, the sound of vehicles passing by was heard at the foot of Binging Mountain. Although I don't know what kind of car it is, the large speakers installed on the car have affected the style of the entire Uenzu City. Residents in the city, Please don't be afraid. Residents in the city. Please don't be afraid. There was no accident. The explosion just now was caused by improper lighting in the library and aging circuits. There is no invasion by foreign enemies. Please rest assured. Now I repeat again. Please do not be afraid. Residents of this city. Hearing this propaganda sound, the player who was pulled by Gushi turned his head and glanced at Gushi. Do you believe this? Do not believe. Gushi shook his head affirmatively. Everyone knows that the current propaganda is simply deceiving people. No player with any brain would believe it. However, Gushi and the player both knew that it didn't matter whether they believed it or not. What mattered was that the official Yuanzu city gave an explanation. That's enough. It doesn't really matter what the truth is. Just as Gushi and the others were watching the promotional convoy at the foot of the mountain heading towards other hills, they suddenly heard a burst of cheers coming from the mountain. Gushi and the player looked at each other, not knowing what was happening on the mountain. They hurriedly ran towards the mountain. Before they could escape, Gushi saw several players excitedly taking off their shirts and rushing down the mountain. It's ahead of schedule. It's ahead of schedule. It's really ahead of schedule. When they saw Gushi and the others standing on the side of the road, these players didn't care whether they knew them or not, and just circled around Gushi and jumped a few times. Did you hear? It's early. What's ahead of schedule? Gushi was still confused at this time. Genesis has been advanced. The first phase of the battle can begin tomorrow. We don't have to wait any longer. Gushi was stunned for a moment. And before he could react, the player who was pulled by Gushi just now hugged Gushi. Ha ha ha. Genesis is actually ahead of schedule. And I'm actually waiting for it. Seeing another player going crazy, Gushi didn't say anything. He can completely understand the mood of these players. It is not easy to live in the ancestral city of Yuan Dynasty. Those players who entered the original city, but did not follow the city's main force, nor did they choose to join various guilds, were all lone wolves with lofty ambitions. They all wanted to walk alone in Genesis. But the pressure of life in Yuanzu City oppressed them everywhere, trying to make them lower their heads. Many players are under this pressure, and have to choose to join a guild that they were unwilling to join in the first place. Now that Genesis is brought forward, it means that such hard days are over. The characteristics of lone wolves allow them to thrive in the game as long as they enter the game. It can be said that the sky is high and birds can fly, and the sea is as wide as fish can leap. The good days for lone wolf players have finally come. Even players like Gushi, who could still support themselves, felt a little excited in their hearts after hearing the news. He asked as he grabbed a player who rushed down from the mountain. Where did the news come from? Has the news been confirmed? It's confirmed. It's news from the barracks. From now on, the barracks will be renovated. Tomorrow, with the barracks as the center, a portal into the Genesis world will be opened. Send us to the bridge area of Genesis to officially start Genesis. We have finally waited for this day. I finally don't have to eat all this junk food anymore. I can finally exert my full combat power. And I will definitely be able to stand alone in Genesis. Yes, we have been waiting for this day for so long. Nothing can stop us from walking alone. We are loners. Ha ha ha. Genesis has started early. Here come the levels and equipment. I want the orange outfit. And I want to become the city lord. The more the players talked, the more excited they became. And the louder they roared. There were even shouting sounds from the mountains. After listening to the players' words, Gushi also laughed. It seems true that Genesis is about to begin. At this time, Gushi was also affected by the atmosphere at the scene. And he also wanted to take off his shirt and throw it away. I also want to yell a few words. I also want to run around and vent my joy. After all, this month and a half was very stressful for Gushi. Since entering Yuanzu City, his contact with Aradovi City has been intermittent. I can't enter the city of Aradovi, nor can I see the daily changes in the city of Aradovi, which makes Gushi feel very unhappy. But now it's different. After the Genesis is opened, everything will return to normal. With support from his back, Gushi immediately felt the shackles on his body being broken. At this moment, he felt that even breathing was easy. After talking to Gushi about the situation here, none of the players stayed here. They cheered and rushed down the mountain while cheering. The propaganda convoy at the foot of the mountain had not gone far, and was still repeating that the explosion in the library was caused by aging circuits. Gushi, who was standing on the mountainside, couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene in front of him. He didn't expect that the matter that had worried him for a long time would be solved in such a dramatic way. He thought that those who attacked the library would go to great lengths to search for it. Unexpectedly, What awaited me was to cover up the big problem with bigger news. Although there will definitely be hidden conflicts behind this. But those are all matters for bosses above level 20, and have nothing to do with Gushi. Now Gushi can relax and take a good rest. Gushi smiled after feeling relieved, and then took a look at the situation around him. It seems that I won't sleep well tonight. Now I should find a place to have a good drink. Tomorrow morning, with the beginning of Genesis, history will turn a new page. Chapter 1144 officially begins. Early the next morning, Gushi, who had been queuing up at the barracks in the middle of the night, opened his eyes, and found that an unknown length of queue had formed behind the reporting office. Looking down from where Gushi was, the foot of the mountain was already crowded with players queuing up. I think the news came out last night that all the unorganized players in Uenzu City who had not joined the guild rushed here. As for the major guilds, there should be corresponding portals that you can go through. They don't have to go to the barracks and come here to compete with players who haven't joined the guild. Even so, the number of players below is a bit excessive. Not to mention anything else. The team almost lined up around the foot of the mountain 3 times. The number of people in front of me must be around 60,000 to 70,000 people. Where did these people come from? Haha. You must be scared. While Gushi was still looking at the situation at the foot of the mountain, the player next to him also said something to Gushi. This is a player with a big beard. From the animal skins he is wearing, we can tell that he is a wild adventurer. It's just that Gushi doesn't know much about this profession. And he doesn't know what profession this uncle has. The only thing he knew about this uncle was that his surname was Wang. Last night, when all the players were jumping up and down with excitement and wanted to run out to drink and have fun, he was one of the first few to line up here waiting for the door to open. Even though the players above were running around in the barracks mountain, he just watched with a smile and did not go down to join in. When Gushi came over and advanced to queue up, he glanced at Gushi in surprise, and finally exchanged experiences with Gushi about queuing up. If it hadn't been for Brother Wang's suggestion, Gushi might have stood at the door of the reporting office all night. How could he be like this? Not only did he occupy the position, but he also had a good sleep. Yeah. I never thought there would be so many people. This is not much. Haha. This place is only about 1/3 of the place where Lone Wolf came. There will be a lot of people coming tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. And you haven't counted those who have joined various guilds. And the players who have been packaged with each city. If they all add up, there might be 1,000,000 of them. This is the reason why many people did not come over. Some people are going to suffer big losses this time. Those people thought they would wait until Genesis was about to begin. As a result, they couldn't catch up with the first stage when something like this happened. At this time, Gushi added, I heard that someone went to the library yesterday to recruit people to go to the outer city area. I wonder if they went there. You also heard that they went there at around 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon. They haven't come back yet. These people are not many in number and have little impact. On the contrary, no news was received. And there were a relatively large number of people waiting in various cities, or the 3 main cities. Without the manpower to come, there would be at least more than 4 million people. Even if they knew the news now, they wouldn't be able to rush over in a short time. After all, the transportation capacity here in Uenzu City is insufficient. The player surnamed Wang laughed while talking. This is a good thing. Isn't the reason why Genesis took so long because of the lack of transportation capacity in Uenzu City and the slow arrival of players who signed up for Genesis? Now Genesis has been temporarily brought forward. Those players who haven't come yet may not be able to participate in the first phase of the action. If you are unlucky, you may not even make it to the first battle. This is really time and destiny. If you don't have this opportunity in your life, it's useless even if you know it. Seeing Lao Wang smiling like this, Gushi also understood what the other person was thinking. Although he had no idea of gloating, there was a hint of smile on his face. Starting Genesis with a shortage of manpower is most beneficial to these individual and lone wolf players. Under such circumstances, individual and lone wolf players will be able to receive more tasks. As long as they dare to fight, they will receive more rewards. For individual players and lone wolf players, rewards are their foundation. They don't need to turn in everything like guild players. Everything they get is theirs. Even if they can't use it, they can trade it in exchange for improving their own resources. Only in this way can they improve quickly and stand out faster than players in guilds. This time, they couldn't be considered to have picked up a big bargain. It was simply a direct failure on the guild's part. If they don't seize this opportunity, they will never live in the future. While Gushi was chatting with Lao Wang, A player waiter also came out of the reporting office. Everyone can move forward. Get your ID first. And walk faster in line. Don't stop in the middle. There are many people behind you. You stop for a second. He stops for a second. And time passes by like this. As the waiter spoke, people began to walk toward the reporting office. When he stepped into the reporting office again, Gucci noticed that changes had taken place here. It was clearly a small room that was not too big before. But this time when Gucci entered, he saw that it had turned into a huge space. There are a large number of notebooks recording information flying in the space. These notebooks are piled one on top of another, almost turning into a dark cloud of notebooks. Gucci could tell at a glance that this was exactly the kind of notebook used by the registration staff when he came to report. As Gucci walked forward, one of the notebooks in the sky flew out. Gucci realized immediately that this was a notebook that recorded his information. So Gucci immediately took out his identity certificate and pointed it at the sky. Then Gucci's eyes lit up and a silver passage appeared in front of him. Gucci didn't need to ask any more questions. He stepped on it on the spot. A strong pulling force dragged Xian Gucci outward. Gucci did not resist this force, but relaxed himself and allowed this force to hold him down. As he was being dragged outward, Gucci felt the force getting stronger and stronger. And at the same time, there was a squeezing feeling around him. Although it didn't cause any harm to Gucci, it was still quite uncomfortable. Especially the silver light in front of him made it impossible for Gucci to see clearly the surrounding environment. He wanted to close his eyes, but found that he seemed unable to move. This feeling made Gucci quite uncomfortable. If he hadn't realized that he was being teleported in front of him, Gucci would have thought of opening the gate to Aladovi City and just exiting. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Just when Gucci could no longer hold it any longer, he relaxed and found that he had arrived in a relatively special space. Entering this space, Gucci immediately saw a golden translucent bridge leading straight into the void. Chapter 1145 in front of the creation bridge. When Gucci came back to his senses from the picture of the huge bridge in front of him, he discovered that there were countless large and small portals scattered near the bridge. Compared with the bridge in front of us, these portals are like a very long bridge that is 200 to 300 kilometers long and wide, and can accommodate 30 cars, and 2 trains running parallel to the ratio of the cars waiting to get on the bridge. But if you really look at these portals as if they were the size of a car, then you are in trouble. The smallest portal here is the size and style of the dark portal. From this we can see how huge this golden bridge is. This is only the part that can be seen. In the invisible void, Gucci believed that there was a longer bridge there. This is the foundation of Genesis. The original city and all the players who were thrown here spent countless years and experienced nearly 500 Genesis to build the Genesis bridge. After this bridge is the passage connecting the real world. This is also the hope of billions of players deep in the game. Okay, don't look there. Listen, Genesis has started early, and I don't have time to give you pre-war training now. I only want to tell you 2 things. The first is that you can only enter the portal that has been opened. It's the one that shines, and other portals are not allowed to enter. The second thing is, before entering the portal, take your ID and draw your own task. The difficulty level of your mission is indicated on your ID card. You can check your identity documents yourself. Make sure of your situation. You are allowed to choose tasks that are 1 level higher or lower than your own difficulty level. But you cannot exceed too many levels. We are here to participate in creation, not to enjoy happiness. If you came with the mentality of enjoying happiness, it's not too late to leave now. I repeat it now. When Gucci was observing the situation around him, he found that there were a large number of players wearing purple robes, holding huge loudspeakers, and repeating something over and over again. In this way, players entering this area will be diverted and sent to the correct portal. When he saw the situation here, Gucci wanted to go over and ask something, but he didn't expect that before Gucci could open his mouth. He just saw Gucci walking out, and he spoke loudly. Don't ask anything. I don't have time to answer any of your questions right now. Go to the front of the portal, and someone will answer your questions there. Damn it. Nothing is prepared. Just forget it. Don't block the road here. Go over there quickly. Don't take the wrong road. Gucci was also a little helpless about this situation. It seems that the temporary decision to start Genesis in advance will have a great impact. At least all kinds of manpower are insufficient, and the players are not trained. So there will definitely be some problems in cooperation. Gucci was still thinking about this when he felt someone walking behind him. Gucci immediately turned around and found that the wizard player who had fought with Gucci last night was standing not far away. Gushi nodded to him. Hello. My name is Gushi. Breath of the Dead. What do you call me? Lucier. Ice Foundation. Don't talk nonsense about what happened last night. It's not over yet. The wizard player nodded to Gushi and whispered to Gushi. Gushi's heart tightened, and he decisively switched the connection effect of the mind's eye. What happened? Last night, all the players inside and outside the library, as well as at the foot of the mountain, disappeared. At the same time, all banned books hidden in the library disappeared. In addition, in Yuanzhou City, 2 level 29 players had accidents one after another. These 2 support 2 level 30 bosses respectively. When Gushi initiated spiritual communication, Lucier was just stunned for a moment, and then told what he had learned. Are they competing for the right to Genesis? Who wins? Who else could it be? The Blood God, who wanted to start Genesis in the first place. But his situation is not good either. The Tiger Immortal, who had just reached level 30, was chasing closely. He didn't dare to drag Genesis down. If this drags on, Tiger Hermit might find something different in the Forbidden Book and directly snatch away his chance to create a new world. That's why when Tiger Immortal went to find the Forbidden Book, he would activate Genesis in advance. He's gambling now. Betting? Gushi just thought for a moment, and then understood. He is betting that he can come into contact with the real world within 3 battles. Right? Lucier nodded. He also saw it, and started Genesis without preparing anything. This is clearly because he wants to seize the opportunity to start the Genesis without considering the following things. Now everyone can see that even if the players will be supplemented later, if the number of players in the first stage is not enough, it will not be able to support several battles later. Almost 4 battles is the limit of Blood God's Son. Now the Blood God's Son is betting that he can come into contact with the real world in 3 battles. Otherwise, Tiger Immortal will be the first player to come into contact with the real world in the end. At this moment, Gushi suddenly thought of the picture and information that the little fox divined last time. He suddenly said something involuntarily. Maybe it's possible for him to come into contact with the real world during World War III. That's great. Thank you, little brother, for your support. At this moment, someone nearby responded. Gushi looked back and saw a man with blood-red hair and a red robe standing not far away. When Gushi turned around, the man was looking at Gushi with a smile. It was obvious that he had just heard what Gushi had muttered unintentionally. Seeing Gushi turn his head, the man walked up to Gushi. Hello. I am the Blood God's Son, the opener of this creation. Gushi blinked. He felt a little speechless. What was going on? How could such a big guy find himself in front of him? Seeing the doubts in Gushi's heart, the Blood God's Son also laughed. Don't think too much. I have the ability to respond to my thoughts. Whenever my name is spoken, I hear it. It's just that I don't usually respond. But today I activated another ability on a whim. So I stopped by to have a look. I didn't expect to meet you. Having said this, the Blood God's Son looked Gushi up and down. It seems that you and I have been in contact before. Let me think about it. You must have given me the grass-returning pill. Gushi nodded. He didn't expect that this matter would be related to the grass-returning elixir. That's right. The Tiger Immortal guy didn't reach level 30 so quickly. The Chao Huan Den you gave him made him seize the opportunity. No wonder I feel like you and I are connected. You almost ruined my big event. You can do your best to help me in this Genesis. Please don't take those ordinary tasks later. I have several suitable tasks for you. You can choose one. Chapter 1146 Escort Mission. Black question mark face. Gushi still hasn't understood why he was arrested as soon as he turned around after just saying a few words to someone. When he was brought to the portal by the Blood God's Son, he didn't even need to speak. The Blood God's Son personally took out a task list in front of the portal table. You are a necromancer. Right? I happen to have a task. This is the task list. Let me explain it to you first. The game world we are going to this time is the world where the last Genesis ended. We have detailed intelligence on that world. You heard what happened in Genesis. We need to find something that connects this world to the next. You are from outside Yuanzhou City, so you may not understand. Let me explain it to you this way. Even the characters who appear in this world also have corresponding legends in the next world. Then we conclude that there is a connection. Gushi nodded in understanding. At this time, he was not in a hurry to look at his task list. Instead, he listened to the Blood God talking about the creation of the world. The Son of Blood God is the one who started this creation. There was always some information in his words that Gushi didn't know. These are the most important. Sure enough, at this time, the Blood God's Son said again, of course. There are also things to pay attention to. And there is also a difference between connection and connection. Some are the protagonists in this world, and become supporting characters in the next world. Some things are passed down from this world, and become rare treasures in the next world. We're looking for things that are as far apart as possible. At the same time, the direction must be as twisted as possible. Only when a new world is opened in this way will there be enough energy to add a brick to the creation bridge. Such an explanation is understandable to some extent. At the same time, he also understood the two examples given by the Blood God's son. The first example refers to the connection between the legend of the Condor Heroes and the return of the Condor Heroes. The protagonist in the previous movie becomes a supporting character in the next movie. This has a legacy. If it is further away, it can be the connection between the 8 parts of Tianlong and the Divine Eagle. Martial arts, skills, and even gangs will be passed down. As for the second example, even if it is the connection between the UNV sword and the Condor shooting, can you see any connection there except that it is written by the same author? It's true. One of the masters of the protagonist of Condor shooting is learning the UNV sword. This connection is very reasonable. However, finding the connection items in one game world in Genesis is more difficult than finding the connection between the Sword of You and the Legend of the Condor Heroes. And it would be better to have different systems. For example, if the world in front of you has a Western fantasy system, then the next world should be a fairy tale. Only in this way will enough energy be generated between the poles to build the passage of the creation bridge. The first step in creation is to find the props to open the next world in the last world of creation. This prop may be a person. It may be an inconspicuous object. Or it may be a concept. But the most important thing now is to enter and become familiar with the last world. It has been many years since the last creation. Even if there is a level 30 boss suppressing the entire world. But after so many years, there will always be developments and changes in these game worlds. The first stage is to take over the game world again to create opportunities for players who enter later. After understanding the situation, Gushi lowered his head and looked at his task list. Escort mission? Yes. This is the most critical escort mission. Originally, I planned to let my disciples complete this mission. But now that you are here, this task will be left to you. Gushi said helplessly, Sir, you think too highly of me. How can I be that strong? Why don't you? I know you. You master the 3 divine skills of death. Right? Don't look at me like that. I have been a necromancer for a while. And I also have the 3 magical skills of death. It's just that it was too late for me to master the 3 magical skills of death. Even if I later got some props related to the 3 magical skills of death. If it has not developed. It has not developed. But I know a little about the situation here. Regarding your combat effectiveness, it should not be a problem. Especially this time there is a place to go. And the Death Lord's ability is quite easy to use. At first, I was still thinking about who would be better to let me go. But then I met you. This was a chance from heaven. Gushi rolled his eyes. After communicating with the Blood God's son for a period of time, and getting to know the Blood God's son's personality, Gushi no longer regarded the Blood God's son as a superior boss. Just do some small actions that need to be done. This kind of task is forced on me. What's wrong with rolling my eyes? Your mission is one of the most important missions. I need to host the first phase of the game world. There are many things I can't do. And your mission is to maintain the stability of this world. After all, if the game world collapses, we won't have enough time to find suitable props. So your escort mission is quite critical. It must be completed on time. Although the Blood God's son had a good attitude towards Gushi at first, when he talked about this mission, he immediately became serious. Gushi also understood at this time that this escort mission was really a critical mission. If he didn't answer at this time, he wouldn't give the Blood God face. Okay, I'll take this mission. Ha! I knew you would take on this mission. I told you that this mission lasts for 3 months. You only need to deliver the person within these 3 months. All the undead you encounter along the way belong to you. As the Blood God's son spoke, he patted Gushi's shoulder with an expression that said, I'm very optimistic about you. By the way, this is for you. It is a senior support for you. Work hard. When you create a century, you will encounter quite a lot of things. As the Blood God's son spoke, he handed a parchment scroll into Gushi's hand. Just as Gushi was about to take a closer look, he discovered that the Blood God's son had turned into blood and seeped into the ground. When he looked again, the Blood God's son had completely disappeared in front of Gushi. At this time, the only player in front of Gushi was the player who was originally responsible for guarding the portal. Well, sir, Would you like to record your mission first? Okay. Only then did Gushi react, and handed over the task list. At the same time, he also took this opportunity to open the parchment given to him by the Blood Sun God. Inside the parchment scroll, there are records of 3 little tricks of the Blood God regarding the 3 divine skills of death. Although this is not a reward recognized by the system, it is useful to Gushi. Chapter 1147 Strengthening the 3 divine skills of death. The 3 tips given to Gushi by the Blood God Sun were respectively aimed at 3 of the 3 divine skills of death. These 3 tips are written very clearly, but people who have not learned the 3 magical skills of death will not understand the situations and changes involved. People who have learned the 3 magical skills of death will not think about it from these perspectives. Only someone like Blood God could come up with such little tricks. The most practical ones here are the tips on the City of Death. Gushi's Death City has reached level 8. His usual fighting method is to throw city gates, soul-calling towers and walls, arrow towers, moats, and the like at most. At most, the difference is the number of city gates placed and their locations. Even the masters of the 3 divine skills that Gushi met in the Sleeping Beauty Castle last time used them in this way. At most, they improved the style and defense of the city walls. But the Blood God Sun is not like this. Gushi clearly noticed that the Son of Blood God should be the last to take control of the City of Death. Judging from the current situation, the Blood God Sun did not invest much energy in this. His Death City is almost above level 8 and below level 12. And in order to match his fighting style, he found another way and made changes. There are actually 2 sluice gates at the gates of the Death City of the Blood God Sun. One place behind is a huge dam, and the other is directly a pool of blood. When the city gate opens, there is a flood. This can be said that the Blood God Sun abruptly changed Death City from a means of transportation and logistics to a means of attack. However, the Blood God Sun showed off in this aspect. It records here how to release water, what angle is most suitable for releasing water, what to hide in the water, and how to attack underwater. All are recorded in these little tips. The main thing is that I'm afraid you won't be able to learn. Several thoughts flashed through Gushi's mind as he recalled the situation in Aridov City. Finally, he decided that he could learn this trick, and it would be more useful. The same goes for the remaining 2 tips. They are all old bottles with new tricks. On the side of Death Incarnation, Blood God Sun did not think about strengthening the combat effectiveness of Death Incarnation, because other players had already played it. The Death Incarnation of the Blood God Sun is also the Blood God Sun. At that time, when he obtained the skill of Death Incarnation, the Blood God Sun's strength was already relatively high. At that time, he no longer needed an incarnation of death to help him. For him, there are many ways to use all that magic power. Why must he release an incarnation of death that is only 8 levels higher than himself to fight? It's not like he has no fighting ability. With all this magical power, he could obviously do more things. Fortunately, he later mastered the City of Death and could keep the incarnation of death outside. Otherwise, he would have forgotten this skill long ago. But the Blood God Sun is also capable. He thought it was not good for the incarnation of death to be left wandering around outside all the time. Finally, he thought of a way to contact the incarnation of death through magic. Sometimes one can let one's spiritual power attach to the incarnation of death. In this way, he can do things by himself while letting the incarnation of death run around on his behalf. It doesn't matter even if he encounters a battle. The level of the incarnation of death is 8 levels higher than him. Even if he dies, he can immediately recruit new ones. There is no need to consider the matter of life and death incarnated by death. This method is said to be a clone, but it actually doesn't look like it. But I have to say that this method is quite simple and useful. But the previous necromancers never thought about it in this regard. At the same time, previous necromancers used the avatar of death as cannon fodder. It would be a pity for the personification of death to die. Who would have thought that the Blood God Sun would preserve the incarnation of death so well, because he was unwilling to give up all his mana? Therefore, within the scope of Gushi's thinking, few people think of this technique. As for the last Death Lord, the Blood God Sun's idea is somewhat similar to an idea that Gushi had obtained before. It's just that the Son of Blood God did something even more amazing. In the eyes of the Blood God Sun, the Death Lord can only convince half of the undead, which is a waste. Only half of the undead. It's better not to persuade them. The main purpose of the Death Lord is to convince all the undead. But the rules of the Death Lord are there. Half of it is half. And there is no way to change it even if you want to. So the Blood God Sun just did some fancy things here. Blood God Sun's research found that if the Death Lord met the undead and had a good conversation. He did not accept these undead to join. Then the amount of these undead will be accumulated. Finally, when you encounter the undead you really want to recruit, you can recruit them all. For some people, this is called demolishing the east wall to pay for the west wall. But for the necromancer, this point can actually be seen very clearly. 100 skeleton soldiers and 100 bone dragons. Anyone can choose whatever they want. No one would choose 100 skeleton soldiers. Even if 50 skeleton soldiers and 50 bone dragons were taken away, it would be a huge loss for the necromancer. So this is a very reasonable way to use the Death Lord's skills. But if you really want to complete the operation, there are a lot of things to pay attention to. On the parchment, Blood God's Son recorded quite a lot of things. It can be seen that the Blood God's Son did a lot of research on the ability of the Death Lord. Some of the techniques here are the final results obtained after various experiments by the Blood God. It can be said that this is a secret that is not told. As a result, the Blood God directly handed these over to Gu Shi. No matter what the reason was for handing over these 3 tips, Gu Shi had to accept it. At about this time, the player responsible for registration in front of the portal also raised his head. Mr. Gu, your information has been registered. Please come this way. Gu Shi glanced at him. Where are the people I need to escort for my escort mission? After you enter the game, the task list will automatically guide Mr. Gu. Your task is very important, so please be sure to follow the instructions. In addition, after the game world is opened this time, the portal will be closed for 12 months. After Mr. Gu completes the mission, he needs to survive in the game for 12 months before leaving. Of course, Your Excellency has told me to remind Mr. Gu that in this game world, if Mr. Gu completes his mission and doesn't want to stay any longer, he can hide in his own Death City. This will actually benefit the entire game. After all, the player's destructive power is too great. Many things are uncontrollable. I hope Mr. Gu can make good use of this period of time. Of course, it doesn't matter if Mr. Gu doesn't want to hide in his own city. But please do not accept any tasks in the game. Remember? Remember. Chapter 1148 Entering the Game World. Game number TCHL2P9BRG57Z Malcian World Login is enabled. Please enter the game number. Game number confirmed. Player 629SHD2S0FXC30 welcomes you. Since you entered with a task list, it will be dropped near the task target. Please pay attention to the placement location. This world has been locked for time. Once you enter, you will be able to exit 12 months later. Please pay attention to check the time. This world is shrouded in powerful forces. Please pay attention to the rules of this world. The world of Adariel has experienced 4 major changes since ancient times. From the ancient tribes, to the ancient dragons, to the medieval elves, and finally to the current human world. Every change has brought about wars that have affected the entire world. Only the race that survives the war can become the overlord of the world. But the history books only record the glory of the victors, but never the fate of the losers. They are forever buried in history, along with the underhanded tactics used by the victors. Only the occasional relics and antiques prove their existence. Under these bursts of notification sounds, Gu Shi found that he was following a golden light and falling into a huge world. Standing on the void, Gu Shi could see the situation of the world in front of him. Although he was not sure how big this world was, Gu Shi could tell that the world in front of him was divided into 3 levels: upper, middle and lower. The upper layer is scattered flying islands and sky cities. The surface of all sky cities is covered with violet protective shields and light blue arcane light. It is obvious that the arcane arts in this world are quite advanced. The middle layer is a continent connected to the sea. There are few islands in the sea, but a large number of volcanoes can be seen on the edge of the world. If you look at it, you will find that the whole world is like a sandbox surrounded by volcanoes. People in the world can't get out, and people from outside can't get in. The 3rd level is a maze-like underground world. Saying it is the 3rd level doesn't actually count, because the underground world is twists and turns, up and down. Even if you have pathfinding skills, you may not know where you are in the underground world. As Gu Shi lowered, he also discovered a situation. These 3 levels of the world were connected by a mountain of pure gold. There is something strange about this pure gold mountain. It is obviously a mountain that connects heaven and earth. It should be visible no matter where you look up. But in the void, Gu Shi, who had not yet fallen, did not notice this pure gold mountain. If Gu Shi hadn't accidentally flashed golden light when he was about to fall into this world, Gu Shi might not have noticed all this. This gave Gu Shi a feeling in his heart. This golden mountain might be the trace left by the last level 30 boss during the creation of the world. Just as Gushi was looking into the world in front of him, he noticed that there were about 100,000 meteors falling with him in the sky at the same time. It seems that these are other players involved in Genesis. Gushi also didn't expect that even though he was so far in advance, he still ended up putting it together with other players. And judging from the direction of the meteor flight, many players have already formed a team before entering this world. I don't know what their mission is. While Gushi was thinking about this, he suddenly felt as if he was being dragged forward by something. And then he heard a bang. Gushi felt his eyes blur. And when he reacted, he found himself in a deep pit on the ground. This pit was obviously dug by someone. And I don't know how they dug it. Anyway, the pit in front of me was full of holes and looked quite irregular. Before Gushi could see clearly what was going on around him, a cold voice rang out. Are you a hired mercenary? To be honest, the way you appear is really a little strange. Gushi stood up and looked in the direction where the sound came from. He found a man with wheat-colored skin standing not far away. This man was wearing khaki linen clothes, carrying a backpack on his back, and the inconspicuous belt around his waist was full of various props. In his hand, he held something similar to an iron pickaxe. It is obvious that all the pits in front of us were dug by him. You are? Gushi glanced at the man, took out the task list and scanned it. You are Mr. Crew. Right. While looking at Mr. Crew in front of him, Gushi muttered in his heart. What a bad name. Unexpectedly, the man named Crew nodded with satisfaction. The people who came here this time were really good. I can't even read your mind. It seems that there is indeed some spiritual shielding, as I said. It feels so good. Gushi blinked speechlessly. Why didn't he know that there was such a thing? At this time, Crew also jumped in front of Gushi, circled around Gushi, and then stretched out his hand to Gushi. You're very nice. But are you coming here alone? There are a lot of things I need to protect here. Although I don't like the ability to passively read minds, I really can't rely on you alone to protect them. You wait first. Gushi interrupted Crew and started looking through the task list. Gushi had seen the task list before, and it only said to protect a person to a certain place. However, it did not specify who it was to protect and where it was going. It didn't say who was the leader and who was the second in this escort operation. Now, after opening the task list again, Gushi found that some things on the task list had changed. The character is locked. It was the Crew before him, but there were several titles in front of his name. Archaeologist, botanist, paleontologist, archaeology. Gushi raised his head and glanced at Keilu, and found that Keilu was still holding out his hand to him. After reacting, Gushi quickly reached out and held Crew's hand. Hello, Mr. Crew. My name is Gushi. You can call me Breath of the Dead. Wait, the undead? Crew interrupted Gushi's self-introduction. Yes, as you can see, I am a necromancer. Damn it. Crew roared loudly in his heart. You don't look like a necromancer when you're dressed like that. The elves who were driven to overseas islands are dressed like you. Forget it. I know it's not easy for elves on the mainland now. You have to change your name so that no one knows your identity. So you also have to dress up better. At least you have to be like a necromancer. With your appearance, no one can tell that you are an elf shooter. Crew was speechless. But he still said, it turns out to be a necromancer. Then I feel more relieved. In our line of work, sometimes we will encounter some ghosts, and ghosts when we dig. It's up to you to protect me. Chapter 1149, The Person Being Escorted. During the exchange with Crew, Gushi knew the plot and details of his connection. Crew is a relatively well-known archaeologist and paleontology expert. But I don't know if he will be the protagonist of this world for some time to come. Externally, he was employed by 3 human kingdoms, and was free to conduct archaeological work in the field. As for the things he unearths, the 3 human kingdoms will recycle them according to the quality of the items. Some of the better archaeological items will even receive bidding from 3 human kingdoms. This gives Crew a relatively high status near these 3 human kingdoms, and his safety is guaranteed to a certain extent. Therefore, when he usually goes to the field for archaeology, he always travels alone. After all, there are more people doing archaeology, and it is inevitable that some people with careful ideas will appear, and Crew has the ability to passively read minds. He can always hear the little thoughts of some people, and when he hears that someone wants to snatch the excavated antiquities, he always takes action immediately. So over time, some people also rumor that Crew had the habit of killing teammates. Whatever the reason, in the past few years, Crew has been traveling alone, searching for his goals alone, and living alone in the wild. This time he discovered something different during the archaeological process. So he hired a mercenary to send him back to the city through a mercenary system. As for what he found, Crew did not elaborate. Let's just say that when he found this thing, there was some curse on it. He must have been targeted by the ancient dragon. He hoped that the mercenaries here could protect him and get back to the nearest city, Rokovalin, as quickly as possible. Shall we hit the road now? After hearing about Crew's situation, Gushi asked immediately. Gushi, let me tell you. In our tomb robbing? No. In our archaeology business. There are many taboos. Never say the word hit the road. Hearing this, Gushi glanced at Keilu and asked, Are you afraid of ghosts? I'm not afraid. I just don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Let me tell you. I've been doing archaeology for so many years, and have encountered all kinds of curses. Many of them were caused by accidentally saying the wrong thing. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but look at Crew one more time. You have encountered many curses? Ah? Keilu didn't understand why Gushi asked this, but he nodded anyway. At this time, Gushi's expression also became solemn. As a necromancer, what Gushi learned since school was how to deal with ghosts. He naturally knows the taboos of communicating with the dead. But as his strength increases and he masters the ability of the Death Lord, he can tell at a glance whether the undead are hostile. So gradually, some taboos became less important. On the other hand, Gushi has some habits that he has developed since he was a child and gained from study, and they have been engraved in his bones. It is not easy for Gushi to trigger the taboos of ghosts and gods. But Gushi knew very well that among the necromancers, there was a line that focused on the taboos and curses of ghosts. This root is considered the most mysterious among the necromancers. Gushi had heard of it when he was in school. However, the teacher has specifically said that if you do not have a strong enough physique and corresponding talents, it is best not to embark on this path. The biggest characteristic of the necromancers on this path is that they accidentally trigger a taboo. And as a result, the enemy will be cursed more and more. In the end, the enemy may be killed without even showing up. It can be said that this kind of necromancer is the best choice to hide behind the scenes and act as the mastermind behind the scenes. As soon as Crew mentioned this matter, Gushi felt something immediately. Stand over here. What's wrong? Crew looked confused. I want you to stand somewhere safe, so you don't die accidentally. As Gushi spoke, he used the eyes of the underworld dragon robe and the soul lamp to observe Keilu. Under Gushi's observation, Crew's body was covered in layers with traces of various undead curses. The small black handprints on the legs, the eyes peeking out from behind, the long black hair and tongue hanging down from the top of the head. Looking at Keilu's situation, Gushi was somewhat speechless. Don't you feel anything is wrong? No. I feel fine. Crew shook his head in affirmation. Gushi was also a little helpless about this. Forget it. Just be happy. Remember not to leave me too far later. If something happens and I can't be saved, it will be a bit embarrassing. Crew is not the kind of person who knows nothing. The passive mind reading from time to time in the past has made him understand a lot of things. Although he couldn't read Gushi's heart now, he could tell at a glance that there was something in Gushi's words. For the sake of his own life, Crew immediately stood beside Gushi, and he looked around. I asked Gushi, did you sense something? I just felt some eyes sweeping over me. Is someone targeting me and planning to blow my head off? Is there anything you can do about it? Faced with such a problem, Gushi was immediately speechless. But in order to reassure Crew, Gushi still released the holder of Extreme Sunshine. Of course, after the Extreme Sunshine holder came out, he was just there to show off. The most important thing for him was to prepare to protect Gushi. But Crew was not within his protection range. After the Ultimate Sunshine wielder came out, Gushi looked at the excavation site. Seeing Gushi's actions, Crew immediately said, don't look here. I think the enemy must be lurking in the woods over there. And he must have used skills like Eagle Eye. Otherwise, it would be impossible to see me from so far away. You can't find any enemies here now. Don't touch that. It's the corpse of a human from ancient times. It's very rare. The status of human beings was not high at that time. The elves and dwarves were the dragon's subordinates. What are you doing? Crew saw Gushi pulling out a bone from the ground. These bones have become fossils. But Gushi didn't care about this. After he took out the bone, he just threw it in his hand. Without waiting for Crew to say anything else, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Crew. The obelisk of bones activates. Crew felt warm for the first time, as if the sun was shining specifically on him. My usually cold limbs have become warmer. And the cold wind that has been blowing on the back of my neck is gone. He even smelled the scent of earth. This feeling made Crew quite comfortable. And he looked at Gushi with some confusion. What did you do to me? Chapter 1150 Enemy Attack. You don't even know how many undead curses you have. Don't think that you can find some holy light to dissolve the curse, and it will be gone. After accumulating this day by day, if you can survive, then you are lucky. I just helped you suppress part of the curse. There are a few more difficult ones that cannot be dealt with. So be careful. Looking at Crew Gushi, he rolled his eyes and said, I don't want the mission to fail. Although I can pull you up again by then. You will no longer be who you are now. So you better behave yourself now, and don't mess around. Wait a minute. You're not really a necromancer. Are you? What do you think? Gushi was speechless. The person in front of him couldn't be someone who still didn't believe in his identity. Helpless, Gushi could only use his own methods. He raised his hand, and the incarnation of death, the god of death, appeared in front of Crew. With the experience of the last double incarnation of death, the bone dragon, Gushi released 2 incarnations of death, the god of death this time. It's just that one of them had enough weapons in his hands, while the other had nothing but a sickle. Okay, I believe you now. Looking at the 2 gods of death appearing in front of him, Crew also believed Gushi's situation. However, he was a little confused. This time I just asked someone to protect me to Rokovalin, which is obviously not far from here. I should need an archer or a druid who is suitable for mobile fighting in the woods. How could a necromancer come? Maybe it's because I happened to take over this task. Besides, look at your current situation. If it weren't for me, you might not even be able to reach the woods over there. Not to mention rushing to Rokovalin. I tell you, just from that moment on, I could see that there must be a big undead staring at you. You are lucky. If I hadn't come, you would have died. Although what Gushi said was quite serious, Crew was still skeptical. However, he still put on an attitude of I want to believe you. Don't lie to me, and leaned directly next to Gushi. Is it as serious as you say? I didn't do anything. So why would the undead target me? Gushi glanced at the archaeological site filled with pits dug all around, feeling somewhat helpless. This is called doing nothing. So what else do you want? Dance on someone else's coffin? Gushi didn't think much about it, and released the holy silver evil coffin on the spot. Do you know the way? Of course. I am also an expert in wilderness survival. How could I not know the road? It seems that you are really a necromancer. Even your mount is so stylish. Just as Gushi was about to say something, the man standing next to him suddenly dodged and blocked 2 shields in front of Gushi and Crew. Then a clang was heard, and the shield in front of Crew shook. Siege crossbow. What have you done to deserve someone to use this thing against you? The wielder of the extreme sunlight took a few steps back. At this time, Gushi also noticed that there was a steel bar as thick as a thumb stuck on the shield in the hands of the extreme sunshine wielder. The tail end of the steel bar was vibrating continuously, and it was obvious that it was a crossbow fired from a ballista. This time Kriko jumped up. You saw it. Didn't I say someone was watching me? It came out from the woods. Gushi grabbed Kalu to stop him from jumping around. And at the same time, his eyes were looking over there. Sure enough, Gushi found that there were 2 eyes falling on Kalu. There are 2 enemies. You also said that you were not an elf archer. You can see it from such a distance. Crew pointed at Gushi and said, as if he had found some evidence. My profession has nothing to do with you. Gushi estimated the distance and found that the location was still too far away. The forest was at least 3,000 meters away from where Gushi and the others were. Even the strongest shooter in Gushi's hand couldn't shoot that distance. And all his magic didn't have such a long attack range. To draw the enemy out, Gushi dragged Kalu and jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin, and went in the other direction without saying a word. Crew shouted when he saw the direction the holy silver evil coffin was heading. Wait! You're going in the wrong direction. Rokovalin isn't over there. I know. Now we have to get rid of the enemy first. Gushi said with an expression on his face that said you would feel uncomfortable no matter how hard you hit him. As the holy silver evil coffin moved forward, 2 shooters rushed out from the woods. Just as Gushi guessed, the attack just now was carried out with a ballista. But Gushi himself didn't expect that the ballista was not being pushed by someone, but was being held by the hand of a cyclops. The other cyclops carried a large number of iron bars, like before, on his back. It's obvious that the 2 of them are a group of attacking units. After all, no matter how big the cyclops is, he can't use the siege ballista as an ordinary hand crossbow. They need 2 people to cooperate. After discovering that the target ran away, the two Cyclops rushed out of the woods as soon as possible, even though they were taking the power route. With their size, they could move no slower than the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Within a dozen steps, they rushed to the position where Gu Shi and the others were standing before, and they are not too far away from the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. In their eyes, they were not far from Gu Shi. At this time, the Cyclops following behind quickly pulled out an iron bar. The Cyclops in front knelt down half-crouched, put the crossbow on his neck, and pulled the crossbow string of the crossbow with one force. The Cyclops behind quickly stepped forward, placed the iron bars on the ballista, and reached out to stabilize the ballista. The two men raised their hands and locked onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin that was moving at high speed. Their goal was simple: to knock down the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and prevent Gu Shi and the others from escaping. But these two Cyclops never expected that the speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin could actually reach 200 kilometers per hour. The reason why the Holy Silver Evil Coffin is moving so slowly now is actually to lure these two people out. When he jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Gu Shi had already used the psychic shield of the Soul Dark Lamp to hide the two incarnations of death. For safety reasons, Gu Shi also left behind the spear wielder. But now it seems that there is no need for the gun-wielding men to be dispatched. The two incarnations of death stood up before the Cyclops took action, and the scythes in their hands immediately struck at the two Cyclops. With a level as high as 18, the two incarnations of death used their killing moves immediately. Death Harvest. Chapter 1151. Kill the enemy. Facing the attacks of the incarnations of death, the gods of death, the Cyclops were not too scared. They smashed their weapons outwards at the same time, stood up, and wanted to crush the incarnations of death, the gods of death, from top to bottom. The Cyclops is actually a very conscious unit. They are relatively large and have muscles all over their bodies. They are a type of troops with physical attack power. Normally they should be wearing heavy armor and acting as heavy infantry. But the problem is that they have powerful long-range attacks and are very good at using various long-range weapons. If that doesn't work, they can also pull up rocks from the ground and throw them. This is also considered a type of remote. At the same time, the Cyclops' eyes can emit lasers, and it can use several hands of earth magic that are not very impressive, but are definitely useful. This can be regarded as dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Coupled with their skin's magic resistance, they will automatically replenish their blood when standing on the ground. It can be said that he is a fighting team by himself. It is this ability that also develops the Cyclops' confidence when fighting. No matter what kind of enemy they encounter, as long as they are attacked, they will immediately counterattack and fight first. As for whether he can win the battle, Cyclops has never worried about this issue. They may be afraid of angels, behemoths, giant dragons, demons, etc., and may even be frightened when encountering a bone dragon. But they really don't take small characters like death seriously. Isn't it just Death Harvest? What are their magic resistant skins used for? It's just that the Cyclops reacted faster than their brains. They didn't even think about why they didn't notice the two death gods here just now. But the enemy appeared here. Under such circumstances, who can guarantee that there is an enemy ambushing right in front of us? Two incarnations of death, the god of death, and one reaper of death cut it down. It hit the Cyclops just in time. The Cyclops' muscles jammed the scythe with a single effort, preventing death, the incarnation of death, from having a chance to drag the scythe down. But the death incarnation, the death harvest of the god of death, is an attack on the soul. It's not that muscles are strong enough to block attacks against the soul. The Cyclops wanted to drag the scythe, but he didn't know that this was exactly what the incarnation of death meant, the god of death. The longer the scythe is in contact with the Cyclops, the greater the damage to the soul will be. At the same time, a large amount of curses will be injected into the Cyclops' body along the scythe. When the Cyclops realized something was wrong, their own attributes were also affected. At this moment, the spear-wielding man also appeared behind the Cyclops. At this time, the spear holder had changed his appearance. He was holding a spear more than 7 meters long in his left and right hands. On his shoulder was an identical spear. These were exactly the 3 phalanx spears that Gu Shi bought at Paishin railway station. The more of these phalanx spears are used at the same time, the more powerful they are. At that time, Gu Shi wanted to buy more. But Sujia only had 3 purple spears in her hand and no more. Gu Shi's idea at that time was to give the holder a chance. If the other spears could not be packed, these 3 purple spears would be considered as one. At that time, Gu Shi even thought about whether the new holder would have 3 heads and 6 arms. But the person holding the suit behind made Gushi feel relieved. It seemed that although the person holding the suit was called the Six Paths, he was not as twisted as the Six Paths showed. Even if he uses 3 extra long spears at the same time now, he doesn't have an extra hand. Instead, he used other means, holding the phalanx spears horizontally in his hands. At this time, the wielder had been holding the spear levelly for some time. Now all the Cyclops' attention was focused on the incarnation of death, the god of death, and he didn't realize that there was such a person behind him. This gave the wielder a chance. He strode forward, and 2 phalanx spears pierced the Cyclops' back. As he stabbed like this, the Cyclopses all shouted at the same time. No matter how strong a being is, he can't stand a crotch-picking attack. Not to mention that the wielder comes up and attacks with all his strength. The 2 Cyclops jumped up immediately. And this is exactly the opportunity that death, the incarnation of death, wants to seize. All of the Cyclops' strength lies in their legs. As long as they leave the earth, their strength will weaken a lot, and even his ability to automatically replenish blood will disappear. Now is the best time to kill them. The 2 incarnations of death, the gods of death, took action when they came out, and the sickles in their hands were dragged outward. As they dragged, the death harvest that was cut out at the beginning took effect only now. The souls of the Cyclops were dragged from their bodies. Then the Cyclops' body fell from the sky and landed right on the phalanx's spear. The spearman could have used some means to lift up the phalanx spears. Not now. The Cyclops, weighing more than 10 tons, was directly stuck on the phalanx spear. The phalanx spear was almost bent by the Cyclops. The wielder immediately put away the phalanx spear and replaced it with another pure black spear in his hand. This spear is called Dragon Slayer. Of course, the name is just that. But it is not actually specifically targeted at slaying dragons. But it does have a certain attack effect on giant creatures. Giant dragons are also considered a type of giant creatures. So there is no problem in calling this spear a Dragon Slayer. After all, good sounding is also one thing. It's impossible to call this spear a giant creature slayer. So this spear is called Dragon Slayer. Not because of its attributes, but because it sounds good. But the person holding the suit really thought too much. At that moment, the 2 Cyclops could no longer withstand it. Not to mention that when they fell, they directly sent themselves onto the tip of the spear. It can be said that all the internal organs in the Cyclops' belly were torn out, and their souls were harvested. The 2 Cyclops immediately fell to the ground and lost their lives. Gushi, who drove the holy silver evil coffin outwards, immediately learned about the killing situation from behind through the system prompts. After confirming that both Cyclops were dead, Gushi immediately turned the car around and headed back towards the original route. Crew immediately noticed that Gushi had changed direction. He said with a puzzled look on his face, "What happened back there? Why did you turn around and go back? Are you being controlled by someone's mind? If so, blink and I'll come to save you." Gushi was speechless upon hearing this. Didn't he see that the Cyclops behind him had already killed him? He really has no eyesight at all. But he finally said, "It's okay. The enemy has been killed. I plan to go back and see who is so bold and dares to come and stir up trouble." Chapter 1152, The Origin of the Enemy. With a turn, Gushi returned to the position he came up from before. Before Gushi jumped off the holy silver evil coffin, Crew, who came with him, started shouting, "Damn it! There is actually a Cyclops in this place. What is the purpose of the Carita Alliance? They let everything in here. Do you know what this is like?" Gushi glanced at Kalu, who was dancing. "How could I not know? I am an archaeologist and paleontologist. Okay? These are the remnants of the giant family among the hundreds of ancient tribes. Among the original giants, the more famous one was the 100-armed giant. One-eyed people are simply stunted. But now that so many years have passed, it is this stunted existence that has survived. And the giant with hundreds of arms has become a fossil." Crew jumped in front of the Cyclops corpse and looked up and down. These are not the ethnic groups that escaped in ancient times. These were tamed by people. The power of the earth element in them is almost gone. At the same time, if you look at this bone, there are not many signs of being broken. It was obvious that he had not received any special training methods from giants, and had only grown up on ordinary food. In this way, although their strength is strong, it is still far inferior to those ancient giants. As for the weapons in their hands, this is the standard crossbow of the Shulka Empire. I'm not very familiar with this thing. The only thing I know is that the Shulka Empire was relatively poor, so their crossbows could really fire anything. Proper crossbow arrows could be used. And if there were no proper crossbow arrows, Iron bars or wooden sticks could also be used to shoot. Although the distance is a little closer, the power is still good. Wait a minute. When you say the distance is closer, do you mean from here to there? Gushi asked, pointing to the woods where the Cyclops had ambushed before. Yes. A serious ballista has an attack range of 5,000 meters. But this one can only fly more than 3,000 meters. Is there any problem with this? No problem. I just want to ask the poor Shelta Empire if they will sell siege equipment to others. Upon hearing this, Gushi quickly changed his face. The various siege equipment produced in the blacksmith shop in Eridovi City have no such performance in terms of power or range. The distance of 3,000 meters was already a position that was not easy for Gushi to reach. But according to what Crew said, the distance of 3,000 meters here is actually the standard distance for accurate shooting. If you don't buy some siege equipment at this time and go back to study it, then how long will it take? I don't know about this either. I'm just connected to 3 human kingdoms, and my connections with their top leaders are not very high, and the people I contacted are not in this field. If you really want siege equipment, the most I can do is help you pull the strings. And there is nothing else I can do. When Crew said this, Gushi had already taken over the inspection of the Cyclops. The skin and muscles are good, and the bones are okay. This level should be around level 9. The combat team formed by the two of them has a combined combat effectiveness of over 10 levels. However, in order to achieve long-range combat capabilities, their melee combat skills have not been greatly enhanced. This can be seen from the fact that he can be easily attacked personally by my men. What can you tell from this? What else can be seen? They are exclusively a long-range corps, which means they have never considered the issue of close combat. Behind this force, it is not simple. You figured this out after talking for so long? Crew was speechless. At first, Gushi was talking nonchalantly, and he thought Gushi had noticed something. Didn't expect this? Just when Crew was about to say something, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw a huge city gate appear behind Gushi, and a group of skeleton soldiers rushed out of the city gate and dragged the 2 corpses into the city gate. Seeing Keilu's reaction, Gushi just smiled. Don't worry. I can protect you. No. That's your city? Keilu asked, pointing to the slowly dispersing city gate. Yes. I can put the city on the battlefield at any time. And the troops in my city can also send troops at any time. So you are safe now. Gushi said somewhat proudly. Okay. Now I somewhat believe that you are a necromancer. What kind of special ability do you have? Crew asked curiously. The skills of the necromancer are relatively difficult to obtain, and not everyone has them. Gushi explained casually. Let's get in the car now. Do you have a map? If so, give me one. My horse will know the way on its own. Yes, but I drew the map myself. There are some locations on it that I discovered through archaeology. I can't show it to you. Then you can draw the route along the way. Just draw it on the ground. My pathfinding skills are pretty good. I can remember the map at a glance. Okay. Once Crew heard that Gushi had such ability, he quickly drew a map on the ground. After all, Gushi had proven his strength and profession, as well as his combat effectiveness. Crew was also willing to believe that Gushi could protect him and return to the city. At this time, he naturally didn't need to hide. After drawing the map, he could return to the city quickly. While Crew was drawing the map, Gushi also took back the Death Incarnation and the holder. At the same time, he raised his head and looked around, using the mind lamp to confirm whether any eyes were on their side. Since the 6 rays of the flame light were filled up, Gushi felt that the effect was getting stronger. Now he can directly borrow the sight of the wearer without going through the wearer. The spiritual lamp had a certain effect at this time. Gushi could easily see all the eyes that glanced over him. He can easily see whatever falls on him, or not. This makes it quite smooth for Gushi to monitor the surrounding situation. Your mental power is not meant to be used that way. If you use it that way, it will only make you feel more and more irritated. Crew, who was drawing a map, suddenly said something when he saw Gushi's eyes. What did you say? I said your psychic power is not used that way. It is best to concentrate your psychic power and do something instead of randomly contacting ordinary psychic sites. I had gained the ability to passively read and receive before, and thought I had gained a magical skill. But I discovered it later. When you influence the hearts of others, their hearts will also influence yours. Keilu muttered something, then stood up. Okay. The map is here. Come and take a look. Chapter 1153, If nothing unexpected happens, something will happen. Gushi didn't ask Crew what kind of spiritual disadvantages he suffered, and Krull didn't say any more. The two just looked at the map. Gushi glanced at the map and memorized it in his mind. According to what was drawn on the map, Rokovalin, where Crew was going this time, was the city closest to the postgraduate entrance examination excavation site in front of him. It is about 2,300 kilometers away from their current location, at the speed at which the Holy Silver Evil Coffin was running at full speed. If there were no detours, and no other attacks were encountered on the way, it would take Gushi approximately 11 hours to arrive. This is much better than when Gushi first became a player. I still remember Gushi's first mission. It took him more than 2 days to complete all the roads. Although along the way, Gushi encountered attacks from various enemies. But it's also true that he moves slowly. It's different now. Now Gushi doesn't have to think about it so much. He just takes a look at the map and just rushes over. Crew wasn't bragging just now. He is quite good at drawing maps. The map in front of me is quite beautiful. Gushi only needed to take a quick look, and there would be no problem of getting lost. As for what kind of enemies they would encounter on the road, Gushi didn't have to worry about it. Gushi could tell that the maps drawn by Crew were all based on the paths he was accustomed to taking. It's relatively safe along the way. At least there will be soldiers from each city patrolling to ensure the safety of pedestrians on the road. Moreover, Gushi noticed that in addition to the route, there were some differences on the map in front of him. For some places, Crew did not mark where they were located or what was inside them. There was no need to guess. Gushi could tell what the situation was at a glance. These places are definitely Crew's own private information. Maybe there is some big tomb down there. No. There is some archaeological excavation site. These can be regarded as the foundation of Crew. Even though he needed Gushi's protection now, Crew had no intention of revealing this information. Gushi didn't ask in detail. Okay. I know how to go. Let's get on the road now. No. Set off now. We can get there in half a day. If you move faster, we can still find a place to have a nice drink tonight. Your treat then. No problem. I'll treat you. When Crew heard this, he smiled and responded. At the same time, Crew searched around the excavation site, packed up some of the things he had left behind, and put them on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. These are good things that have been with me for a long time. Before, I thought you were just one person and couldn't protect so many things. So I was going to give up. It's good now. Your coffin runs very fast. I'll delay it for a while to sort out my things and don't waste these good things of mine. It's okay. Just tidy up first. Gushi didn't seem to care at all. When I came here, I thought I wanted to protect you for 3 months. Now it's just a journey. And the task can be completed in half a day. So what's the point of waiting a few more minutes? After hearing Gushi's words, Crew's movements also stopped. And he looked at Gushi with disbelief. What's wrong? Gushi clearly felt something was wrong. Have you discovered the enemy? The city gate appeared again behind Gushi. No. Mr. Gu. What do you mean by what you just said? Which sentence? Gushi didn't understand what Crew wanted to do. You said you need to protect me for 3 months. How did you judge before that you needed to protect me for 3 months? Gushi also perked up when he heard this. If nothing unexpected happens, this is an accident. Gushi took out the task list and looked at Crew. You are Crew. Right. Don't talk so much nonsense. I always feel that there is something wrong. Can you show me your task list? Crew also became anxious at this time. It was obviously a small mission back to the city. So how could the mission Gushi received take 3 months? Gushi was also confused at this time. The situation in front of me was obviously wrong. So the two of them put their heads together and looked at the task list in Gushi's hand. Soon Crew was speechless. The person talking about here is me. But what's going on? I don't need to be protected for 3 months at all. 3 months on the road? I'm afraid I'm going crazy. Do you know how far you can go in 3 months? If the speed of your coffin is real, it will only take 1.5 months to walk from here to the Golden Pillar. You can go to the volcanoes in 3 months. This to-do list is crazy to me. I didn't hire you to do this kind of work for so long. Listening to Kayla's words, Gushi also looked puzzled. However, his mission had already been determined in the outside world. 3 months. This is calculated by the Genesis team of Blood God's Son. There must be something wrong behind this. But Gushi didn't know what happened next. And neither did Crew. So the two of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Finally, Gushi said, how about we make more preparations and go to Rokovalin first? Maybe when we get there, we'll have other answers. Alright. Crew thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with any better ideas. He could only follow Gushi's idea and put things in order first. This time Crew is no longer like before. Just forget about some unnecessary things. At this time, Crew was organizing his things according to his own standards for traveling far away. Crew has survived alone in the wild for so long, and he has his own set of concepts and items for survival in the wild. It can be said that he took most of the things into consideration. After all, he is not like Gushi, who carries a city with him, no matter where he is or what kind of situation he encounters. As long as Gushi needs it, he can get what he wants as soon as possible. While Crew was dealing with these things, Gushi was looking through the task list in his hand with a solemn expression. He now wants to read every word in this task list several times to make sure that he has not missed anything. Then he turned to look at Crew. At this time, it was already the third time that Crew moved things onto the holy silver evil coffin. Gushi was also speechless as he looked at the things that Crew was carrying upwards. This turned out to be some chopped firewood. Well, I just want to ask, do you really want to bring this? Take it with you. We might have to cook at night someday. There's a kitchen in my coffin. Gushi's holy horn evil coffin has its own kitchen. During this period, he cooked everything he ate in Uenzu City. Although it was not very delicious, it was not enough to kill people. And he never worried about firewood or fuel. Just in case. I have a feeling this thing will come in handy. Chapter 1154 A Dead City? Isn't that the city of death? After packing up all kinds of things 4 or 5 times, Crew finally transported everything he could find into the holy silver evil coffin. Looking at the various things hanging on both sides of the holy silver evil coffin with ropes, Gushi was sweating. He always felt that his holy silver evil coffin was about to turn into a garbage truck. Gushi had said several times that there was space inside the coffin of the holy silver evil coffin that could be used for storage. If that doesn't work, just put some things in there. But Crew was unwilling to do so. In his words, these are the adventurer's identification. Even if his life is lost, these things cannot be missing. At least while you are alive. These things cannot be thrown away. Gushi couldn't say anything about this situation. There were several times when I wanted to tie Kalu to the holy silver evil coffin. In the end, I thought about it and let it go. After all, he was also the target of the mission. After seeing that Crew didn't move anything up, Gushi sat down on the seat in front of the holy silver evil coffin. Sit tight. Let's go on our way first. Wait a minute. Before Crew finished speaking, the holy silver evil coffin jumped into the darkness, and its speed suddenly increased to about 100 kilometers per hour, and then increased to 200 kilometers per hour. Gushi sat at the front of the holy silver evil coffin, controlling the direction, although there was darkness in front of him. For Gushi, he could completely feel where he was now. Crew didn't expect that the holy silver evil coffin would look like this when it was fully running. After taking a look at the darkness around him, he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you a necromancer? How can this be the power of darkness? Generally only wizards can use this kind of power. Right? This is not the power of darkness. It is just the characteristics of the evil coffin." Gushi muttered casually that the evil coffin was originally obtained from the dark forces. But Gushi would not tell anyone about this situation. At this time, Gushi changed the subject. "Crew, is your archaeological scope limited to the 3 nearby countries? Or is it spread all over the world? They all run away. But there are Morimu around here." Crew didn't think it was a secret, so he responded immediately. "Then have you ever been to the Golden Pillar? And the Sky City and the Underworld?" Gushi asked again. "I have never been to Sky City. They were developed after humans took over this world. There is really nothing ancient to study there. I have been to the Underground World twice. When hundreds of ancient tribes were wiped out, many ethnic groups fled underground. After all, dragons and elves don't like to live underground. So these groups survived a lot. I learned a lot of knowledge there. But those ethnic groups are not easy to contact. And there is no sunlight in the underground world. They rely on moon moss, lantern flowers, and some luminous plants for lighting. It's quite uncomfortable to stay in the underground world. Anyway, I never went there again. By the way, I see your situation. The city that appears behind you is very interesting. I have never heard of this skill before. What skill is it? Haven't you heard of it?" Gushi looked puzzled. Could it be that the Death City skill was exclusive to necromancers? Are there no other professions that can bring their own cities? No. At least I've never seen it. Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally explained the situation in the City of Death. After all, among the 3 magical skills of death, Death City is the strongest and the easiest to obtain. This is no secret. After listening to Gushi's words, Crew thought about it seriously. Only a necromancer can think of this. Is this really the case? At first, I always thought that other professions would have such skills. Isn't it natural for druids to find seeds from nature trees and build nature cities? But have you ever thought that once the seeds are planted, there is no way to move them? Druids eventually return to the woods. That's really the case. But it's wrong. I remember that there was a king who wanted to sacrifice his capital in order to seek strength from a great king. After receiving the sacrifice, wouldn't the devil want to keep the city? That's not what I meant. Kalu shook his head. What do you think the other party wants to gain by taking a city? What do you want? Portable city? Gushi definitely didn't think it was this. Thinking of the original situation of Aladovi City, it was a dead city. Gushi suddenly had an idea in his mind. The popularity, breath, or soul of the city? It's possible. But it definitely won't be the city because it's unreasonable. Therefore, only necromancers who can witness the death of a city can obtain the dead city. No other professional can do this. For them, the city is either fixed in a certain place. If they want something in the city, they have to mobilize and transport it from the city before it can be delivered to them. Or they were sacrificed to them so that they could kill and destroy. If that doesn't work, just like those high-level archmages, you can cut the mountain flat. Use the power of arcane magic to lift into the sky and build a city in the sky. This is already a city you can take with you. Your kind of operation is really rare. After hearing this, Gushi realized that he still knew too little about other professions. At this moment, Cruz seemed to remember something. Your skill requires dead cities. Right? So a city that has been buried underground for about 10,000 years is considered dead. Right? Forget it. Of course it does. By the way, you are an archaeologist. You will definitely find cities like this from time to time. Right? I once discovered one. But I didn't think much about it at the time. At least I didn't feel anything when I was digging. Now it seems that it was a dead city. When I entered that city, I felt something was wrong no matter where I was. As if I would be blown by the evil wind no matter where I was. At first, I thought there was a ghost that I couldn't see staring at me. But now it seems that is not the case. Do you think that city is dead? It's possible. Can you tell me the location of that city? Gushi became excited when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would have such a harvest this time. If possible, Gushi would naturally want to find the dead city in advance. You have to know that there are more than one necromancer in Uinzu City. And Gushi is not sure whether there is anyone here who has mastered the skill of Death City. If so, would they think of looking for dead cities in this world? So Gushi had to find out clearly. And if possible, he needed to hurry and occupy the city first. Chapter 1155 Archaeology is a good profession. After Gushi and Kalu found common topics, the journey was not so boring. In the end, Gushi simply took out the wine, and he sat in front of the holy silver evil coffin and chatted while drinking. After this communication, Gushi finally understood Crew's strength. His name is really not just a boast. Archaeologist, botanist, paleontologist. These are really capable. Let's not talk about archaeology. That's Crew's job. The 3 nearby countries will ask Crew to help with archaeology. So you can know his level in archaeology. As for the botanist, after all, he was a title forced out of him by Crew while surviving in the wild. If he didn't have any ability with plants, Crew wouldn't be able to survive well in the wild. A paleontologist. Crew had also demonstrated this ability to Gushi before. It can be seen that this is a situation that Crew gradually grasped over time during the archaeological process. After all, when Crew is doing archaeology, he will always dig up some fossils from various ethnic groups in the Proterozoic, ancient, and medieval times. If you see these things every day, even if you are not a professional, you will know something about them. But the most important thing in Crew's words is not these. The drunk Crew patted Gushi and said bluntly, "Do you know why those 3 human nations value my abilities so much? That's because from time to time I dig out some ancient tribe's technology and long-lost magic. And even elves' equipment, dragons' treasures, and so on. These are all things that every country wants most. And for me, it's of no use. Of course, I can bring these things and exchange them for money." After finishing speaking, Crew proudly said to Gushi, "Even so, I still have some good things on hand. If nothing else, take a look at this." As Crew spoke, he also took out something like a black stone. You come into contact with orange equipment fragments. You need to collect 35 pieces of the same fragments before you can trigger the orange equipment synthesis task. Do you need to collect them? Orange pieces. although he didn't know what kind of equipment this was. The orange color was enough to make Gu Shi's eyes light up. Although there are orange equipments, Gu Shi owns 2.5 of them. One for the contracted undead, and one for his leader. But no one would think that there are too many orange outfits. At this time, Crew slammed the black stone onto the holy silver evil coffin. This is a thing. Just ask if you want it. Think about it. This looks like a good thing. Who wouldn't want it? Listening to Gu Shi's words, Crew also burst out laughing. That's right. It's still your temper towards me. The people I met before all said they didn't want it. But in fact they wanted it like crazy. So I don't like passive mind reading, that's it. Can't make friends at all. Crew pushed the black stone into Gu Shi's hand. If you want it, then I'll give it to you. I've only found one piece of this thing in so many years. So I can't even get a set together. If you're lucky, go find it yourself. If not, just think of it as a miss. If I read it correctly, this thing is from the Stone Demon clan in the ancient times. They can play with stones very smoothly. It's just that they can only play with stones, and are eventually destroyed by the dwarves. Now there is no information about the Stone Demon clan circulating. I found this while excavating a dwarven ruin. It should be the trophy of a certain dwarf warrior. When I found it, it was mixed with a bunch of gems. After I picked it out, I went searching for it. And this was the result. This thing has been with me for a long time, and I usually take it out to try on new teammates. As a result, they all said they didn't want it. You were the first to say you wanted it. If you want to say it directly, shouldn't this thing be given to you directly? I don't know if he was drunk or too excited. But Crew took out the equipment one by one and showed it to Gu Shi. This is the dragon's egg. Even though the egg is dead, the essence is still there. This is... Gu Shi listened carefully, and occasionally picked it up to take a look. I have to admit that archaeology really yields good things. Gu Shi actually saw a weapon similar to a sonic gun here. The most important thing is that Crew actually said that it was something from the ancient times of the 100 tribes. And after his treatment, the sonic gun was still usable. There are many similar equipments like this. All were dug out and repaired by Crew. Although Crew himself cannot use it, he can collect it and show off to others. Crew, you haven't just discovered these over the years, right? What do those countries want from you? If it were the beginning, Crew would definitely not have said it. But now I don't know if it was because Crew was drunk and was still excited. He spoke directly. Those countries want a lot of things. They want complete equipment and also the antiques that have been unearthed. Gold and gems are their main collection focus. If there are no gold or gems, they will also collect technological blueprints. Anyway, I can tell you that the rapid development of these 3 countries in recent years is all due to my contribution, Crew said proudly. But Gu Shi made a discovery. No matter how much Crew boasted, he did not say what he got during this digging process. Gu Shi didn't speak much, which gave him enough time to slowly think about everything in front of him. His mission is to attack a long-range attack team of 2 Cyclops. There seems to be a thread in all this, forming a big net, heading towards Crew. It seems that the 3 months mentioned on the task list are likely to be something that Crew got during this archaeological process. This caused the changes in front of me. The Blood Godson arranged for Gu Shi to come over. I'm afraid I have the idea of taking this thing. But Gu Shi still doesn't know yet what Kalu got during the excavation process. But Gu Shi believed that the people behind the Cyclops long-range combat team would not let Gu Shi send Crew to Rokovalin. There will definitely be 1 or 2 more battles after this. Just as Gu Shi was thinking about this, he suddenly noticed that the holy silver evil coffin actually jumped out from the darkness. Gu Shi immediately put down his wine glass and quickly stood up. No, we are ambushed. Please retreat to the room and hide for a while. As Gu Shi spoke, he controlled the speed of the holy silver evil coffin. Compared to Crew, Gu Shi was completely confident in combat. When the holy silver evil coffin man jumped out of the darkness, Gu Shi knew that the enemy had been setting up here for a long time. He cannot fight in the enemy's chosen position. Push forward. Don't worry about the rest. I don't believe there is anyone who can stop me. Chapter 1156 Ambush and Counterattack. Under Gu Shi's command, the holy silver evil coffin opened up its speed and headed straight ahead. The enemies who were ambushing him did not expect that Gu Shi would be so decisive in his actions. In order to prevent the holy silver evil coffin from rushing out, the troops who had been ambushing him immediately rushed out from the vicinity. Seeing the troops rushing out, Gu Shi couldn't help but mutter something. What kind of bad combination is this? The situation of the troops in front of them was even more complicated than that of Dominic's men. Griffins, Gargoyles and golden eagles flew in the sky, and a group of green-skinned orcs rushed out from the ground. These orcs range from tall to short, with the tallest being about 2 meters tall. They wear thick iron armor and carry weapons such as battle axes, or swords, and shields in their hands. The short one is only about 1 meter, holding a 1 meter 2 meter long spear. He is not as tall as the caveman under Dominic. There are also chariot troops riding giant mammoths and Tyrannosaurus rexes. It can be said that there are all kinds of existences. Kalu, who was driven into the room behind the holy silver evil coffin by Gushi, stuck his head out. At a glance, he saw the troops rushing out from all around, and he shouted immediately, "Where did these bastards come from? I don't know who you offended." Gushi rolled his eyes. Fortunately, everything was ready when he arrived. The number of enemies in front of him did not exceed Gushi's imagination. The Aurora Knights opened the way, and the Black Spear Battalion kills the enemy. Gushi immediately put the garrison gate on the battlefield. 2 troops rushed out from inside. As soon as he appeared on the battlefield, Amilca immediately understood Gushi's situation. At the same time, he also understood the meaning of Gushi's order. Gushi didn't want to get involved with these guys any longer. He hoped that the Aurora Knights could break out of a path, so that the Holy Silver Evil Coffin could break out of the encirclement. As for the enemies here, they were all handed over to the Black Gun Battalion for handling. As for what the final outcome will be, it depends on the choice made by the Black Spear Battalion. However, the Black Gun Battalion at this time can be regarded as replacing a shotgun with a cannon. At the train station going to Uenzu City, Gushi not only got 12 purple spears, but also got several blue-quality blueprints. There are weapons such as 2-handed swords and spears among them. So Gushi simply took this opportunity to carry out a round of equipment changes for the bone-cutting camp and the Black Spear camp. Although the newly replaced spears of the Black Spear Battalion are not like the spears of the Phalanx, they are blessed by a large army. But these spears also have their own functions. Now, these blue spears, in addition to having stronger attack power, also have a relatively special attribute. Sometimes there will be an explosion effect after attacking. If this were placed with other people, they would definitely think that this kind of spear was not easy to use. But for the soldiers of the Black Gun Battalion, this is the best long gun. The biggest problem of the Black Gun Battalion right now is the lack of attack power. Originally, when they were fighting, as long as 3 or 5 soldiers took action, the enemy could be killed with 1 shot. But the situation is different now. The new spear not only increases the attack power, but also has an explosive effect. This will not only increase the attack power of the Black Gun Battalion soldiers, but most importantly, they will no longer need to pull out their guns after killing the enemy, because they are used to 4 or 5 soldiers attacking one enemy at the same time. The probability of this spear causing an explosion is 30%. In other words, among the attacks of 4 or 5 soldiers, one will always cause an explosion, as long as the enemy dies and the body explodes. Is there any need to put away the gun? The corpses have been blown up. So if you need to put away your gun, just charge forward. It can be said that this is the foundation for the improvement of the Black Gun Battalion. Under Gushi's order, as soon as the Black Spear Battalion came out, they set their sights on the orcs rushing over nearby. What a great material! A royal raised the tomahawk in his hand immediately. Get ready. Take the garrison gate as the center of the circle, and launch an attack clockwise. When Arroyo attacked, Amilcar had already rushed out immediately with the Aurora Knights. Although the Aurora Knights are still dominated by the Blue Knights, Amilcar was really not idle during this period. In addition to the Blue Knights, Amilcar also added some different troops. Not to mention anything else. All Cerberus are now organized into the Aurora Knights. Also included were Gushi's newly added flying troops. The Gargoyles. These gargoyles were not the gargoyles that Gushi originally used as scouts. They belonged to Eve's new gargoyles. Compared with the stone men of Hades, these gargoyles are more suitable for the style of the undead. Their bodies are still the color of stone, but their appearance has changed from that of gargoyles. The original gargoyles were designed to look like demons, but the situation of the gargoyles in front of them is different. They look more like the most skeleton soldiers. At the same time, they also carry weapons in their hands, which can be thrown out, similar to throwing spears. The existence of this kind of weapon means that these gargoyles have changed from melee troops to long-range troops flying in the sky. They will be harder to beat. At the same time, their flying speed can also keep up with the charging speed of the Blue Knight. This time, as soon as Amilcar rushed out, these gargoyles immediately rushed towards the enemy's flying troops. The orcs on the opposite side had griffins, which Gushi had not expected. But as long as the opponent didn't send out giant dragons or flying troops of the same type, Gushi had no intention of using the bone dragon troops in advance. When the gargoyles rushed towards these flying troops, Gushi just glanced at them and ignored them. These gargoyles were obviously combat troops. Although they were only around level 6, their aerial combat capabilities surprised Gushi. The most important thing is that their flying speed and ability to cooperate in the sky cannot be traced back to Amilcar, a leader who only knows how to command cavalry to charge. But now is not the time to care about this. Amilcar's troops have already collided with the enemy's cavalry troops at the forefront. There are several types of cavalry on the orc side. Some riding wolves, some riding wild boars, and some riding giant rats. When these green guys launched the charge, these cavalry were at the rear of the team. But before taking a few steps, they had already rushed to the front. Amilcar's eyes were bright when she rushed in front of these orcs. This was exactly the battle he wanted. Raising the spear at his hand, Amilcar ordered loudly, "Concentrate and prepare for a breakthrough." At Amilcar's order, the level 31 Blue Knight, who had been following the Blue Knights, clamped his spear in his hand. And with full combat aura, he became the core of the Blue Knights' charge, leading the Blue Knights with him. Like a blue tide, it crashed into the enemy's troops. Chapter 1157. Where did the army come from? Kill! The Blue Knights fought their way out. A large number of orc cavalry were knocked away in the collision with the Blue Knights. The Holy Silver Evil Coffin stepped on the orc's flesh and blood and rushed outward. Its speed became faster and faster. And finally it even surpassed the Blue Knights and rushed to the front of the team. At this time, Kalu tightly grasped the windowsill beside him, leaned out his head, and said to Gushi, "Gushi, Gushi, are you rushing too fast?" Gushi ignored Crew and raised the magic wand in his hand. Death Ripple. With the focusing handle on his body, Gushi can easily control the attack range of area spells. The death ripples can be concentrated to a single point, or they can change from full screen to half screen. What Gushi has to do now is to make a fan-shaped death ripple forward with himself as the center of the circle. When this attack was launched, Gushi did not want the attack to have strong destructive power. What Gushi wanted was to break out the enemy's ambush. At least Gushi didn't intend to let the enemy ambush him again. Under his death ripples, a wave visible to the naked eye pushed forward like a wave. Then Gushi felt a slight explosion coming from underground. In the nearby grass, and on the hills, a large number of souls killed by the death ripples were cast towards Gushi's left hand like starlight. Gushi raised his hand, and the shadow of the bone obelisk appeared in his hand. Taking this opportunity, Gushi raised his right hand. Spiritualism. Then, the soul that flew towards the direction from which it came like a shooting star. These souls fell into the earth. And in a blink of an eye, many skeletal arms stretched out from the earth. They keep trying to get up from the ground. Gushi noticed that the white bones that made up the arm were obviously tiny bones. It can be seen that the wave of death that just killed more was not the enemy, but the hares, mice, and other small animals hiding underground. But this is no longer important to Gushi. The situation changed again as the corpses of these small animals formed skeleton soldiers. Gushi didn't even intend to control these tiny skeleton soldiers. He just gave them an order to disperse in all directions. After all, in Gushi's eyes, these skeleton soldiers were his temporary cannon fodder. It doesn't matter if you die in battle. But due to the enhanced level of Gushi's undead and the support of the bone obelisk, the level of these skeleton soldiers has actually reached level 11. Even if they are all cannon fodder, they are still level 11 cannon fodder. The Cyclops level of Crew who jumped out earlier was only level 9. Altogether, it's barely a level 10. It can be said that even if they are cannon fodder, the level of these skeleton soldiers is stronger than the original Cyclops. The level of the orcs in front of me is also the same. Their levels are roughly between level 7 and level 9. And there are very few above level 10. When the skeleton soldiers rushed out, whether it was the orc troops that were left behind by the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, or the orcs who were ambushed in the front and hit by the death wave, they were all stunned. Gushi doesn't care about this. He stood in front of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, holding up his magic wand and pointing towards it. Rush! Rush out! Crew, who was hiding behind, also shouted at this time. Gushi, I now believe you are a necromancer. Your hands are so handsome. Is this a natural disaster of the undead? No. Gushi didn't even turn his head, but just said coldly. At this time, Gushi clearly felt that something was wrong. Crew, judging from the map you gave me before, Our current location is within the territory of the Dardo Empire. Look at whether that empire was destroyed. Such a powerful army was allowed to run around in its own country. That empire wouldn't only have one city. And my task list states that you are being targeted by the ancient dragon. Were these the men of the ancient dragon? The reason why Gushi asked this question was entirely because there were a lot of enemies hit by his death ripples. Compared with these enemies, the 4,000 or 5,000 orc troops before were just a vanguard. The orcs rushing out now are the main force. Their number apparently reached more than 20,000. In addition to the soldiers that Gushi had seen before, Gushi also noticed that among this orc army, there were some legal orcs with black smoke and green aura coming from their bodies. Several Tyrannosaurus Rexes were dragging a huge bone wagon right in the middle of the enemy forces, because they were beaten out by the death ripples. These orcs no longer hid themselves, and as soon as they appeared on the carriage, they banged the cowhide drum set up on the carriage. The sound of the drum immediately shocked the surrounding people. With the sound of heavy footsteps, troops one after another surrounded them from all directions, quickly increasing the number of orcs to 30,000. You can't blame me for this. Orcs are a group that has been around since ancient times. They are ferocious by nature, eat little, kill a lot, and give birth quickly. The most important thing is that as long as you give them some meat to eat, they can grow very big, equipped with a few weapons. Their combat effectiveness can be increased to a very high level. Even if their morale is low, they are unlikely to run away. No matter which empire you are in, there will always be some orcs who serve as black gloves. Who knows which empire these orcs were sent from? Didn't you see that they didn't even raise the flag? As for the ancient dragon, how could I not know that I was being hunted by an ancient dragon? Crew was also shocked by the current situation. But he has the kind of temperament that never loses even if he loses. Even when faced with the situation in front of him, he still responded immediately. After finishing the argument, he asked weakly, Gushi, can we defeat them? Why can't we defeat them? These guys are competing in anything else. But they are courting death by competing with the necromancer in terms of military strength. As Gushi spoke, he quickly turned his head. This time he couldn't rush out anymore. He turned around and headed towards his men. When Gushi moved like this, the orcs thought that Gushi wanted to escape. They didn't care about the battle formation and pressed directly towards this side. However, the skeleton soldiers that Gushi had recruited before were not just for show. After Gushi released them, he did not give them any orders. When the orcs launched their attack, the skeleton soldiers didn't even think about it, and just headed towards the orcs to kill them. As for the fact that the skeleton soldiers had no weapons, they didn't care at all. These orcs were not strong enough, so it would be easy to snatch weapons from them. These skeleton soldiers rushed forward and blocked the orcs who were about to attack. It also gave Gushi the opportunity to get closer to his own troops. Gushi, who was temporarily safe, also took this opportunity to turn around and pointed his magic wand behind him. Corpse Explosion. Chapter 1158 The Expansion of the War. During the 1.5 months in Uenzu City, Gushi not only copied books, but also learned a lot of things on his own. The secondary Corpse Explosion and secondary Bone Shield have all been upgraded successfully. The Corpse Explosion was almost upgraded to an enhanced Corpse Explosion, although the level of Corpse Explosion has dropped a bit, but the power has increased by an unknown number of times. Gushi pointed at the enemy's carriage, who made the other party's carriage so conspicuous. Using bones directly as a carriage is really underestimating the necromancer. Any necromancer can kill your carriage. Huh? Gushi fired 3 corpse explosions in succession, but the carriage pulled by the Tyrannosaurus Rex showed no reaction at all. This situation shocked Gushi. What's in front of me is obviously a bone. As a necromancer, he could tell whether the bones were real or fake even from a distance. Why can't I use corpse explosion? At this moment, among the several orcs on the carriage, an old orc with a hunched back, holding a staff, and his whole body covered in black mist took a step forward. Chief, something doesn't seem right about the situation. There is a necromancer on the opposite side, which is not our target. How could they not be our target? Look at this task list. Is it the current time point? Is it the place in front of us? Are they moving in the dark and being dragged out of the dark passage by us? Everything on the mission list matches. So why do you say we hit the wrong person? An orc who was about 1.9 meters tall and as fat as a bear roared. While speaking, he waved a complete human corpse. The corpse was tightly tied with bandages, and there were several wooden sticks tied to it. It was obvious that it was used as a mace. But now the corpse is golden in color, and it can be seen that it is all covered in pulp. So shoot them off. Chief, those are the undead. The undead. What's wrong with the undead? They are just skeletons. They can be smashed into pieces with a hammer. Chief, don't forget what we are here for this time. The old orc wanted to persuade him again. But he didn't expect that the skeleton soldiers left behind by Gu-shi actually rushed into the orcs' team. This time it was like poking a hornet's nest. The orcs did not consider the situation in front of them at all, and started fighting the skeleton soldiers with their weapons raised. Just as the orc chief said, these orcs are very good at fighting the undead. They can often kill a skeleton soldier with just one blow of an axe. But the problem is that the skeleton soldiers are not weak either. They are not afraid of death. When they were knocked away by the orcs, the skeleton soldiers had already rushed into the orcs' team, stretched out their hands, and opened their mouths to bite the orcs who came into contact with them. Every time they attack, they can take away the life of one orc. So the melee started immediately. Taking this opportunity, Gu-shi returned to the gate of the garrison city. At this time, the troops in the city were coming out of Aladovi City in a steady stream. As soon as the heroes appeared on the battlefield, they didn't need Gu-shi's orders at all. They directly led their troops to the surrounding areas. It's different from the skeleton soldiers who just summoned souls. This time those who came out were all regular troops under Gu-shi. All the undead have been relatively strengthened. The weapons and equipment in their hands, as well as the blessings on them, have been strengthened by Aladovi City, Gu-shi and the heroes who commanded them, plus the command and training of the heroes. It can be said that in this world, all these undead can be regarded as elite troops. After being released, their organizational strength was much better than that of the orcs. Gu-shi believed that in a battle of 1,000 against 1,000, they could defeat the orcs who were equally powerful as themselves. In a battle of 10,000 against 10,000, they can easily destroy the orcs here. So when the heroes attacked, Gu-shi did not stop them. His holy silver evil coffin returned to the gate of the garrison city. And at the same time, he waved to the demon sacrifice camp that was leading the team out. Yongdo, do you see over there? There are a group of magic systems over there. Although I'm not sure what those magic systems are. You'd better deal with them quickly. When Yongdo heard this, he immediately understood the meaning of Gu-shi's words. He really wanted to say that in more than a month, he had learned a lot of magic and mastered several new magic rituals. This time, he came out with the intention of showing off himself. But looking at Gu-shi's expression, Yongdo finally responded decisively, "Please don't worry. Sir, you two should hurry up and prepare to draw mana." After Yongdo led the attack, Gu-shi jumped down from the holy silver evil coffin. The soul summoning tower appeared at the spot immediately. Gu-shi immediately stepped onto the soul summoning tower and stood at the highest position on the battlefield. "Brother Gu, do you have so many soldiers under your command?" Crew followed immediately. Standing at the top of the soul calling tower, he could actually see the surrounding situation very clearly. As Gu-shi's troops appeared one after another, Crew immediately felt the pressure brought by Gu-shi's troops. In just a few minutes, Gu-shi's troops had reached more than 50,000 people. The initiative in the situation has been transferred from the orcs to Gu-shi. However, Gu-shi did not answer Crew's question this time. At this time, he was staring in the direction of the main orc force. The other party obviously saw their troops attacking, but they had no intention of retreating. At the same time, Gu-shi noticed that the 2,000-man troops near the carriage had no intention of attacking yet. It was obvious that this was the last major force to be engaged in the battle. It can be seen from their calm looks that the strength of these troops is not weak. After thinking for a while, Gu-shi raised his left hand. "Amilcar, attack the enemy's main formation. There are 2,000-man troops there. Pay attention and kill them." Amilcar was leading his men to rush away from an orc army at this time. He felt that his whole body was about to sublimate in such a battle. This is the most suitable battlefield for him. The previous battles were all villagers fighting. Now, upon hearing Gu-shi's order, Amilcar raised his head and immediately looked towards the direction of the orc main formation. Sure enough, there were two groups of thousands of orcs standing there in a square formation. Even though the battlefield ahead was in chaos, they had no intention of joining the battle, and their appearance is obviously not that of the legal and therapeutic troops at the back. Does this mean that they are the elite orcs? What I fight is the elite. Amilcar became excited immediately. Aurora Knights, charge with me. Chapter 1159, The Most Suitable Magic Ritual. Seeing that Amilcar was so excited that she even stopped shouting slogans, Gu-shi couldn't help but shook his head. Being so excited by this, it seems that Amilcar has been holding back for too long. Amilcar can fight, so let him go out and kill some enemies. His team is actually the safest. Not to mention the level 31 Blue Knight. Just the Cerberus charging with the Aurora Knights can guarantee victory in the battle. Although Amilcar has a strong obsession with knights, he is not a brainless person. On the contrary, he has a very high level of capturing fighter planes. This is actually not surprising. After all, Amilcar's troops are all high-speed mobile combat troops. If there is no way to discover the enemy's flaws while moving at high speed, no matter how powerful their troops are, they will not be able to fight hard enough. Therefore, Amilcar has always had a good grasp of the battle situation. As soon as the enemy has a flaw, he will discover it immediately and rush there with his troops. As soon as Gushi gave the order in front of him, Amilcar turned around with the Aurora Knights. Except for the gargoyles who were still fighting in the sky. Everyone else rushed past the enemies in front of them and headed towards the main formation of the orcs. When the orc cavalry who was originally fighting Amilcar saw this situation, they immediately wanted to catch up, but their speed was still too slow. When they started, Amilcar had already rushed to the main line of the orcs. At this moment, the magic ritual of bravery has been completed. With the new altar building tools, the progress of magical rituals is much faster. I don't know if they had just the right time to synchronize with Amilcar's attack. A mana extraction directly fell on the orc's main battle formation. At this time, the old orc who was following the orc chief was hit immediately. He is an orc of the legal system. He can stand up now only because of the support of the magic power in his body. As soon as the mana was taken away, the old orc fell to the ground on the spot. As soon as the orc chief saw this situation, he immediately turned to where Yudo was, because it was a temporary magic ceremony, and the battlefield in front of him was actually not big. The orc chief also saw the location of the demon sacrifice camp for the first time. Clean out the enemies over there. The orc chief immediately marked the sky above the demon sacrifice camp and ordered his orcs to concentrate their fire on that place. But his movements were still a step slower. Because of the new tools, Yongdo's demon sacrifice camp has made certain adjustments. Now there are obviously 2 more mage troops in the demon sacrifice camp, which allows Yudo to perform 2 to 3 magic rituals at the same time. While completing Gushi's orders, Yongdo also prepared 2 more spells. These 2 spells are new spells that Yudo learned from the Labyrinth Demon City when he was free. One is the Fire Wall he is casting now. The spell of Fire Wall is different from ordinary spells. If you play this thing well, you can kill a group of enemies with just 1 soldier. But if you play it poorly, you will die no matter how many soldiers you bring. Yongdo is a hero with some brains. After learning the Fire Wall technique, he also learned the derivative spells behind the Fire Wall technique. This time, the magic ritual of the Fire Wall technique was also dominated by Yongdo, and his necromancer troops only provided some technical support for the Fire Wall technique. After the Fire Wall technique was raised, layer after layer of fire walls began to seal the road near the demon sacrifice camp according to Yudo's wishes. Then another spell was thrown towards the orcs. This spell is the one that Yongdo has considered and works best with the Fire Wall spell. This spell is also of the fire system, and is called Provocative Concentrated Fire. This spell is a reverse fire spell. Throw it on the enemy, and the enemy will ignore others and only regard you as their target. No matter how far away they are or what difficulties they face, they will take the initiative to kill in front of you. In the eyes of some people, this kind of spell is simply garbage. After all, the French troops were supposed to be protecting behind the battlefield, so it would be best if no one noticed their existence before they took action. How could anyone think of letting the enemy focus fire on themselves? This is useless at all. But this provocative concentrated fire combined with the Fire Wall technique is different. The provoked enemies will not consider what they are facing. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire in front of them, they will pretend not to see them and rush forward. Therefore, Yudo will think that these 2 spells are matched. Either use neither, or use both. It can be said that Yongdo's idea is quite good and quite correct. Just as he thought, as soon as the 2 spells were matched, the enemy rushed over. Without even needing an order from the orc chief, a large number of orcs rushed into the wall of fire. And at this time, the Fire Wall technique showed its due power. Anyone who steps into the fire wall will be attacked by flames immediately. No matter how high your magic resistance is, it is useless. The magic has already been deployed. Now it is the fire that is burning you, not the magic. No matter how high your magic resistance is, it is useless. The most terrible thing is that after the orcs who rush in are set on fire, their bodies will become part of the fire wall, which not only expands the scope of the fire wall, but also extends the existence of the fire wall. It can be said that when the first orc rushes into the wall of fire, it means that the wall of fire will almost never be extinguished. The orc troops that rushed behind were just serving as a record for the fire wall technique. At this time, the orc chief was still adding fuel to the fire, and even ordered his troops to take the initiative to deal with Yudo's demon sacrifice camp. It can be said that the right time, the right place, the right people, and the right people are all on Yongdo's side. It's well deserved that Yongdo has this opportunity this time. Seeing the orcs coming toward him, Yudo immediately ordered, "Quick! Start the second round of the ceremony immediately. Stop firing provocative shots. Set up the wall of fire. Raise the wall of fire." The following situation also left Gushi speechless. Because of Yongdo's reasons, the battle situation below has undergone some changes. The orcs who were fighting Gushi's men didn't care about the undead troops sent by Gushi. They immediately rushed towards the wall of fire. This made the heroes under Gushi very happy. This is the best opportunity to pursue the enemy. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know how many years you have to wait. So these heroes immediately ordered their men to chase the orcs. Unless the orcs hit themselves, they would not even look back. As a result, the situation on the scene changed again, and Gushi's chances of winning increased visibly. Chapter 1160. There are also liars among the orcs. Something is not right. Gushi, who was sitting on the soul-calling tower, immediately realized that something was wrong with the battle situation in front of him. The idea of the demon sacrifice camp is a good one. The firewall technique is successful in burning people, but the firewall has limited scope. No, it's not that the range of the firewall is limited, but that the area occupied by the firewall is actually limited. Ordinary orcs might die in the wall of fire in 2 steps, but the orcs riding on the backs of mammoths and tyrannosaurs were different. These all belonged to the orcs' chariot troops. On the surface they looked like a fighting unit, but in fact there were at least 30 or 40 orcs on them. Even if such troops are burned, they can still run a few steps with flames. It would be okay if they rushed towards the demon sacrifice camp. The demon sacrifice camp was reperforming the magic ritual of the fire wall over there, and the situation could still be controlled if they could. The most fearful thing here is that these orcs will not rush towards the demon sacrifice camp and bring the flames to the battlefield where the battle is taking place. Then the situation will be difficult to control. You must know that on the battlefield, the 2 tactics of water and fire are the strongest, but they are also the most difficult to control. The water plan needs to control the direction of the water flow, and the fire plan needs to occupy the upper wind position. Otherwise it will burn itself. You must not act haphazardly and directly lose your own troops. This is the situation at hand. If those giant orc troops that were not burned to death rushed to other locations on the battlefield, they would definitely cause a fire on the battlefield. In the end, a large number of Gushi's troops would be burned to death. So faced with such a situation, Gushi gave the order immediately. Did the Black Dragon camp hear this? Fire freely. Attack the enemies hit by the fire wall, and kill all the enemies who want to escape. Don't let them escape. The undead archer troops of the Black Dragon camp had actually come out a long time ago. However, because they are archer troops, they have always been stationed near the garrison gate. Only after the enemy is close to the battlefield for a certain distance, they will attack under the command of the hero. They won't attack enemies that are far away. But now that Gushi's order was given, the undead archers of the Black Dragon Battalion moved quickly to attack the Mammoth Colossi and Tyrannosaurus Rex that rushed out of the wall of fire. These guys are all relatively large in size, and are considered the best orc troop to focus fire on. Often under a wave of arrows, the mammoth would fall to the ground. The vitality of Tyrannosaurus Rex may be stronger, but it is also limited. At most, 2 rounds of arrow rain and concentrated fire will be enough to kill it. So the mammoths and Tyrannosaurus Rex, who wanted to rush out, fell not far from the wall of fire. This finally did not disrupt the situation on the battlefield. Seeing that order on the battlefield was maintained, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Crew said there, "Brother Gu, I can't understand your command just now. It's obvious that the legal troops below you have attracted all the orcs. Why do you still want to get involved in the fight here? You may not know this. The battlefield can be chaotic, but the chaos must be controlled by me. Uncontrolled chaos will cause the collapse of the battlefield. Troops that are sent out but cannot be retrieved are equivalent to having no troops. You see, the orc leader has the same idea. No matter how chaotic the battlefield becomes, they will always maintain 2 powerful troops at hand. This is their final bottom line." Hey, what are they? Gushi was planning to use the 2,000-man teams left behind by the orcs as examples to explain the situation on the battlefield to Crew. Unexpectedly, he looked over there and found that there seemed to be some problems with the battle situation on Amilca's side. At first, when Gushi saw the 2,000 people remaining on the side of the main orc formation, he thought they were their most elite troops. After all, that's what Gushi did himself. The best troops were retained as reserves. When the situation on the battlefield cannot be controlled, then go out. But he never thought that orcs and undead were different. The undead are quite obedient, and they will act how they are arranged. But not the orcs. The stronger the orcs are, the harder it is to control them. It is the result of the orc leader's hard work for a long time that they can ambush them. So when the battle started, the strongest troops in the orc army had actually rushed out. The 2,000-man troops here are actually weirder existences among the orcs. They are not separate orcs. It was the orc coolie team, and the situation was somewhat similar to the ghost team under Gushi. That's right. Those by Wuchangs who were used by Gushi to stage a show and deceive others. The same is true for these orc coolie teams. As long as they stand still, they will slowly replenish their manpower until the orc coolie teams have reached 1,000 people. It clearly looks like a legion of 2,000 people in front of them. But in fact, they can only be regarded as 2 people. This is just like the joke about the 180,000 Imperial Guards. There are only 2 Imperial Guards. One is called 100,000, and the other is called 80,000. Later, the orc chief got a unit skin that could make the orcs more gorgeous and powerful. So a plan was formed. Usually the orc chieftain keeps these 2 by his side. Fill the scene during the battle, and clean up the battlefield after the battle. The orc chief has used this tactic many times before and deceived many people. Even Gushi didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing. It had been a long time since he had used by Wuchang to scare people. Only this time, Gushi sent Amilcar. Amilcar's attacks never depend on the number of enemies. In his opinion, these 2,000 enemies were nothing. Just one wave of attack would be enough to take them away. So he rushed out with the Aurora Knights. But he never expected it. He concentrated all his strength on the blow, as if it was punched into the air. The phalanx of 2,000 people was gone in one rush. He rushed to the side of the orc chief. When Gushi looked towards the battlefield, he saw exactly this scene. Seeing this situation, Gushi was a little confused as to what he had done in this battle. If he had known that those guys were so weak, he should have sent people to the orcs' main formation as soon as possible to kill the orc leader. But it didn't matter now. Gushi raised his head helplessly. At this moment, Amilcar and his troops could be seen crashing into the bone carriage of the orc chieftain. The orc chief personally held a weapon in his hand and fought with Amilcar. Okay, this battle is almost over. The transformed undead combat team will attack, and the bone dragon will take off to prevent the enemy from counterattacking in the end. Hurry up and act. Don't let those brainless orcs make a comeback in the end. Chapter 1161 Cleaning Up the Battlefield. Gushi's final caution was right. At the end of the final battle, the orcs organized a counterattack. If Gushi had not sent the transformed undead combat team to the battlefield immediately, perhaps the orcs would still have a chance to turn the tables. During this battle, Gushi noticed that these orcs obviously paid more attention to their own combat effectiveness. They ignored the orc heroes commanding from the rear. On the contrary, if there is a sudden burst of fighting power from the orcs around you, they will gather there and have a small climax. But on the one hand, there is a problem with the upper limit of their levels. On the other hand, Gushi's troops are increasing in number. Even if the orcs gathered together, they would not be able to face the attacks from all directions. Before the orcs could fight their way out, they were pinned down and hacked to death by the undead. The battle lasted for more than an hour before it was finally over. A total of more than 46,000 orc troops were killed in this battle. Gushi's undead men killed more than 20,000 people in the battle. The battle loss ratio of 2-to-1 was considered a relatively large loss for Gushi, because except for the first batch of skeleton soldiers summoned by Gushi, the other undead souls who died in the battle were all regular troops in Aladovi City. When the orcs are suppressed in terms of level and strength, they will still be beaten like this by the orcs, which also shows that the orcs are powerful. Especially in the final melee, the orcs used an extreme 1-for-1 strategy, determined to kill an undead no matter what. Under such circumstances, the orcs are really capable of achieving such a battle loss ratio. However, at this time, Gushi was not dissatisfied because of the loss of more than 20,000 undead. The death of more than 46,000 orcs in the battle means that there will be more than 46,000 new undead in the city of Aladovi. And the corpses here can also summon spirits. In this comparison, the losses will naturally be smaller, and even the profits will be smaller, so Gushi will naturally not be dissatisfied. After getting the detailed data of this battle, Gushi waved his hand. Clean up the battlefield and drag all the bodies back first. I will come back to summon the souls. Under Gushi's order, a large number of Bai Wuchang appeared on the battlefield. They quickly packed up everything on the battlefield and sent everything they could see to Aladovi City. At this time, Crew couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to summon spirits on the spot? I just saw you summoning spirits very smoothly when you were fighting. It's a big battle right now, and summoning spirits on the spot will consume a lot of mana. And there is no way to recruit them all at once." Gushi explained the situation here. "I need to replenish the mana at least 10 times before I can complete the summoning of nearly 50,000 people. You may not know how bad the magic potions made in my city are. How uncomfortable it feels to have to replenish your mana with a magic potion 10 times. We still need to travel, and I don't want to pass out at this time." Listening to Gushi's words, Crew also understood Gushi's concerns, but he still asked curiously, "Have you ever experienced the backlash caused by your mana being depleted again and again?" "I've experienced that. And that time I really couldn't stand it." "No. Why do you call this state backlash? Do you know something?" "I know a little bit. I've been through it too. After that time, my perception ability was slightly strengthened, and my spells became much more spiritual. Later, I asked some people to ask, and I found out that this was a mana backlash. If you can withstand it, you will gain a lot. But if you can't, your mana will be directly reduced by 1/3. So many people know this method, and they are not willing to try it. If you can succeed once, it is already considered a great thing. The magic has become spiritual? Why don't I feel this way? It should be that everyone's development direction is different. But there will definitely be benefits after the backlash of mana. You don't have to doubt this." Because they had a common topic, the two started chatting on the battlefield. The ghost squad under Gushi also moved very quickly. In only half an hour, everything on the battlefield was sent to Aladovi City. Even the bloody soil was dug away. Looking at the situation in front of him, Crew was also speechless. "Brother Gu, you're taking this a bit too far. Fortunately, this is their habit." At this time, Gushi was holding the list he had just counted in his hand. And while responding to Crew's words, he was looking at the harvest this time. Among the items packed up this time, the 6 pieces of purple weapons and equipment that attracted Gushi's attention the most. Among them are the human-shaped golden hammer in the hand of the orc chief, a staff with skulls strung together, a battle axe with a handle made of metal, a throwing spear, a throwing net and a whistle. There are 6 hero-level orc corpses and 1 leader-level orc corpse. In addition, the situation of the orc chief and the orc elder looks weird. The corpses are not leader level, but they are obviously not weaker than the leader level. A bone carriage moved by the orcs. The Tyrannosaurus Rex pulling the carriage was dead, but the carriage was still there. Even if it was hit by Amilcar before, the carriage was not destroyed, but was overturned to the ground. Now it can still be used as long as it is turned over. In addition, Gushi also obtained more than 60 brave level orc corpses. As for the corpses of bosses, warriors, elites, and weapons and equipment of blue or lower quality, there are even more. These have not even been counted and recorded, and can only wait for Princess Anna in the city of Aradovi to deal with them personally. In addition, Gushi also discovered a large amount of grain. These are good things that Aladovi City cannot produce. Most of the food contained pigs and chickens, and they were all piled about 2,000 meters away from the battlefield. There were also a lot of firewood and pots there. Judging from the food, these should be the orc supplies along the way. After all, orcs are humans too. Whether they are marching or fighting, they all need to eat. The food here is enough for more than 40,000 orcs to eat for 3 to 5 days. From this, we can also calculate the approximate range where these orcs come from. But Gushi had no idea about chasing the orcs. He simply had the food transported back to Aridos City, and gave some instructions to send it to the Labyrinth Demon City. I didn't pay attention to the rest of the matter. After packing up everything on the battlefield, Gushi got on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and started on his way again. After the Holy Silver Evil Coffin was on the right track, he took out the few purple outfits he had just obtained and considered the distribution of these purple outfits. Question. Chapter 1162 The Hero's Purple Plan. While Gushi was still in Yuinzi City, Princess Anna and Luna discussed the Hero Purple Outfit plan with Gushi. Now that Gushi's strength is sufficient, including Luna, there are 3.5 pieces of orange equipment that can be used directly. Coupled with the grass-returning forest, the negative effects of purple equipment will minimize the damage to the hero. For this purpose, Gucci and his team planned to equip each hero with a purple outfit, starting with Robbie and Arroyo. This will enhance the hero's combat effectiveness on the battlefield when there are more purple outfits in the later period. This purple outfit plan will be implemented to the Brave level subordinates. Now Gucci was comparing the attributes of these purple suits, considering the personality and characteristics of each hero under his command, and making arrangements one by one. Seeing Gucci busy there, Crew also said, "You give these to your heroes?" Of course. Heroes also have to fight. After Gucci finished speaking, he took out the staff composed of a string of skulls and put it in his left hand. The special mirror quickly swallowed the staff. This staff can strengthen the power of dark magic, strengthen the perception of darkness, and strengthen the power of spell attacks. The negative effects are not too strong. It can be used by Yondo. This time, his performance on the battlefield is quite good. Brother Gu, it would be a waste for you to give this staff to the hero under your command, who is in charge of the mage troops. This purple suit strengthens dark magic. I took a look at your subordinate, and he must be using fire magic. Crew hesitated for a moment, then finally said something. Although he also knew that there were some things that were very simple and deep, and it was not the right time for him to talk about them. But seeing Gucci studying there seriously and communicating with his subordinates through special mirrors, Crew still said something. Hearing what Crew said, Gucci also turned his head and looked at Crew, but there was no dissatisfaction in his eyes. When Kalu saw it, he understood that Gucci had heard what he said. So he said it again. Brother Gu, I can actually tell that you haven't learned a lot of things. I know you have a lot of purple equipment on hand, and you want to use purple equipment to improve the combat effectiveness of your heroes to improve your own combat level. But did you find a problem? Not all heroes are the type who fight at the front. Giving them the purple equipment did not immediately create combat effectiveness. After listening to Kalu's words, Gucci just smiled and did not explain. He didn't want to say that his purple outfit plan this time was actually a preparation made because he knew the divination results. Gucci needs to let the more important heroes in his hands at least have some means of saving their lives. As long as the hero is alive, the troops under the hero can exert their full combat effectiveness. Even if those soldiers die in battle, the hero can replenish the troops and assemble the troops. That's why Gucci's purple equipment plan prioritizes heroes and then allocates more to the brave. At the end of the plan, Gucci also had the idea of arranging a purple outfit for each undead in the undead combat team. But based on the situation in front of him, Gucci felt that he was pretty good at arranging all the heroes. But Crew's words are also useful. Seeing that Gucci was willing to listen, Crew continued talking. I can understand why you assign purple equipment to your hero, but you have to see clearly what the hero's talents and roots are. There are some heroes who are suitable for leading the troops forward, those who can be equipped with purple equipment, and some heroes who stand behind the team to command. So they need to prepare treasures that enhance the combat effectiveness of the troops. You can't put them all together. Gucci heard that what Kalu said made sense, so he chatted with Kalu about it. After all, many of Gucci's current plans were worked out bit by him and his men, although some of them were carried out as planned. More often than not, Gucci's priority was himself, the contracted undead, the leader, the hero, and then the brave man, the chief, and so on. If it weren't for Gucci's abundant resources now. In addition, Gucci has a plan to equip the contracted undead and leaders with orange costumes. So these heroes may not even be included in the purple costume plan. However, Gucci had to admit that when he arranged the purple outfit plan, there were many things that he failed to consider. Some of Crew's words now are just a small supplement to his plan. Gucci was also slowly improving his plan while communicating with Crew. About an hour after Gucci left the battlefield, a troop shrouded in darkness jumped out from the position where Gucci was first ambushed. It was different from the situation where Gucci could take everything away with just one drive of the holy silver evil coffin. This time, a large army jumped out from the darkness. The troops were headed by 100 black armored knights, guarding a pure black noble carriage. Behind this carriage were 500 halberdiers with the same black heavy armor, who were guarding 5 transport carriages filled with supplies. The last ones followed were 200 black armored heavy crossbowmen protected by 300 black armored swordsmen. As they moved forward, it was like a black light curtain was moving forward. Even if you paid special attention to them, you could only see darkness. When this team appeared, there were obvious fluctuations in the nearby space. It felt much more natural than Gucci's holy silver evil coffin jumping out of the darkness. When this team came out of the darkness, it was as if they were walking normally on the road. They didn't need to undergo any transformation at all, and they just walked naturally towards Loco Vallon. But before they could take a few steps, a voice came from the noble carriage. Stop for a moment. I smell blood. Something is wrong. Quickly form a formation and send someone to the front to see if there is anything wrong nearby. The window of the black aristocratic carriage was opened, and a beautiful black-haired woman poked her head out. This beauty obviously has white skin, but for some reason, when she appears, she gives people a dark feeling. Under her orders, the team moved quickly. 5 transport carriages quickly formed a wall to surround the noble carriage. At the same time, the halberdiers, swordsmen, and crossbowmen were guarding the surroundings with vigilance. Only 100 black-armored knights headed out. It was obvious that they went to investigate the situation nearby. It's just that they really underestimated Gu Shi's ability to clean up the battlefield. He even dug away the bloody soil on the ground. If it weren't for Gu Shi's habit of filling back the soil, these black-armored knights might not even be able to find any traces. As they ran further and further, their faces became uglier and uglier. From the tiny traces, they determined a fact. Just 2 hours ago, there was a big battle here, involving nearly 100,000 troops. Chapter 1163 Reorganizing New Troops. After a big battle, the relationship between Crew and Gu Shi has obviously become much better. At least Gu Shi has proven his strength, and Crew now regards Gu Shi as another financial backer. In Crew's eyes, the things found in archaeological excavations must be sold to major countries. Gu Shi can easily bring out 50 or 60,000 troops, which shows that he has a strong enough country behind him. He can definitely afford it. Gu Shi thought about Crew's suggestion seriously and said, "Yes, I will definitely take anything found in archaeological excavations. And I will take everything, including ancient bone fossils and all kinds of interesting things. Even if you think it's trash, I'll take it. But we have to discuss this price carefully." "Yeah, that's what it should be. I also provide specialized treasure hunting services here. For example, if you want something, we can find the corresponding ruins specifically for you. Don't worry. As long as you can make a request and these things really exist in this world, I will definitely be able to find them." Upon hearing this, Gu Shi's first reaction was not that Crew was omnipotent. Rather, he was thinking that the son of Blood God sent him here to protect Crew because of his archaeological treasure hunting ability. After all, the goal of Genesis is to search for an impossible thing in the entire world. Like a needle in a haystack, the son of Blood God definitely needs various experts who can find items. Otherwise, even if all players were thrown into this world, they might not necessarily find what the Blood God wanted. At times like this, Crew's professionalism can be reflected. Seeing that Gu Shi did not respond, Crew thought that Gu Shi agreed with his idea. So he began to brag to Gu Shi about the various monuments he had discovered before. Gu Shi listened attentively and responded from time to time. He also had time to communicate with Princess Luna and Anna. While on the road, Princess Anna and Luna also sorted out the undead troops that had been transformed from Double Death into Aladoti City. The quality of this batch of orcs is pretty good. After more than 40,000 orcs were killed in the battle, nearly 40,000 troops did not need to be trained again. They only needed to replenish their weapons and equipment before they could be integrated into the regular army. Princess Anna is currently undergoing reorganization work. During the reorganization process, Princess Anna also discovered some differences in the undead transformed by orcs. These were the parts of her communication with Gu Shi. One of the most critical ones is the matter of the 2,000s of orc coolie teams that the orcs used to fill the scene. Their situation is somewhat similar to that of the Ghost Squad. During the transformation, what were clearly only 2 teams of orc coolies were transformed into 10 teams of ghosts. The apparent number of people in each ghost team seems to be 100, and it can be increased without limit. At least it looks a little scary here. When Princess Anna was about to combine these ghost teams with the original ghost team, she discovered that this ghost team actually came with its own set of skins. After being incorporated into the Ghost Squad, this set of skins has not been used anymore and has now been separated. Looking at the skin attributes given by Princess Anna, Gu Shi fell silent. Now he finally understood why the 2 orc coolies looked so like elite troops. Battle formation skin, gorgeous military posture. It can make the troops look like the troops are fully armed and have the highest combat power. For example, the angels look like archangels or archangels, etc. This thing is used to deceive people. It is clearly to tell others on the battlefield that this is the most powerful main force. I will put the troops here. Do you dare to come and fight? Troops wearing such skins can definitely scare many people. But Gushi also understood that this would scare people at most. It is not suitable for some plans to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. But it can be used to scare others like by Wuchang. It's just that all the previous orc coolies have been converted into ghost teams. No matter how strong the ghost is, no matter how powerful it is, it can't scare others. Gushi thought about it for a while. But he couldn't think of any troops suitable for this set of skins yet. So he could only put this matter aside for the time being. Apart from the skin, Princess Anna also told Gushi. This time, 1/5 of the orc troops were cavalry troops. There are nearly 10,000 people in these cavalry troops. In addition to ghost knights, they can be transformed into two kinds of knight troops. Red and pale. What kind of arms they need to convert into now needs to be decided by Gushi. Listening to Princess Anna's words, Gushi was also speechless. What do you mean besides the Blue Knight? Their corpses, flesh and blood, equipment and mounts are all relatively complete. Therefore, it is not appropriate to force a ghost transformation. At the same time, the Blue Knights focus more on strengthening the armor, which is exactly what the orc cavalry does not have. Their focus is on weapons and equipment and their own combat effectiveness. So both Scarlet and Pale can be transformed. But the Blue Knight may not be able to. Speaking of this, Princess Anna also reminded Gushi. You better choose this quickly. The Knight's transformation is not like other transformations. It can be used directly after double death. They also need to be arranged to train in various temples for a week. If you think about it for one more day, their training time will be delayed by 1 day. Let's go with the Pale Knight. Among the 3 major knights, only the Pale Knight has a smaller number. Gushi thought for a moment and made a decision quickly. At the same time, he also asked, have all the dead leaders and heroes of the orcs been found? Found it. And also found a few special orcs. One of them is an orc chief, and the other is an orc high priest. The situation of these 2 people is a bit special. You may need to take a look for yourself when you have time. In addition, I found that the warriors on the orc side are more powerful than normal warriors. This is true even for the heroes who were transformed through double death. Do they need to be grouped together to form a brave fighting team? A brave level combat team? When Gushi heard this, it was really a good idea. I remember that I killed more than 60 orc warriors this time. After I settle down, I will return to the city to summon the spirits. Then I will form a brave fighting team of 120 people. It just so happens that the newly obtained skin can also be used on this. Princess Anna, please prepare your weapons and equipment first. After I return to the city to summon the spirits, I can put them to use right away. Okay. Sir, please rest assured. I will take care of all this. Another thing is that the double deaths of the mammoth and the Tyrannosaurus Rex among the orcs have also been transformed. Chapter 1164 Siege Troops. Undead Golem. Ever since Luna obtained the magic city in the mirror, her abilities with mirrors have improved a lot. Now the special mirror that Luna gave Gushi not only allows Luna to talk to Gushi, but also transmits some pictures or attributes. The attributes of the previous skin were passed from this. Now when Princess Anna talked about the newly transformed undead, 2 pictures appeared directly in front of Gushi. It was a picture of a giant elephant bone and a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone. These elephant bones and Tyrannosaurus Rex bones are relatively complete. And there are tents made of bones and protective gear made of wood on their bodies. In the bodies of giant elephants and Tyrannosaurus Rex, there are also weapons such as ballistae. This is new troops obtained after killing the opponent's mammoth and Tyrannosaurus. It's half siege weapon, half combat unit. Princess Anna responded immediately. The attributes have been checked. Now I will send it to you, sir. Also, this type of weapon is considered a whole. We don't have much in hand. If we need it, we must consider building an arsenal. After glancing at the message sent by Princess Anna, Gushi focused his attention on the giant elephant bones and Tyrannosaurus Rex bones again. The information has been put in front of Gushi. This kind of giant elephant or Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton has a nice name, called the Undead Golem. Undead Golem, Level 9. Siege Weapon Experience, 0/5750. Weapon Slot, 1/3. Armor Slot, 4 out of 8. Auxiliary Slot, 0/5. Ammunition Magazine, 0/2. Necessary Soldiers, September 9th. Transport Soldiers, 0/30. Skills, Collision. Battle Cry. Elemental Enhancement. The attributes in front of him were written simply. But when Gushi took a closer look, he found that the different undead golems actually had different emphases. The giant elephant-shaped undead golem looks like a combination of an assault vehicle and a tank. although 3 siege weapons could also be installed. Gushi clearly noticed that in addition to the ballista that was now installed under the belly of the Colossus, there were 2 more installation locations on the tusks. It is obvious that this place is used to install metal weapons such as rams. On both sides of the giant elephant are thick wooden boards, which are generally used as ship decks, now draped on both sides of the giant elephant. It is naturally a defense against the enemy's attacks on the giant elephant, and it is also a defense for the space in the giant elephant's belly, because there are 3 levels of cabins that are not too big, except for the bottom level, which is the ammunition compartment used to feed the ballista below. The other 2 levels each have 15 seats. This is the space used to transport troops. At the same time, there is a 3-person driving position on the head of the giant elephant, and a combat position on the back that can accommodate 6 people, which are responsible for protecting the safety of the giant elephant and replacing the killed driver. It can be seen that this giant elephant-shaped undead golem adopts a fighting method of heavy armor and collision. At most, it would add some troop transport functions. Apart from this, there are no other functions to speak of. However, from the attributes and layout in front of us, we can see that this giant elephant has certain advantages in siege. The thick armor on the giant elephant can provide sufficient defense. The ivory siege device that had not yet been installed allowed the undead golem to ignore the attacks from the city wall and crash directly into it. If there were more of them, it would definitely be possible to break through the city wall and drop the troops in the belly compartment into the city. It is different from the giant elephant-shaped undead golem. The T-Rex-shaped undead golem is obviously another function. There is a crossbow installed in the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But Gushi discovered that the key to the Tyrannosaurus Rex type undead golem is actually its short left and right hands. There should be something like an iron hook that can be installed there. If the giant elephant undead golem was charging a car before, then the T-Rex undead golem in front of us is a ladder. As long as the Tyrannosaurus Rex-shaped undead golem can put its hands on the city wall, the troops inside the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body can rush up the city wall along the Tyrannosaurus Rex's front claws. Even if someone wanted to push the Tyrannosaurus Rex away, they couldn't. Judging from the current situation, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's hind limbs are quite powerful, and its tail can also support the ground, ensuring that the Tyrannosaurus Rex will not be pushed down by anyone. In addition, the follow-up troops can also rush to the city wall from the tail of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, forming a continuous offensive. After seeing clearly the situation of the 2 undead golems in front of him, Gushi immediately understood the meaning of Princess Anna's words. Let's build an arsenal and move the siege weapons and equipment out of the blacksmith shop. We need to specially build various siege weapons and supporting equipment, ammunition, etc. As for the undead golem, let me think of a solution. If not, didn't we bring some of the corpses of the giant elephant and Tyrannosaurus Rex into this battle? Make some with that first. If not, we can go to archaeology. Speaking of archaeology, Gushi glanced at Crew. Crew has been to so many archaeological sites, so he must know the burial sites of different dinosaurs. If possible, Gushi would like to go there to purchase goods. However, Crew didn't know what Gushi was thinking at the moment. There he looked at the image of the undead golem. Crew was also a little curious about the undead golem in front of him. He had seen necromancers before, but it was really rare for them to be able to use the bones of giant elephants and Tyrannosaurus Rex like this. After taking a look here, Crew couldn't help but say, it's a pity that these orcs don't have behemoths in their hands. If they had behemoths, these giant elephants and Tyrannosaurus Rex would be nothing at all. Gushi also knew about creatures like the behemoth. Being the strongest on land is not something you just blow off. That's a real achievement. However, Gushi disagreed with Crew's statement, because if there really was a behemoth, Gushi would not have transformed it into this kind of undead golem. Because as the strongest unit on land, Beeman has long been thoroughly studied by the necromancers. There are special methods of summoning and transforming Behemoth's corpse. Gushi also found the corresponding transformation method in the Uinzu City Library. It can be said that if he really met Beeman, Gushi would definitely follow the transformation method as soon as possible. There would be no need to waste Beeman's body to transform into this kind of undead golem. Of course, Gushi didn't have time to talk to Crew about this. Just then, Anna's new pictures came over. This time it's some pictures of birds. My lord, I think we need flying troops. I have inquired in detail about this battle. It is impossible for us to cope with the increasingly powerful enemies relying only on our newly trained gargoyles. The flying troops in the sky at the end of this battle were all fought by bone dragons. This is a waste. Even if we cannot conquer the sky, At least we must ensure that we have the ability to protect ourselves in the sky. This is the undead unit that was transformed after just killing the griffins, golden eagles, and other flying units. We now need training grounds and resources to strengthen our flying corps. Chapter 1165 The Besieged Rokovalin. The new flying unit. Gushi looked at the new picture that appeared, which showed a white bone griffin and a half-rotted corpse thunderbird with a blue ghost light. Although Gushi has never seen these soldiers, he has found corresponding information in the library of Yuanzu City. It is an undead troop with documented records. Gushi glanced at it and found that this was different from the records in terms of attributes, and there was not much difference in other aspects. Among the few materials I saw in the library of Yuanzu City, there were records on how to train and use the bone griffins and corpse thunderbirds. That should be regarded as the result of hard work. Gushi has no idea of using it for experiments for the time being. Bone Griffin, Level 8. Summoned Object Experience, 0/5500. Attack 9. Defense 6. Life 52. Skills, Flying Creature. Unlimited Counterattack. Aerial Dive Attack. Zombie Thunderbird, Level 8. Summoned Object Experience, 0/5500. Attack 10. Defense 5. Life 66. Skills, Flying Creature. Range Attack. Lightning Attack. Okay. Eve, and I have copied the corresponding information for these two arms before, including training methods, transformation methods, and combat methods. At the same time, there should be room for improvement and extension of the arms. Princess Anna, please take care of this matter first, and see whether these two arms are more suitable for air-to-air or air-to-ground. When Gushi was talking, Crew would poke his head over from time to time. Is this a new type of soldier? I know there is a place where a large number of dead Fengshen pterosaurs are buried. How about it? Are you interested? Time passes slowly, minute by minute. After Gushi met the undead heroes and leaders he had just found transformed from the orc heroes, the gains from this battle were finally digested. As for when the things obtained this time can be truly integrated into Gushi's combat system, it depends on the subsequent combat situations. The more intense the battle, the faster the integration will occur. Otherwise, it will have to be slowly integrated through the battle missions in the barracks. Let the new and old heroes learn to cooperate with each other. Let the new undead change their weapons and equipment, etc. These are no longer something Gushi needs to take care of. And Princess Anna will take over everything. She was already familiar with this. There is no need to think too much. I believe it won't be long before new leaders, heroes, and troops will appear on the battlefield. At this time, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin jumped out of the darkness again. This time Gushi was not as nervous as before. The moment the Holy Silver Evil Coffin jumped out of the darkness, Gushi turned to Keilu and said, "Don't worry. It's not an ambush. We're already here. I'm not worried. I just feel hungry." "Does your family go without eating for 7 or 8 hours? Crew pressed his belly and said, "I run in the wild every day and still remember to find time to eat." "Don't you feel hungry?" "Hungry?" Gushi was stunned for a moment. "If you don't tell me, I really don't feel it. I really seem to be hungry." "Sorry. The situation before was a bit special. I had been unable to eat for a period of time, so I was a little slow to feel hunger. In addition, my usual skills and the skills of my subordinates are not very good. Sometimes I really don't feel like eating. How about we eat something before heading into town?" "Forget it. We're all here. I'll treat you to the city for something to eat." Crew shook his head. He didn't expect Gushi to be like this in terms of eating. If he had known this was the reason, he would have reminded Gushi not to go all the way without eating. "Forget it. We are already here now, waiting to enter the city and take Gushi to eat something good." "Okay. Although the food I make is not delicious, I am still very picky about delicious food," Gushi replied happily. Crew rolled his eyes when he heard that. "I really don't see how picky you can be when it comes to food. And that's what makes the necromancer so speechless. Fortunately, we have arrived now. If I continue to follow such a necromancer, I will probably starve to death on the road if I am not careful. Stop talking so much. Let's quickly enter." "The city?" Crew stopped mid-sentence. And Gushi, who had already discovered the situation before him, also closed his mouth. The scene in front of them shocked both Gushi and Keilu. Gushi's pathfinding skills were correct. They had arrived at Rokovalin. But Gushi never imagined that they would encounter such a situation. Rokovalin is attacked. At this time, Rokovalin was in a siege state. The place where Gushi's Holy Silver Evil Coffin jumped out was on a small hill near Rockvalen. There is still about 3,000 meters away from the city gate of Rokovalin. The speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin can be reached in about a minute. This is the safe distance calculated by Gu Shi. If you get any closer, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin may rush onto the wall of Rokovalin. It might be okay if it was my own city. But Rokovalin is not a city that cares about rest. After running headfirst into the city wall, Gu Shi was worried that Rokovalin's troops would mistake him for an invader. This is the only way to choose this position to jump out early. But Gu Shi never expected that as soon as he emerged from the darkness, Gu Shi found himself behind an army. Not far away, Rokovalin was fighting fiercely with this army. Withdraw? Seeing the situation in front of him, Gu Shi made a choice immediately. It was impossible to jump directly into the darkness, but must leave now. Gu Shi reacted very quickly. He grabbed Kru's hand, and the Holy Silver Evil Coffin quickly turned in another direction. The steering arc was too large this time, and Kru was almost thrown out. If Gu Shi hadn't dragged him away, Kru might have been killed. Then without even thinking, Gu Shi quickly started to move towards the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and rushed out. But Gu Shi was fast, and so was the army. When the Holy Silver Evil Coffin was activated, this troop discovered Gu Shi's existence immediately. Gu Shi's appearance attracted their attention. As a horn sounded, a 1,000-man troop quickly turned around and chased Gu Shi and the others in the direction they were escaping. Looking at the troops chasing behind him, Gu Shi couldn't help but said, "Kru, what is this situation? Why are they still fighting? How would I know? I have been in the wild for almost 3 months. I don't know the situation between these countries at all. Why did you stop? Look over there. They are not planning to let us withdraw." Gu Shi raised his head and looked forward. At this moment, he noticed that a troop suddenly appeared in the direction of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Battlefield teleportation. Chapter 1166. Kru died in front of Rokovalin. What the HL? Is this such a big deal? Kru also saw the situation in front of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin for the first time. But he immediately took Gu Shi's hand. Don't act rashly. I recognize this troop. They are from the Doriat Empire, one of the 3 nearby empires. We have no conflict with them. Don't mess around. After listening to Keilu's words, Gu Shi's face hardened. Are you sure? Once we stop, it will be difficult to fight again. Gu Shi glanced at Keilu. Don't worry. I still have some faith in the Doriat Empire. And this is a battle between the Doriat Empire and the Dardo Empire. They have been fighting for who knows how many years. Everyone has been through this before. So nothing will happen. Keilu kept comforting Gu Shi. Okay. I'll believe you just once. But if there is danger, I will definitely take action. As Gu Shi spoke, he acted quickly. The Holy Silver Evil Coffin stopped. But Gu Shi's 6 holders surrounded him. This can ensure that Gu Shi will not be killed instantly. At the same time, Princess Anna also received Gu Shi's order and quickly organized various troops to prepare for battle at the main city gate, the Steel City Gate, and the Garrison City Gate. If there is any danger, Gu Shi just needs to open the city gate outward, and enough troops will immediately come out to protect Gu Shi. At this moment, Gu Shi's face solemnly turned red, and he began to recall the scene he had seen before. Although it was the moment when the Holy Silver Evil Coffin jumped out of the darkness, Gu Shi still saw at least 30 troop formations arranged outside Rokovalin City. This kind of phalanx is a 1,000-man battle formation, which means that there is an army of 30,000 people surrounding Rokovalin in front of him. In addition, the opponent has abilities such as battlefield teleportation, which can quickly mobilize troops. So the estimate of troop strength needs to be improved. If a fight really breaks out, there will probably be another 100,000 person battle here. Thinking of this, Gu Shi pulled Kru. You have to think clearly. There is still a chance now. Kru glanced at Gu Shi and said, Brother Gu, don't worry. I thought clearly. I'm familiar with the 3 nearby countries. Everything will be fine. Only then did Gu Shi let go of his hand. At this time, Kru also took out something similar to a flag and kept waving it in his hand. Don't come close. I'm not hostile. I'm the archaeologist Kru. I have a pass issued by your king. Hearing this, the troops blocking the road in front of Gu Shi also stopped. However, they did not put down their weapons. Gu Shi noticed that these 1,000 people were crossbowmen wearing blue light armor and carrying heavy crossbows. They were all half hunched over, their eyes fixed on Kru. However, Gu Shi could feel that all their attention was focused on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. It seems that the reaction of the hero who commanded the siege troops was quite fast. He immediately judged the moving speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and locked the target. These crossbowmen were sent here to deal with the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, in order to ensure that the Holy Silver Evil Coffin could not escape even if it increased to the highest speed. As for sending other troops over, the hero may not have thought about it. On the one hand, his troops are not that sufficient, and it is impossible to send out all the troops for a Holy Silver Evil Coffin. On the other hand, he was also confident that 1,000 crossbowmen could kill even a giant dragon under concentrated fire attacks. He didn't believe that Gushi could be stronger than the giant dragon. Sure enough, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin stopped as soon as it encountered the crossbow troops. On top of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Crew was holding the flag of the Doriot Empire to prove his identity. Once the matter is done, take the people back and release them when Rokovalan is defeated. In front of this force, the crossbowman raised his right hand without thinking, and divided more than 30 people to prepare to approach the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and control Gu Shi and the others first. As for whether Gu Shi and Keilu are enemies or friends, we will wait until the siege is over. However, whether they will return the Holy Silver Evil Coffin to Gu Shi at that time depends on the strength of Gu Shi's background. Come down. All jump down. That elf archer. Hand over the bow in your hand. Otherwise you will be attacked by thousands of crossbow bolts. The crossbowman approached the Holy Silver Evil Coffin cautiously, and shouted loudly there. Gu Shi was very dissatisfied with this kind of provocation from the soldiers. He opened his eyes, and startled the crossbowman. The crossbowman who came over was also angry at this time. What are you looking at? If you don't come down, I will take action. Gu Shi ignored the crossbowman and looked at Crew. What he means is this what you call safety? Fortunately, the leader of the crossbowmen is someone who knows how to be powerful. Okay, go back. After saying that, he looked at Gu Shi and said, Don't worry. I can guarantee your safety. Gu Shi glanced at Keilu, and was about to say something when he heard a hiss, and a crossbow bolt flew out of nowhere and hit Keilu's body. Next to Gu Shi, the wielder of the Extreme Sunshine armor immediately blocked Gu Shi's face with his double shields. The moment the Extreme Sunshine holder appeared, Gu Shi also looked at Crew. At this time, Crew was lying in a pool of blood. A crossbow bolt was pierced between his eyebrows. Red blood, yellow liquid, and white brains were flowing out along the hole opened by the crossbow bolt. There was no life in the empty eyes. Even if Gu Shi hadn't gone there, he knew that Crew was dead. But before Gu Shi stepped forward to do anything, he heard the crossbowman below shouting immediately, Shoot! It can be seen that when the crossbowman realized that something was wrong, he immediately chose to silence him. And his choice was similar to Gu Shi's guess. When the extreme sunlight blocked his face, Gu Shi knew that this matter could not go well. He decisively pressed the fox eye ring and launched the killing move. Mind killing. At the same time, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin was launched decisively and slammed outwards. Under the influence of psychic killing, everything within a few kilometers is affected. Although the impact is not significant, everyone will be affected midly and have suicidal thoughts. But for the current battlefield, it is quite fatal, because the scope of Gu Shi's attack also included all the soldiers on the battlefield. Most of these soldiers' attention was focused on Rokovaran. At this juncture, soldiers collectively became suicidal. That's an absolute tragedy. After launching the mind killing, Gu Shi was not idle. He raised the magic wand and pointed it at the crossbow troops in front. Death Ripple. Chapter 1167 Gu Shi's Wrath. Unlike mind killing, the attack range of Death Ripple is very small, but the power is quite great, as long as they don't have strong enough magic resistance, and as long as they are not undead. No one can be immune to the attack of the Death Ripple. Gu Shi sent out a Death Ripple. All the crossbowmen who were trying to commit suicide there fell to the ground. An entire team of 1,000 crossbowmen died in front of Gu Shi. Even the crossbowman leader fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Gu Shi didn't even look at this place. The speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin increased instantly. He needed to rush out now. As long as he rushes out, Crew may be able to be saved. At this moment, the commander of the siege force also came to his senses. He immediately identified the main cause of the chaos on the battlefield and once again used the battlefield teleportation technique to send 2,000-man teams to Gu Shi. One of the 2,000-man teams was made up of swordsmen holding shields, and the other was made up of crossbowmen holding crossbows. At the same time, Gu Shi also heard the rapid sound of horse hooves coming from behind. Did he send out cavalry to deal with him? It seems that they really don't want him to escape. You asked for it. Gu Shi was also angry. Originally, he was sending someone here. It was a simple task, but he encountered such and such situations. The enemies encountered on the road can also be said to be ambushing crew. But what about these enemies in front of Rockavarin? It's obvious that Crew has chosen neutrality. As long as he waits until the siege here is over, the matter of entering the city will be over. It turned out that something went wrong in this last step. Crew is dead. His mission was complete. At this time, Gushi's anger was actually boiling over. But that's nothing. Now these people won't let Gushi leave. This is their own suicide. The last string in Gushi's heart was broken. He raised his hand, and the garrison gate appeared in front of him. At the same time, the main city gate and the steel city gate appeared on the battlefield not far away. This time all the city gates were equipped with walls and moats. Apart from the garrison gate that protected Gushi, the main city gate and the steel city gate divided the enemy battlefield into 4 parts as soon as they appeared. At the same time, Gushi's troops quickly rushed out from the 3 city gates. Because Gushi was directly angry this time. He didn't consider the situation in front of him at all. And all the troops in his hand attacked. The French troops and sheer troops go directly to the wall. The undead troops with heroes rush towards the enemy. The undead cannon fodder without heroes can attack freely. Even Princess Anna was alarmed by the situation in front of her, and sent several lords over to help direct and mobilize troops. At this time, the soldiers on the wall of Rokovalin were stunned. In fact, part of the city wall of Rokovalin is also included in the scope of influence of psychic killing. But the hatred chain of the Doriot Empire's troops attracted enough. Even if they suffered a loss at Gushi's hands, they knew it was Gushi's doing. But the first thing they wanted to attack was the Doriot Empire's troops. Now Gushi took action and separated the Doriot Empire's troops. Although they didn't know Gushi's background, they saw Gushi's hostility towards the Doriot Empire's troops. So several heroes in Rokovalin City quickly judged whether they should send out people to take the opportunity to attack the troops of the Doriot Empire. But at this moment, Gushi's troops showed super combat effectiveness. Not to mention other things. The troops led by the heroes, whether organized or not, all rushed out from both sides of the city gate. The Demon Sacrifice Camp and the Black Dragon Camp immediately climbed onto the wall, perform an all-round attack on the cut enemy. Bryce, the hero of the Black Dragon Battalion, even got a mission. He will be responsible for Gushi's archer troops and guide them to attack. However, there are only so many shooters under Gushi. Right now, there is only one unit, the Skeleton Archer. They were recruited through training and spiritualism in Aladovi City. There are only more than 15,000 people here and there. Normally, they would be divided into at least 15,000-man teams, which would be deployed at the very back of the battlefield. But now Gushi doesn't have time to think about it that much. The city gate was placed directly in the center of the battlefield, and all the archers went up to the city walls, taking advantage of the height and width of the city wall. 15,000 skeleton archers almost lined up as soon as they appeared, launching a rain of arrow attacks at the troops of the Doriot Empire below. The troops of the Doriot Empire really didn't expect to encounter such a situation here. They had obviously made all preparations, marching in a stealth manner and attacking the city with a blitzkrieg. Rokovalin was about to be taken down. How could this happen? The height of the city wall that suddenly appeared on the battlefield was no lower than that of Rokovalin. The most important thing is that as soon as the gate of the city wall was opened, a large number of undead troops rushed out. As soon as these undead troops appeared, they did not consider their own safety at all and rushed directly to the place where the enemy was the most. Especially the Aurora Knights led by Amilcar. Because this time Gushi was angry and directly ordered everyone to attack. So when he came out, he not only brought with him the original Knights of the Aurora Knights, but also temporarily brought the Scarlet Knights and Pale Knights, plus the White-Robed Cavalry troops. It can be said that now Amilcar directly brought more than 80% of Gushi's cavalry with him. As soon as he rushed out of the city gate, he immediately determined his target. Amilcar is otherwise unremarkable, but in terms of cavalry command, he said he was second, but none of Gushi's men dared to say first. Amilcar knew exactly what the role of cavalry was. Attack fortresses on the battlefield, raid the enemy's main formation, and attack enemy shooters, magicians, and other long-range troops from behind, etc. It's all the work of the cavalry. Looking at the situation in front of him, Amilcar knew what he was going to do without Gushi's orders. Destroy the enemy's headquarters, and kill the opponent's leaders and heroes. As long as the enemy's command center is destroyed, these Doriot Empire troops in front of him will become Gushi's achievements. That's why he rushed out. Amilcar rushed towards the enemy's main formation. Unlike the previous false main formation of the orcs, The main formation of the Doriot Empire troops is their core existence. Here are the most elite swordsman troops and priest troops for protection. Originally, there were even knight troops here that could quickly support various positions on the battlefield. However, before the city wall was put down, the knight troops had already been sent out to attack Gushi. Now there are only 2,000 swordsmen, 1,000 priests, and a small number of paladin troops guarding here. Chapter 1168 The New Leader Attacks. When Gushi released all 3 city gates, the commander of the Doriot Empire troops was actually shocked. The commander immediately understood what was going on. It's just that there's no point in regretting it now. Who would have thought that an ordinary person passing by would do such a thing? Fortunately, he had already sent signals to the troops on the other side of the city walls. Soon other troops from the other side of the city wall will come to support. He must get rid of Gushi. Gushi couldn't be allowed to run away like this. But what happened next made the commander increasingly uneasy. He found that Gushi had no intention of escaping. Gushi wanted to destroy all the Doriot Empire troops on the spot, especially when Amilcar rushed towards him with the Aurora Knights. He understood that Gushi was also a master on the battlefield, and he had already locked the key to the battle situation immediately. Don't let the enemy get to you. The commander immediately activated the battlefield teleportation technique. It's just that this time the battlefield teleportation technique is not aimed at his own troops. Instead, it was aimed at Amilcar's troops that were about to rush towards him. After the battlefield teleportation technique, Amilcar was immediately sent to the location furthest away from the commander of the Doriot Empire. At the same time, the Doriot Empire troops on the battlefield also quickly rushed towards Amilcar's troops, preparing to kill the Aurora Knights in Amilcar's hands. It's just that the Doriot Empire's troop levels are too different from the knight levels on Amilcar's side. Among the blue knights rushing at the front, there was one who was directly at level 31. Even in this world, this person can be considered one of the top ones. How could ordinary troops such as spearmen, halberdiers, and swordsmen be able to withstand the impact of the cavalry? Most importantly, the Doriot Empire troops moved in phalanxes of thousands. On this kind of battlefield, if they still think about maintaining the phalanx, they are really committing suicide. They move fast or slowly, and the leader who leads them has high or low strength. The situation of each phalanx is different. On the surface, it seemed that they were blocking the charge of the Aurora Knights together, but in fact, they were more like a refueling tactic, and there was no way they could block the cavalry troops in one fell swoop as they imagined. As long as it doesn't hold back the cavalry troops, then everything will be finished. This is the situation now. Once the White Cavalry's lucky ability is activated, the situation of these knights will become even stronger. Various knights gathered together and rushed toward the enemy. The 1,000-man infantry squad didn't stand a chance at all, and was pushed over as soon as they met. Seeing the situation in front of them, the commanders of the Doriot Empire also understood that they could not let Amilcar's troops rush in front of them again. If he continues to charge like this, he won't have that many troops to deal with it. So he immediately pressed up the swordsman troops around him. Be prepared to keep the enemy at bay. But at this moment, another troop under Gushi charged forward with a battle axe in hand. This troop was an orc troop that had just been transformed into Aladovi City due to the double death of Gushi. The leader was the previous leader of the orcs, Jamie. Jamie, level 8. Summon. Undead leader experience, 0/15,000. Attack 8. Defense 0. Life 225. Mana 60. Talent, rush, for each level. The movement speed of all troops under his command increases by 5%. Skills, offensive technique level 3. Defense technique level 3. Logistics technique level 2. Pathfinding technique level 3. Leader, can command 5,000 soldiers plus 3 heroes plus 14 boss troops at the same time. It can be seen from this attribute that the direction in which Jamie improves is movement speed. Each level up, the speed increases by 5%. At level 8, it directly increases by 40%. In this case, even with zombies, they can still outrun the skeleton soldiers. Although such troops cannot launch a direct charge like Amilcar, their ability to move quickly and seize positions is quite strong. When he came out of the city gate, Jamie immediately discovered the location of the enemy commander. But at that time, Amilcar had already rushed over. So Jamie did not take the initiative to lead the troops to rush there. But as Amilcar was sent away by a battlefield teleportation spell, Jamie knew that his chance had come. He immediately led his men and rushed towards the opponent's commander. When Jamie moved, he really activated his talent. The movement speed of his troops directly increased by an unknown number of times. The heroes under him also knew his fighting style, and rushed out with their troops immediately. Even if the orcs became skeleton soldiers, their weapons and equipment were different from other skeleton soldiers. The weapons held by these skeleton soldiers are all heavy weapons such as battle axes. When they rush out, the situation is similar to that of the wild beast skeleton soldiers. The only difference may be that the wild beast skeleton soldiers are less controlled. And these skeleton soldiers will also listen to orders. Following these skeleton soldiers are zombies that would never have been brought to the battlefield. Zombies are considered to be a relatively orthodox force among the undead. But the problem is that their movement speed has always been a big problem. This kind of troops are only used in city defense battles. Otherwise, few people would fight with zombies. But these zombies are different in Jamie's hands. With a 40% increase in movement speed, they can almost keep up with the movement of the skeleton soldiers. Therefore, Jamie will not object to bringing zombies into battle. As soon as these zombies rushed out, they got stuck on several nearby strategic points with great accuracy. The zombies also understood that even if their speed increased, they would not be able to rush to the commander's side in a short time. So they just blocked the enemy's position to come back for reinforcements, preventing the enemy from sending any troops to come back for reinforcements, and left the rest of the work to Jamie. So Jamie led the skeleton soldiers and ghost troops and rushed in front of the commander. At this time, the commander was still thinking of repeating his old trick and sending Jamie's troops to a farther location through tactical teleportation. One by one, the undead following Jamie took action. This undead is the former orc chief. He does not belong to the leader, nor does he belong to the players. But his status is higher than the leader. Under Gushi's double death transformation, he transferred to the city of Eladovi. At the same time, his status was also changed. Now he is following Jamie. But he is not considered to be Jamie's subordinate, but more like an independent undead. Seeing that the enemy commander wanted to take action, the undead immediately took action. Chapter 1169 Resurrection. When the undead rushed out, the enemy commander's attention fell on the undead's head at first glance. At this moment, all thoughts of the enemy commander were gone. He only had one thought: to kill this undead soul. This undead must be the enemy's highest commander, and this undead must be killed. This was actually the original ability of the orc chief. The orc chief does not necessarily have to have the highest combat power, but he must be the most impressive and attract the most firepower. Without such characteristics, the status of the orc chief may not be as good as that of the orc leader. Of course, the orc chief must have other abilities, such as combat effectiveness and command level. But those are secondary. At least it is secondary to Gushi, because in Eladovi City, Gushi is the only big boss, and no one can surpass Gushi. The status of the undead transformed by the orc chief suddenly became awkward. Now he could only act as a presence to attract the enemy's attention. However, it was good that the enemy commander locked the target immediately. But Gushi was eliminated immediately. No one paid attention to Gushi anymore, which allowed Gushi to lead his men to kill the enemies surrounding him. After killing those enemies, Gushi immediately released the soul-calling tower. At the same time, a large number of necromancers were released. After releasing these necromancers, Gushi quickly took out several notebooks. Now Gushi still wants to rescue him. In the library of Uenzu City, Gushi copied some promotion routes for the undead. This contains the resurrection technique among the 3 methods of summoning souls of the necromancer. The upgrade path of the necromancer's spiritualism is upgraded to undead transformation, and undead transformation is upgraded to resurrection. Gushi's spiritualism has reached its peak, and the success rate is 100%. As for his undead transformation technique, he has also improved a lot. If his level is no higher than his 8th level, his undead transformation success rate will be quite high. At most, the choice is whether to maintain the original level or downgrade the conversion when the conversion is successful. So when Gushi saw the resurrection spell, he naturally copied down the resurrection spell's methods and requirements. Prepare to wait until the undead transformation technique reaches full level, and then learn the resurrection technique in advance. After all, resurrection is the last step in the necromancer's soul-calling process. After passing this level, the necromancer can truly control life and death. After all, unlike summoning spirits and transforming the undead, resurrection is about resurrecting people. This requires the necromancer to reverse his understanding of spiritualism. If the level of undead transformation is insufficient, ordinary necromancers may not be able to do this. Of course, this step of resurrection is not limited to the Necromancer Association. Archangels also have the ability to resurrect, and vampires can be resurrected through blood. but each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Gushi had no way of comparing them before seeing them. On the contrary, there are records in the content about the resurrection technique that Gushi copied. If there is an archangel around, the success rate of the necromancer's resurrection spell will be greatly improved. He only said half-jokingly in the record that no archangel would be willing to follow the necromancer. Now, while sending troops to kill the enemy and clearing the site, he is arranging everything needed for the resurrection spell. The soul evocation tower is needed, and the bone obelisk is also secretly raised. The white bone soul resurrection tower is definitely a must. After all, Gushi's current level might not be enough to use the resurrection spell, and he must have something to hold up the scene. At the same time, the bone obelisk also wanted to give Gushi a blessing. Hope nothing goes wrong this time. In addition, Gushi has not used the resurrection spell yet, so the magic circle also needs to be arranged. There is a huge difference between having a magic circle and not having one. With a magic circle, Gushi's difficulty in using the resurrection spell would be reduced by more than half. The magic array was copied by Gushi from Uenzu City. It has been verified by numerous successful experiences. As long as the magic circle is arranged smoothly, even if the success rate of the resurrection spell is not high, there will be no worse results. The most important thing is, with the magic circle, Gushi also knows how to start the resurrection. Otherwise, Gushi really didn't know from which angle the resurrection technique was performed. When setting up the magic circle, Gushi also raised his head to take a look at the situation on the battlefield. At this time, Yongdo had also taken action. He now used the firewall technique to cut the enemy's troops again. In addition, as the firewall and the city wall intertwined, Gushi's side took action to fight. At this time, the enemies near Gushi had been cleared away. A large number of corpses were piled on the ground without anyone taking care of him, and the aura of death had begun to become stronger. It's a good place to use for resurrection. Gushi made a judgment immediately. So Gushi dragged Crew's body into the magic circle and pulled out the crossbow bolt from his head. Then Gushi looked at Crew's situation. The body was intact and had not been affected by undead transformation or spiritualism. This is a prerequisite for resurrection. Corpses that are incomplete, or corpses that have failed to summon their souls, cannot be resurrected. Now that there is no problem with the corpse, there is no problem with the magic circle. The information on the resurrection technique is complete, and the on-site environment is acceptable. Let's start the resurrection technique. Gushi arranged Crew's body, and at the same time took away some unnecessary small parts from Crew's body. This small piece of equipment will affect the success rate of resurrection. Normally, it is best not to put too many things on the corpse before the resurrection technique is perfected. Only when your level of resurrection skills is quite high can you point at a corpse and revive it at any time. Gushi doesn't have that kind of ability now. So naturally, he will do whatever he can to increase his success rate. If it weren't for the fact that Keilu was a man, Gushi would have given Keilu some face and might have stripped him naked. When throwing these little things out, Gushi also noticed that there was a linen bag in Crew's arms. The linen bag was not big, but it was tied tightly. It was obvious that this thing was quite valuable. It's just that Gushi can't care about that now. No matter how precious it is, Crew's life is not worth anything. Gushi's mission is linked to Crew's life. If Crew dies and his mission cannot be completed, then in the next year, Gushi will probably have to return to Aladovi City first, and then go to the real world through the Hearthstone House in Aladovi City to take the postgraduate entrance examination there. As for the matter of Genesis, it has nothing to do with him. Gushi didn't want to suffer a loss in this regard. Genesis is a big opportunity for players. When it was confirmed that the first two battles were safe, Gushi didn't want to miss such a good opportunity for growth. Chapter 1170 Resurrection of Crew. After arranging Crew's weapons, Gushi raised the magic wand and mobilized all the magic power in his body. The biggest difficulty in resurrection is that the necromancer has to go against the routine of necromancy. This is a point that tests the necromancer. If the necromancer cannot control his habits and instincts, the resurrection spell is likely to fail. Gushi knew very well that there could be no mistakes in the resurrection technique, so he would rather go slow than cause problems because of a little habit. Fortunately, everything was explained clearly in the book Gushi copied back. As long as Gushi follows the steps step by step, there will be no problems. Even if it's a little slow, Gushi's magic power is now running quite steadily. There was no mistake in every step. And after 10 minutes of this, Gushi finally stopped. Obelisk of Bones, give me a blessing. Under Gushi's order, another blessing fell on him. In the 10 minutes or so before Gu Shi's resurrection, a blessing would be given almost every minute to ensure that there would be no problems with Gu Shi's resurrection. But none of the dozen blessings before were as strong as this one. As the blessing fell, the last step of Gu Shi's resurrection technique also fell on Kru's body. Under the effect of the resurrection spell, a black and white round bead appeared on Kru's body. Kru's body moved slightly. And finally, he slowly opened his eyes. What the hell happened? I don't remember anything. As Kru woke up, the first thing he said was this. Gu Shi stepped forward, took a look at Keilu, and nodded with satisfaction. It's Kru's soul. People are alive, and their bodies are full of vitality, although they have lost part of their memories. This is actually normal. After all, they were brain dead just now. As long as people can be resurrected. You were attacked by someone just now, and died in battle. I resurrected you, Gu Shi said casually. At this time, Kru looked at the situation outside again. Is this what I need to resurrect me? Gu Shi turned his head, and glanced at the battlefield outside. Except that the area around Gu Shi had been cleared. The fighting outside had not stopped yet. It can be seen that the battle in front of us is already a battle involving more than 100,000 people. The bloody smell in the air directly told Kru the situation in front of him. Seeing that there was something wrong with Kru's expression, Gu Shi also smiled awkwardly. No. It's easy to resurrect you. But after those people killed you, they wanted to silence you. I didn't want to be killed here, so I took action a little more fiercely. Gu Shi shrugged. I actually didn't want to. But the whole army came to beat me. And they obviously wanted to cut me into pieces. You also know me. I'm not the kind of person who waits for others to come and kill me. If they want to kill me, they must be prepared to be killed by me, Gu Shi said calmly. Anyway, he really wanted to listen to Kru at first, and not conflict with him. Even if Keilu died, Gu Shi's initial plan was to leave directly. It wasn't until the opponent used the battlefield teleportation technique to block all roads that Gu Shi released his troops to fight with the opponent. As for why the fight turned out like this, it was entirely because the opponent was not strong enough to defeat Gu Shi. Anyway, Gu Shi has already been beaten like this, so naturally there is no possibility of stopping. In a word, everything is the other party's fault. Gu Shi was not wrong. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Kru was also speechless. He really didn't expect this to be the case. But thinking about the fact that he had just been killed, if Gu Shi hadn't helped him, he would have lost all his bones. Now Kru could only thank Gu Shi. Brother Gu, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I really don't know what would have happened in the end. I won't say much more about thanking you. We'll wait for you. Having said that, Kru glanced in the direction of Rockvalen City, and found that the battle there was still going on. I don't know when this battle will end. Given their current situation, it would be difficult for them to even enter the city. Kru couldn't wait to invite Gu Shi to Rockvalen City for a drink. Forget it. If you can't enter the city, you can't enter the city. Once I clear out the enemies here, we will step aside and wait until the battle in Rockvalen is over before we go in again. Gu Shi knew what Kru was thinking as soon as he saw it. So he said with a smile, Okay, let's evacuate now. Gu Shi shook his head and said, Don't worry. We will leave after the battle here is over. Kru has been resurrected, and Gu Shi can shift his attention to the battle ahead. Because the undead transformed by the orc chief attracted the enemy's attention. The commander of the Doriat Empire forces did not notice what was happening on Gu Shi's side. In his opinion, Gu Shi was just a small matter. The sudden increase in the undead army was all caused by the undead in front of him. As long as he killed the undead in front of him, the undead army would collapse on its own. The undead transformed by the orc chief did not expect that he could still have such energy and status. Watching the commander of the Doriat Empire troops begin to mobilize the troops, he didn't know for a moment whether to charge forward or retreat to the rear. Fortunately, at this time, another undead pulled him. This was the old orc who had been with the orc chief. Because his flesh and blood had aged, what he transformed into through double death was a skeleton mage. Under normal circumstances, he should be in Yudo's demon sacrifice camp and follow Yudo's actions. But some scattered memories made him take the initiative to follow the undead spirit of the beast leader. Even if he couldn't use his full combat power, he still accepted it. Now when the undead chief was hesitating, the skeleton mage stepped forward and pulled him. Just like when this undead was still the orc chief. What's wrong? Chief, when you take action, you should think about your position in the city. Although your combat effectiveness and wisdom are strong, you are not a leader. Not even a hero or a leader. The lord in the city will not let you. The chief, command the army, and fighting in person. The chief could not compare to those brave men. So we can't achieve the best on both sides. Chief, you definitely don't want to remain mediocre like this. I have an idea here. What's the idea? Be a stand-in. The skeleton mage said quite seriously. Chief, you have seen your current situation. On the battlefield, you are like a general. When you stand up, you will attract everyone's attention. So why can't we develop this ability? I think that gentlemen will definitely want a false leader who can attract enemy firepower on the main battlefield. This is your chance, Chief.